Hey everyone, I welcome you all to the live session on Digital Marketing Full Course by Intellipaat. But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us. Now let's see the agenda of the day. Firstly, we will begin with Introduction to Marketing. Post that, we will introduce you to digital marketing and its basic concepts. After that, we will be learning in detail about SEO and social media marketing. After that, we will tell you how to increase Facebook and Instagram followers. Then later on, we will be learning about email marketing, Twitter, and ORM. Post that, we will be telling you 5 powerful digital marketing strategies and also tell you how to earn through digital marketing. Then finally, we have covered digital marketing interview questions and answers. So guys, this is the agenda. Now let's begin the session.
All over the world, digital media spread is contributing 15% to the overall advertising. Digital media techniques are helping business enterprises spread its wings to face the challenges of the day. Gone are those days when we used to billboards for advancing our business interests. Business flourishes when we capture the attention of people. This is why Google and Facebook generate more income than any traditional advertising agency. Digital marketing has become an umbrella term for a wide variety of channels of marketing such as mobile applications, social media, web applications, email, search engines, or any new digital channel. It all narrows down to a much simpler definition that digital marketing is a form of marketing that involves electronic devices. As per TRAI, the number of smartphone users is expected to reach 442 million by 2022. This in turn implies that online market demand will surge. The job portals in India predict that there will be around 70 lakh job openings by 2025. Around 91% of top recruiters consider certification as a major criteria for hiring into the field. 48% offer higher packages for certified candidates. According to Goldman Sachs report, the digital marketing future in the Indian internet industry alone is going to be worth $160 billion by 2025, which is thrice from its current value. That makes us aware of the scope of digital marketing in India and digital marketing as an in-demand job. To enter a marketing field, apart from technical skills, you must have 3 C's: communication skills, creativity, and critical thinking. These 3 are important. Marketing is a way of communicating to customers, so proper communication is a must. To keep updated with new ideas and come up with new adaptations, creativity is much needed. Critical thinking makes you think clearly and rationally and also helps you understand the logical connection between ideas. In United States, digital media managers earn an average income of $72,015 per year that can rise up to $111,000 per year. Digital marketing managers in India earn on an average of 5,48,000 per year, which can increase up to 10 lakhs per year.
Now, so this is the bigger question that we should all be addressing, right? So when I ask, hey, how do I make a career in digital? Basically, these are the larger 2 questions that any of us should have a grasp on, right? Why should I think and learn and understand and bring in digitization? A subset of digitization is digital marketing. So all of you know, if I take all the digital jobs, that's a much larger universe than the digital marketing jobs, right? But first you need to understand the context of digital so that you know what is the specific role that digital marketing has to play within it. Okay, so we will try to just take the first 5 to 10 minutes to kind of like get an understanding of this. So if I were to look at India, let's try to understand the consumer context first. So I'll come to the consumer context, then the business context, then the marketing context. Okay. Could you guys take a look at the slide? This is from Economic Times, and it talks about the digital revolution that India has gone through. And trust me, if it is about a United States or a Canada or UK, they will not use the word revolution, right? Why is it called revolution? Because something drastic has happened, right? It is a country where people could not, did not have laptops 10 years ago. Very few of us were, only a few percentage of us would actually use digital products, correct? From that, the consumer context is so much that everyone's using a digital device, right? Whether it's a tablet, a phone, or a desktop, and largely a cell phone. But definitely, if you look at it, even your parents whom you thought would never ever use an electronic device, a connected electronic device, are using them today, right? And this presents us ample number of opportunities to, tap into and build great products, find new job opportunities, define new businesses. Understand? So if you get that consumer context, that is when you would get clarity. Okay, what should my career be? Which industry should I go and participate? Now, within digital, there are so many subdomains. Which domain should I pick up and move, right? All of this you will understand when you understand this consumer context. And I'll try to decode it also quickly with a few examples. And the consumer context, there are two interconnected principles that you need to know. One is how does consumer behave? Two is what is the technology growth and adoption curve, right? So a lot of things that you would otherwise do offline is now being done online, right? Previously, you would actually go stand in front of a bank. I remember when I was a kid, when I was a student, I would literally, take half a day off, go up to a bank, stand there, get my things done, right? Versus today, everything's so quick and on your mobile. Food delivery, availing of cabs, getting grocery, all of them has moved from offline to online, right? And from a consumer behavior side, whether it's consumption or media behavior, media consumption behavior have changed so much. You will not believe some of the senior folks are actually the most avid users of a Sony Live or a Woot or a Hotstar today, right? It's not necessarily a younger psychographic. So what has happened? All consumers are actually basically digital. You can reach them through a digital channel, show them an ad on a digital channel, educate about that product on digital, help them understand that need, take feedback, even make a sales online. Got it? So in the entire consumer need state, purchase behavior, conversion, everywhere you have opportunities to really apply digital and get business, right? So here, one thing that I want to let you guys know, some context in the context of business or industry is that never ever call an industry digital versus traditional, because there's nothing like that, right? All industries go through an adoption curve and will become digital. So there is 100,000 opportunities for you when you think of a career. So for you to be a good digital marketer, trust me, you need not be a hi-fi technical guy. You need not be like someone who's brilliantly good with dashboards. Sometimes there could be that one subdomain of skill that you have, which can make you really successful in the digital world. Think of some of the TikTokers, for example. Do you think they are extremely intelligent people who know coding or, do something which is very, very technically hi-fi? No, they do something very basic. They've understood TikTok as a platform. They have understood the consumer. Why do people come to TikTok for? They have built a content which works for TikTok and just aired it. It might be something silly that they do, something serious that they do. But when they cracked it, they become extremely successful, and some of them make lakhs of rupees month on month, right? Or you can take the example of Bhuvan Bam, for example. He's a 26-year-old, millions of followers on YouTube, right? What did he do? He cracked one good thing really, really well. If you ask Bhuvan Bam to come and ask in a movie, maybe he's not even a good actor, but his acting skills, his aping skills in his videos are loved by people in the YouTube universe. He may not work in a traditional channel, but he works brilliantly in a digital channel. Yeah. So that's where one should understand that anything and everything if not, it's not digital today, it will become digital tomorrow. Take industries like even manufacturing, pharmaceutical, all of them have to still advertise a lot on digital, right? Purchase happens on digital, pharmacy or netmeds.com delivering medicines. Understood? So every industry eventually becomes digital. Need not be something which is just content or social media for an industry to be called digital. So always keep this in mind when you define yourself as a marketing manager. There's no need to call yourself digital marketing manager. I don't identify as a digital or a traditional guy. I'm a marketing manager and I'm a marketing director. And my domain has to cover both traditional and digital channels. I have to speak to consumers both traditional and digital ways. I don't even differentiate. So first thing that you need to understand. So yes, the courses are called digital marketing, etc., for us to really get a grasp of the subject. But understand, it's only for reference. In practice, do not ever think digital, non-digital. Think omni-channel, think multi-channel. Think, in a world where these two exist together and there's a lot of synergy. So we're gonna get into the core of the conversation, right? Now understanding this. When you're like trying to set a career, how do you understand this universe and figure where to head? So if you look at the slab now, you can see what is marketing about. So if some of you are, and I assume are MBA holders or a BBA or happen to know some marketing from your work experience, marketing is very simple, right? Marketing just has 3 components. You have to understand your consumer, build the right communication for that consumer, and reach them through the right channel. This is the framework that you need to understand even in a digital marketing context. It's very much similar. Only difference is practically when you are young and you start out, reaching them through the right channel and building the right communication, these 2 things become very, very digital centric. These are the 2 things that become more and more relevant for you. So, by that I mean, for example, you ask anyone who has started a digital marketing career, they would say, I'm a Facebook specialist, right? Or I'm an Instagram content specialist, right? Or they would say that, I'm a search engine marketer. So you would notice that they basically started with the understanding of a channel, right? And then, or some of them could be working in building the right communication space. So for example, some of them will be in content marketing. They might be a copywriter. They might be a digital content writer. They might be a web designer, right? So all the digital marketing jobs also will fall into these buckets. It could be a combination of a couple of this, or it could be just one of them. Yeah. Therefore, largely digital marketing will help all of you. So, there are 25 of you on the call, and I know that all 25 of you guys have one way or the other where digital marketing can help you. Whether you are a business owner, for example, you currently have a restaurant, or let's say a restaurant or a dance studio or a fitness establishment or a gift shop, right? Anything and everything, there's some way digital can help you, right? Or you're a marketing manager and you're currently handling only traditional channels. Digital can help you, right? You're a dealer, distributor. So suppose you're like a local dealer, Pratham Motors for Maruti Suzuki, right? There's still a lot of scope for them to use digital smartly, correct? If they invest well in their search engine marketing, the visibility of their stores really go high, correct? Or if they use their email marketing strategy properly, they can remind consumers about when to bring their cars back for service, right? And get a lot more business. Same thing, think through of a business owner space. Let's say you are a gym owner. You want to run local ads to show people in your immediate vicinity that, there is this gym and there is a new promotional package running there in the gym, or there are XXX trainers who are teaching at the gym, etc. So you need not work for a multinational company, but whatever is your role is, look around and you can identify one opportunity to apply digital marketing smartly. There's another dimension to think through is also that once digital marketing has expanded, that universe also has opened up a lot of new roles, right? Like you may have heard SEO analyst, SEM specialist, content marketer, social media manager, campaign strategist, and you may have all wondered what these are about, right? So we will do when we go through the session, I will try to give you guys a very practical overview of what do these roles do. Okay. One more thing, each of these roles are very, very technical, right? There could be about 50 different roles, and each of these roles may slightly differ in the context of whether it's a B2B company, a B2C company, etc. Sure. So one thing I request of you is I may not be able to give you 100% clarity. So I'm I'm not here to be an encyclopedia, but I'm going to give you the ways in which you can approach this domain and decode it out for yourself. I'll give you some amount of clarity and I'll give you that direction for you to understand this further. For that, let's start this. I want you to open up LinkedIn on your computer or on your phone and then just search for digital marketing jobs. If you guys don't have LinkedIn, you can just search on Google search also. And you can see the number of profiles that pop up, right? And this is an exercise, especially if you are very, very new to this. If you're someone who is fairly familiar, you don't have to do this. But I'm assuming that there could be a few of you who may not have learned about these roles. I just want you to search for 1 minute. Just search, just see the list. Just keep that list handy. You don't have to necessarily go through that in detail. But when you went through that search process, you may have noticed, oh my God, there are so many different roles. And you may have also noticed the companies that are hiring are not necessarily digital marketing agencies. They don't sound like digital marketing agencies. They are, your automotive, telecom, name any industry, all of them are hiring for digital marketing profiles. Got it? So these are not necessarily tech companies. And you would also notice there are small startups that you have never heard of, as well as the biggest countries, as well as the biggest companies in the country who are floating roles right now, right? Now let's try to understand this with a very case-led approach. Now, if I were to, I'm going to give you guys a strategy. Now, if you were to just think only like a job seeker, it becomes very difficult to understand these subdomains, okay? You will understand these subdomains the best if you think like a business person. So think of it that you have a business, or you are the owner or the CFO or the CEO of a company, and what would each roles do for the business, right? When you think from that angle, it becomes much easier for you to understand what do each subdomain do for digital and what does that role mean to each company. Sure. So let's start with a little story. Okay, you have a little story here. Can you read it? So I'm taking a case study, and I'm taking the case study about Shruti and Vitu, who had a small wedding planning company, and they had set this up in Delhi. Okay, does this sound a little familiar to you? This story is actually familiar to you, but obviously it happened a few years back originally. So you may not be, you may have noticed how they actually had, hit up an idea, started a business, and then they went about growing their business. Obviously, that was in a 2012 world. But now if our Bitu and Shruti's story were to happen in 2020, it would be very different, right? So we will think of their story and we will try to understand various digital marketing domains and how it would become relevant to their business. Yeah. So what might be the largest task that these guys would have when they start out? They are new, they are young, they want to ensure that they find out the best consumers whom which they can go in and pitch and get that first business, right? So obviously they don't have to they don't have the money to do advertising or go big or start big, but they have to be sure that they are reaching out to the best audience at the best point in time, right? How will they ensure that they are looking, they cater to they reach out to the best audience? I'm just going to take a pause of 10 seconds. You guys can think through this. So here's the answer, right? When Bitu and Shruti are starting with their business, they would definitely want to be very strong on their search, correct? So think of what happened. I know some of you guys may have gotten married. Some of you might have helped plan some of the weddings in your, amongst your cousins or relatives. First thing you do is you go to Google or just dial and you search, right? You search and then you kind of go through the organic listing, paid listings, look at some of the websites. You may click, go, browse around, or you may get a number to call, right? These days, Google even enables people to call directly. You click on a number, you call, and then you get into the next level of discussion. So for a business to tap into the most enthused customer, who's right at that point of conversion, who's actually looking for you, who's actively seeking information about the category, search engine marketing and search engine optimization becomes very, very relevant. So that's the role that a search engine marketing expert plays. Now, obviously, there are two words that you may have heard here, two abbreviations that you may have heard a lot, SEM and SEO. I will also try to help you guys understand a little bit about how these are different, right? Now, if you have noticed, so when he searched, obviously what happened is that, so you may have noticed when a listing happened, a listing came in with a few details, right? And someone has actively worked to put this particular caterer, decorator or caterer's list out there, right? Some of it may have happened organically, where Google kind of understands the listings based on the map and how that business has called itself out. But sometimes you may also like go to Just Dial and pick up paid listings from over there, correct? So search is a huge industry, right? And there's a lot of opportunities out there. So even when you are a small business, you would want to advertise on search. So it could be through Just Dial, it could be Google search, and there are multiple small agencies working with small businesses to enable search listing. And that's a huge industry. Trust me, if you take Bangalore, there will be close to 100 small agencies who work just on search. Now imagine the size of this industry. Think of it, even your corner wala small business, your small gym or clinic, all of them are paying some small agency to get their listings done on Google search or on Bing search or on Just Dial, etc. So that's a very, very big industry, and there's a lot of opportunity over there, right? And that's where basically a search expert comes in, right? A search expert ensures that the businesses get very good visibility in all these platforms where people come in and search for information. So remember, search just doesn't mean that Google or Bing. It also could mean Sulekha, Just Dial. Even YouTube is a great search engine. If you would know, after Google, YouTube is Google search. YouTube is the place where there is maximum searches happening. So there are a lot of firms working in this search ecosystem. And obviously, which is the largest player? There's Google, right? So you would notice that a lot of your career opportunity in this domain is dependent on how you have understood Google search. So Search 360, Search Console, Google Search Console, there are various names with which Google calls it or people call it. And there are certification programs around which where we go deep dive in detail. But obviously, those certification programs may give you a very textbookish understanding. You may want to like work with an Intellipaat, or with a consulting, someone or a mentor to really understand the practical aspects of it, right? So when you actually understand search engine marketing, the principles behind it, you would actually know how to make sure that, either as a employee or as a business owner, you're able to get the best out of search. So what we are going to do is we are going to take a very practical approach to it. So instead of just explaining it through random technical words, I'm going to take a job description. Okay. This is a job description for a SEO/SEM specialist floated by one of the top insight companies in India, right? Can you go through it? You can notice certain keywords. I'm just going to give half a minute. You guys can just go through this. And don't worry, you don't have to read word by word, but all the terms that you see here and there. Did you notice how the description said, we are looking for someone who's really good at traffic acquisition? What does traffic mean in the digital world? It's the number of people who visit a website or a mobile app, or even make a call sometimes to the business. Got it? So an SEO, SEM guy has skill sets that are listed here. So you may have noticed, although that's why I'm not getting into the details, right? Did you notice how it has a lot of sub-elements? So when you learn search, you will have to learn basics of all of this. But now the interesting thing is, you don't have to learn this for 2 years to become a search practitioner. Sometimes you can join, if you show the basic aptitude and if you have a basic certification, you can even join a local agency who works in search. They may give you a 15 days or 30 days of practical training before your work, and you would be ready to go on the job. But you would definitely need first, if you have to crack that job first, They are not going to just absorb you because you have a degree. They will probably want to know, do you know anything about search? So you would definitely want to take the help of those educational tech platforms to really understand what search is, right? And then kind of like do other technical certifications to kind of build the things there. But don't worry, don't look at this and get scared. It actually is very, very simple. Very often you will have a manager supporting you. You will have multiple search analysts working with you when you work in any company, right? Therefore, you are sorted. So if you have noticed, the job description also spoke about what are the platforms that one should know. Google Analytics, Google Tag Manager, Google Search Console. And there are certain companies which work in building tools that make search much more practical and easy. Search engine marketing much more practical and easy. SEMrush, Spyfoo, right? It doesn't mean you have to learn all of them, but eventually through work experience, etc., you would kind of like get to know all of this. But if you guys want to become really, really good at it and get a practical understanding, just go to these websites and browse around. So for example, go to SEMrush, read some time, spend half an hour on it. You will understand, okay, what is it that is required, right? What is it that is required when you want to get into a search engine marketing kind of a role? And you have noticed here, even though they are looking for a specialist, so they are hiring for someone fairly senior. They're not looking for an entry level here. Even then you can notice it's just 5 years experience or 2 years experience. The asks are fairly young, right? Because it's a new industry. So you don't need to have 10 years of experience to be good at it. You can have 1 year of solid experience and can do really well here. And very often a search related role could get you anywhere between 3 lakhs to 10 lakhs if you're operating at an analyst, strategist, executive kind of a level. But if you are like very, very good at it, where you're like at a managerial level, and if the company's business search is very, very important, you can fetch much higher salaries as well. And very often it will not be just search that you're good at. But when you mature more in the industry, you may start learning other platforms as well. So a quick difference, call out SEO versus SEM. Don't have to spend any time right now on understanding these two things. Think of it as SEO as more organic visibility, as in like, how do you structure your website in a certain way? How do you organize the content in your website in a certain way? How quickly do you load? What kind of keywords do you use to kind of maintain good experience for the customer when he clicks on an ad to coming to your website? All of that is SEO. And SEM is more about paid ads, where you kind of pay on a click basis, right? Or an impression basis, etc. So there are a lot of strategies involved. The first is with more technical understanding. Second involves a little bit more of campaign management. But these are like wonderful domains to kind of like start off. So even if you don't have any background in any of this, you can spend a few hours on this, take a few courses, and you would be good to go. Now comes the next bit. Are you clear how, in the case of our Bittu and Shruti's business, search would have been relevant? So I give you a business level perspective, then I give a job seeker level perspective, so that you can like understand both sides of the story and you would know how to think of this particular subdomain. Next. So obviously Bittu and Shruti setup, they may have started through search engine marketing, would have gotten some leads, converted some of them. Maybe they got some friends referring to their weddings, started with some small weddings, etc. Now, Bittu and Shruti are, kind of industry veterans. They've been working in the industry for a while. And they know that, how do people discover wedding photographers, event planners, etc.? It's largely through social media and content. Correct? People, you guys, I know all of you may have been annoyed a little bit with some friend who keeps uploading their wedding pictures. Right? Can you relate to what I'm saying? All the fancy wedding short sharaba that happens in the big fat Indian weddings, they make amazing content. Sometimes a little boring, but people always look for new ways to like create photographs, wedding videos, all of that. And you may have also noticed very often you decide, okay, you narrow in on a wedding photographer or an event planner based on by seeing some other video that they may have posted, right? Either by that particular photography page or by a friend of yours who kind of shared images from that photography page. Therefore, social media marketing and content marketing are very, very important for Bitu and Shruti's business.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp, B. LinkedIn, C. Facebook, D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So we'll start with content marketing. Now, this is the definition. I have kept a very textbookish definition over here. You can read through it and process it for a few seconds. What is the most important 2 or 3 words in this definition? So here the most important part of this definition is this piece where we say is it does not explicitly promote a brand. What does that mean? It means that you are not shouting too much about your company there. You're building a content which is useful for consumers. At the end, there might be a mention or about your brand or how your brand helped another company, to another client, right? So when these details are put in a very content-friendly manner, in a content-like manner, people love to follow it. Think of wedding itself. So imagine, let's say, a photographer's studio just makes an ad, a 30-second ad. They hire a local celebrity and they just talk about, hey, I make the best photographs. I can give you good rates. Contact me on this number. Will you ever go and contact a photographer like that? No. But if you actually saw some great content that he had created, let's say he wrote a travel blog, and within that travel blog, there are a few wonderful pictures that he clicked, or he discussed about, let's say, weddings, and then there's a set of pictures that he have uploaded. You follow that, and then you decide, oh, wow, this guy is good. Let me work with it. So that's where the skill of content marketing is. And obviously, when you create content, it has to have a certain strategy, right? There could be various kinds of content built for various social media platforms. But eventually, that content should be good enough to promote your brand, then convert consumers by kind of having more interactions with them over phone, face-to-face, and finally closing in on a proposal. So content marketing strategy is never done just for the sake of creating content, okay? It's always done with a business perspective in mind. But you are thinking very consumer first, creating content that they're going to like. Now here, there are multiple job opportunities, okay? There are 2 lines. One of them can be where you are a very creative person. Think of it if you are someone who likes following popular culture, who likes writing good content, good copy, good creative, or make good designs, you can get into that space. So you need not be a technical guy at all. You can be purely a content guy and you can work on it. So some of the best digital marketers that I know 0 technicals. They actually know how to create good content, right? So I'm just gonna quickly go back to where we started. Here, did you see building the right communication? This is what I'm talking about. So here the content marketing is largely about building that communication and making that work. So there's one set of, that's what I'm demystifying and saying that there's one domain of roles which is purely creative. And then you can have technical roles also, right? Even within content, all of these things matters. What is the bounce rate? How can you optimize the content? A lot of SEO comes in sometimes over there. Some technicalities come in there about tracking, attribution, etc. So there are, or sometimes you have CMSs, which are content management systems. For example, Adobe or Oracle has actually CMSs, which helps manage content at scale. So the tech strategy to build that content can also be called as one element of content marketing. Now the next very, very related domain is social media marketing, correct? So it's too difficult to separate. So you have Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, and you know what social is, right? A social media is somewhere where you can have an interaction. You share, you engage, you react. That is social media. Is Google search a social media? Google search is not a social media. Why? Because Nobody interacts over there. I go there, find information, done, right? But when you're on Facebook or Instagram or Pinterest or LinkedIn, TikTok, you react, you share. Sometimes you generate content for the brand, right? You generate your own stories and put it up there. You generate memes. So those are social media channels. Now, all of you know what social media is. I'm not going to waste even 1 minute explaining that. But from a, when somebody says, I'm a Facebook marketing manager, very often it is Facebook marketing management that is the core skill that's involved in social media. And I will tell you why. I'll tell you this through a story. Okay. Interestingly, so when Zuckerberg, so you may have seen the movie called The Social Network. So when Zuckerberg started the platform, he thought of it as purely social in nature, right? It's connecting people, one person to another, messenger, one person to multiple, newsfeed, multiple people together, Facebook groups, right? So it's all built on people interaction. Later, when Instagram came up and it also had similar functionalities, Facebook added Instagram to its network, right? So largely, 80% of world social network usage lies with this one company, the Facebook group. Understood? And then there is another 20% which is with Twitter or Snapchat. And now TikTok is obviously not applicable for you. But there are these smaller ecosystems as well. So when you manage, when you become good at social media marketing, understand that social media marketing has two sides to it. One is a pure play social media marketing, which is all about engagement, sharing, you creating a content and people sharing. But you may have noticed that Facebook has tons of simple paid advertisements, correct? It just comes in your feed saying that install this app, right? Is that social in nature? No. Like for example, if you get an advertisement from Urban Clap or Mintra in your feed asking you to install that app, will you share it? You will probably not share. You may not even interact. Achha, I may install it. I may not install. So very often, those are performance-driven campaigns, performance marketing. So there is a subdomain called performance marketing. Therefore, Google actually, performance marketing can be done on social media as well. So when a lot of people say that they are a Facebook marketing manager, it doesn't mean, it can mean either ways. It can mean that they are doing content marketing or pure play social media marketing. Also, it can also mean that they are doing performance marketing. Therefore, when somebody says that they know Facebook marketing, they know a platform called Business Manager. Got it? So Business Manager is basically Facebook's portal where somebody goes in and creates campaigns, etc. So it may look a little bit like this. I know people who are watching on YouTube may find it a little difficult to understand, but do not worry, right? Here, lastly, it's very simple. In your Facebook Marketing Manager, you can link all your different pages, right? You can put posts there, boost the post by putting some money in so that it reaches more people. House various ad accounts. So for example, if this is Swiggy's account, right? Swiggy can have Swiggy stores, Swiggy Genie, Swiggy food, Swiggy meat, various categories, and each of them could become a different ad account, right? And you could market to people. So if it is, this is, for example, HUL's, let's say if this is Rekit Benkaiser's Business Manager, there will be a Dettol, a Savlon, right? All the products that any Rekit Benkaiser have may have a different ad account, but it's all managed from a business manager. So business manager, if you open it up, will actually look like this. It will have various objectives. So there are awareness-led campaigns, there are consideration-led campaigns, there are conversion-led campaigns, etc. Got it. So based on, and you can specialize in some of this. That's interesting, right? You're not just a Facebook marketing guy. You can be a Facebook marketing guy who's very good with video or very good at conversions. So it's such a huge domain. You can learn it for years and months. And this is something that you can learn. So here you can go in and say, so if Facebook is used by the brand marketing team in a company, the brand marketing team may use largely these awareness-driven products. But a catalog team or a sales team may use more conversion-led products. Got it? Or if you are a part of the app team driving app installs, you may use the app installs product. So that's how within Facebook understand that there are 100 different universes and you can specialize in all of them. So whenever you hear Facebook marketing, try to understand what is the subdomain that you're getting into and what is it that you are trying to achieve for your business. Cool. So I'm going to close in those segments here and we're going to move quickly. So here, now you saw how Bitu started, right? Bitu started his business. Initially, he wanted a minimum number of clients and his primary channel therefore should be to ensure that he gets listed on search. Then came a period where he has to create a lot of content. So assume he made a website, he put a lot of interesting pictures there, documented all his events, published some nice content on weddings and let's say expenditure management in weddings, right? Or making weddings more, or let's say he could have put something about culture and how that culture, the Indian culture reflects in its wedding, right? So he did search, he did content, he did social media. Now, think of another use case, another requirement. Now, let's say when he has a client, when he goes to a wedding, probably he may get a lot of inquiries. People may give him phone numbers, email IDs, etc. Right? Or even if he has converted a customer, let's say for a wedding event, you know that in future there will be more events. There could be, not just wedding, there could be engagement, wedding, anniversary celebrations, baby showers, birthdays. You can actually keep in touch with your clients, give them referral programs, etc. And can you do that over phone call? Can you just call up your friends, clients every 1 month and just ask them, hey sir, how are you? How are you doing? Do you have any work? No, correct? You can maximum be in touch through social media, but social media also you cannot do very private communication, correct? So for example, you want to extend a new offer. You put it out in your social media page. That new offer may not be relevant to everyone. They may find you annoying and they might block you, correct? So therefore, every business requirement needs a different kind of channel. So think of this scenario. So I have told about a couple of scenarios that Bitu and Shruti have. What kind of marketing channel do you think they can explore to expand their business or cater to this marketing use case? So here, for such a scenario, the key is email marketing, right? See, very honestly, unlikely that a very small company like Bitu Shruti may have email marketing. I'm just taking a creative leap. I'm assuming that these guys are going to go big and will have tons and dozens of weddings, etc. So here you could have email marketing also has multiple nuances. It could be first party. First party is any audience list that you prepare from your own contacts. These are your customers. So, when you get an email from Swiggy after a delivery of order is placed about, let's say, a new promotional, let's say a new promotions or a new kind of restaurant that are opening up, that's email marketing. But sometimes you get emails from brands that you don't know also, right? You may not have never given any information, but they're reaching out to you through your inbox and collecting details and sharing details about their business, right? Those are called third-party lists. So the email marketing has both these sides. And very often, email marketing is a key part of customer relationship management, right? Whether to retain the customer or if the customer drops off, giving him an email and, trying to win that customer back, or give him a separate coupon, a separate discount, or talk to him about a new product. All of this email matters. And very often, email marketing teams are part of CRM teams. There, you need to understand push notifications, SMSs, etc., to make your marketing holistic. The same team may handle all these 3 channels very often. And there are platforms like CleverTap, Gamuga, HubSpot, etc., that enable management of emails. So I'll just try to go through a job description of an email marketing specialist so that you can understand what are the skill sets required. Can you just go through the list? So you would notice it's about creating email marketing campaigns to assist promotion of products and services, create and deploy emails through the marketing automation system, understand, review audience segments, and build segmentation segments. Got it. So you may have a list of consumers. You may have to create segment 1, segment 2, segment 3 with various logic, and then make sure that this goes out through your email marketing platform, right? And eventually when that email comes to customer, it should actually create more love for the brand, right? Because if your email is annoying or it is full of grammar mistakes, people will not want to read that email. Open rates will dip, right? Therefore, your email has to have a good subject line. It should result in, it should not go into a spam filter. All of that requires a lot of skill. So when you want to become a good email marketer, these are the basics that you can learn on. A lot of these things can be done by learning courses.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online course mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
You may not have to necessarily work in an organization. You can learn a lot of these basics by doing marketing courses. So this is something that's very easy for you to pick up, right? And then, once you do some courses, get some learning, you can always enter into one of these roles very quickly. Now, we are going to get into the final segment of the technical side of things. And like always, I'm going to explain it in the context of our Shadi Mubarak. So think of the scenario where they have grown big and they are trying to multiply into different services, right? They're no longer in wedding planning. They will do various other events, or may have designed some new wedding wear and might be selling it on their website, right? Or some wedding gifts, because that's all in related businesses. So that website will have multiple categories, correct? Think of any website, you will notice that this is true. Think of Amazon, it just started off as a book service, right? Books were the first category that they had. Now they have so many different categories, right? And they're not even known as a online book retail company, right? They're known as Amazon, right? They are in all domains. Same way, or you consider Men's XP. Men's XP is a good example. It was actually a social media page. Later, then they kind of like started their own website, have platforms. Later, they started listing items for sale in Men's XP, right? Men's XP branded shoes, t-shirts, etc. So they diverged into multiple categories in their website. Now think of a scenario where you have so much internet traffic coming in, right? A scenario like this, you may want to know, okay, in the digital world, where did this consumer come from? The consumer who's visiting my website or my app, is he coming after clicking a Google search ad? Or is he clicking on a Facebook ad and he's coming? Or is he clicking on a display ad? Got it? Or he is just coming organically. He's typing the website link and coming, right? And how much volume of people are coming day to day to the website? How many are converting? These are very important for business, right? You will need to have a track of all of that to strategize your business, strategize your sales. And even within that, you would want to understand your consumer behavior in detail. So for example, let's say you have some products listed on the website. Which is the product that consumers are showing most interest in? Or there might be cases where people click on a product, they add it to the cart, but when they see the price, they decide to drop off. Or they come to the add to cart stage, add the product to the cart, try to apply a coupon failed, they don't think it is viable to buy without a coupon, they accept. So think of all those scenarios. So if you want to be a quality digital marketer, you want to understand the consumer journey, right? I spoke about how marketing is if you remember, the 3 circles stacked on top of each other, kind of talking about digital marketing, we spoke about consumer understanding, right? If you want a good consumer understanding, you would need a good analytics platform, a good digital analytics platform. An example is Google Analytics. And why Google Analytics? Because it is free. It works seamlessly with a lot of other applications, etc. It is the most easy to learn, easy to use. All of you can have a Google Analytics account for free. How does that sound? Were you aware of this? You can just search on Google search, follow a few steps, and you can open your own analytics account. So here, this is my personal ID, one of my personal IDs, Google Analytics account that you have seen. You can see what all it can show, right? So for example, if I had a website, let's say I had a website, I could just link my website to this and embed certain relevant pixels within the website, or embed a certain SDK within my app. So don't worry what those technicalities are. Those are things that enable the portal to pick up data from your websites or app, and that could fill up here. Got it? So if you notice here, you can see real-time understanding of how many consumers are coming. What is your acquisition? What is the behavior that consumers are showing on your website or app? What are the conversions? Attribution. Attribution could help you understand which is the channel that has given you that conversion, given you that consumer. So there's a crazy amount of learning that you can do here. Same way, just like Google Analytics, there's Adobe Analytics and multiple other platforms. But Google Analytics is the simplest to learn. And if you learn one platform, naturally, you can pick up any number of other platforms very quickly. Just think of it. How easy is this? Are you absolutely surprised? You can literally take 5 days, 10 days to learn analytics. You can just go and tell your boss, sir, I know Google Analytics is free. Let me link your small website to Google Analytics, and we can get so much understanding of our consumer. So many people don't even link their website to analytics if it's a small website. So there's so much opportunity here, right? So if you work in another company, ask your friends in digital marketing if they can share an analytics access. So suppose you are in sales, or suppose you are in business analytics, ask them for this access. And that will tell you so much about your business, and you can use this to learn so much about your channels, how much they are contributing to your businesses, etc. Yeah. And what makes analytics successful? Like I said, it's integrated with so many other solutions. So I spoke about search, right? Search Ads 360, which is Google's search console, right? Surveys 360, which is basically Google surveys. Data Studio, it's a data visualization tool from Google. Google Ad Manager, this is what helps you run all the Google ads like display network ads, GDN ads, Google video ads, etc. Sometimes it even integrates with ERP softwares and Salesforce and etc. etc. So you can link all of that and use these platforms to really understand your business much better in a much more digital manner. So you already saw some of these subdomains, right? We discussed a few subdomains. First thing that you may need to really understand is which is the subdomain that has the best job opportunities, right? Which is it that will give you the right salary? So suppose you are someone who is already in the market since 4-5 years and you already earn, let's say, 8 lakhs per annum. You don't want to go to another role which gives you only 3 lakhs per annum, right? It makes no sense. So you have to be sure that you identify the right industry and the right subdomain where you can use your previous experience, your natural skills to get you the maximum value. So for example, I actually have juniors reporting into me who may have more experience in a particular domain that I have. For example, on programmatic. But what makes me senior to them in the system is my multi-channel understanding or business understanding. So very often there could be people who have experience in one domain for 5 years, but it's important to also understand the width, the relevance of the skills as well. So very often there could be people who might just be good at Facebook marketing, but they may not be good at anything else. Then what happens is 5 years, 7 years in the down the line, your career kind of stagnates because you don't need a 5-year experience guy to run a Facebook ad all the time, right? A junior employee can do it. A 5-year experienced person may want to do digital marketing strategy for you, right? Therefore, we may not need too much depth in skills after a certain period of time. So you may want to understand multiple domains over a period in your career as well. But when you start off, you need to be smart about where do you make that entry. Got it? And therefore, and to make that entry, something that is definitely required is a practical understanding of that universe. So take each of these domains. If you take email marketing, try to look at what are the skills there. What are the job descriptions in the market? Does it look like it is something that will work for you, right? Same way, you can pick up social media marketing. Look at it and see if that is something that naturally matches your skills. You don't take up anything which looks, which doesn't interest you. The third point that I have is that always take the help of a course that gives you a holistic perspective. When you take a course that talks about all these domains, you will get a full picture and you can pick what is the right way to go. 1. 2, sometimes you may have judged a lot of domains thinking they are too difficult, although they are too easy. For example, there are a lot of people I know who look at search, think that, oh my God, this is something really hi-fi, and run away from it. But when you learn, search is so easy that a 10th standard student can actually do search engine marketing. You don't need any qualifications. Obviously, the employer may ask for a certain degree or so for you to onboard you, but you can actually do it given you do a Google certification. Plus, you attend other holistic educational programs which give you perspective. So some of these domains are really, really easy to get into in that aspect. And but the key is, I'm going to repeat this again, do not get scared by any of the technical words and think that these are too difficult and run away from it. Okay. And one more thing that I want to conclude is saying this. A lot of people, just because, let's say, they did not do well in mathematics in BCom or struggle with their engineering, assume that, oh my God, I'm not good at technical things and I will not be able to digital marketing, which is not the case at all. Sometimes, there are people who are 3-4 years in the industry and they're making lakhs of rupees just by learning 1, 2, or 3 platforms. That's all you need to know. You don't need to necessarily know coding or too much analytics. I know junior digital employees who don't know a lot of analytics. They learn it over a period of time. So they may know only Google search when they start with. Over a period, with good mentorship from a manager at your job or through additional education, they learn, let's say, analytics. So they know search and analytics and they become much more holistic. So that's the reality of this domain.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Let's start with what is SEO. I mean, the fundamental thing, right, that we wanted to understand. So even before we dwell into search engine optimization or what we are trying to learn, right, let's see what is search engine. And every time when you think search engine, right, people feel that the search engine is nothing but a Google, or it could be a Bing, or it could be a Baidu, etc. But it's not true. I mean, if you look at your mobile phone, or if you look at your Windows operating system, right, all of these systems already have search engines, and they're pretty good search engines. Like if you search for anything, you'll get it instantaneously, and also you get a very relevant result. So all of these systems, either it could be Windows OS or mobile phone or anything, right? They got evolved, and that is the reason they are able to do the right way and right in their very accurate fashion. So whenever someone says search engine, don't always have the thing that, okay, search engine is nothing but Google, or it could be Bing, etc. It actually could be anything. It could be any system where any program or a software runs to get you the required information that you're searching for. Most of the people associate SEO with the Google, but that is not the fact, because Google is one of the search engines that predominantly being used in India to search for any of the results. For example, in China, we use Baidu very often. I think that has a 70% share in the Chinese market. But we are associating search engine with the Google search engine because that is what we use 90% of the time. So I may interchangeably using search engine and Google search engine very often in the further slides. So let's understand what is SEO, right? SEO is nothing but you try to optimize your page, or you try to make changes to your web page, right? It could be on the website or it could be off the website. so that it provides the relevant information for the user who is looking for any particular topic or particular piece of information, right? So so what I was trying to say is, whenever a website or a web page solves the user's query or the question that he has, right, then that particular web page or a website has the highest probability in ranking at the top of search engines. And that can be done either with a small piece of content like a one line of code, or it could be done by a thousands of lines of content with additional video, imaginary content, etc. So if someone searches, what is 1 kg equal to a grams, right? It always comes as a direct answer in Google. Let's saying that 1 kg equal to 1,000 grams. So that's a very straight answer, right? I mean, for that you need not write hundreds of lines of content to write it. What is 1 kg and what is a milligram, etc., etc. You can directly write saying that 1 kg equal to 1,000 grams. And if you're right doing proper on-page SEO, you'll be ranking at the top. So please do remember that whenever you're trying to do SEO for any website, try or any web page, don't over optimize or don't do it less. I mean, there's something called optimal way, optimal content, optimal changes in the on page, etc. And there's no formula saying that what is an optimal content. Sometimes it could be a 10 lines, that could be 100 lines, or it could be 1,000 lines of code, sorry, not code, 1,000 lines of content that you want to write. Okay, there's no direct answer saying, if you write for 1,000 lines, you'll be ranking at the top. It's all experimental things that you need to do. And you'll start doing with small number. Like first you'll write for 10 lines of content and do page optimization and see whether you're ranking or not. If you're not ranking, then you'll improve it to 100 lines of content. And if not, then you'll make it 1,000 lines of content. So that's the reason, right? SEO becomes very interesting. I mean, the fundamental rule in SEO is that SEO doesn't have a rule book. It only has guidelines. So what is a rule book? In maths, right? Whenever you do 1 + 1, the answer is always 2. It's not 3 or it's not 0. Whereas in SEO, right, you never know what is 1 + 1. I mean, if your first page is ranking, if one page is ranking at the top, and if you do the same thing for the second page, it may rank or it cannot rank. Okay. If it ranks, the answer is 1 + 1 equal to 2. If it doesn't rank, 1 + 1 equal to 1 only. Unfortunately, that page hinders your present existing page, and if both the pages drop in the ranking, then 1 + 1 becomes 0. So that's the interesting aspect in SEO, right? SEO doesn't have a rule, or it doesn't have a rule book saying you do XYZ and you're going to rank at first position, or you're going to rank at second position. You always have the guidelines which says that what are the best practices that you need to do so that you can rank in the search engines. This is something really important, and not many people would be letting you know, but that is how it is always present. Previously, right, the search engines, I mean, at least in the 1990s, 99 or in 2000s, right, search engine was happening only on the mobile phones or on the desktops. In fact, it's on the desktops actually, not even the mobile phones. Mobile phones came after the introduction of iPhone and the Galaxy phones, Samsung Galaxy phones, etc. Right? But later, right, the internet has evolved. In fact, there are a lot of IoTs where you can do searches. There are a lot of connected TVs or the smart TVs where you can do searches. There are a lot of consoles like PS4 console, Xbox console where you can do searches. So SEO is right now not only related to your desktop or mobile results. You need to understand that there are different types of different types of devices on which searches are happening. For example, Alexa is also a device, IoT device where the searches happen, and the mode of communication is voice. So whenever you try to build your website, right, you need to make sure that you're trying to address all search engines queries. So it's not that you need to answer only your Google or Bing search engine, but you need to address other IoT or other devices through which people try to get an information. So just keep in mind that when you're trying to optimize a particular page, see whether you're all able to optimize the page for all kinds of devices and all kinds of search engines, because people don't look at your website only on the desktop or not on the laptop or a mobile alone. These days, people look at your website on the consoles also. At least I look at on my smart TV also at times. So bear that in mind and try to do all kinds of things that are needed to be at the top ranking for all kinds of search engines. And if you look at the industry standards, what are the predominant search engines and what is the share? It's a Google that will always be ranking at the top, which has 80% to 99% of the share, depending on the devices that you are using. Let's move forward, right? So let's try to understand why SEO is important. Most of the people say that okay, SEO is important, but we don't really go to the bottom of the bottom down and see why it's actually important. The first and foremost reason why I believe SEO is important is the first source of information. Ideally, right now people are not remembering much of the things on the brain. In fact, if you want to calculate something, people are going to Google and then they use a calculator. Or if you want to do conversion, like what is 100 degrees in Fahrenheit, we don't really do a math. We just go to Google and do a math. If you want to know what is the present IPL score, you don't really look at the TV. We go to Google and we search the IPL score and you get an answer. And if you want to know the price of the particular share, you will always go to Google and search it. And you don't really go to Money Control or CNBC or Ask to know the answers, right? So I think that's the place, or that's a position that Google has come up, where it has become the first source of information, where any user will type for any kind of information. So it's always important that when you're trying to do optimization, you first address the Google search engine problems. You first rank at the top for Google, then you can think of any other search engine. The second, why it's becoming important for the and second, why is it becoming important these days is, it gives free traffic. I mean, it gives traffic. It gives, whenever traffic comes, you get conversion. That could be leads, that could be orders, that could be revenue, etc. And everything comes for a free, right? Everyone wants something for free, which because it always gives an additional cushion where you want, if you want to spend higher money in SEM, etc. So you don't have to pay any penny except the tools or the resources that are working on SEO, and it's like you do it once and you'll be there on top for a while. It's not that SEM where you need to pay money for every keyword and every bidding that you're trying to do. SEO is not like that. Probably if you do proper SEO and you're ranking the top position, you may be there for 1 year, or you may be there for 1 month or 1 week or a 1 day. But it's not that for one query you'll be ranking it first and for other queries you'll not be ranking it first. So if you do once, it will have a long lasting effect. And third, right, it's a trust factor, which is very, very important these days. Right now we don't know whom to trust, what to trust, etc. So if Google trusts, right, most of the people trust. Let's say today if I search for what is the IPL score, right, it says it's 120 by 120 runs for 2 wickets, right, and everyone believes it. I mean, you really don't switch on the TV and then validate whether it is right or wrong, because Google has built the system in such a way that all the data that is showing is many of the time it's accurate, and sometimes it is not so accurate, but multiple times it is accurate. All the fundamental things. When did India get independence? It always says August 15, 1947, and it will never change. Those are some of the things that are built by Google, and there are certain things which change dynamically, but Google has made sure that it shows the right amount of information, and if it is wrong, it actually changes its algorithm and it will push on whichever website it is showing the wrong information at the top. So in nutshell, trust has become a very important piece, and Google has solved that problem. And third, the scale, the number of searches that happen on Google is humongous. It's like 6 billion searches per day, unimaginable number actually. If at all someone says that you're getting those many searches, you can actually feel that you're solved for next 1 year or 1 decade actually. And third, there are a lot of local businesses, right? Like the chai walas, or there could be there could be a shoe seller who is selling on the platform, right? These people cannot advertise on TV, or they cannot advertise on the papers saying that, hey, I'm selling shoes for this particular price. I'll get the XYZ models, ABC ka brands, etc. You don't need to do all of that, which is a paid thing. Even if you want to create pamphlets, right, that will take some money. But in Google, right, you can always list your website for free. And sometimes you will be ranking it could be ranking first, second, or wherever, right? At least if someone searches for the particular business name, will always be shown. So all these local businesses, which became very important in last 4 or 5 years due to hyperlocal things, etc., they are able to get an online presence for free, and they're able to get calls, they're able to get the leads directly. And as an internet user also, right, I don't need to go to a particular hospital and see, okay, whether this particular hospital is open on the particular timing on a particular day. I directly get their phone number on the internet, specifically Google. I call those guys I inquire them when is a particular doctor coming, is he available or not. And based on that, I make a decision. So all of these has become this become very common these days, but 10 years back, this is not so common. I mean, when I have started my SEO career, all of this is not available. And very, very few things were there. Right now, if Google has changed a lot, but if you look at the first version of the Google, I'm telling you, it's very tough to relay that information. And Google has solved all of these problems. And these are the 5 important reasons why SEO has become very important. Let's move forward. Let's try to understand how search engines work, right? I mean, this is very important, guys. We'll dig deep into this further slides also. But in Uber level, this is what you have to understand, right? So what internet has become is it become an abundance piece of information, and all the information is present as a web page. All multiple web pages considering come as a website, but you can consider all of these pages as independent, and we can call them as web pages. So multiple source of information and different types of information. It could be text, it could be image, or it could be videos, or it could be anything else. That all is present on the web page. And what's happening is there are like millions of pages that come every day, and now it is very tough for the user to know which one is proper and where to search the information. And that's where search engines came into play, and they are able to solve the user's problem. Like if I want to know a particular information, search engines actually show the right information at the right time in the right place. And how do they do that? They do it via a program that is called as crawler. But a crawler is nothing but actually a piece of program that is written by the search engine experts. So you can assume the program, you can call the program as a crawler, or it can be called as a bot, robot, or a spider, etc. Let's call it crawler for easy purpose. So what happens is Google has a list of websites that it knows are existing. Now it sends its code, or it sends its spider, or it sends its crawler, where it tries to read multiple pages, and it tries to get all the pieces of the particular page. For example, if it goes to money control, right, it knows everything is a share price. If it goes to market, my smart price, right, it knows that everything is a price product. Like in my smart price, you can always find the price of iPhone on Amazon, Flipkart, etc. If it goes to ClickBuzz, right, it knows that ClickBuzz is a website that talks more about cricket. It talks about the players, it talks about the batsmen, it talks about the scores, etc. If it goes to a website like goal.com, it knows that it's about football, and it knows that who is Ronaldo, and it knows who is Ronaldinho, etc. So how does it all happen? It happens because Google has a lot of AI and a lot of programming at the back end, where it tries to read a particular page, and it tries to read every word that is present in your website. Okay, guys, remember that it reads every single letter, single word, and then it makes a data dictionary. Let's say I'm writing, let's again go to the ClickBuzz page, right? Let's say I'm on the Sachin Tendulkar page, profile page, right? In the profile page, ClickBuzz says that he's one of the top batsmen, he's an opener, he scored 100 centuries, etc. So every piece of information is important, and Google takes it out. So what are the key? Google sees everything as a keyword. Like when Sachin Tendulkar comes, it associates with a cricketer, it associates with a batsman, because it makes a entry for a batsman, and the batsman's page, it always has multiple batsmen. It could be Sehwag, it could be Sachin, it could be Dhoni, etc. And when it goes to money control, right, it knows that there's an Infosys share. So it creates a particular page for Infosys share, and it takes the values from multiple sources. It takes from money control, it takes from NDTV profit, etc., etc. Right? So Google crawls your page and reads every single line of code. It actually can read your images. It can also read your videos, and it can store that particular information. And what happens is when it has a huge amount of information, it systematically breaks out into multiple pieces. It systematically breaks into multiple buckets or into multiple databases. Whenever someone's searching for cricket, it knows that it should to show ClickBuzz, ESPN, Cricinfo, Crick etc. Whenever someone searches for share price, Infosys share price, it knows it need to show money control, it should to show NDTV profit, etc. That is coming because it has created a particular page for Infosys share. In the Infosys share page, it has listed what are the websites that are talking about these pages. And whenever someone searches for a particular keyword like Infosys share, right, it got a laundry list of pages like money control, NDTV profit, Ask Search, etc. Right? It sees which is giving the best information. which is giving the right information, which is getting more traction from the users, which is a website which has more authority, in the sense which is a web page that has more backlinks, which is a page that are getting more social media shares, which is a website which are getting more tweets, etc. So it looks into all these factors, then it ranks each of the pages. And when it ranks each of the pages, it will let the users to click on the first page, and it will understand how is the user behaving. Let's say money control is coming at the top for Infosys share, and if a user comes to if he clicks on the money control link, and if he goes to money control website, and suppose he bounces back, then Google understand that, okay, this guy he went to money control, but he bounced back again. It means he probably did not get the required information. Let's keep the money control in the second rank. Let's keep NDTV profit in the first rank. And let's say next person goes NDTV profit and he spends good amount of time. And if he doesn't bounce back, then Google understand that, so the guy who went to NDTV profits did not bounce back. He did not look for a second link. It means NDTV profit is a better website to show for Infosys share. So all of this happens via a lot of testing. Google does a lot of A/B testing. I mean, it does millions of A/B testing, and no one knows how many tests also it's doing. So it's not that if every user will see the same set of results, every user sees the same kind of pages. It shows a particular set of pages, and if the users are behaving in same way, where they're not bouncing back from the first URL that they're clicking, then Google gives high priority for that particular page, and it will be shown at the top and many more times. There are three parts in the search engine, right? It has crawler, it has indexing, or it has crawling, it has indexing, and then the ranking. So crawling is nothing but a robot or a spider or a particular programming going to a website and trying to read all piece of information. So as part of crawling, it's only data collection. So all the information is collected from a particular website, and it just gives it to the internal program. Now, next step is index. Next step, what happens is Google tries to organize all these content in a systematic manner. So, for example, there's a crawler that went to Money Control, that went to ClickBuzz, right? So the same crawler can go to both the places. And what happens is this crawler will keep Money Control in the finance section, and it will keep ClickBuzz in the sports section. So Google, after crawling the pages, it will systematically break down the pages so that it is easy for the users to see the relevant information. Once the crawling happens, right, now Google will see, okay, I have seen a particular website. Now, can I show this website to the users or not? Because unless and until the website owner gives permission to the Google saying that, hey, you have the right to show my website to the users on the Google will never ever show the particular website. And the webmasters or the website owners always have an option whether the website to be present on the Google or not to be present on the Google. For example, right, if you're going to a website like Flipkart, right, you always have customer profile pages. You have credit card information, personal information pages, right? So what I do is, as a web owner, I will always block those personal information pages. So Google bot can, even if it crawls a particular page where there's a credit card, it will not be indexed, because as a website owner, I'm telling you, okay, this is a piece of information that is private and that should not be indexed. So Google will only show those set of pages that have given permission to show in the Google searches. Once the indexation happens, it gets a list of pages, then it tries to see which one should be ranking at the top. And the ranking is determined via 200 signals. It could be on-page elements like metadata, canonical tag, description, etc., or it could be other elements like backlinks, etc. So these three steps happen before your website gets ranked. The first is crawling, second is indexing, and third is ranking. I mean, that's the theory part. Now let's go to a particular website and see, so it's easy for you guys to understand, right? By the way, this is my profile. You can always link to me, connect to me. Let's go to Flipkart. Okay, this is easy for you guys to understand. Okay, so what happens is Google will discover a website like Flipkart. It could come on its own, or it could come via seeding. So Google can discover the Flipkart on its own. We can also seed via search console saying that, you know, hey, I have started a new website called Flipkart. Why don't you come and crawl it? Okay, so that's the first step. And let's say Google has come to this particular website and it came to Flipkart.com, right? Now it doesn't understand anything about Flipkart. Okay. First and foremost, what it does is it tries to see. I mean, it always sees the text version of your page. Okay, it will never see this UI version. So you always have to see the text version, and you see it via view source. When you come to the source, right, it will have something called as title. So it says the title says online shopping site for mobiles, electronics, furniture, grocery, lifestyle. Now everything is a keyword for Google. Now it understands that Flipkart is a website where people can come and do online shopping. And Flipkart is a website where people can shop for mobiles. Flipkart is a website where people can buy electronics, where they can buy furniture. So what happens is I'll just show in Excel. First, it comes to Flipkart, and it will take the keywords out of it, right? It's like online shopping. It's all what we have written, okay? Google sees only what have we written. And then it sees that we are selling mobile phones. We are selling furniture. We are selling grocery. We are selling books. Okay, let's take this. So what it says is Flipkart is a website which is relevant for the users who are looking to buy something online, and who are looking to buy mobile phones, or who are looking to buy furniture, who are looking to buy grocery. It is not something for the people who are looking to buy shades, because nowhere we have mentioned about shades. We never told that people can buy shades on Flipkart. So if your particular user is searching for shades, Flipkart is not relevant, because in the data dictionary of Google, Flipkart is only associated with online shopping. It's associated with mobile. It's associated with furniture, grocery, and books. It is not associated with the shades. Okay. So what happens? The crawler comes similar to a user. Assume that crawler is nothing but a user. Okay, for easier understanding. So when a user comes and he sees online shopping site for mobiles, he understands that okay, this is an online shopping website and we can buy mobile phones. Same way Google does, but it does it at a keyword level. It breaks out. It breaks out into online shopping. It breaks into mobiles, etc. So as I told you, search engine will have three actions to do. One is crawling, understanding every web page that it sees on the internet. Then it will index the pages after doing the data dictionary, saying, okay, these are the web pages that are relevant to a particular keyword, and these are the pages that should be indexed. Then it shows ranking. It has a lot of factors. There are 200 ranking factors that gets into play where each of the website compete, and it will be keeping a particular website in rank 1 and the other website in rank 2, etc. And as an SEO person, we are supposed to do all the three activities. We are responsible for crawling the website. We are responsible for the pages getting indexed. We are responsible for getting the ranking for the website. So if at all you're going to do SEO, make sure that you do all the three activities. It's not always about ranking. Sometimes the pages don't even get indexed. You need to understand why is that and solve that. Let's look at Google's SEO, right? That is what we are going to talk about. So the important point is, unless and until you evolve with time, with the user's expectations, you will not be able to survive. It could be in the business, or it could be the SEO also. Unless and until you modify the web pages, or you modify the website content that users are looking for, you will be perished. So be active, be cautious, be very active on what kind of content you want to show, and show very relevant and latest content. Cool. We'll move forward. And this is the Google's mission when they started the company. They wanted to organize the complete information that is available in internet in such an organized manner, such that that's most useful, which will take less amount of time for the user to complete. Or what are the strategies, or what is the reason why Google should show your website at the top, coming to, apart from others, right? If you are able to answer all these 6 questions with a yes, then definitely you will have an option, you have a chance on ranking top. So you need to definitely make sure that your website, if at all you want to rank at the top, right, you need to ask these 6 questions to yourself. Does your web page answer with a strong yes to these all 6 questions? If it is correct, if it is yes, then you will have a chance to rank at the top page. Like if you're able to serve a high quality content to the users, it should not be a duplicate content that you take from your other website and just paste on your website. Is your website mobile friendly? In the sense, Is your website changing according to the device? Is your website loading fast enough? Or is it taking 1 minute time? Is it taking 10 minutes time to show the content? You need to answer saying that no, my website is not taking so much of time. It's loading fast and it's showing the relevant information. And it is a secure web page where hackers cannot steal the user's information, right? Then there is a high probability that you'll be ranking at the top. So whenever you start trying to rank at the top, make sure you ask these questions to a particular web page. And if you get an answer as yes, then you're good to go ahead. Moving on, right? Whenever you want to rank your web page, there are only two ways how you can do. One, it's on page, where how you want to show your website to a particular user. And second is how other websites are perceiving your website. A small example is this, okay? Whenever you search for a prominent profile, let's say you search for Mahatma Gandhi, or you search for Nehru, or you search for Subhash Chandra Bose, right? Most of the times, Wikipedia website comes in first place. And do you know the reason why? I'll just show you a web page and you'll understand. Let's take Mahatma Gandhi only.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp, B. LinkedIn, C. Facebook, D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And there's something called citations at the bottom. You see, this web page has taken content from so many places. Okay, so every content that is present on this particular page is backed up by some other website. And second, this page has, this website actually, the Wikipedia has a lot of authentic content. So the authenticity of the website, the backlink that are present to the Wikipedia page, and the source from where Wikipedia is taking the content. And fourth, Google knows that this is a web page that is monitored, or that is something that is curated. Like, you cannot create a wiki page and then it goes live. There is someone called moderator who sees the page and who approves the page. So Google knows that, this is a website which doesn't have random pages. This is a website which have pages that were screened, that were that were reviewed by the editors, and then it went live. So because of all these factors, right, Wikipedia comes at the top. And that's how you need to also work, where you provide an information after it gets reviewed by, if you're writing a health kind of a website, right, or a money-making website, make sure that gets reviewed by the experts. Second, make sure that you link to the relevant website. Let's say when you say that, coronavirus dies after 14 days in your human body, right? It's a claim that you're making, but if you're only going to link it, or if you're going to reference with the WHO statement saying that coronavirus dies after 14 days, right? Then your web page authenticity increases. Try to get more people talking about you. I can definitely say at least 10,000 websites are linking to this particular Mahatma Gandhi ka web page. Similarly, write something so that people link to your website. People talk about your website. People talk about your website so that you come at the top in the Google search. To talk it technically, right? Anything that you're showing on the web page on your website is called on page. That is making changes on your website, on your web page. Those changes could be your meta tags like title, description, keywords, schema, etc. Or those changes could be visible content like adding new images, adding more videos for the users, or adding more infographics content, adding more polls, etc. So that is something that is visible and that is shown, that you are telling to Google that, hey, my web page, like Flipkart as a web page, is relevant for online shopping. It is relevant for buying mobile phones. It is relevant to buy furniture, but it is not relevant to buy shares. So that is what you need to tell very specifically so that you rank for the right set of keywords. The second thing is backlinks, building backlinks or off-page optimization. Whatever things that you outside your website that are talking about your web page is called off-page. You can actually write a Quora post saying about Wikipedia's page and Wikipedia Mahatma Gandhi's page. You can actually create an Instagram, probably you can create a Pinterest which has images of Mahatma Gandhi, and Mahatma Gandhi could be linked to Wikipedia page. You can actually have a what do you call blog written about Mahatma Gandhi, and that can link to Mahatma Gandhi ka wiki page. So anything and everything that you do outside of your website, right, outside of your web page, is called off page. And both of these are important if at all you want to rank your website at the top. But on page gets a higher precedence. Unless and until you do proper on page optimization, don't go to off page optimization. Unless until you set your web page in the right way, with the right set of keywords, with the right set of tags, don't go for off page, because that will not help you out at all. So it's important to fix your on page first and then go to the off page. So this is a Uber level how you want to set the process. Everyone has a different way of doing it, but you can assume this is one building block of how you start SEO process if you're doing from the scratch in your website. First and foremost, try to understand what your website is going to do. Try to understand, is a website created for short term or a long term? For example, what is created for the short term? Everything that is seasonal, right? That is created for a short term. Like today, I'm going to sell greeting cards of 2021, right? That's a short term website.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online course mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
But today, if I'm writing about Sachin Tendulkar, right, that's going to be long term. So throughout years, I wanted to read about Sachin Tendulkar. But if I'm creating greeting cards of 2021, and if I'm seeing the same on 2022, no one is going to buy the greeting cards of 2021. So always see whether your website is going to help users in a long term or is going to help in a short term. Second, whenever you're starting, right, trying to optimize any page, do the keyword research very, very exhaustively, very extensively. Unless and until you do right keyword research, you will not be able to do anything. I would actually say keyword research is the foundation for any SEO thing that you're going to do. Similar to how a building needs a foundation laid in the ground, you need to have proper keyword research done. Unless you do that, your SEO strategy is going to fail, whatever it is. And next, create proper content explaining about multiple things of your website. Then you can create backlinks. It could be internal backlinks or it could be external backlinks. That will help you in ranking. That will help you in increasing the authority. That will help you in increasing the link juice, and that will help you in ranking. And last, any web page that you're trying to rank, make sure that it is properly visible to the web bot and the Google user, or search engine users, and it's also rendered properly, and it doesn't have any technical issues like showing some content to the users and some content to the Google bot, etc. So you fix your technical issues, have proper content, have latest information, and you will be set to rank at the top. Let's start with the on-page SEO. I think this is the important aspect that we need to know. And from here, probably I will have a practical, I'll show you practically what we are going to do. So in on-page optimization, as I was talking to you, the foundation will always be keyword research. And in keyword research is the way you need to start. Once you get the keyword done, then you create the content specific and useful, relevant to your keywords. And later, once you create the content, make sure those pages are getting crawled, indexed, and then ranking. After that, you can also look at technical aspects of the website and the user experience to understand, even if I'm ranking at the top and once the user comes, is he bouncing back or is he consuming the content? Once the user bounces back, it's a bad and a negative signal for you. So make sure that the user experience is also proper. So let's start with the keywords, right? I mean, anything and everything that you search in the Google or anywhere, right? That's called a keyword. Or any phrase or any word that you type is called a keyword. And keyword is a very common terminology that you use across the digital marketing, whether it could be paid or organic. Both SEO and SEM are built on the keywords, and both of them compete each other for a particular keyword. So it's important for you to understand that, when you're trying to rank at the top, are you also competing with SEM results, because of which you're losing the traffic. So whenever you're trying to assess why am I not getting required amount of traffic, you need to understand whether SEM is outranking you. I'll give a small example, right? Let's search for Flipkart only. See, we are searching for a particular called Flipkart, and I own the website called Flipkart.com. Ideally, I should rank at the top. So what I assume is, every particular search that I'm getting should actually come to the Flipkart organic traffic, but that is not going to happen because people are going to see the ads first and then the organic results next. Probably there will be a 50% drop in the organic searches. In the sense, if 100 people are searching for the Flipkart keyword, only 50 people will be clicking your Flipkart for organic results. So the traffic that you can expect out of the Flipkart keyword is only 50 because the other 50 is actually going to the paid results. So make sure or have an understanding that if the traffic is not always equivalent to your search volume. Even if the same number of searches are happening, because the ads are at the top, they take your traffic and not everything comes to your organic results. So if you take the keywords, right, they are segregated into head terms, mid tail or short tail or long tail. So these segregation is done based on the search volume. So coming to where we started, right? So whenever I have the keywords, I look into the terms which have the search volume, which are the highest search volume, that is called head term, which are having medium searches, that is called mid tail, and which are having low searches, that will be called as long tail keyword. There's something called apply home loan, apply home loan with low interest rate. Okay, definitely this is a keyword, and this will have very, very low search volumes. If I have to be precise, I'll just take a random number, but this would be 1,000. Apply home loan could be 6,000. This could be 5,000. This could be 4,000. Broad match will be 1,000, 2,000. Let's assume this is 1,500. Sorry, 1,500, and this would be 100. Okay. So what happens is an exact match keyword will have the highest searches, but in exact match there will only be single keyword. Because of that, the overall search volume of exact match will be low. If I take the phrase match, right, the number of searches is 15,000. So each individual keyword will have a low search volume, but at an aggregate level, phrase match will have a higher search volume than exact match. And if I take broader, right, if there'll be more keywords which I'm not putting here, their search volume will be further more, and because of which the broad match search volume will be more than your phrase and exact matches. And lastly, you have certain keywords which are very precise. These are called long tail keywords, and people really search for these keywords. So you need to make sure that you rank for every keyword that is relevant to you, and you get it. I mean, you'll be ranking once you have proper metadata, proper content on the page. You need to understand the intent of the customer also, so that it's not only ranking that comes into the picture, but it's also the conversion that gets ramped up. Getting the user to the web page is half work that you have done by SEO, right? You need the user to convert. He need to submit a lead. He need to use his mobile number, or he need to purchase some product from us, or he need to apply for a home loan, etc. That is when SEO or any digital marketing is successful. Otherwise, it's a half work done. Now, to get that done right, you need to understand what is the customer journey. Where is the guy present as of now? Is he trying to research something? Is he trying to consider multiple things? Is he trying to purchase, or is he looking at brand, right? So just take an example again, right? Whenever someone searches for a home loan, right, it's a very, very broad match keyword, and people actually do a research. So people actually who don't know about home loan, right, they type for home loan. After reading, sometimes they know that there's something called interest rate that is associated with home loan. And second, they also know that home loans are given against a property. Okay, so what people do is people will search, and they know that the home loans are given by the banks and NBFCs. So people will start searching for ICICI Bank home loan. Okay, this is called as consideration, because maybe it's also part of your research, but it comes in the part of consideration in the branded, where people know about your brand, or they know that okay, there's something more they need to look into. They'll actually compare ICICI Bank versus HDFC Bank home loan. So this is where they try to compare multiple products. And once they know that HDFC Bank is the lowest home loan, they apply for HDFC home loan. So this is when people will start researching. This is when people will know the branded terms or technical terms of the particular. Then this is something called as consideration. This is purchase. You can correlate to the same thing. I mean, do you want to buy a sedan car or do you want to buy a compact car, right? You first search for car, that is a research or a broad level. Then you search for, okay, there is something called compact car and there is something called sedan car. So you search for, okay, sedan cars. Later you search for the brands like, okay, Maruti sedan cars or probably Hyundai compact cars, etc. Then you know that, there's Hyundai i10, then there is a Swift Maruti car, right? Then you'll compare Maruti Swift versus Hyundai i10, which is good. If I assume that, okay, Maruti Swift is what you want to buy, then you say that, okay, buy Maruti Swift car online. That is purchase behavior. And if you have to correlate this, your keyword research, this is what we come as head term. This is called branded terms. This is called, this will be falling under mid tail. This is long tail. Usually this is how the correlation exists. So these are some of the long tail keywords, but these are the people who are on the last leg of their purchase, where the purchase behavior, purchase intent is very high, but these keywords are very much unique for the user that they're searching for. I can 100% tell you, 99% people search for the same home loan keyword, but I can tell you that only 5% people search for this keyword and 5% people search for the other Monday keyword, etc. So long tail keywords, to be precise, the long tail keywords are a bit specific to the user that they are searching for, and there will be vast number of long tail keywords with lower search volume. Now, as I spoke before, right, how you need to choose the keyword that you want to target, right? You need to make sure that the keywords are relevant to you first and foremost. Second, you need to see which are having a high search volumes with a low competition, and then you need to go behind that. And let's assume that, okay, this is something called World Book Day, okay, and it has high search volume. Let's assume, it has 44 million searches, right? Even if that is the case, we will never ever work on World Book Day because we are an e-commerce platform where I'm trying to sell certain products, and I'm not going to work on World Book Day as of today. It's only an informational keyword. It's not a purchase intended keywords. So even if the competition is low, if the search volumes are high, I'm not going to rank as of now. Let's assume I'm ranking for every other keyword, then I may go behind this keyword. One more thing, right? This is something very, very important when you're trying to do SEO, right? Don't do SEO only for the Google bot or the search engine, okay? Every time remember that you're actually going to solve a user's problem. You're, you're going to help a user in whatever way that is possible for you. So always think that, let's say if ICICI is not giving the right interest rate, then let's assume that ICICI interest rate is uh, actually more than what HDFC is offering, right? Don't ever say that, ICICI Bank is offering lowest interest rate compared to HDFC. You can actually say ICICI is offering one of the best interest rates. Okay. But what happens is when you have these negative things or when you're trying to bluster the wrong things, right? You will be penalized after a while because trust is something that Google wants and the Google gives a high priority. So every time make sure all the information that you're writing is proper. You can always say that you're offering cheap flights. Don't say that you're offering cheap flights compared to Indigo, SpiceJet, because people will compare and they'll say that hey, this guy is saying that they're offering cheap cost flights compared to SpiceJet, but that is not fact. So play with the words intelligently so that you are on the safe side and you won't get penalized. So there's one more tool that I was telling you, to Burst Suggest, where you can key in the keywords. So you can get this is a secondary source of getting keywords. And this is one more tool. I'll just hide this one. This is called Keyword IO, which will also give you the same set of, different set of keywords. And Answer the Public is one more place where you can know what actually users are searching for. It will tell you all the questions related to a particular question. Like if you're looking for travel, right, or if you're looking for holidays, right, it will tell you, what are the travel that are getting searched, how are they getting searched, etc. So these are the, you can have the combinations with holidays can, week, without, for, holidays to particular place, holidays near a particular airport, particular locality, etc. So Answer the Public is also very interesting website. I would suggest you guys go there and look for a particular set of keyword, and you will find interesting topics over there. And I mostly use this web page to get the blog ideas. So this is where I actually see ideas that I want to write for my blog. For example, people also search for holidays without flights, right? Okay, then that's an important keyword for me actually. Like not everyone can travel in flight because of the connectivity or because of the pricing. So that is something people look for, and we actually write a blog post on that. Then you can also do a competition analysis whenever you are trying to rank. Right? Let's go to let's see practically. You can always read these slides on your own website, right? Okay. So I'm searching for a books keyword, and I know that this is saying the search volume is 368. The difficulty is very, very high. It's very tough to rank easily. But let us see who are ranking at the top. Okay, that will tell you which. Where is this? This should get a list of keywords ideally. Yeah, sorry. So when you search for the books keyword, these are the results that you get it, right? Okay, you see Wikipedia is ranking at the top, and then it is getting books.google and Cambridge, Amazon, etc., etc. Now let's assume Flipkart is also here, and we wanted to, as Flipkart, right? I want to compete with this particular page, right? Then I will try to see what is this page actually doing, right? That will help me understanding what I'm missing and what this website is doing. So you can do it in two ways. One, you can click on you can look on the particular page. You can see what are the keywords that they're ranking for, and based on this, I can see whether I'm having the particular keyword or not. Like online bookstore is something that these people are ranking. Now, whenever I go to Flipkart website, right, I need to make sure that my title is having online bookstore. It doesn't have bookstore actually. If you see the title, right? So ideally, I would incorporate that one. So buy books online at best prices in India at online store is something I write it. Okay. So that helps me in competing for the keyword that Amazon is ranking, but we are not ranking. So this is how you do your compete analysis. You see for a particular page, you key in a particular keyword, see who are ranking at the top, and identify your competitor. Definitely Wikipedia is not my competitor, even if it's ranking at first. It's actually Amazon because we both sell the products. And even these Book My Show is not a competitor because they actually sell the movie tickets or the show tickets. I know that it's only Amazon that is ranking. And when I know that that is ranking, sorry, that is a competitor web page, I click on the page, I understand, get a further analysis saying what are the keywords that they're trying to rank. And also have more details actually. You can give an assessment, which is not present as of today, but you can see what are the content that is present on these pages. Let's open this particular page, and you'll be able to see what they are doing and what we are not doing. So here we can see that they have something called top offers, best books. They have a content here. Let's also see whether Flipkart also has a content. Yeah, Flipkart also has a content. They have a better content. Probably the backlinks are high for this particular page, right? So we'll see that also. Go to backlink gap and key in these two particular keywords. Let's see Flipkart. Let's see Amazon. So it should be different. When I do a keyword backlink, then I'll understand where Amazon is getting backlinks and where we are not getting. Okay. If you see here, right, this is a web page. Where Amazon.in is coming. It's coming. One second, guys. Ideally, it says that you can get a backlink from Amazon.com, which I don't want to. There will be other websites where you can get a backlink. Like this is a web page where Amazon has a backlink, but we don't have a backlink. So this particular page, which is having a backlink to Amazon. So this is a page which is having a backlink to Amazon, and that is the reason this authority of this particular page is high. Even this web page like eY.in, right? They have a backlink. Like in fact, they have given 47 backlinks. Sorry, they have one backlink to Amazon. This particular website, ebookmailer.co.in, they have 20,000. They have given 22,600 backlinks. So what you do is when you think your off page, sorry, when you think that on page is proper, or where you're on par with your competitor, where you have the good amount of content, where you have proper metadata, etc. Right? Then you look into the backlinks. And when you look at the backlinks, you actually see where is your competitor getting the backlinks and where you are not available. Flipkart has all zero backlinks from these websites, whereas this Amazon book page has the backlink for all these pages. So what you start doing is you go to particular website, you talk to those people and ask them, okay, can you give a backlink to me? And that's how you start doing that. For example, this 123 wallpapers XYZ, right? This is something where anyone can create a account, and in that account you can always get a backlink because it's very easy to do that. So ideally that's how you do, where you actually see what the competitor and where the competitor is getting the backlinks, and you try to replicate them if possible. So this is another tool called, it's a very similar interface where you key in a particular keyword, you will be telling what are the monthly searches. It will be telling you who are ranking in the top 10 positions. Then you can see what is your domain authority, page authority, etc. And you can see what are their backlinks, etc. So we saw, right, one from Amazon, we saw that online bookstore is something that Amazon book page is ranking, whereas Flipkart is not ranking. So I use it as a one of the keyword that I can start ranking for Flipkart. And I'll get there by changing my title where the store keyword is not available as of now. I'll incorporate the keyword like store and I'll try to rank it. It is very much similar to what we have discussed before. The head term, phrase, and long tail, right? This is one type of segregation, and there's a second kind of segregation that we call it in technical terms. They are called informational keywords, navigational keywords, and business keywords. So information keyword is something what people try to look for. For example, if you search for home loan, right? It is something people want to understand about home loan. What are things that are present in home loan? Does it have an interest rate? Does it have a pre-closure fees, etc., etc.? So it's all about information, saying that okay, what is a home loan? How do I apply home loan, etc., etc. When there are keywords like navigation keywords are very specific keywords related to a website. So navigation keywords are the keywords that are specific to the brand names. Okay, if you don't know what is the URL of Flipkart, right? You just search for Flipkart and it will tell you it's flipkart.com. If you don't know Prime Video, is it primevideo.in or .com, right? You just search for Prime Video, then it will take you to the website. So all the keywords that are very specific to the website name, those are called as navigational keywords. And the third is the business keywords. Actually, those are the keywords that bring you money. I mean, that will bring you orders, that will bring you revenue, that will bring you leads, etc. Right? Those are called business keywords. And these business keywords are like buy particular product, like buy Swift car, or buy iPhone X, or apply for ICICI Bank home loan, etc. So these are the three intents that we can think of. I mean, previously we saw that whether they are in the research phase or whether they are in the consideration phase or the purchase phase, right? You can simply think that research phase is nothing but it's also known as information keyword that you want to look at. Consideration is more like it's also part of research. I mean, it's also part of your information keyword. But again, you can think that it's a mid-tail keyword that you can think of. And purchase usually gets overlapped with your business keywords. So keyword distribution is something that we saw, right? Like whenever you open, where is this? I have opened a particular web page to get there. I saw what are the keywords that they're ranking for. So when I opened this page, I saw that these are the organic keywords that the particular page is ranking. And I'll try to see what are the additional keywords that I can take from these guys. Yeah, these are some of the best practices that we need to do. Don't stuff the keywords. I mean, when you have a head term keyword, try to use it once or second at the maximum. And when you're using the second time, try to use a variation, right? Like when I use home loan, I try to use home loans at one place. When I'm trying to use personal loan, I try to use personal loans at a second place. Okay. So try to have small variation so that it will not be like a repetition of your keyword. Second, don't keep so many keywords on your website. Okay, I mean the title should not be like home loan, apply home loan, buy home loan interest rate, etc. Everything should not be there. Try to have a meaningful sentences. Okay, that is what we showed. That is what I showed you before. Whenever you have a keyword, right, try to write a proper, meaningful sentence that a user and also a Google bot doesn't think that okay, this guy is stuffing too much about my keywords. It actually thinks that it's a proper English sentence where you're trying to convey multiple points. So this is called keeping a, I mean, writing title or other content without stuffing. If you do keyword stuffing, you will get penalized. So try to use keywords very scarcely, don't densely use them. Second is, I mean, the best practices would be keep the keywords in your URL. So that is what we did when we are trying to rank for the home loan keyword. We tried keeping the URL we tried keeping the keyword in your URL also. This is taxonomy. I think this is an important topic. Let me discuss it in detail. I'll take a particular example of Bank Bazaar. Okay, that will help you in understanding because others are very easy for you to understand. So Bank Bazaar, right? They sell loans. Okay, they sell personal loans. They sell credit cards. Okay, and we know that Bank Bazaar has ICICI personal loan and ICICI credit card. We have HDFC personal loan, CC. Okay. So what we usually do is whenever we are given a website and asking whether the taxonomy or whether the website structure is proper, right? We try to do in such a way that all the pages become unique, all the URLs become unique, and they're also linked properly. So let's assume if this is something that is given to you, right? As an SEO person, what I usually do is I create the URL structure in this fashion. And every category will have a subfolder. So this will be personal loan. This will be personal loans. This will be credit cards. Now, inside this, I'll actually go down. I'll make it ICICI personal loan.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So this is the website structure will be where you have a home page that will be linking to your personal loan and the credit cards. And again, inside this category will have sub pages, and this category will have the sub pages. What I usually do is, as an intelligent way, I actually link the relevant products. So on the ICICI personal loan, right, I'll actually give a link to the ICICI credit card also. So any person who is coming to my ICICI personal loan, I'll tell him that, hey, why don't we also take an ICICI credit card, which I'm giving for free? Whenever someone is coming for HDFC personal loan, I'll tell that, okay, hey, why don't you apply for a HDFC credit card, which will give you 5% cashback on all the purchases. So I try to cross sell. So what happens is, if at all you wanted to do that cross selling, or interlinking, or if you want to do if you wanted to link to the relevant links, right? You need to understand the complete website, and you need to make sure that all the pages are linked in a very, very meaningful fashion. If you take an example over here, right, like the home page will be there, it will have a category page and it will have internal pages. And if there is a subcategory, it will be linked to the category and that will link to pages. And after this, you need to link back to the pages. Like you can link from this page to this page, this page to this page, and this page to this page. So make sure that none of the pages are becoming orphan. All the pages should be in such a way that Google bot should be able to crawl those pages within 3 steps. So what is 3 steps, right? This is the first step that Google comes. After that, Google will discover the second step, and here it comes as the third step. So what we try to do is try to link these particular pages also from your category page so that these pages will be discovered immediately. That is where your content, contextual backlinks come into the picture. In the category, you will be writing about the content, right? In the content, you can add these pages. A small example is this. On the Flipkart, I have mobiles as a category. Inside the mobiles, I have smartphones and featured phones. Inside the smartphone, I have iPhone X and I have OnePlus 7. So what I will do is on the category page, I will say that, hey, we are releasing the new phones, namely iPhone X and also OnePlus 7. And we'll be linking those new pages, iPhone X and OnePlus 7 from the category page itself, so that the pages are crawled within the third step. It doesn't have to go for the fourth step, coming via category, subcategory, and pages. So that's the hierarchy we usually maintain.
What exactly a search is, why people search. Give me an let me give you an example. Let's say 20 years back or 25 years back, when there was no internet, hardly any internet, and the way we used to read books was like, I mean, we used to enter into a library, and let's say, just imagine a situation: you are in your school library or your college library, you enter inside the library and you're looking for a particular book. Now, when you're looking for a particular book, what are you trying to do? You're going to search for it, right? There's a huge database of books. There are huge towers of these books which are lying in your library. And out of those lakhs of books, or maybe thousands of books, you're just looking for one single book. How would you get to know that the book which you're looking at, where is that placed? Earlier, we used to ask our librarian that where can I get a such and such book with such and such author. He or she, the librarian, used to tell us that, or even now this happens in the other libraries, some of the old fashioned libraries, the librarian tells us that please go to the tower number A or tower B, or the overall this particular rack, and within that rack, then in tower A you have a certain section which is A uh, 1.1. So the librarian was helping you do the search part very easily. So we always do a search to find a lot of information. We always keep on hunting for various information. Now today I decide that I want to go to a restaurant for a dinner or for breakfast, whatever the time of whatever time you are looking at this video. So let's say I decide to go for dinner in a very good fine dining Chinese restaurant. What would I do? These days, we always keep a check on search engines. We always ask search engines. I need to buy a phone. I need to buy a car. I need to go for with any sort of online shopping. I need to complete. I am a college student. I need to complete my project. I am a small kid. I want to watch cartoons, or I am again a school-going kid who is looking to look for certain movies, or what all things. We always, every sort of individual is searching in something or the other. So on the internet, searching is just all about finding and stuff. We all know that, right? So but it's very much important for me to let you know, even if you know that. So somewhere in a location, in a collection of huge database documents or web pages, also in the internet space, there are huge web pages which are stored across by search engines. Search engine stores a hell lot of web pages, a lot of web pages which gets constructed on day-to-day basis. They are being taken into consideration. They're being read and saved by search engines in their database. So all these search engines have their huge data centers, guys. Now imagine one more thing. I'll ask you to imagine one more thing. Imagine you are in a particular corporate office which is way too tall, as in when the it's a taller building, and it's a cold storage unit, and it has a huge, I mean, very tall towers also, and these tall towers are data centers of these search engines. You would find, I mean, there are plenty of data centers which Google owns in various countries. So they have a good number of data centers in the United States, some of them in India as well. So within their data centers, these cold storage units, which you have imagined just now, they've got heaps of web pages being stored. Now the search engines keep on searching for lot many new web pages in the internet, and the search engines keep on scanning, reading, and then saving all these data in their data center. so that whenever the end customer of the search engine puts in a query or the keyword, whatever you call it, the query or the keyword, the search engine algorithm works again and showcases only those search results which they find to be best and relevant, right? So all in all, it's a collection of documents or collection of web pages and other things. There is a lot of information which you would want to find. You look like we were looking for the iPhone 6 and we were being given search results of Apple, Amazon, and Snapdeal and other websites. So you don't have a web idea where exactly they are. So you perform a search activity, right? All right. So what exactly a search engine is? Now consider, I mean, there are various names, guys, for search engines, which I would like to tell you. One, you can write that down. It's people call search engine as a robot or a bot. Robot, bot, which is BOT, or a robot, 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 bot, or a crawler. Robot, bot, crawler, or a search engine. These are same names given to a specific program, guys. A search engine is nothing but just a program which is being devised and created by these companies, by these organizations like Google, Bing, Yahoo. They have created these overall program which they have sort of automated in a fashion that they run on their own. And when they run, what they do, they keep running, they keep jumping from one web page to another web page. Let's say today I create a new website, guys. If I create a new website today and I permit search engine to come onto my website, so there is a permission which has to be given. I'll talk about that in detail in a later stage, which is called robots.txt. So I permit search engines to come onto my website. Search engines are always hungry for new web pages. They'll come onto my web page, they'll start looking into my web page and start scanning the content. So let's say there is something written on my website, the written content that would be scanned from left to right and top to bottom. And after scanning, the scanning process, first of all, the scanning of the content or the reading of the content is called crawling, guys. In internet marketing language, scanning or reading of the content by search engine on a specific web page is called crawling. I repeat, crawling is a process of scanning or reading text or content on a specific web page by the search engine. So crawling is that process. Once the Google or any search engine has done the crawling part, they would, after scanning, they would go ahead and take all that content and deposit all that, save all that in their repository or in their data center. And that saving across of that content is termed as indexing, right? Indexing is the term which is being used for saving across the content, right? So I repeat, search engine is actually a program which helps in doing the crawling and indexing part very easily. And this program searches for new web pages and reads, scans or that entire new set of database which is present, and also then categorize these search engines, these programs list down certain keywords for a specific web page. If my web page is talking about buy iPhone 6, while submitting my web page into the data center, they will also mention that these are certain keywords which are associated to a specific web page. So characterization would be done, categorization and characterization would be done for each one of my websites, web pages. And they are used, these search engines are actually used for finding particular sites on the World Wide Web. So today I'm trying to find a specific thing on the World Wide Web. So I would use a search engine to actually find that, right? I've already spoken about SERP, but I'll still go ahead and let you know. So the search results are generally presented in a line of results. I have shown you the line of results which have the paid and the unpaid. They're often termed as search engine results pages. So one page is one of the SERP, the second page is the second SERPs, third page is the third SERPs, so on and so forth. So search results are presented with the help of SERPs, and the information would be a mix of web page, image, and other type of files also, guys. So you would see these days it's not just the websites which rank. There are plenty of images, local maps files or local maps also. Then you have social media sites also which rank. So not just the web pages, but also images and other types of files you would get to see within search engines. What SEO is, what is search, what is search engine. So it's very important to know all that. I've already made you understand what SERP, what crawling and indexing also. I'll talk about that in detail when I'll move forward, right? So I have certain slides for that also. So why search engines use people use search engines, or why search engines are used by people? I mean, we have already spoken about that. No matter whatever kind of audience it is, whether it's an individual working in a corporate, a businessman, or a small kid, a school-going kid, or a college-going kid, or an adolescent, or a housewife, or an elderly men or women, whosoever may be, they are using internet for their own purpose, either for finding information, whatever piece of information, for completing a project, for finding information about their day-to-day activities, for doing any sort of research. So everybody has different objectives to be met. Uh, for entertainment purpose, whether it's for playing games or for watching movies or for listening songs or whatnot. And the most important thing which have come up recently, which is like in past 6 7 years, the e-commerce boom has really begun, and the shopping part. So I'm talking about India in particular. So in the past 6 7 years only, we have seen these so many e-commerce players coming up and taking out the internet industry to a next level. So shopping is another thing, right? So I'll move forward. Okay, why now SEO is used by business? So we have understood the search part, what search is, what search engines are. So what search engines actually do, they do the crawling, indexing part, provide SERPs, all the search results in an SERP. We have also understood why they are being used, why search engines are being used, right? And what SEO stands for. So after getting to know all that, let's change our hats, guys. Now, instead of being search engine users, let's try to think ourselves as business owners or advertisers. Now think yourself as business owners and understand why would you use SEO. The SEO is the entire process of making a business website come on the top for the related and relevant keywords. Do you think it's going to make sense for your business to use SEO and get much more value out of this particular? I mean, you can promote your business with the help of SEO. Just try to answer that question within yourself. What does it make sense for you as a business owner to use SEO? So we would try to analyze and understand some of these points, why businesses should use search engine optimization as one of the activity. Like I did mention earlier on also, SEO should be used by businesses before by first of all understanding the end audience. If my end audience is looking for the kind of product I also sell, if they're looking for that product over the internet which I also sell, then my job is done. If they look this end audience is looking for that kind of product over the search engine, then definitely it's a yes. Because if my prospective audience is searching for the related product which I also sell on the search engine, then I have to make sure that I also stay there and meet the prospective customer on the search space, on the search engine result space. So it's all about getting connected with the buyers. I am a seller, I am a business owner, I'm selling iPhone 6, then I should get in touch with those people who are looking to buy iPhone 6. I'm selling, so I have to connect with the buyers. So that's why search engine optimization is needed. So the very first reason why it's being said that SEO is important for every sort of business or most of the business, that the very first reason is SEO makes your business more visible in the search engines. So if your end audience is present in search engines and you do search engine optimization, you're at least making sure on the very popular search engines like Google, Yahoo, Bing, you are being present, right? So Google, Yahoo, Bing, your product is being present on these search engines, and the end customer will, whenever they would type in related search queries on any of these search results, your business is going to be visible, present, and somehow or the other you would start getting inquiries, leads, and that will ultimately turn into a sale if things go really well, the product is strong, your sales team is convincing, or whatnot. So for many people to find your site, it's SEO is very much important. It must be optimized and must be in tune with the algorithm. So I hope I have already spoken about algorithm. Algorithms are the way Google or any other search engine identifies which web page would be on the top and which web page would be on the second or the third or the fifth position. So without SEO, your site will be lost in a big jungle. You can try to visualize that. So let's say a world wide web is a big jungle, and you don't know the way out, right? So if you want to know the way out, SEO is the thing, because when you know the way out, it's very similar to meeting the end customer, right? So that's reason one why SEO is needed for your business. The reason two, SEO offers passive traffic. So what we say as a passive traffic? So PPC, in other hand, which is Google AdWords, offers it's a costly affair sometimes, but everything has its own pros and cons. But SEO is a bit cheaper affair. But PPC marketing, actually you have to pay to Google, and when someone clicks on your ad, they would the advertiser would be incurring certain amount of money. With SEO, it's all about making your website rank on the targeted keyword, right? And once your site is optimized, you don't have to pay the search engines at all. Even a single penny is not supposed to be paid. It is free, it is targeted, and you keep on reaping on benefits when it comes to SEO, right? As compared to PPC. So both have their own pros and cons. This is one of the positives which I can let you know SEO has over PPC. It's free. You don't have to pay to Google, right? Number 3 point, why SEO is needed for your business. I tell you again, don't forget that you are business owners and you're thinking like a business owner. So if you are business owners, I'm letting you know why SEO is important. So SEO helps you improve your site also.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online course mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So if you have a website, which definitely you need a website for the SEO. If you have a website which needs change on ongoing basis, and you want to stay abreast with the other competitors also, and make sure that you are performing much better than your competitors, customers are liking your product more than your competitors. So SEO will also help, will keep pushing you to make changes on your website and keep on improving it to make it much more relevant, pleasing to the eyes, pleasing not to the end audience but also to the search engines. So that's number 3 benefit, or I would say a reason for any specific business to run an SEO campaign. All right. Number four point why a business needs an SEO is that SEO is useful for any type of business, whatever kind of, whether it's a small business, small scale business, or a big or a large scale business. It's being needed by any sort of business. Whether you are a big billionaire, business tycoon, then also you need SEO. Or even if you are a local businessman, a businessman with a local business, with a small set of audience to cater to, still it's being needed. So that's a beauty of SEO. So every sort of business needs that, right? Number 6 is SEO will give you money's worth. So much better ROI is always needed, guys. When we look at performing any campaign, till the time we don't get a positive ROI, we uh, make a decision in terms of don't make a decision in terms of investing into it. So you can do SEO for free by doing all the hard work by yourself, or you can hire a freelancer or someone else to make it work for you. In many cases, you will definitely get back what you have invested and receive more for your business, right? So SEO should not be considered as a cost. It should be rather considered as an investment, guys, which I always tell all my trainees in which whatever sessions I take. It's more of an investment, guys, right? That's the number 6 point. So SEO will always give you much better ROI. That's what I've been seen so far. It's cost effective as compared to the other platforms. All right, number 7 being SEO can leverage social media. So when we study the off-page optimization, I'll talk a lot about social media also. So with SEO, you just not working on the site improvement. You're just not working on making your website ranking on the top. But the number third is that you're also going to work on your social media presence, because a huge amount of importance is being laid out by Google search engine algorithm, that until and unless you don't have good engagement, good presence on social media sites, your SEO campaign is not going to work perfectly. So all in all, SEO helps you in leveraging and getting ROI from your social media channels too. Social media channels, just to name few, like Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube, Pinterest, and whatnot. Right. So all in all, it's all about connecting social media with SEO. Right. And the last one, I believe. All right, so SEO can't beat paid traffic. Now, this is one thing, guys, which many people feel that if they are running PPC campaigns, they don't need SEO. But that's not really the fact. In very specific markets or specific niche, SEO drives more or less 50% of the traffic from the search engines. You won't believe but that's a fact. For some of the organizations, some of the industries, I've seen more than 50% of the traffic is coming through SEO despite of running the PPC campaigns, because people generally tend to click after the PPC ads also, the top paid ads also. There is a very much tendency that they go ahead and click on the fourth, fifth, sixth, and the seventh search results also, and these are the organic ones. So PPC has its own perspective, has its own advantages, and SEO has its own advantage. A bigger chunk of traffic always comes from the SEO perspective. So you cannot really rely on PPC and forget SEO. That's another reason why one should look at SEO for the business, right? Another reason why a business should look at SEO, guys, is that a lot of trust and credibility can be built. So once we'll study that, once we'll study the online reputation management, you would see good amount of testimonials or good amount of reviews, much positive reviews, always leads to positive search engine optimization campaigns also. So it works in two way. Much better reviews will help in building trust and credibility, and also help in the SEO campaign. So like I said, with social media campaigns also, they work individually as a social media campaign, but also helps in the overall SEO process also. Similarly, online reputation management, once it's being taken, they help in building trust and credibility. On the other hand, parallelly, it helps in the SEO process also, right? And everybody goes and wants to buy in those brands which are trustworthy. Till the time you yourself as a customer don't trust a particular brand, you will never ever buy stuff from them, right? So that's very much important. So studies have shown that consumers are more likely to go with brands and companies that they think are trustworthy. Otherwise, they don't make a decision of going with them, right? So another point why a business actually should look for SEO is because that offers unlimited opportunities. So it's not just a one-time activity, guys. So it's a continuous process, and it's something that must be changed, tweaked. Strategies should be improved as per the overall Google algorithm. It should be improved once in a while to make sure that it keeps up with the ever-changing, algorithms of search engines. So SEO allows you to be more flexible and become responsive to change. So it's all about, meeting all these opportunities. SEO offers a lot of opportunities with the algorithm changes, right? The next come SERP, guys, which I've already spoken about. What are the paid and the natural or the organic ones? So once you enter a specific keyword, then the overall search results which come in, they are divided into the paid and the natural organic results. And the web page where all these search results are listed is in search engine result, SERP. So it's a web page that the search engine returns within the results of its search. And the paid part being on the right hand side, paid search ads being on the top uh, portion, and the ones which are underneath the top paid ones are the natural or the organic or the unpaid or the search engine optimization. So there are four names which I've already given to you for that, right? So this is another categorization where I've already told you about the PLA, product listing, or the shopping ads also, right? So these are the PLA ads, guys. I've already shown you live. So that's with the help of my presentation. I'm letting you know PLA ads are like this with the images. Right. Now comes crawling, indexing, and ranking, guys. I've already explained it to you, but I would go ahead and showcase that to you with the help of this picture, which you can see right up here. So I did tell you, whenever search engine comes to know that there is a new web page which is being launched in the internet space, or any existing web page which has made changes to its entire content, or any specific change, Google keep crawling them. Google keeps scanning them, right? So the search engine, Google search engine, is actually also called a Google bot. It says crawling is the process by which Googlebot, which is a Google search engine, discovers new and updated. The old pages which have been updated, when they are being discovered by Google, that process is actually called crawling. So that crawling happens, and with the crawling, the indexation part also happens. When these pages are being crawled, they're being added, or they're being saved, or they're being indexed. Means the same. Saving or indexing means the same stuff, guys. It says indexing is a process where each of the web pages which are being crawled, they are being saved in order to compile a massive index, a massive database, or an index, whatever you want to call it, with of the words which it sees. So if you look at this specific picture, guys, search engine Google, Yahoo, etc., they're at one place, right? And once the crawl happens, the search engine crawls these multiple web pages included in search engine sitemaps. So we'll talk about sitemaps also. So the crawling happens on various search engines, and pages which are not permitted by the website owners to be read across, they are not read and they're not indexed. So let's say out of 30 pages, 10 pages were being asked not to be indexed. So 10 pages were not being indexed and 20 were being indexed. Who give this instruction? The website owner or the SEO professional gives the instruction that out of 30 pages, only 20 should be indexed. I can also do that for my website. We'll talk about that in detail, guys. So these 10 pages are not getting indexed. They are de-indexed, and 20 are being indexed, and they're being kept in the overall repository of search engines. Once that's being done, the ranking process happens after that. So let's say a keyword, like we also did, we typed in the keyword buy iPhone 6. When we did that, me as the user, once I inserted the keyword in the search box, the search engines will actually check for various web pages which they have already stored in their index, in their data center. And they would first start looking at all those web pages which is a sort of a closest match. Which page is a closest match, that will be taken, and a score will be assigned.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp, B. LinkedIn, C. Facebook, D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
The algorithm will work. An algorithm of the search engine is again a sort of a process or a logic or a formula which Google will run after looking into these index page. It would run and give a score to all these pages which are closest match, and will judge and identify out of all these web pages which are a closest match, which one goes on the top, which one will go on the second position, and which one will go on the third. The web page which would have done good, better SEO would be on the first page, and the one which is after that, a bit lower on the performance as compared to the first one, will be on the second, so forth and so on, right? So a score will be assigned by the algorithms, and judgment would be done by them, and they would rank these pages based on the algorithm, consisting of hundreds of thousands of ranking signals. So there are certain parameters which Google algorithm takes into consideration. These parameters are these ranking signals only, and that's what we'll talk about in the on-page and off-page. When we do proper on-page, their on-page activities are the ranking signals only, which algorithms take into consideration. The overall off-page activity which we'll do, they are the ranking signals. If we are doing good on-page, good off-page, then better ranking signals would be given, and better ranking would be achieved for our website. So all in all, if you're doing good on-page, off-page in a nutshell for your website, you would tend to achieve much better crawling, indexing, and ranking for the keywords. And your end audience, major number of your prospective audience would be able to reach you. And more traffic would result into more leads would result into more revenue and profit afterwards, right? So that's about crawling and indexing. The other part being how search works, guys. So how the overall search engine process works, you would see the search query, the end customer who's making a search query is residing up over here, right? The lady with the flower over here, the flower with over here. She makes a search query. Let's say she makes a search query of whatever, looking for salons in Mumbai, or maybe in Linking Road, Mumbai, whatever, any sort of search query. She types in across that query into Google. Google actually sees its entire database, which I've already told you. It would check its entire database of those web pages which matches to that specific keyword, that search query which she has done. All those pages, let's say out of 1 lakh pages in that database, only 50 pages matches to the search query, right? The search engine would actually take it from its entire indexing, take out those 50 pages, and out of those 50 pages, then the algorithm will work and will provide the results in the ranking, in a much better ranking fashion, that which web page will rank on the first position, then which one would be on the second. Algorithm is going to make a decision on which web page would be on the first, second, and third. That's a straight function, a straight process of how the search query will work. From the search person who's making the search query goes to the search engine. Search engines on the back end looks at the entire database, and within the database, search engine pulls out the related web pages, and those related web pages are being diagnosed, accessed, analyzed by the algorithm. Algorithm will look into those 50 web pages and give the rankings of the search results accordingly to the end customer. That's a simple straight process. Along with that, Google parallelly, or the search engine will parallelly have its crawler working on crawling and indexing part. The crawler or the search engine will parallelly also keep on identifying new web pages and existing web pages which are being updated. So all those web pages which are being updated and created new, they would be put across into the database, right? So that's all about indexing and crawling, and the overall search process works. So search engines work by sending out these are automated crawlers or spiders or bots, whatever you call that index websites through links. This is how new and updated pages are found, guys. And in the search engine database, there are plenty of websites, images and whatnot, right? Search engine audit. So what do we understand by audit? What is an audit? I did speak about that. So what exactly audit is? Audit is all about evaluating and assessing where do I stand. In SEO terminology, I would say it's a process of evaluating the healthiness of a website. Is it suffering from something, or is it very healthy? It's doing very well. All the areas which pertains from the parameters, which pertains from the SEO industry point of view, they are being looked at, right? So that's an audit part, an SEO audit in short. Reasons. Why do we want to do SEO audit? Can you think logically, why exactly are we looking at doing SEO audit? We have decided that yes, my audience is there on search engine. I want to connect with my audience over the search engine because they use search engines while making a decision, while making a buying decision. So if my audience is using the search engine for looking for products and services, which I also serve, I'm an advertiser, right? So then I, as an advertiser, should try to get my website also onto the same places where they are trying to search for. If I'm selling an iPhone 6 and my end audience, which is looking to buy iPhone 6, they do make a decision by going onto these search engines, by typing in certain keywords. I need to make sure that I have to connect with that audience who is looking to buy iPhone 6 and I'm selling iPhone 6. I have to connect with them with the help of my website, and my website should come on the top for those keywords which they're typing in, because only those websites which rank on the top, they get the maximum traffic, and as a result of maximum traffics, the leads, the signups, and the end sale come in, right? That's the way to actually build up your overall business. Now, once we have decided that yes, SEO is the perfect thing to do, and we have understood the search engine landscape, how the search engines work in the back end, the crawling indexing, it makes a lot of sense to first of all analyze how is my website doing, even if I have not done anything on for my website from the SEO perspective. I've got it made it myself, I've made it myself, whatever the case may be. It's important to actually look at the website from, do an analysis or audit of my website from the overall SEO perspective. So benefit is that I can also learn about my competition and I can really may take actions accordingly to stay ahead of them. So it's not important to only just do an audit of your website, guys. It's also important to take an overview of how your competition's website is performing. Because if your competitors are doing really great stuff, then it would act as a sort of a benchmark for you, right? It would act as a benchmark for you. You can really take lessons from there, make things work according to that. So if some website is really ranking high, definitely they would have done something better than our website, because of which, or other websites also, they would have done something better because of which they're on the top. What makes them be on the top is something which we have to analyze. So we can do that by also doing an audit for our competitors. So I say that again, an SEO audit just not needs to be done for our own website, but also for the competitors or for those websites which are ranking really high, right? So the other point, the other reason for doing an SEO audit is to know the current health status of your website. And while checking the overall current health status of your website, you can also look at those issues which really hinders the business online visibility, right? So there are certain stuff which can really lead to a dent in your SEO campaign. You can look into that and take corrective actions. Number 3 point increases the overall authority of the domain by applying the right SEO strategy. So if you're applying in right SEO strategy, the SEO while doing the SEO audit, it will help you to improve the overall authority, not just in the business perspective, but in also the domain perspective. The web domain which you have, it does carry certain credibility in the eyes of the search engines, right? And that credibility or the authority gets built up when you perform an SEO audit, right? And do an overall SEO. The fourth point being the reason on benefit of doing an SEO audit is that it gives you an opportunity to optimize your websites for search engines and fix the overall on-page issues, right? So the opportunity is there to get your website much more optimized and get it fixed. So audit gives you that overall gap which has to be fixed up, which has to be filled up, right? Number fifth being it helps you devise a plan to improve sales, conversions, and lead. If you have much better SEO strategy with the help of SEO audit, you can further improvise that, you can further nourish that, you can further plan it accordingly and twist it and turn it around as per the present situation. If you can mold it uh, as per the SEO audit, it will help you always to stay ahead of the competition. And as a result, you can improve sales, conversions, leads, and that's what the end objective is. So if you're meeting the end objective by doing all these stuff, which is part of the SEO audit, then it's worthwhile. It's worthwhile to always perform an SEO audit, not just in the beginning of the campaign, but also at frequent intervals. SEO audit, guys, we are taking this as a second module, but or maybe I'm letting you know that this has to be done in the very first go while starting the campaign, not just for your website, but also for your competition. But I would say do it for your competition and for your website, even at regular intervals. Let's say, you have to decide on every month a sort of a SEO audit needs to be done just to keep an eye of how things are moving. Are we really on the right track? When we started, the SEO audit gave us these results. After a month, the SEO audit gives us some more, these results. Are there any differences? We have to really map that by doing SEO audit on regular basis. All right. The third last point says the SEO audit helps us to maximize the prospect of generating volumes of targeted online traffic. Absolutely. So in case you're performing the SEO audit right, which is helping you to build up your SEO strategy perfectly, it can end result is that it would help you to maximize the prospects of generating volumes of targeted online traffic. You're looking at getting certain traffic onto your website, and that can happen you can get much more traffic with the help of great SEO strategies. Second last point, which is another benefit and the reason of doing an SEO audit, is that it helps you to get a better understanding of factors that could affect your website search engine ranking. So there are plenty of factors, guys. There can be factor A, factor B, factor C, which are really leading to overall search engine visibility, the overall optimization of your website. With SEO audit, you are getting to know each and every aspect which is affecting the website search engine ranking, right? And the last but not the least, it helps you to understand the overall weakness of your SEO campaign, right? Why wouldn't I be knowing that? It's always better to know your weaknesses so that you can very soon take a corrective action and strengthen the app. If you are really ignoring your weaknesses, no matter whatever sort of SEO campaign you do or paid campaign you do, it's not really going to help you, right? So these are some of the reasons and benefits. I hope all of you would agree to what I have just said. It is definitely a theoretical stuff, but it's always good to make your fundas clear on why are we doing an SEO audit and why is it worthwhile. All right, let's get the practical stuff up and start working on each and every activity. All right. So from the practical point of view, SEO audit, the very first thing is search engine commands. So I would be taking a website in as an example, and we'll start performing these activities. So the very first command is cache:/domain.com, guys. So I'm going, what I would google.com and would run this particular command, cache colon and then the URL. So there is no space in between, guys. What are we trying to do? We are just trying to collect certain data for performing the SEO audit. So cache colon intellipaat.in, and then I press enter. I have got this command entered into the Google search box, right? I enter this, and what it gives me, it tells me when was the last time when Google search engine came on to my website. So it was 15th of August at 1838 Greenwich Meridian Time, right? Makes sense. So that's what, guys, is it's all about. It just gives me the idea in terms of when was the last time search engine came on my website and crawled my website. If the crawler is coming on my website on regular intervals at very frequently, it is making my SEO campaign much more stronger. Now the next question is, how can we really can we instruct the crawler in terms of how soon they should get it, how soon they should come onto my website? The answer is you can make the crawler come onto your website at regular intervals by doing overall SEO campaign in a perfect fashion. But there is one funda through which you can get that very easily on regular frequent interval, is by having a lot of content on your website. If you would have a lot of blog posts or articles or some of the other stuff being posted across on your website on regular intervals, that will help the crawling of your website being done at a faster pace. So it might happen to early morning, the search engine has come and crawled your website, and then after a couple of hours, and then after a couple of hours, I mean, even after a frequency of certain hours, not just days, but also hours, the search engine can come and crawl your website. The more crawling happens, the better it is from the SEO perspective. You will have much better rankings this way, right? So that's about cache colon command, guys. So you can check it for yourself, for your website. Keep on doing it and on regular intervals just to check how frequently uh, Google comes onto your website. Similarly, you can do it for your competitors. If your competitor's website is getting crawled at a much frequent rate, at a much faster pace, then this is something to worry about. This is something then you have to really go ahead and check with your overall content on your website. So you have to get this SEO campaign running properly. More content would help you with search engine optimization perfectly. All right. So the second command, guys, is site:/domain.com. I hope everybody is clear on the cache colon command. The second command says site:/domain.com. The site:/domain.com, let me show you how it works. So site:/intellipaat.in, I press enter. And what you get to see is that there are 412 results. This is something which you have to be checked. checking at all the times. What is happening that Google, with the help of this particular command, tells us that how many web pages of our website have been indexed. So there are 412 pages which are being indexed. If you look at the very first command, very first search result, it says intellipaat.in. The second one is also intellipaat.in/ the internal blog page. Then the business intelligence page. Then the fourth one is also, all of them are of the same domain, but these are all internal pages. These all pages are the ones which Google have got within their indexed data center. They have indexed it and they've got there in the data center. You can simply run this command also for your competitor and get to know whether your website has got more web pages or your competitor has got. So if your competitor is ranking on the top, is ranking for some of the keywords on the top, then it's something to worry about. And when you have to really worry about that, you have to get your website on the top. You have to also check not just for the cache colon command through cache colon command, that how frequently the Google search engine has come into your website, but you also have to check the index pages. How many pages of your website have been indexed? If it's a very low number as compared to your competitor, you really need to gear up, because more the number of web pages on your website, better it is from the SEO perspective, because Google or any other search engine is always hungry for uh, great content. And if you have great content being posted across on uh, higher frequency, and you keep doing that, your website goes bigger and stronger, much more web pages are there, then it will really boost up the ranking, right? So that's the second command, guys. And the third command is related domain.com. Now what it does, this particular command, let me show you that. So let me say, if I do it, I take an example of snapdeal.com. So you can say related snapdeal.com. Now I'm looking for those websites which are very much related to Snapdeal. All right. So you can see Flipkart, Home Shop 18, Jabong, eBay, Yevi. I mean, these all are related e-commerce sites very much like snapdeal.com, right? So you have Myntra, Jungly, Maidala, Shopclues, and whatnot, right? So these all websites, guys, are sort of related to the website which I have mentioned over here. You can always do it for your website. This is just a great command to check for people within your industry, and uh, a great way to get some learning out of the other websites too. All right. So that's with the third command, guys. The fourth command says info:/domain.com. Let me show you what exactly it does. All right. So what it does, it helps us to first just understand. So if I do it for Intellipaat.in, it helps me understand the overall information I want to take from a particular for a website. So you can see only one search result being provided, only the main web page of my website where the major information of the website is present. The information, as the command says, info define:/domain.com. This is something to know about a specific uh, thing. If I need to know a definition, let's say define SEO, I'm not taking the domain.com. You can see the definition comes in, right? I can do the .com also, but I can also post across a specific word which I want to get defined, right? So search engine optimization is the process of affecting the visibility of a website or a web page in a search engine's unpaid result. We have already spoken about that. So often referred to as natural, organic, or earned results, right? So that's the overall way you can get to know. So this is more to do with playing across and getting to know about the meaning of a specific word, right? So information was all about getting to know info about your website. The related was all about getting to know those websites which are similar to our websites. Site colon gives us the overall index pages. And then we have the cache colon command. The cache colon command gives us the date and the time when Google search engine came onto our website last. Then there is another particular command, guys, which somehow works. I have the reason why I have not taken that on the PowerPoint is intentional, and because this command gives us half information, but it still helps us. It's called link:/domain.com. So when I press it, it's right now at present it's not giving me certain results, but let's say if I do it for link:/snapdeal.com, it gives me 48 results, and it's not that in total. These are certain backlinks which Snapdeal is actually receiving, right? So Snapdeal is getting backlinks from all these places. You can check it for yourself, and you can also check it for your competitors. How many backlinks are you receiving and how many backlinks your website is receiving. We'll have a detailed session, a detailed video in terms of off-page optimization. All right. And this is what I can tell you about link colon. It doesn't give us all the result. When we'll be studying about the overall tools, the paid tools which are there, they gives us the maximum results. They gives us some overall list of results which gives us backlinks, right? So that's in short about the search engine commands. The next comes in domain information. Now, what domain information is all about, if I have to see uh, the information about a domain of which I own and also the domain which my competitor owns. So why would we do that? So the most important aspect is to checking the age of the domain. Giving you an example, you let me know the example which I'm going to give you. I'm going to ask you followed with that example. I'm going to ask you a question and let me know what thing would actually be right. Let's say you uh, are residing near a high street market or a market where you would all for the past 15 years you see a particular person having his shop for the past 15 years, and somehow a new entrant, a new competitor also comes in, and it's been just a couple of weeks that they're there. So out of these two, who would have much more credibility? Obviously, the one which is there in the market for the past 15 years and have been staying and surviving there and have been selling across his product, he would have links, network, and more credibility with maximum number of people. So that's in similar fashion. And so if somebody has to really offer him credit, out of these two people, somebody has to offer credit to any one out of these two. The person who has been there in the market for the past 15 years, he has a better chance. He has a better chance, right? Similarly, Google always gives importance to those websites which have been there in the internet space for good number of years. So older your domain, the better it is. It's always said in SEO campaigns, right? So if your website domain has been there for in the internet space for quite some time, then it's going to benefit you. One of the tool which is being used to check the domain information, the age, expiry, the owner details, and all that, that can be checked with this particular. So you can check it on whois.net or you can check it on whois.com also, whichever one. So let me show you both of them. Let's say if I do it, so if I do it for snapdeal.com, it will give me information about the domain. All right, so some of this one is in there perfectly. Let me, right, so whois.net, when I type in the keyword right up here, you can see the overall details being mentioned up. It does say the domain name is Snapdeal. It was being registered by with the help of GoDaddy panel. All right. The server details are there, the name server. So you don't really need to get into the depth of what server details uh, is exactly. It does tells us that this was being updated. The overall domain was being updated in on 5th of September 2012, and this particular domain was booked initially on 25th of September 2002, right? It's getting expired on 25th of September 2015, right? I hope it makes sense, guys. This is the expiry date and this is the creation date. So it's been quite some time. It's doing really well. The old the domain age is really helping them as well with respect to the SEO campaign. So that's with the domain age, guys. I mean, that's something which you check while doing an SEO audit. So you will check it for your website. You will check it also for your competitors. Similarly, you would also be running the search engine commands not just for your website, but also for your competitors. I hope it makes sense. And let's move further from search engine commands, domain information, and then comes in domain canonicalization. What exactly canonicalization says that there are two ways to open your websites, right? This is one way, which is www.example.com. You can see my cursor. This is one way of opening your website, and the other way is to open your website by example.com. All right. So if you're opening your website with www.example.com and example.com, and the end result is that your website is opening with both of them as different, when the same website opens with these two different URLs, and the URL doesn't change, either this one becomes example.com or example.com ones would redirect to the www.example.com. Then there is no canonicalization. But if both of them, the end result remains same for both of them and the same website open, it's a canonicalization issue. Let me show you, let me tell you by the help of an example. So there are two ways to open, let's say, Flipkart.com. All right, so one is these websites will never have an problem with their canonicalization. That's the reason why I'm taking that, and I'll tell you how they have resolved it also. So one way is Flipkart, www.flipkart.com, and the other way to open that website is scenario 2 is flipkart.com. So I repeat, the very first tab which I have taken www version, www.flipkart.com, scenario 1.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And scenario 2 is without www.flipkart.com is the scenario 2. I've not pressed enter, so let's press enter for the scenario 1, www.flipkart.com, and see whether the end URL on which website will open, will it be same or it will differ. Let's press enter. All right, so it remains same, which is www.flipkart.com, and in the next one, scenario 2, if I open it, I press enter. Sorry, the spelling I have to, right, so it's flipkart.com. You can see it automatically got redirected to www. I'll show it again so that you can relate to it. This was the scenario 2 where I had mentioned it, flipkart.com without the www. You just see how things will change right now, right? So I hope it's all clear, guys. So that's the way canonicalization thing works. All right, so I believe the canonicalization part is clear to you guys. Let me explain once more what happened just now, that I had taken example of opening a particular domain in two different ways. One was I type in www.flipkart.com. All right, I have not pressed enter, and the number 2, scenario 2 is without the www version. Flipkart.com. All right. So I enter flipkart.com. What you see, it got redirected automatically, right? It got redirected to the www version. So in the scenario 1, when I pressed in www, I type in enter, and what's happening in both the scenarios, the end result is same, right? There is no canonicalization issue. Had it been something different, had it been like the website is opening as without www and the website is opening with www also, and it's not redirecting. Had it not been redirecting and the end URL would have been different, then Google would have considered, guys, this website as a duplicate website with duplicate content. Two different websites would have been considered by Google. Would have considered this website, Flipkart, as running on two different URLs. Same content on two different URLs, Google will penalize the website. Now, they have done it very well. In case your website is uh, uh, opening up with two different URLs, which is with www and without www URL, it means it has a canonical issue. In that case, what will happen? The overall way to get that resolved is with the help of 301 redirect. You can see that this particular image does say that with www and without www. These are the two ways to open a website. If the end URL in both the scenarios is same, there is no canonicalization issue. If the end URL in both the scenarios is different, then it's a canonicalization issue, and canonicalization issue will treat your websites, both your websites running on two different URLs, and a copied content issue will be there, and Google will not give you preference over other websites. Your SEO campaign can get hurt. The way you can get this issue resolved is by doing a 301 redirect. Now, if you are from the development background, you would relate to it very easily. If you're not, then you have to take assistance from your developer and would have to instruct your developer as a digital marketing consultant or an SEO consultant to please do a 301 redirect from a non-www version to the www version.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online course mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Either way you can do it. You can do it from non-www to the www or www version to the non-www version. But the end URL has to be same, right? That's what has to be done. 301 redirect that's the permanent redirect. If you check the slide says the search engine friendly URL that you want the search engines to treat as the authoritative. In other words, a canonical URL is the URL that you want visitors to see. It's only one URL which you should make the visitors to see, or also the search engines also to treat as one of the authoritative. So I've given you example. The typical example used in most people treat the following URLs as same, which is not the case. We treat these two URLs as same, but search engines don't. Search engines treat these two URLs with www and without www as different, right? And canonicalization, in other words, it's a process of picking the best URL, whether it's the with www or without www, in order to present to the search engines when there are multiple choices available. So typically, a search engine such as Google will attempt to pick the best URL that they feel is authority for the web page, right? So I hope the canonicalization part is clear. So while doing the SEO audit, it's very important to actually check for the canonicalization part, right? Next thing being sitemap.xml. I did give you an understanding of sitemap, what sitemaps are. Sitemaps are sort of maps of a small list of your entire URLs of your website. So if I go on to our website, which is intellipaat.in, the way I can check for sitemap is by having domain / typing in the domain / sitemap.xml. That's the common way of checking sitemap. Many websites don't have it. When you're doing an SEO audit, you have to type in the domain / sitemap.xml. If you press enter and you find something there, it means the sitemap file is present. Right, so you can see the sitemap files are present over here. If I click on very first sitemap, it will give me the results. It will give me the URLs which my website has got. So it gives me 27 URLs in this particular sitemap, which has been created, right? So all in all, it's all about telling the search engine that how many web pages are present on my website. When Google gets to know, or any other search engine gets to know that these all search engines are present on my website, they would give it a preference over others. When I say over others, over those websites which don't have a sitemap. It's always recommended to keep updating your sitemaps in our on-page optimization. It's a pretty easy way, pretty easy tool to actually run it and make it in a proper, make it and use it in a proper fashion. But all in all, sitemap, like I told you, when search engines will come on the website, they will analyze, they will index each and every web page. Let's say if we don't have a sitemap, what will happen when Google will come onto our website? They might not index every web page. They might just index out of 27 URLs, they might go ahead and index 20 web pages. But with the help of the sitemap, which we have created and uploaded, they will get to know that there were 7 URLs which they have not indexed. So they'll go ahead and index each and every URL, right? So that's with sitemap. We just have to check while doing an SEO audit whether the sitemaps are present or not. So that's a screenshot of what sitemaps look like. I've already shown you in the live example too. And these are the URLs, guys, of every web page which are present. So 27 URLs are there, right? How do we create the sitemap? Is with the help of this particular tool, guys. It's called xml-sitemaps.com. Now, if I have to create a sitemap for my website, I can simply go on, first of all, I can take the URL of my website, go to xml-sitemaps.com. I repeat, it's xml-sitemaps.com. This is a free tool, guys, which most of the renowned practitioners use it. It's http:// the website, and then change frequency none, and then by pressing in start, it should start working. All right, so you can see it has started working, and it shows that the time left is 2 minutes. It's taking a look at each and every web page which is present on my website. It's scanning, and it's going to include in the XML sitemap. What's going to happen once it comes across, once it's gets created, we would be able to download it from here. This particular tool will give us the opportunity to download this particular sitemap. Once we download it, we can upload it on the root folder of our website. So it's important to upload it on a website, and whenever there are new web pages being built across on a website, it's always important to keep on creating fresh sitemaps and getting it updated by replacing the old one and having the new one, right? So it'll keep moving. We'll come back to it once this is done in totality. It's 112 pages left, 110 pages left, right? So that's with sitemap XML. And why do we need a sitemap? Like I've already told you the reasons behind that. It gives a quick and easy way to the search engines also to refer to the entire structure of our website. It's an easy to follow overview of the website. So what all pages are there? You can see, whether it's MSN or Ask or Google or Yahoo, when they go onto the web sitemap page, they would get links to different URLs. Where exactly are they placed and where exactly they're not? Whenever the new sitemap comes in, they would analyze and index every web page which was present earlier also, but they would see that yes, there is a new page. So updation of sitemap is very much needed whenever there are new pages. If you are looking at indexing your new web pages very instantly, sitemap is the best way to do it. Update your sitemap and get your new web pages indexed in an easy fashion, right? Next thing, the reason why sitemaps are important or they should be used is that it provides a pathway also to the search engines. It gives a particular way to be followed. It provides text links to every page of your site. It does help me to get to know what all are the text links of my website. It also not just helps the search engines, guys. It also helps the visitors to know how to get where they need to go. So if they want to go to a specific place, a specific web page, they can refer the sitemap and go directly there. Also, utilizes the important keyword phrases. Sitemap helps in overall indexing from the keyword phrases also. When we'll do the keyword research part, you'll get to understand how it gets related. So there are certain keywords which get links to the overall URLs, right? And these URLs all are part of the sitemaps. Right. Next thing is robots.txt. I did give you an understanding of robots.txt is, what exactly it is, what is this file all about, and why one should actually create these files. Now, robots.txt, guys, is a file. It's not an HTML file. It's a notepad file. It helps you to put your site put to let search engine knows robots know which pages they should come and index and which pages they should not visit, crawl, or index. Whether it's visit, crawl, index, or read, I mean, they all are part of the overall process which search engine does. I don't want certain pages of my website to be crawled and indexed. I can let the search engines know with the help of robots.txt. So when we are doing an SEO audit, guys, we would keep a tab on, we would keep a check on whether the canonicalization issue is there for our website, or the sitemap is present on the website or not. Plus, we'll check for the domain age. We'll also check for other information about our website with the help of these commands which we have spoken about. The commands, the who is, the domain age part, the canonicalization. So we just have to check whether it's there or not. And once we know that the sitemap is also present, we would also look at whether the robots.txt is present on our website or not. How do we check that? So the way we checked our sitemap, that was an easy way. We checked that with the help of the domain.com / with the sitemap.xml, right? We press that and we got to know whether the sitemaps are present or not. Similarly, if you have to check for the robots part, the robots file is domain.com / robots.txt, right? I go ahead and press enter. You can see that it's very much visible. It's very much present. Now, what exactly is this? We're going to take this in detail once we'll do on-page optimization, but I'll give you certain more inputs on how this is being created in a while. You can see it does say user agent, and there are certain things which is disallow, 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 and disallow. So these are the pages, guys. These are certain sections of the website which are being not being indexed at all, right? So let me show you how this overall things work. All right. So this is the one of the command which really disallows every web page on the website. If we are creating the website right now and it's in the under construction phase, it's in the construction phase, it's not being built up properly at present, we can write in this command user agent : asterisk and then disallow : and then the /. It will disallow the entire site. Let me show you how this is being created. I would take a notepad file. All right. So why we have to take a notepad file, guys, and if I want to block every web page, I would type in user hyphen agent : and then the asterisk sign, which is shift and 8. All right. And the next thing in the second command. So what happens, right? So this is user agent : right? So what happens? User agent means all the search engines, right? All the search engines are right up here. If I have to give a command to a specific search engine, I can type in their name also over here. So let's say if I have to do it for Googlebot, I can mention the name Googlebot. The name for the Google search engine is Googlebot, right? So usually people do it for all the search engines, and all the search engines are referred as an asterisk symbol, user hyphen agent, and then the asterisk symbol. All right. I press an enter and then I do it disallow : and then the /. This is used, guys, when we have to disallow all the web pages. All right, when we have to disallow all the web pages. This is scenario one, guys. Now, scenario two, I would delete all that and would start fresh and tell you in the scenario two, when I want all the web pages of my website to be indexed by the search engine, I would type in the same thing, user agent, and user agent means the search engines. So user agent colon the asterisk sign and then forward enter allow colon forward slash. That's what we have to do. And once that's being done, we can go to file, we can save it, and we can save it as robots.txt, right? We save it as robots.txt, save it and send that across to your developer to upload that in the root folder, right? So if you're not from the development background, you're a digital marketer, you don't need to have all the technical skill sets, which is perfectly fine. You need to be a marketer and not to be a developer. So, but if you have that skill set, which is good. So user agent colon the asterisk sign and then the allow. This was scenario two. Now comes in scenario three, which is user where we want certain pages to be indexed and certain pages not to be indexed. I can do that by typing in user agent colon and then the asterisk sign followed by disallow. Now why I'm typing disallow right now is because if I am typing disallow forward slash, so it's forward slash followed by, let's say I don't want the backend of my website to be indexed at all. If I do this, what will happen? Only the backend will disallow, not the everything. If I would have done it this way, which was scenario one, then all the web pages of my website would have been disallowed. But if I want only the backend of my website not to be indexed, I can mention that wp-admin and then the forward slash. What is happening now that every page of my website is getting indexed, but only the backend of my website is not getting indexed. Similarly, let's say if I have a specific e-commerce site, I don't want to include a certain category of my website to be indexed. I can simply go ahead and write in the name of that category. So all the URLs which will have the mobile thing, it's very much a possibility that all the pages which carries the mobiles, they will have the word mobile in it, or there is a specific folder. Either the folder can be disallowed or the URLs. Both the things can be disallowed. Right now, I am disallowing a specific folder which has got all the mobiles. A category, specific category, the mobile category gets disallowed in that case. Another thing, let's say if I want to type in a specific URL, which is not to be any one. So the first thing was the backend panel overall was being disallowed. The second thing is that overall category, the folder is being disallowed on the backend of my website. If I want a specific web page, let's say I want to name it as iPad Air 2, I can do that. So the URL which would have the domain is not to be written. The overall URL is not to be written. Only the last part of the URL has to be written after the domain. So that particular URL will get de-indexed. That particular web page won't be able to rank up till the time we would remove it from here, right? So that's all about creating a robots.txt, guys. And when we're doing the SEO audit, it's always important to keep a look at what all pages on my competitors' websites are getting indexed and what are not getting indexed. Similarly, we can check it for our website too, right? So it says to block the entire site, you can mention this, which I have already told you. Disallow colon the forward slash. If I want to block our directory and everything in it, then I can do a disallow colon forward slash private underscore directory. So this one particular uh, folder which I'm disallowing. If I want to block a specific page, that's something also which I've told you. It can be done forward slash private underscore file. That's the end part of the URL, right? So all in all, these are the things with respect to robots. I've already told you about how can you allow indexing of everything, and which is this allow colon, disallow indexing of specific page, specific folder. That can be done, and you don't want spider to come on your website at all. De-indexing of each and every web page. It can be done it this way, right? So that's with robots.txt options. You can see that's how we have done it. We have got the WP admin that includes the PayPal part, the payment part. I did tell you there's something which we don't want to ever get indexed across. And there are certain more things which we have de-indexed at present. All right. The next thing comes in 404 page. Now, what are 404 pages? I did tell you that these are the pages which have never been constructed. And never been created, but somehow people type in the URLs uh, with the right domain, but not the exact right URL, overall URL. So 404 page or 404 pages, which is being said in a most popular way, 404. 404 pages are what you see when you click on a broken link. Now, what is a broken link? I'll tell you that. They're oftenly spatially populated with little content other than a message as page not found. Many people just have a specific 404 page being created saying that no page found, page not found, which is really not the right way. Custom 404 pages needs to be designed in a proper fashion so that, and it needs to have the links or resources where the search engines can actually click and also go to different segments of the website. So let me do one way I would show you the 404 page of one of the website and tell you the way they have done it. So let's say this is the website snapdeal.com and I try to open a specific internal page, which is snapdeal.com/products kids toys. All right, somehow I go ahead and type in wrong spelling. Instead of toys, I type in toy. All right, what has happened just now? The 404 page, this page has not present. It's not present with Snapdeal. They have got a very great custom 404. Do you see? It's not that they have got a blank page which says that page not found. They've got a very interactive page. They have got these categories, these options. A custom 404 page is designed that if I'm looking at furniture, home and kitchen, if I'm looking at women's footwear, I mean I've got an option on a 404 page which is not present. What is happening if the end customer or the search engine, both of them somehow are able to land on a page which is not no more in existence, they would not actually leave the website very easily. It's not going to be a lose of the customer, a loss of the customer, or loss of the search engines who's coming onto my website, right? So what's happening? The end customer will have a lot of options right up over here, and also over here by clicking on the header. So all the categories are there. Plus, also with the footers, with the footer options, there are plenty of links. The wrong way of having a 404 page is that by just having a plain text saying 4 page not found, and not having any links. This is a good custom 404 page. Search engine will also come onto this page by somehow because of any broken link. The broken links makes them land to the 404 page, and for the search engines will have access to so many other things. Search engines and end customers will not straight away leave your website, and you will be at a losing end by losing the search engine or by losing the end customer. Both of them can be uh, kept on your website with the help of a custom 404 page. That's what custom 404 page are really meant for. A good design, right? And that's another thing which you have to look at while doing an SEO audit, right? So this is something which you have to design and get your developer make a 404 page, which is a good looking custom 404 page. Uh, there's another way of handling this 404 page, guys, which also the Snapdeal's competitor Flipkart actually does it. Let me show you. I don't recommend that, but it's also something which many people do and it's not harmful. If I do flipkart.com / maybe anything, a page which is not present. The domain is right, but the page which is not present. I write flipkart.com / blah blah blah. You can see the 404 doesn't come, but they redirect it to the home page. So redirecting the end customer to the home page whenever there is a 404 is another way of dealing with the 404. It's up to you whichever way you want to do it, but I personally recommend the way Snapdeal has done it because it does gives a lot of options to the end customer and does tell them that the page which they have clicked on, they have I mean that's no more there. That has been changed. So having a 404, a custom 404 is an important thing, and one needs to check it while doing an SEO audit. Another thing with SEO audit, guys, is checking for search engine friendly URL. Now, when we check for URLs, we have to see whether the URLs which are present are search engine friendly or not. Now, URL, how do we check whether a specific URL is search engine friendly or not? Let me show you. So let's say if I'm on the Flipkart site only, and or maybe on the Snapdeal, I would take that one as first. All right, so let's say I go into the internal page of my website, of this Snapdeal website. What's happening, you can see it is a plain, simple URL which doesn't have any special characters. You know, some people have a lot of very lengthy URL with a lot of special characters, just like @ symbol, dollar symbol, percentage symbol, and symbol, or some brackets or plus sign and whatnot. But these are something which are never ever recommended. Another thing which you can look and decide whether a specific URL is a search engine friendly URL is not or not, that the words within the URL, they need to pertain to the overall page which is there. So the keyword of the page is present right up here. It's mobile phones, right? So mobile phone is what is being targeted here, and the keyword is right present up here, right? So another thing which you can also check and decide whether a URL is friendly, search engine friendly or not. The first one was no special characters. The second thing was a very tidy thing, not a very long URL. And third thing being the keyword being there. Fourth thing, while you're checking whether a URL is search engine friendly or not, is that the two words, the space between two words, are depicted with the help of a hyphen and not a underscore or any other thing. So it's always recommended that you present the space between two words with the help of a hyphen. No underscore, no question mark, or no special character. Hyphen is the recommended thing what search engines really like about search, URLs. So that's with checking search engine friendly URLs. If you find all these things, you are good to go. You can say that your website has got search engine friendly URL, and you can also check for your competitors' search your URLs, right? And take some lessons from there if your URLs are not at all search engine friendly. It says that it's always better to have meaningful words and keywords. Like I told you, mobile phones was a word in that example which I've taken. So having meaningful words and keywords is something which is recommended. And also, like I told you, the space between two words has to be separated, has to be depicted with the help of an hyphen. So use hyphen to separate two words, right? The space has to be shown with the help of a hyphen. One should not ever use these underscores, spaces, or any other special characters to separate words, like I did tell you. And URLs must be shorter than 2083 characters, guys.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp, B. LinkedIn, C. Facebook, D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So 2083 is quite a lot. And one of the ways through which you can, you can say whether a specific URL is search engine friendly or not. This is one of the great ways you can check. So it says example.com, one of the website / category hyphen keyword. So the main category forward hyphen the keyword associated to that category / subcategory hyphen the keyword related to the subcategory, and then forward slash the primary keyword, primary product, the main product for which the overall web page URL is there, that product name forward slash the keyword associated to that primary product. So if you have iPhone 6, let's say, then you would be like, and if it's a Snapdeal thing, snapdeal.com forward slash mobile hyphen, the keyword would be mobile phones, and then the subcategory may be the Apple phones, and then the keyword would be Apple Apple mobile phones, and then forward slash the product being iPhone 6 and the keyword being buy iPhone 6. So in this way, the overall example, if it's like this, the URL is crisp and cleaner like this, which does have a folder path, a proper folder path with category followed by the subcategory and then followed by the main primary product and all the keywords for every specific main category, subcategory being mentioned, then it definitely means that the URL is search engine friendly. All right, so that's with the overall search engine friendliness of the URL, which you can see and check while performing an SEO audit. The other thing being check broken links. Checking of broken links is something which is very much important. How can this be done? Is with the help of a specific tool. Now, what exactly broken links are, guys? Let me show you this. Let's say I open a website, searchenginejournal.com, which is one of my favorite website. I keep a tab on it. So let's say I open the very first. All right, so I will open one of them. So one of the articles which I'm opening right now, what happens, you can see this is an hyperlink, right? They have created a hyperlink. If I click on this and open it in a new tab, this particular page opens up, right? When this particular page opens up, it becomes an internal link. But now the point which I'm trying to tell you, let's say tomorrow what happens, this link remains over here, but somehow the page which used to open, the link remains and the URL which is there, somehow these people decide that they're going to discontinue this URL, they're going to delete this overall stuff. What will happen? This will become a broken link for this website, for this particular page. More broken links you have, bad it is. If I uh, take a look and show you one of the external link, even for the external link, it works in this way. So you can see this one, this particular URL, this particular link founder at Quite Light Brokerage. This will actually open a third party website. Now tomorrow, now this is a broken link, guys. That's great. So this is a broken link. It's not opening up. This is an example of a broken link. This is going to affect search engine general websites ranking. How can we really check for the broken links of a website? We have to always reduce the number of broken links on a website. While doing an SEO audit, after checking the search engine friendliness search engine friendliness, we have to also check for the overall broken links on our website. So let's say if I do it for searchenginejournal.com, I just have to type in, it's brokenlinkcheck.com, guys. I would take brokenlinkcheck.com, would enter the URL over here. I'll click on find broken links. It's X3QJJ, and I go ahead and click on find broken links. It'll start first of all analyzing all the web pages and start giving me the broken links which are present. Along with the broken links, it'll also tell me this particular tool where exactly these broken links are located on my website, so that I can easily get to know the source and reach that particular page and remove those broken links which are present on my website. So it'll take some time, guys. You can simply go ahead and check it yourself. Let me show you. Okay, you can see the very first broken link has come up over here, right? And if you click on the source page, it'll tell you where exactly this broken link is over there. It's a 404 page which is opening up when this is being clicked across, right? And so that's with the broken link, guys. That's overall, it will keep on performing its activity. I hope most of you are clear on that part. That's with, so when someone clicks on a page, what broken links, why should we check them? So when someone clicks on a page and it doesn't lead to a working page, I did show you with the example, it's called broken link. It's very important to diagnose this. The broken links actually breaks the journey of the search engines also, and also the end customer. Hence, they can't really lead to much better crawling and indexing. So it does adversely affects the health of the websites and lowers the potential of the website to rank, right? That's all I have, guys, in this video. I'll just do a recap of what we have done just now. So we started with understanding the overall SEO audit part and what exactly it is. We also understood the reasons and benefits of doing an SEO audit, right? We understood that in detail. We understood some of the commands, the cache colon site colon, the link colon command, related colon command, info colon command, define colon command. They're very important in terms of getting to know about our website and our competitors' website. Followed by who is stuff, whereas in we understood how can we get to know the domain age. It's very much important to know about the domain age. Then also about making sure that our website is not in the trap of canonicalization, right? So canonicalization of a particular domain happens when our website opens up with two different domains, right? So with www and without www version, right? XML sitemap, we also understood what exactly these are. These are the certain maps and how should we go ahead and get them created. I did tell you about the tool XML sitemaps, and once that's get created, you can download and send it across your developer to upload it into the root folder. When you're doing an SEO audit, you can check whether the sitemap is present. How you do that? By entering domain.com/sitemap.xml. Similarly, you can also check for the robots.txt by typing in the domain.com/robots.txt, right? So we understood all that. We understood overall ways through which we can create the robots.txt file and get that uploaded across. All right. So these are certain ways through which we can, through commands in different scenarios. Robots was being followed by understanding of 404 page. How can we get the 404 pages working in favor of the overall SEO campaign? So a custom 404 page is something which is recommended, right? We also understood how can we really check whether the URLs of a website while doing an SEO audit. We can check 404, we can check the search engine friendliness of the URLs as well. So there are certain ways to check that, which is human, a human intervention is needed. And the last one, we understood what broken links are and there is an adverse effect with respect to broken links, and how can we check that.
So what are the top techniques that specialists in today's world use for SEO? And I'm sure you might have heard of these terms. We have three kinds of SEO techniques that are very, very popular. One is white hat SEO, we have gray hat SEO, and we have black hat SEO. And each of these have that particular name for a reason. See, white hat SEO is where you're trying to keep it legal. You're trying to follow all the rules, all the policies, all the methodologies, no matter what. That's what a white hat SEO person does. So he or she will never break the rules. He or she will never do anything illegal, or he or she will never cross a line, to be very honest with you. So now, what goes on in the white hat SEO aspect of things, right? See, the most important thing that a person who is optimizing content for white hat SEO is you have to put in really high quality content. You must have good number of relevant keywords, and you need to work on technical SEO as well. We're going to talk about technical SEO in the next section, so make sure to stick around. And of course, you have to drive really good user experience. At the end of the day, if there is someone coming to your website, they need to feel happy if they're giving you their money and buying a product. There's no point if you make it extremely complicated for them to buy the product, right? As simple as possible. Now, technical SEO. So technical SEO, you really have to understand is that the first question you might ask is, oh, I am not technical. I do not have a technical resume. I don't know a programming language. Can I still do technical SEO? The answer is yes, you can do technical SEO, and no, you do not have to be any sort of developer to work with technical SEO. See, technical SEO considers of three things. One is the loading time of the actual website where you're working on. You have to always keep the loading time less, right? So if I'm on your website, if I have a super fast internet connection and yet it takes me 5 seconds to load your website, I'll obviously get bored. And it's just not me, it's the common consensus of hundreds of thousands of people. Your website has to be fast. It has to be very responsive. And the second thing is indexability. How well can I move through around in your website? So how well can I go around your website to find out what I want, how easily I want, is it the right product for me, all of those things, right? So when someone's on your website, how friendly is your website to use? And then of course, when we talk about mobile responsiveness, this is another important thing we'll talk in the strategy part as well, because see, not everyone will sit on their desktop to buy a product, right? There's 99% of the people who are using mobile phones for buying products. A lot of people using laptops, tablets, whatever it is. Now you can make a purchase on your smart watch also, to be very honest, right? So when you're thinking about all of these, your website needs to have the capability to adjust to all of these different screen sizes without tearing out the website's structure. So that is mobile responsiveness. And then coming back to the second aspect of the SEO technique is the grey hat SEO. See, grey hat SEO talks about using both ethical and unethical methods of doing it. Hence the name grey. White hat is completely legal. Grey hat is a little bit illegal. Black hat is completely not ethical. So with grey hat, what they'll be doing to get the rank up higher is they'll be spamming internal links. They'll be putting out duplicate content or content that is not original to them. They'll be putting in purchase links which probably do not belong on their website, and there's something called as SEO squatting as well. So they'll be doing a lot of things, among which some of it might be ethical, and of course there'll be a majority part of it which is not ethical. That's what grey hat is. And then when we talk about black hat, right? Black hat, as the name suggests, it's there to violate every single rule, every single ethical policy it's ever there provided by a search engine to make sure they can improve the rank no matter what. So there'll be a lot of spamming redirects that happen, a lot of suspicious kind of content stuffing goes on, a lot of link changes, and of course content duplication, right? All of these points are against any of the search engine rules out there. Every search engine out there, Google has a couple of rules, and they say if you stick to these rules, we'll show your website on our search engine. If you do not, we won't. But black hat SEO people will find ways to get a huge boost in rank, temporarily of course, or it can be permanent if they're really good. But then to have all of these rules, it means that these guys are there to break those rules and sort of outplay everyone at the game. So that's black hat. And now the most important aspect of the session is on how you should plan for the strategy whenever you're thinking about SEO. What's the actual strategy and how can we work with it? Let me tell you, the first most important thing that you really have to know is your target market, right? So if you're a shoe company, you really should know, who's buying your shoes, where your shoes are being bought, what sizes, what color, what does your customer want. If someone wants apples and if you're selling them shoes, they are not your target market, right? So you need to understand who's the customer. Understanding the customer is very important. See, there was a time, let me tell you, not very long before that, everyone depended on the quantity of traffic, right? So everyone was happy if they started getting more traffic. The quantity was very important then. Now that there are so many professionals with every company implementing digital marketing and SEO, now we require the quality of organic traffic that comes in, and that will eventually translate to the quantity of sales made. See, you can have 1,000 people who visit your website, but what's the point if 10 people make a sale? But if I have 100 people who come into the website and if I have 40 people who bought something, which would you prefer? 40 sales, of course, right? The same policy here. So the first strategy that you always have to implement is by knowing what market you're catering to. After you understand what market you're catering to, work on quality over quantity. That's the first point. And then, next thing you'll ask is, okay, so I'm selling shoes, but can I cater to everyone out there? Well, of course, if you have the capability to ship your product across the world, you can get it delivered. Now, what if you're not a shoe selling company? What if you're a dentist, or if you have a car repair shop, or you have a grocery store that you're trying to get online and get an online presence? Well, if you're selling grocery, if you're sitting in one part of India, it would rarely make sense to probably send your products across the world, right? Like daily use groceries. You might argue saying, yes, it is possible, people are doing it. Of course, people are doing it, but you've opened a grocery store to cater to the people in your area or probably in your city, right? So to do that, there's something called local SEO. Local SEO will make sure that everyone around you will know that you are there. So to all the, let's say if you're in Bengaluru, people will know in Bengaluru that there is a grocery store, and you'll be aiming at the Bengaluru audience to make sure that they know you are there. That is local SEO, right? It's the same thing when you're a dentist. What if you're a dentist sitting in Bombay, and what's the point if you have clients somewhere in Chandigarh or somewhere in Delhi or something that you really cannot work with? So you need to have the clients next to you to start working, right? The same link. And then of course, if you have a car repair center, unless you have your entire company set up in Bengaluru and the person is in Delhi, so you really cannot work on that car repair aspect of things that well, right? If you have a car repair shop, you're expecting the people around you in the same neighborhood to come with their cars, get it repaired if there's an issue. Now, I think you get the point of target market being very important, right? So the second strategy that we'll need to think about is a lot of mobile searches that gets happening. As I told you, right? So this is the world of mobile computing, and there is absolutely no doubt about it, and I'm sure you guys already know it. Now, is your website very complicated to convert it into a mobile friendly website, or is it not possible to do it? Or if someone is viewing your website on their mobile platform, is it completely getting teared up? It is not meant for a mobile screen. So is it looking that way? If it is that way, if it was you as a customer, there's a very good chance you'll go back saying, this is not going to work out because I really cannot work with this website on my phone. That's the thing. If you're working on a very good strategy with respect to SEO, you have to optimize your website in such a way that there's a lot of people making purchases on their phone. So when there are a lot of people making purchases on their phone, you have to find ways in which you are going to actually cater to these people as well. So keep the website mobile friendly, optimize a lot for mobile performances. See, there's a lot of difference when you come to PC performance versus mobile performance, right? So that will have an impact in loading times and a lot of other things as well. So considering all of that, knowing that you'll probably find 8 out of 10 buyers who shop on their mobile phones for a product, it's important that you plan your SEO strategy this way as well. And then coming to point number 3, right? One of the most important things about SEO and the product that comes out of your digital marketing campaign is that you are providing your clients the best possible user experience. There's 3 things that comes into mind whenever we talk about user experience.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online course mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
One is site navigation. As we already discussed, how easy is it to go around your site without it becoming very complex, without the person getting confused thoroughly and whatnot. The second thing we'll talk about is responsive design, right? As I just told you, if I'm viewing your website on my mobile, on my computer right now as well, I should get a very similar experience. Even though your website might be highly optimized for mobile, and as soon as I put in my mobile, if it feels very alien to me, I will hesitate a little, right? Same, thousands of other people say the same thing too. So the third thing is crawler optimization. See, all of these search engines will have something called as crawlers. These crawlers will come, they will go through the entirety of your website to see what you're providing, how good your content is it worthy to be ranking on Google search, for example, and all of that, right? So these crawlers, they're also called as spiders, crawler bots, whatever it is. So you need to optimize your SEO strategy in a way that you're helping these crawlers to happily come into your website, pick up the data that's required to make sure that it gives you a higher indexing on the rank. So what happens at the end of all of this? If your site is very easy to work with, if your design is not alien on any of the devices, it's very responsive, it's very quick, and if it's optimized for search engine, and when people search something, it's your brand that comes at the top, well, that's pretty good user experience, because at the end of the day, if you're doing all of this, it means the customer is going to buy something, be it your product, be it your service, or whatever it is that you are trying to market on the internet, right? And the next point we really have to talk about, that's almost neglected in today's world, which is very, very, very wrong, is that understand that there are other search engines as well. It's not only Google. Of course, Google is probably the biggest search engine in today's world, but there are search engines such as DuckDuckGo, you have Microsoft Bing, and of course you have Yahoo as well. all of these equally get millions of searches every single month. Now, there is a reason why each of these search engines are popular, and of course, that's the entire discussion on its own. But to tell you, if you always are going to optimize only for Google, there's a good chance you'll tap into 80% of the market. But then there's a 20% of the market who'll only use DuckDuckGo, only use Bing, or only use Yahoo, right? For all of these guys, to make sure that your outreach is even better, optimize your strategies in a way where you're catering to all of these search engines as well. It's not just Google, there are other players too, and you have to understand that. And the next strategy that we'll talk about is you actually analyzing what your customers want. See, now your audience, let's say, let me take the same shoe example again, right? So there's something called as keywords that we keep a track of to see what the customers or people searching on Google want. There's three types of keywords. There's short tail keywords, there's medium tail, and of course there's long tail keywords as well. So whenever we talk about short tail keywords, right, let's say if someone wants to buy shoes. Now I want to go on Google and I want to buy shoes. Simple. So if I just go to Google and type in shoes, it's going to give me a lot of results. What is a shoe? Why is a shoe required? And all of that things. And it might not tell me that I have to buy shoes. And then I'll give you a little specific more saying, I want a pair of women's shoes. I want to gift someone a pair of women's shoes. And then Google will start understanding, okay, so you want women's shoes, and they'll start showing you only women's shoes. And now you're like, okay, I'm going to, even these search result is not working for me. I'm going to give you more details. So you type in Nike waterproof running women's shoes. Google has complete idea that you want Nike shoes. It has to be waterproof. It has to be women's shoes. And when you search for all of this, if me as a seller of shoes know that you're going to search all these three things, and if I can get my website to rank on Google at the top for all three of these keywords, it means no matter what you search, shoes, women's shoes, Nike waterproof running shoes, if I am right there at the top, it means you'll click on me. And if you've clicked on me, if my website is very impressive, you'll make a purchase. And well, I converted you from being a prospect to a sale, right? Just look at the exact graph that I'm talking about. Whenever people search for long tail keywords, there's a highest probability of them actually getting converted, as in they'll go from just looking into actually giving out their money and making a purchase. So this entire strategy talks about you understanding what your audience want. So no matter what they want, you should be ready to cater to them, right? In terms of SEO, in terms of digital marketing, that is. So to do all of that, you need to rank your website on all three of these keywords, and you need to work on that. It's not as easy as it sounds, but this is a strategy where you need to put in time to rank on these three keywords, and this strategy talks exactly about that. Coming to the next strategy, right? So now you know what your customers are searching for. Now you know what people are searching for, and you're catering to them. So what is the next thing? See, you have to understand customer intent, right? Every time a customer comes to your page, it doesn't mean that he or she will always make a purchase. There's always a why that you have to ask, to find out why this customer is searching for the thing that he or she is searching for. There is three types of searches that happen online. One is a transactional search where someone wants to buy something or sell something. The other one is someone comes on the internet and goes to Google search for information, and they just want information and not to buy anything. And the third thing is, they just want to come around, browse in your website, check out what you provide for their knowledge sake. And of course, at the end of it, they'll be just, window shoppers online, basically. So considering all of these, you need to cater to these guys as well. Now, if you can very subtly market saying you provide the best shoes out there in the information category, people are interested to buy your shoes. Now, if you say I'm going to give you 30% off on my shoes, that's a transactional entity, right? So for all of these, each of the intent that you try to understand, and then you cater to each of these intents, it just makes your probability of making a sale very high. And it's not just that, right? See, whenever we talk about the next strategy, which is link building, you have to understand that link building, right? Remember this word. If you are very serious about your SEO career, remember this forever, because link building is the most important thing there is out there. You need to have two types of links. One we call as the inbound link, and the other one is the outbound link. Inbound link is when, someone else has mentioned your website on their website, and someone clicks on that, and that link brings them from their website to your website. So that's an inbound link. People are coming through that link into your website. And then there's outbound link, where people are already on your website and you send them somewhere else. You might be wondering, why should I send them somewhere else? Well, there might be chances where you're writing a blog or something, and that you have to give them more details about the product, which might be in another web page or another website. Then you have to give them an external link to, right? So that you really have to know. Now that you know that there are two types of linking, you have to understand how can you use these links to push across your brand. The first thing in SEO terms is guest posting, right? See, if you go on to someone else's blog site and if you market your product there by writing them a blog or something, that's going to create an internal link for you guys. It's going to create an inbound link. Inbound links, more the inbound links, better your SEO campaign, more the returns, right? And then social media. Do I even have to talk about social media, because this is an ocean of its own. No matter what SEO strategies that you will use or you will not use, if you get onto social media and start advertising your products in a very right way, there's a lot of things when it comes to SEO. And if you follow all of that, your brand or your product or whatever it is, it's going to skyrocket. So that is one very important thing you have to understand about social media. And then when we talk about testimonial links, is when other people write good things about your product. That will help your SEO campaign, believe it or not. So when you have reviews, right, genuine reviews of people who actually have an opinion about your product, so when they go on to write all of these reviews, that will actually have a huge impact on your product. So if you have never thought about an SEO campaign this way, and I'm glad that I'm changing your mind, because all of these are very, very, very important in your world to becoming an expert in SEO as well. Now, with all of these strategies in mind, you will have a question saying, so how do I know if all of these works or not? This is where you will have to work on measuring the SEO performance, right? See, all of these professional SEOs who have been doing this for a long time have the capability and the knowledge and of course the understanding to know what they're selling to the customers, what is the amount they're investing into their digital marketing campaign, and what is the return that they're getting. So to see what is the return that they're getting, how do they do it, right? If I'm saying it, it's very easy, but how do they do it? There's something called as engagement metrics. Engagement metrics is when you see what the people who are coming onto your website are doing. There are so many things when we talk about engagement metrics, but let me quickly tell you all of these. There's something called as conversion rate. Now, if 100 people visit your website and if 10 people bought a product but 90 people left, your conversion rate is only 10%, right? Now, if you can find problems about why there exists a huge gap for this particular case, then there's a good chance if you fix that kind of a problem that exists, you will probably have 50 people buy a product when 100 people come in. So your conversion rate went from 10 to 50. That's exactly what we require. So you can track all of that. 100 people came in, 100 people left. And then we have something called as time on page. Time on page is exactly what it says. Whenever a person, anyone, prospect, customer, whoever he or she is, as soon as they land on your website, you will find out for how long they have been on the website, right? So if you have a lot of things to say, if you have, let's say, a 3,000 word blog, if they're only there for 20 seconds, it doesn't make sense, right? It means they're not reading the entire thing, or they're not interested to, or there's something wrong.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO. B. B2C. C. PPC. D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now, if you find out what's wrong, if you solve it, if you use SEO to solve it, you will increase the time on page. If you increase the time on page, campaign success. Now, then there's pages per visit. So whenever someone visits your website, how many pages he or she is visiting? The more they interact with your website, the more these crawlers, the more Google's algorithms or any other algorithms out there will understand that your website is pretty popular. People want to check you out. So obviously it will rank you higher there too. And then we have bounce rate. Bounce rate is when people come on your website, they absolutely do nothing and they leave. That's bounce rate, right? Even these guys are very important to understand analytics, because you will find out why people are doing this. Why are people coming to your website? Why are they not engaging? What is making them not engage? And why are they leaving? So you will find answers to all those questions with respect to bounce rate. And then you have scroll depth. Scroll depth is the exact same thing, which depends on time on page as well, right? Now, if you have a 10,000 word essay, or you've written a story or something, and you want people to read that no matter what, or let's say it's something about your brand. If the time on page was 10 seconds, there is absolutely no way in 10 seconds a human can read 10,000 words. And if you think it's going to take 10 minutes but people only took 2 minutes, it means that they got bored along the way, it was not for them, so many reasons, right? So your scroll depth is another very important metric that you can use to track your entire SEO performance too. So understand this, these 5 engagement metrics are very 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 important when it comes to understanding, to see if your SEO campaign, whatever strategies that you have used, is working or not.
So let us talk about the 4 C's of digital marketing now that we have transitioned towards the phase of digital marketing. Digital marketing these days is a must for businesses and firms to grow and thrive because everything is online these days, right? Every business is online. All your e-commerce websites are online. Even academic institutions, libraries, and political campaigns are run online. So it is very important to use technology and use the internet to enhance your capability to reach your audience, to basically market your product or market your eligibility to your customer. So the 4 C's of digital marketing are essentially customer value, cost, convenience, and communication. So let us understand what each of these mean. So firstly, customer value. So this involves seeing the business through and through from the customer's perspective. So when you step into the shoes of a digital marketer or a manager, you'll basically see what the customer experiences on their behalf, basically. So these would include what product or service would they expect and value. So what is most valuable to the customer? What in the current circumstances do they need exactly? How to cater to the individual's need as a whole. So basically, the website's UI, what products are being recommended to them, what time of the year it is. Is it the holiday season? Is it a festive season? So all of those things. So research on these things will help highlight and bring about the ideas that will help in delivering this particular aspect of customer value. And eventually, if your marketing strategy is successful, it would bring your business a lot of revenue due to the customers basically subscribing to your product. Cost. So cost is also very important in the field of digital marketing because obviously as a marketer you have a limited budget. So whatever approach you're taking, right, you need to have a cost efficient balance in it. So cost is very important and a good amount of research has to be done in order to concentrate your marketing on a particular customer base or in a particular region. So basically, you can create separate marketing campaigns for different regions and different customer bases. Say you're creating a marketing campaign for customers that are aged between, say, 30 to 50, and the other marketing campaign that you could create is for customers aged between, say, 13 to 25. So basically, accessing different age demographics so that you don't create a blanket marketing strategy and waste all of your marketing budget on a generalized view of customers. So that is there. And then finally, we have convenience. So obviously, portability is a very important factor these days. Everybody has smartphones, right? Smartphones, tablets, smart TVs. So you have numerous areas where you can basically market your product. It's not just desktops anymore. You can market your product almost everywhere. So for example, if you're going to a place, right? If you're going to a tourist place. So basically, once you understand that your location is a tourist destination, you can market tourist advertisements towards your customers when they're using their mobile phones and such. So when they see those tourist ads, you can basically market your hotel, you can market a tourist destination, you can market your restaurant in that way. This is also extremely helpful if you market your ads on booking websites like booking.com or such websites where customers basically go to and plan their trips so they can basically see the hotel advertisement that you've given and you can basically subscribe to your hotel or book your hotel. So the convenience factor in marketing is also extremely important. So if your website is not user friendly, chances are the customers will not pay attention to it or will not pay attention to your ad or probably would exit your website and go to some other website to book their tourist destinations or basically get their product from somewhere else. And finally, we have communication. So, new age marketing is more about communication than promotion. So if you blindly go to a customer and promote your product, chances are the customer will not subscribe to your product. You need to be able to relate to the customer on a certain level, right? The customer should be able to relate to your product, and the customer should feel the need for your product. So this involves a great amount of communication from the marketing strategy, from the marketing manager. So communication involves having effective communication directly with your customer. So in this era of digital marketing, your website should be engaging, responsive, and very likable to the customers as well. So let us look at the examples of the various domains that are present in digital marketing. So we have the domains such as search engine optimization, content marketing, social media, pay-per-click, affiliate marketing, native advertisements, marketing automation, email marketing, online PR, and inbound marketing. Let us go through these one by one. So search engine optimization is probably a very relevant marketing domain in today's world. Everybody uses Google. For the people who don't use Google, they use Bing search bars. So essentially, all the content on the internet is indexed on these search engines. So whenever you type a particular search term in Google, what exactly determines what comes in the front page or the first result that you see? It depends on the search engine optimization that your content has, right? So the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in search engine results is called search engine optimization. So this increases the amount of organic or free traffic that you get on your website. So whether it is your tourist website, whether it is some other e-commerce website. The channels that benefit from SEO include websites, blogs, or infographics, obviously. The various ways to approach and achieve good SEO would include on-page SEO or off-page SEO. So on-page SEO would actually include the core of the content that you have, and off-page SEO would basically include how you reach that particular page. Then we have content marketing. So this is very easy to understand, the process of creation and promotion of content assets built specifically around the product at hand. So you have a product that you want to market, say a vacuum cleaner. So it should be incredibly important to basically advertise that vacuum cleaner in the best way possible by writing its features in a very appealing way. The content helps in generating brand awareness, traffic growth, lead generation, and customers. The channels include blogs, ebooks, white papers, infographics, YouTube videos, and many more. Then you have social media marketing. Now, in today's day and age, everybody uses social media. Earlier, it was Facebook. Now, it is Instagram, right? So, Instagram is a very important source for social media marketing today. Some of the examples would include beauty products, tourist destinations, food, and such other things. So, it is done to increase the brand awareness, drive traffic towards that brand, and basically when you promote a product on social media and your product gains traction, it generates leads for the business as well. So examples obviously include Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, Snapchat, and Pinterest. Pay-per-click PPC. So PPC is a method of driving traffic to the website by paying a publisher every time your ad is clicked, right? So Google Ads, for example, you might have seen supported by Google Ads on particular websites. There is a website advertisement banner on the side or top or bottom of the website, and you have a little icon at the corner of that banner which says Google Ads. So basically, Google gives you this feature to promote your ads on these websites, and every time anybody clicks on that ad, you have to pay Google a certain amount of money. So it is also very budget friendly. In fact, if somebody is not interested in the product, they wouldn't click on that banner, and you wouldn't have to pay for customers you're not actually reaching, right? So that is why a pay-per-click is also a good digital marketing strategy. Other forms of pay-per-click would include Facebook ads and Twitter campaigns and sponsored messages on LinkedIn. Affiliate marketing. So, performance-based advertising where you receive commission for promoting someone else's product. services on your website. Channels include hosting video ads through YouTube partner programs or through affiliate links from your social media accounts. It is also very popular on Instagram these days. So basically, a celebrity would partner up with a beauty brand, or a celebrity would partner up with a food brand, and they would basically promote that product, and they become the affiliate to that product. And that is what affiliate marketing is all about. Native advertising. So this refers to the method of advertising that is primarily content-led and featured on a platform alongside other non-paid content. So a good example would be BuzzFeed sponsored posts. This is sort of the generic way of advertising, and you could see this on Facebook and Instagram as well. These are essentially normal posts. Then we have marketing automation. So obviously, with everything being digital these days, there is a lot of demand for replacing redundant work with automation. So marketing automation is a concept that deals with just that. So this refers to the software that serves to automate your basic marketing operations. So basically for SEO, for automating repetitive tasks like posting on a particular time. So all of these things can be automated. These could include email, newsletters, social media post scheduling, and campaign tracking and reporting and much more. So rather than manually tracking like you would have done when you were traditionally marketing, instead here you would be doing it through automation. Email marketing. So email is often used to promote content. I'm sure if you log on to your Gmail or your primary email account, you would see a lot of spam coming in from different websites that you visited based on your recommendations, based on your likenesses. They would be sending you content, they would be sending you job offers, they would be sending you product offers on your email. So emails are often used to promote content, discounts, and events. The types of emails may include blog subscription newsletters, customer welcome mails, and holiday promotions. Other type of mails include tips, follow-up, and support emails to help the customer as well. Online PR. So it is a strategy which is used for online coverage with digital publications, blogs, and other content-based websites. The channels for this sort of advertising include reporter outreach using social media, online reviews of a company, engaging comments on the websites and blogs. So, a lot of times, if you visit a restaurant or if you are buying a product, a lot of vendors would actually tell you to review that content on their website or on the vendor's website, essentially, so that when other people come in and see that product and they see the star rating for that product or they see the actual written reviews for that product, they would actually gain trust towards that product or be more likely to subscribe to that product. So this would also be the same case as a traditional PR, where a PR agent would tell you to spread the positive coverage about a particular product to other people as well. Then we have inbound marketing. So this refers to the marketing method where you attract, engage, and delight customers at every stage of the buyer's journey. So you have to make sure that the buying journey that they have, the buying experience that they have is good so that they actually return or they actually recommend other people to do that as well. So blogging, video marketing, email contact lists, and more are the primary channels of inbound marketing. So let us now talk about a career in digital marketing. So if you're interested in this particular field, if you think you have the talent and what it takes, so let me get you through what actually is required and why should you choose a digital marketing job role. So one of the key advantages of choosing a career in digital marketing is that it is very easy to shift career paths to and fro. So currently, if you're in a different job domain and you want to shift your career to digital marketing, it is very easy to do. And if you are actually in the digital marketing domain and say you're not liking it and you want to switch to some other job role, that is very easy to do as well. So it is not limiting or constricting in any way. Digital marketing is obviously a growing industry with a job abundance that is not going to go anytime soon. So essentially, the job opportunities are ever expanding since we are living in the digital age, and there is no possibility of these job opportunities ever going away in the time that we are foreseeing. And then the compensation is based on skill, high margin of negotiation. So essentially, that means that the salary point that you would get in the career of digital marketing is entirely based on your skill and experience. So, say you worked for a company, you enhanced their sales or you enhance their subscriptions, right? And you have that on your portfolio, then that basically gives you an endless margin of negotiation whenever you join as a, say, social media manager or a digital marketing manager with any other organization. Your portfolio would essentially speak for itself. Creativity is rewarded. So basically, this is not a job role where you're fixed on a set track and you have to do some routine work every day. You have to be innovative, right? And you have to think out of the box. So here is the factor where creativity comes in. So the more creative you are, the more innovative you are, the better outputs you would create when you are working as a digital marketer. And then skills do not become redundant with the technological shifts. So since we are living in the digital age, we are not talking about traditional marketing here. We are talking about digital marketing. No matter how much the technology changes or shifts, your job will not become redundant and your skills will not become redundant. If you were working in the technical domain, you might be working on a particular version of a technology today, which might become redundant tomorrow or which might be replaced by another technology tomorrow, right? In digital marketing, that is not the case. The platform may change, the social media websites may change, but the core of the job role and the skills, the core skills that are required to be proficient in this job role, they will not change. So, how do you start your career in digital marketing if you're interested? So, firstly, there are a lot of ways. One of the optional ways is learning web development. When you learn web development, which is a very sought after skill to acquire, you essentially open a lot of opportunities for yourself. Web development in itself is quite a good job. When you combine it with your expertise in digital marketing and advertisement, you can go places with it. And then obviously the core fundamental principles of marketing with marketing management and copywriting, abundant reading and social media awareness to remain up to date with trends and technology. So, naturally, if you're working in this particular job domain, you need to be aware of what is going on around you. You need to be up to date with the trends. You cannot stay away from it and still hope to be, be able to connect to your customers. You need to be aware of what the customers are up to these days. So you need to keep reading articles. You need to keep checking YouTube. You need to keep browsing Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and such. Then you have to keep your portfolio public. So whatever you do in your career in digital marketing, you need to be able to advertise it. So whenever you switch job roles or whenever you apply for a freelance job, you're able to advertise it very easily so that the client or the customer can see it or the employer can see it and be able to hire you based on it. And then obviously online courses help you a lot because if you look online for content in this particular job domain, you'll get a lot of stuff, but you'll not get stuff in a very streamlined manner. You need to be able to streamline your focus on a particular line and then be able to focus on it to be able to excel in this career. So online courses help a lot with that. So let us talk about the digital marketing job description. So the roles and responsibilities that are included in digital marketing would include analyzing digital data to draw key recommendations around website optimization. So you would look at the website data and understand what the customers would want and optimize the website according to it, or tell the people who are supposed to optimize the website they should do that, and conduct social media audits to ensure best practices are ensured. So you should see the social media websites are following the marketing standards. Maintain digital dashboards of the several accounts that you have. So you may have an account on Quora, you may have an account on YouTube and Instagram. So you should be able to coordinate all of that by keeping a common dashboard. Coordinate with the sales team to create marketing campaigns. Get the data from the sales team, analyze the efficiency of your previous marketing campaigns, and then decide your new marketing campaign based on it. Prepare emails to send out to customers, monitor key online marketing metrics to track success, maintain and create online listings across e-commerce platforms, ensure that the brand message is consistent. So your brand message, whatever it is, whether it is based on integrity, trust, it should be consistent all throughout. Skills that are required for this job: strong communication skills for articulating ideas to colleagues and clients. So your communication skills should be extremely important because you're going to be presenting your marketing strategies to the stakeholders. Attention to detail and accuracy. So essentially, whatever message you're trying to send and the accuracy, you should ensure that the message should not have any typos in it, and if the message is clear. The ability to work independently and flexibly. So you should be able to coordinate your work in an independent manner. You should not be reliant on any other particular member of your team for your own job tasks, and you should be flexible. So most of the times, if your company is launching a new product or your company is devising a new marketing strategy, you would be required a lot of the times, and it may be sometimes at odd hours. So you should be able to adjust your hours accordingly. The capacity to prioritize and work across multiple projects. You should be good at multitasking, the ability to work as part of the team. So if you're working with a team, most probably the sales team, you should be able to coordinate with them very easily. Organization skills with the ability to deliver a high volume of quality work. Your work should be focused on quality and not quantity. Creative skills for contributing new and innovative ideas. So creativity is obviously required, as we discussed earlier on. The ability to work well under pressure and meet deadlines. So, marketing is done for promoting products. So, you should be able to work well under pressure because a lot of times the company really wants their products to be successful, and that pressure would come onto you. So, you should be able to handle that pressure really well. Networking and analytical skills. So, you should be able to communicate with people and create your own advertising networks, and you should be able to analyze customer data as well and sales data as well to understand basically what sort of strategies would work and what should you recommend to the customers and what marketing strategy you should use. Knowledge of existing and emerging social media platforms. So, as we discussed earlier on, keep up to date with social media and basic IT skills. So, you should know Excel, you should know PowerPoint presentations, you should know basics of web development and basics of SEO. If you're working as a manager and if you're working as an SEO expert, definitely you should know a lot about SEO.
Well, even before we check out the first point on the agenda, I want to give you guys a couple of facts regarding digital marketing. Did you know that every single second, Google gets somewhere around 77,000 searches where people are wanting to buy a product or they want to buy a service? 77,000 searches a second. Now, let that sink in because by the time I read the statement, it's already 15, 20 seconds over, and just multiply 77,000 to that many, seconds, right? So it is huge. The population base when we talk about digital marketing, right? So anyone who's on the internet can become a customer if your marketing is right. So this is definitely a mind-blowing fact. And then when you think about the next thing, since we're talking about social media, do understand this. There are 4 billion social media users who were recorded in January of 2020. We are in November, it's almost the end of the year, but do understand that the number would have just grown to an even bigger scale by now, right? 4 billion. Now, what is the world's population and how many people are on social media? And each one of these 4 billion people can become a customer to your product if you know how to market it right. Correct. That's exactly my point with this particular session. And it's not only that, whenever you go on to make a purchase for yourself on the internet, all you'll do is you'll start with a simple search always, right? Once you search for something, you might be searching everywhere. So you might be searching on a Google search platform, or you might be going on social media where you saw an advertisement, and you thought it was something that you required, and one single click on it, you bought the product. Well, that's the thing, right? It's the difference between a person being a prospect versus a person being a sale is no more than 4 or 5 mouse clicks away. That's how simple today's world of marketing and product purchases have become. So what is social media marketing, right? See, even before we talk about what it is, I'm sure you all, viewers out here watching this video know what social media is. I really don't want to explain on that because I'm sure you guys use social media in one way or another. And of course, you're watching this on YouTube, correct? This is one of the social media as well. But one of the things that you should know as a marketing professional is that you will find one of the biggest pool of people in the world online, right? So you might have traditional marketing methods where you might say, I'm going to reach every single human being via a newspaper. Well, right, but it has its own advantages and disadvantages. But here you're gonna have people who are coming online for a variety of purposes, right? Now think of all the scenarios you're going online for. Do you want to watch a TV show on a paid platform service such as Amazon Prime or Netflix? Yes, you can do that. Do you want to go shopping? You have multiple e-commerce websites for that. Do you want to watch videos on building muscle or something? Yes, you can do that. I've just given you 3 use cases, and I can probably name 100 and 150 just in one slide to go about, but then you guys get the point here. One thing you really have to know is that 90% of all the social media campaigns, right, all the campaigns that have been done by people, 9 out of 10 times it has been so successful that it has shown an exponential increase in the exposure for the brand. 9 out of 10 times, right? So whenever there were 10 campaigns run, let's say by 10 different companies, 9 of it has been hit. Now, when the probability is this huge, of course everyone across the world, be it individual brands, everyone wants to get in on this because they might be one among those 9 out of 10. The odds are beautiful, right? So to market something on social media, it's going to take some skills, it's going to take some techniques, and of course it's going to take some good amount of experience as well. Now, with today's world of social media marketing, things have been changing. It was not the same a couple of years ago. I'll tell you why. See, back in the day when people were coming on to market something online, it was mostly with publishing, right? So if an author wanted to market himself, he would write a blog, put the blog up on the internet, and he would tell people to read blogs. So that's publishing and marketing. This was the only thing that was happening a couple of years back. And then, of course, it started growing. Then what happened, a couple of years later, people realized, okay, I can use social media marketing to see if I can bring in any more traffic to my website. Now, this is still being done, mind you, but this is one of the prime things. This was one of the prime things back in the day. But what is it now? See, now it's not only about you publishing some content or you driving some sort of a traffic to your main website. It's unlimited possibilities right now, right? Do you want to sell pictures that you have clicked online? Possible. Do you want to have people appreciate your music? Do you want to market yourself there? Yes. So anything you can think of doing offline, now you can do it online. You can market it. So you can take an idea that you have into your head, create a product out of it, and market it to 4 billion people without having to put much effort. Yes, that is how simplified today's world of social media marketing is. But then do not be taken aback by the simplification of it, because even though it sounds simple, it is very sophisticated, and the most important thing is that it is extremely powerful this way.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp, B. LinkedIn, C. Facebook, D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So how would one approach a good social media marketing campaign, right? See, the first thing you can consider all of these as tips for good social media marketing campaigns. First thing is that you have to set some goals. Now, you have to set saying, hey, I'm going to market my product on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Reddit, Vimeo, wherever is it that you're marketing. Each of these social media has its own goal. Of course, we're going to discuss this in detail in the next couple of slides. But then you need to know, are you willing to reach 10 people by a marketing campaign, or are you willing to reach 10,000? So this kind of a goal is very important. And after that, it's not only setting goals. With social media, people talk about your product, right? So you need to have the capability to engage with them, understand what they require, and then provide the product to that. With this, you will know who your target audience is, which part of the world they're from, and what they're asking for. After this, you're going to perform some business analytics to understand, to see if you're doing things right from the past data that you have. And of course, you're going to use the past and present data to see if you can predict something, if you can predict a trend in the future as well. And the next thing about social media marketing you have to know is things are extremely competitive here, right? So if one of the companies has a very attractive or a catchy ad, usually their direct competitors come up with something like that too, right? So performing kind of a competitive analysis to see what the competition is doing right or wrong, learning from the wrongs and doing the rights better is definitely something I would look forward to. And it's not only me, this is the common opinion of millions of marketers across the globe. And one thing that drives a very good social media marketing campaign is content delivery and creation of it, right? See, you can have the most beautiful, engaging looking website which drives the best kind of user experience out there, but what if the content in the website itself, or the content in your marketing post on Facebook or Twitter, let's say, is not good? This is something that the world is definitely working on, and every passing day the advertisement gets more subtle and subtle. You won't even know it's an advertisement. You won't know that someone is pitching your product. It's almost like they'll pick your problem, they'll give you a solution, and you're like, yes, I need it, and you buy it. That's the entire goal, right? Good content will make sure that's the case. And then of course the last step is campaign evaluation. Now, you have to evaluate a social media marketing campaign with every step of the way to see if you're getting closer or farther away from the goal. This is something which is prime. This is something which is very important in my opinion. So with this, we can check out the pillars of social media marketing, which is the next item on the agenda. See, we have many pillars of social media marketing. These are considered to be the most important ones. The first pillar of social media marketing is strategy. Now, whenever you're working on a campaign, you're supposed to ask these questions like, what are your goals for this particular Facebook group? What are your goals whenever you're trying to engage that kind of an audience on Twitter? What are your goals when you're asking and answering questions on Quora? And of course, what social media platforms do you want to focus on? Is your presence huge on Twitter? Then consider that. Do you want to expand to, let's say, even LinkedIn? Yes, that's possible. Do you want to go to Pinterest, Google Plus, Instagram, Facebook, wherever you think of, you can go on to do it. But it depends on one important thing, is it's what type of content do you share? See, we know that LinkedIn is a popular job hunting website, right? So if you're marketing for a job, or if you're marketing a job itself, in that particular case, of course you can post it on Facebook, of course you can post it on Twitter. The most impact it would have is when you post it on LinkedIn, because people come to LinkedIn for a lot of things. Mostly it's for job related stuff, it's for career related stuff, right? So you will have a better audience. So understanding all of this, creating a strategy is exactly my first pillar for social media marketing. And after the strategy, next comes planning. See, 3 or 4 billion users are present online when it comes to social media marketing, right? So the outreach is huge. With this kind of an outreach, your content should be timely. Your content should be sort of scheduled and structured, right? So you cannot abruptly start posting stuff and expect people to keep liking it and keep engaging with it, because they wouldn't know what's next or when it's coming, right? So if you see popular social media campaigns, it's going to be at a particular time. If there is an influencer on Instagram, he or she is going to post at one particular time on one particular day for that week, for that month, or whatever it is, because they know, they will tell their audience, hey, my next content is coming on this date, stay tuned. That is because of good planning. That is required, because if that is not done, people will not know when to expect your new content, so they just leave. And one thing that you should really take away from this particular tip is to make sure that you work on the right timing, right? Have a content pipeline where you've already planned for the next, let's say, 3 or 4 weeks in advance.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online course mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So even if you do not get a chance, let's say you're busy for 1 or 2 weeks with maybe some other work or anything like that, you will not have your audience basically waiting for your content. So this is a very important pillar. And then, since we're talking about social media, why do we go on to social media, right? We want to engage with people, we want to engage with brands, we want to engage with individuals. Now, when people are on social media, and if your brand is like trending or if you've just started up, people are going to talk about it. People are going to either like it, not like it, suggest changes. They'd want to talk to the person who's built the product to see if something can be done better. There's so many things, right? Now, when people talk about all of this, it's important that you monitor all of this, because with this comes an amazing amount of review, an amazing amount of feedback that you can use to develop your product at an exponential pace, right? Now, this is something very important, because without this, if there were no social media, you would not know how people felt about your product, right? If you're not even checking what people are saying about the product, then how would you know if the people are happy or not? Well, correct. Starting whenever you launch something, there's going to be a huge rise in the sale, because people just want to try it. But it doesn't mean it's going to have recurring customers. It doesn't mean the customers are happy with your product just because a lot of people are buying it at the start, right? So now, to avoid all of this, you have to engage with people, understand what they want, cater to that. If they find problems, fix it. If they think something can be done better, and of course you think it can be done better after performing your analytics on it, do it. That's the important aspect of engagement. And then when we're talking about the next pillar, it's analytics. As I just mentioned, right, with social media that we have today, there are so many tools that are provided to you where you can track a lot of things. For example, YouTube or Facebook or even Instagram will tell you where you're getting your views from, who's commenting, who's liking all your stuff, and which part of the world are they doing it from, at what time are they doing it. In YouTube, you can find out for how many minutes or hours are people watching your content, where are they dropping off, why are they dropping off, how can you do things better. See, I just bombarded you all with a very simple set of questions, but again, I can ask 100 or 150 questions again in one slide, where I can find answers to all of that with a lot of analytics tools that we have for social media marketing today. So with answers to these questions, you can go from selling 10 products to selling 10,000 products really, really quick, because you know your audience, you know what's working, you know what's not working, you know which part of the world is wanting your product, and cater to that directly, right? So it's a huge boon to our kind of usage of social media, even to the people who just come there to quote unquote chill out, right? Now, in that particular case, I think analytics is something that's going to take a brand and blow it up really quick if done right. And then the next pillar is advertising. See, one thing about social media marketing is you can customize the advertisements based on people, based on locations, and all of that. This happens so subtly, you would not even notice it unless you want to find out if it's customized for you or not. One product can be advertised in a lot of different ways, thousands of ways for thousands of different people, to make sure to see if they're picking it up or not. That's the magic of today's social media, because a lot of things are machine learning algorithms, deep learning networks, and artificial intelligence that is working to give you that sort of a customization, that personalization, whenever you're viewing things on social media, right? So all the popular social medias are working on that, and I'm sure you are already aware of the fact, right? So how can you use this to your advantage when it comes to social media marketing? In this particular regard, you will go on to pick all the right tools, all the right techniques, and all the right people, and market it for them in a customized way, in a way that they pick up your product, that they know that your brand exists, and that they'd want to come back as a customer again. Now, this is something which is very important, and I'm sure all 5 of these pillars that we discussed are very important, right? See, everything from increasing your website traffic to building conversations with your customers to raising brand awareness, creating and giving your brand an identity, and rapidly getting it to trend, improving client interaction, and of course even client retention for that matter. All of these can be done if you just follow the foundationals of all the pillars of social media marketing. Now, we've discussed pillars of social media marketing and we've discussed the foundation of it. Now, imagine if you are, let's say, trained for months together to become experts on this, right? There is so much opportunity in the field of digital marketing. This is one of the most trendiest careers to have, and there's a very good chance the trend is never going to die down, because as long as brands exist, as long as people exist, as long as social media exists, people want digital marketing. They want the word out in the quickest way possible, and no other quick way to do it than social media, in my opinion. And of course, with social media marketing, you have to understand one thing. I have trillions of dollars worth of business on your screen right now. American Express, Airbnb, Amazon, Coca-Cola, Lego, Nike, IKEA, Ford, Tesla, whoever it is, right? Hundreds and thousands of people out there prefer social media marketing over any forms of other marketing, because they know they have the amazing outreach out here, right? See, Airbnb is a very popular place in case if you guys are backpacking across the world or anything. So they post beautiful pictures of hikers, backpackers, their rooms, the offers they provide, the services they provide to the public on social media. And of course, when something is aesthetic, people will want to click on it, people will want to check that out, right? Brands like Nike, IKEA and Lego have taken social media by a storm, because no matter what, people are going to come check it out, and as I said, 75% of people will make a purchase that they have seen on social media, and in that particular case, with billions of users, almost 75% is an astonishing number that you really should know about.
If you are someone who is trying to establish your business, or if you're at the initial stages of your business, or if you're a budding entrepreneur, then this topic is for you. So now you have to get started. So how to start? So the Facebook requires you to create a personal profile, and only then you can create a new page for your business. So in the top, if you're using a desktop, in the top there is a menu option. When you click on that, you can see all these options where you can create posts, stories, rooms, page, ad group, events, marketplace, listings, jobs, etc. So what you have to do is click on the page button or this page option. So what you could see is something like this. So this is basically you're starting to draft your page. So Facebook has shown you the layout that your customers or your audience will be seeing about your page. So let's see what all we have here. So first, you need to give a page name. That's very required. That will be your business name, your brand name. Yes, that it is. And then comes the category. So in your page, you can also see the preview here. Actually, there's a desktop preview as well as mobile preview. So your page name will be appearing here. And then the category, you can add, okay, let me say, for example, if you are owning a food truck, okay, so you can be very specific and you can give food truck. Also, you can add restaurants, okay. I guess the Facebook allows a maximum of 3 categories. So always populate it with maximum category words, because it will help the users to recognize your account and to boost your account, okay. So that's what were the categories, and then you can give the description over there. So your description will be appearing on this side of the page, and that's how it is. And you can also add photos, tag people like the new post and everything. And there will be other details like your contact number, your address and your email. Everything can be given here, and which is pretty simple. When you scroll down, you can get it. So that's how about the mobile preview and the desktop preview. And if you could see here, it's also the same thing. But one difference what I would say here is that in the desktop preview, the cover photo was pretty small, but then there's a better view of the cover photo in the mobile preview. So adjust it accordingly, set it up according to your business, and that's how you start. That's the basic thing to get started for a Facebook business page. So let's summarize the points. Give a proper name to your business account, because the name is the identity of your brand. And then use a proper category term that represents your business in your bio or in the category bar, so that it should be specific as well as it's a general. It should be a general term so that people can identify it, recognize it, and take a look on that. Okay. and then customize your page button according to your business. I didn't talk about the page button, I didn't show you there. Like, we'll come on to that in the next few slides. So in short, your page should communicate about your identity, your brand identity, and also it should be in a delightful, actionable info. That is, the viewers should be able to give or take an action. So it should be attractive, and also don't forget to set up your cover photo as well as your profile picture that is related to your brand. So basically give a complete picture to your users or your audience. Yeah, when I was talking about the edit page button, so whenever somebody clicks onto or somebody visits your page, this page button is something that's on the top. That's the first and foremost invitation to action for your audience on your page. Okay, so it can be anything. You can click on that edit page button while creating your page, and then there are different and lots of options available over here, like follow. See, if your objective is to have more followers, just make your edit page button or the page button as follow. You can make it like view gift card, order food, book now, call now, contact us, send message, send WhatsApp message, send email, learn more, sign up, use app, play game, watch video, shop now. See, there are lots and lots of options available here. So you should be able to determine what your users want to do with your page. Only then you can take a decision on that. And also, after adding all the details, you can just create page, and then on the left side you can see these many options on your page, like home, inbox, and these notification tabs, insights, ad sender, page quality, then page info. Since I have started or I have tried with a new page, then there is edit page info, that's new option, and then settings. And since I have taken up new page which I created, there will be like, people reached option. Everything is 0 because we haven't started it yet. And then you can give the location, the website, the phone number, as I've told. That's all about the page, which you can find it below it. While you scroll down, you just have to click on that, add it. That's simple as it is. So let's take an example of few brands having a lot of followers. This is the page of Samsung. Since I took a screenshot of it, I missed the cover page, but still Samsung it is. And then Samsung has got 161 million followers, and see here their edit page button is shop on website, because their primary objective is to make the audience to visit their website and to make them shop things or buy things from them. So they have kept it as shop on website option in their page button. It can be follow, like as we have told, it can be anything. So Samsung, and you can actually check out their pages or this popular brands to see how they have maintained it. And then that's it. Let's take another example of Coca-Cola. Here also I missed their colorful cover photo, but still, as you can see, they also have kept it as shop on website, and then they have given their website, and see they have 105 million followers on Facebook. So the next topic is research your target audience. Let me bring you some statistics. If you could see that the number of users in million for Facebook has been increasing. As you could see here that the year 2020 has been divided into 3 quarters, and the graph has been increasing. And see, we are at the second quarter of 2021, and right now it is close to 2.895 billion. So if we are extrapolating this graph, I don't think this is going down anyway, but maybe in the worst case it might be stable. This graph anyway, it's not going to decrease, but it can increase as well as it can remain stable. But I personally feel that it's going to increase anyway, because Facebook has been a biggest platform for various activities like charity, business, and many other opportunities are available on the platform of this Facebook. So some more statistics to you. That is, Facebook currently has 2.895 billion monthly active users, as we have seen that. And the average time spent on Facebook per day is 33 minutes. So just imagine the amount of attention that your business can have while increasing your followers. So just think about it. It will make you feel wow about it. And then some more statistics about the Facebook users. India has topped with 340 million users, followed by United States with 200 million users, and Indonesia, that is 140, Brazil 130, and so on. So now you can understand how important it is for an Indian business or Indian enterprise to use the Facebook as a platform to target their audience. So statistics are very important, and always research about your target audience. These are few basic statistics, but then you need to work more on that, like about the age, about the time that your target audience. You can get it from the internet and various other sources. So always keep researching, because this research is what going to decide your success, because you will be taking decisions based on this research. So, and the last point in this research your target audience topic is make sure that your audience are using Facebook. Let me tell you an example. If you're starting a business, maybe you're selling something for people who are aged above 80, maybe their health supplements or anything like that. So the people using Facebook who are above 80, they are very less in number, right? So those senior citizens are very less in number on Facebook, and if you spend more time and money and effort in creating Facebook ads, it's going to reach a lot of people who are not your potential customers. So that's a wrong way of approach. So these are the mistakes that can happen if you don't know the basics. So keep researching about your target audience. Where are those users? How are they? How can you contact them? How are they? Their lifestyle affecting their use of Facebook, and everything has to be kept in mind. So make sure that your audience are using Facebook and research on more on that, and then make or take informed decisions. So the next heading is content is the king. This is an important topic. So let's move on to the part of the video where we talk about content. Okay, so content is the king. It's not just a statement, but it is a very true fact, because content is the most important way through which you can communicate to your audience. You can communicate to your potential customers. You can communicate to your existing customers. So content is the heart of any social media platform. Okay, let it be any other platform, maybe YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, or Snapchat, or let it be anything. Content is the king. Content is the way that you are communicating with your audience. So yes, content is the king. So what are the types of content that's available in Facebook? In Facebook, you can have image posts, as you all know, and then you can go for live videos, and you can share video posts, and you can have activities or events, or you can share feelings. Facebook allows posting feelings or emotions, and then you can have stories. So what are the different types of content that you can include in the above 4 listed categories? How can you communicate? That is a huge list, and I have here added a very few among them. Like you can include how-to videos, summaries, cartoons, FAQs, giveaways, or user generated content where you can ask your customers to make videos or make content for you. And you can have opinion posts, online games, mind maps, or polls, or podcasts, or slideshows, codes, or like it can go from like anything. So I hope you understood the depth of content marketing through these lists and how much you can communicate with your audience. So here I have brought the example of McDonald's. Their videos, as you can see, those videos are really intriguing, and here see I just feel hungry seeing this, and I just want to eat it right now. One thing you can note here is that their video durations are pretty short, that they are trying to attract people for a short span of time, and they're trying to communicate in that short particular time. So McDonald's having 81 million followers, they have things in their mind because they're communicating to their 81 million followers. So that's about the McDonald's video pages, or the Facebook page having their video. And now I have shown here is the McDonald's images are all posts. As you can see here, they have very carefully managed to keep it very attractive, and these are pretty intriguing, and anybody who's just going through this will click on any one of this. That's pretty sure, because they have managed it in such a way. So because they need to communicate to their 81 million fan base, right? So that's how they have carefully curated all the content in their Facebook page. You can check on that if you want to. So, okay, but these are not simple images, okay? As I have told you, these contents are the way to communicate, or the way to engage with your audience, right? So, okay, so I have taken one example of this particular post. Let's take a look into that. These are not simple pictures, or let us check out their caption. Tiny purse is perfect for a single McNugget. Prove me wrong. So just see what are the comments they have got in their replies. So see, almost small enough to fit the paycheck from there. So this is actually creating engagement. They're engaging their audiences. That's just making their people think about it, and then replying about these things in the comment section. So don't you think that these types of engagements will get them more likes? Yes, such engaging comments or such engaging captions and content will get you more and more and more number of likes and engagement. I'm pretty sure about that. If you take any example of any post with great comments and great interactions, then you can see that they are very outstanding posts or contents.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So here I have some amazing posts over here. This is the Facebook page of Zomato. Zomato is very amazing in creating thoughtful, witty, funny posts. Especially their content is very heartwarming. And okay, let me tell you something. They have their motivational pieces. Okay, let me take you to this particular post or this particular image where they say that where Jalebi is talking. It says to the reader that it's okay if you are not in the best shape of your life. Being sweet is all that matters. So Jalebi is talking to you. They have made it in such a thoughtful way. So if imagine somebody is simply scrolling through their feed and they come across this particular post, I'm damn sure that this have made them think. This made them feel better for a particular for a short period of time, or just for a moment. This could capture their attention. This can get them think about the product or think about their life, and that can make them think about Zomato. So that's what I said. Your content should be thoughtful, funny and witty, or it should touch some of the emotional sides. It should make the viewer think about it. So visually appealing and entertaining image posts can attract a lot of attention, thereby reach a lot of organic followers. So yes, such visually appealing posts or content is a great way to attract a lot of followers in Facebook. And then comes the Facebook videos. Videos are great opportunity for any business because they can grab attention immediately in the first few seconds, and they can increase the engagement, drive more conversions, share more information, because a video can communicate many things, many subtle things which is very difficult to understand through a particular post can be understood from videos. Yes, it can share a lot and loads of information. So you can also demonstrate your expertise through videos. You can retarget video viewers and create lookalikes. Provides more opportunity for community building, engaging and conversion. So that's what about Facebook videos. As you all know, Facebook videos are a great platform to share and communicate and engage your customers or your audiences. And then comes Facebook stories. Okay, why stories are important? Let's take a look on to that. Because of their prominent location, because it comes on the top of the screen and it's very easy to navigate through these stories, and they are visible at the top of the Facebook app, and then they give you creative freedom and the authentic format, trackable performance, rising popularity. you can go beyond promotion. Like it need not be a simple ad like thing where you promote your product in a very boring way. It need not be like that. It can go beyond promotion, and it can touch, as I have told you, it can touch, or it can go to the deep emotional sides of people. It can make people think, it can make people laugh, it can make people cry. And you can also publish brand focused content, build unique content through stories. And the most important factor about stories is that you can have polls, quizzes, and other interactive features of the stories, and that can be used to engage and entertain the users. See, if you are just having a poll like which one will you choose, maybe beach or mountains, if you are at some business related to traveling, that can actually help you understand a lot about your audience, what they like, what they don't like, and what are the trends among their followers, how many percentage of people like about the beaches, how many people like about mountains, or how many people would like to do this, what percentage of it. You can directly get the information from the audience through these polls. It's not biased or something, but it's about the direct information that you can acquire from each Facebook stories. And if you could see, it's not only Facebook, but all the social media platforms have been introducing this facility of stories. Because if you can see stories in Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, as well as YouTube. They are coming up with reels, so you can understand the importance of stories over there, because it is creating impacts in lots of businesses. And then comes the Facebook events. You can actually create an event. Being a business, okay, let me take you back to older times, where when there is an event, or when there is a function, or when there is any kind of any event going on in a particular organization, they simply take a printout of it, and they just send it to people. That's it. What is their reaction about it? How are they reacting it? Or are they interested? Are they willing to come, or are they willing to attend? All such minute things about the communication, or where there is a two-way communication is not happening. But through this events, Facebook is actually having us, or let us have a platform to interact and have a two-way communication, where we can see if how many people are interested, if they are willing to attend our event, or what is their stand on that. So this a particular feature where we can host events are great, and that has been attracting a lot of attention of many people and many businesses. So where you can communicate with your audience and just know what is happening inside their head. So it's very important in any kind of businesses, and that's about Facebook events. And you know about the image post, which doesn't require much explanation. So let's move on to some points. Contents capture the initial attention of the viewers. So embrace fun and cool posts to entertain people. Make them laugh to stay in their minds. Give importance to the presentability of the post. Always edit the post to increase the aesthetic appearance. So however we say that do not judge a book by its cover. In social media, the first impression that each content or each post create in the minds of the audience have huge relevance. So always give importance to the aesthetic aspects of your posts. Then rely on user generated contents to create more engagement, because having more engagement can only make your brand visible to other people, or other audiences, or more people. So having user generated contents can have an example where one of your customer is posting a review about your product, and in a video, or maybe in an image, or maybe anything. So you're posting that. So that is an user generated content, and that can attract a lot of attention. As well as the fine element that's here is that you are giving attention to what your customer has to say about your product, right? So that can create more engagement. And always hold on to the values of your brand in each post. Make sure to use font in the image post that match the fonts in your website. So that why this point is because if your images having the fonts that that's in your website, that can make your people or your audience familiar to your website, so they don't find it difficult to navigate, or they don't find it like something new. So to make you familiar to your audience, you have to use the same fonts, and embrace all the different types of content rather than sticking on to one type of content. So let me once again summarize it. By this time you would have understood how important is content. So what is the best content strategy to deliver meaningful content to connect with people? Okay, so the thing is, choose a simple promise and deliver a sophisticated message. The thing is that you should be able to deliver something that is more than a photo or more than a pic, or more, it should be more than a random video. It should provide an emotional connectivity with the brand and experience that the audience get from these posts should be slightly above marketing aspects. Okay, it should be able to communicate. That's what I was trying to tell. And then it should create a unique visual narrative. The people should be able to visualize the brand or the image or the message in their minds. So what has to be done is that you can take a problem and you can offer solution through the images, or it need not be like that every time. Still, that's a great strategy also. And then you can always build your story or your image or the message that you are trying to convey through the 4 pillars of visual storytelling. The 4 pillars are authenticity, how authentic your content is; the sensory aspects, how you involve the senses of your audiences, like the memories, the emotions associated with it, what they are dealing with. Everything has to be covered in that particular post about any maybe any content. And then the archetypes are the examples, and then comes the relevancy. Your post should be completely relevant. It should not be completely something different from irrelevant post is not going to attract a lot of customers or audiences. And then pick your storytelling route for any post. Okay, so this comes to the position where you are trying to touch the most deepest emotions of human beings. As you all know, the psychology of human beings plays a little role here, because we as humans have a very deep rooted emotions inside us. It can be like, for example, the desire for justice, love, order, pleasure, or validation. Or it can also be fear of unknown, or fear of the death, or the fear that is associated with the challenges that a person face in their how morality is affected when they have to make a choice. So these are some of the deep rooted emotions of any human being. It's there. If you're able to connect with that, I think your brand can have a connection with your audiences, and you can communicate and you can engage them, and that can finally attract and retain a lot of customers. So pick your storytelling route and use it properly. Make them laugh, make them think, and get yourself a lot of customers. Communicate with them, help them to think about themselves, and always associate your message with the right occasions, so that people can relate to it, people can understand, or people can create, or you can able to create a need in their lives, so that you can communicate with them, and you can actually create a space where they can come and contact you. So that's where the success of content marketing is, and that's all about content marketing. So I hope you understand how content marketing is important, how content marketing is the heart of success in social media platforms like Facebook, in attracting a lot of followers and customers from the wide range of audiences available to you. So that's all about the content. So yes, content is the king. Okay, so the next topic is, let's crack the algorithm. So what is an algorithm? So the Facebook algorithm, that is something which decides the post that the people has to see every time they check their feed or the Facebook feed. So in what order those posts show up, What is the relevance? So Facebook would like to remind us that there is no single algorithm, but rather there is a multiple layer of machine learning models and rankings that is built in order to predict which post or which is the most relevant and meaningful post to a particular individual in the long term, and they just show it to that particular feed so that the audience will get the post according to relevancy. So now you might be wondering, why can't we just know or learn the pattern of algorithm so that we can boost our content, right? Yes, that is true. If we try to understand or learn the factors that is helping our post to be seen or to be visible to the audience, then it will be helpful. So let's see how to crack the algorithm. First and foremost, increase the engagement. When you increase the engagement, so you must be wondering why you should increase the engagement. So if you increase the engagement, the Facebook algorithm thinks that okay, if there are lots of people commenting on this particular photo, so if it is like that, if many people are commenting on this particular photo, sometimes this person might also like this post, so let me share this post to their feed. So Facebook algorithm thinks like that. So that is why it is always advised to increase the engagement. Yes. But how can you increase the engagement? Let us take a look into that. The basic principles of increasing engagement is by following the 3 E's, that is engage, entertain and educate your audience through your post. Let it be any video post or image post or story. It should be engaging, entertaining, educating, as well as it should be able to, as I have mentioned before, it should be able to communicate to your audience, and it should bring up some values or the human psychological sides of the human nature has to be given some kind of priority there. So that's one way where you can thoughtfully curate contents for your social media or Facebook so that you can achieve more followers. And you should also get people talking. That is, your audience should be able to communicate well with you as well as others. So what people comment on your post, that is relevant in creating an image in the other person or a third person who is reading the comment. So you should always have a meaningful conversation and know the likes and dislikes of your audience through various content. So one idea, or that's a rough idea, but still you can follow that. Always use 70% video content and 20% photos and 10% external links. One thing you have to remember is that the percentage of external links has to be kept less, because Facebook wants their customers to be on their platform. And avoid using too many external links and too many other platforms. So that's a simple idea about the content that you have to post if you are a beginner. But you can always adjust it according to your customers and according to your product. And then comes the live videos. Going live creates 6 times more engagement than any other type of content. So always consider going live. So here is the do's for cracking the algorithm. Host a watch party and reshare great content. That is, you can always reshare the great content of other platforms or other users so that you can create more engagement by that way. And you can keep track of the time of your post. That is when you should post a particular post.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online course mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
When is your audience more active? So you should always keep track of that timing, and you can create polls and ask close-ending questions to engage your audience. What did you have for your breakfast? That is a very subjective question. Many people can have different answers, but having different polls, like as I have given the example before, if you're a travel business and if you're asking for mountains or beaches, then the viewer can choose from the 2 different options available, and it's a close-ending question, right? So that will be more easy for the audience to get engaged, and it will also help you promote the things that they like. And also sharing the Facebook URL to other platforms like Twitter, Instagram and email marketing would help you boost your content in Facebook. And employ a chatbot. If you are able to afford a chatbot, please do that, because if you do that, you will never leave your customers without a response or reply. So they feel considered, or they feel that attention is given to the customer. So this will create a positive impact for your business. And always use the invite option wisely. See, in the Facebook, if somebody has liked your post but hasn't followed you, there is an option to invite them to follow you. So always use that option wisely to get more followers. So these all are like thumbs up rules for gaining more followers and for cracking the Facebook algorithm. So what are the don'ts, or what are the some things or facts that you should keep in mind and you should not do it while aiming for more followers? Don't include too many YouTube links, because as I have told you, the Facebook wants to become the next generation digital streaming television, and YouTube is its biggest competitor. Because Facebook has been trying to give more videos and more information. So if you are including too many YouTube links, people will go to YouTube and spend more time on YouTube rather than they spend time on Facebook. So that is a strict no. And avoid being completely off topic or irrelevant topic, which you already know. And avoid using trigger words and forceful engagements. See, as I have said, this Facebook algorithm is listening to you. Okay, Facebook is actually listening what you're telling to your people. How are you communicating? So you simply don't create a post for simply creating engagement without a purpose. Like don't make or add words like please like, please share, please comment, just for the sake of commenting or just for the sake of sharing. Please don't do that. Instead, replace it like with very thoughtful and very witty captions like, what do you think about it? Comment your thoughts below. So when you say that, as we have seen in the example, the McDonald's have asked that prove me wrong. So people get excited about it. So people talk about it. So that will be better than forceful engagements. And avoid using clickbaits. Clickbaits are strict no, because people will lose interest and that will backfire you in the long run. So that's about the let's crack the algorithm topic. Now I hope you understand about the importance of the content and how content can boost your overall post and as well as your business as well as your conversion. So to inform you, this will also boost your SEO or the search engine optimization. This will boost your business in overall, because many people might visit your website if you have one. So you can also give a better customer experience, but this comes to the later part. Okay, so like it all depends on your objective, whether you want to attract or whether you want to give better experience to the people who are already interested. It all depends on your target audience. So, and yeah, the secret relies in the research that you conduct about the your target audience. So here comes the role of influencers. So why do we have to depend on influencers to promote your brand? Because the content quality is very high in case of influencer marketing. See, here you can see that Cristiano Ronaldo, the popular football player, he has a followers of about 150 million, and he is promoting a hair transplant group here. As you can see here, this will reach this 150 million fan base of this particular footballer, and this particular brand now gets the desired popularity. And here is another very cool example of influencer marketing, where actually the brand Puma is actually focusing now on cricket as well as the Indian followers. For example, here they are targeting based on the demographics. Okay, so followers of Virat Kohli, that is about 48 million. So Virat Kohli is an Indian cricketer, so obviously the people who are following Virat Kohli will be interested in sports or cricket, or they have the field of interest as cricket or sports. So it is easy for targeting, right? So they have come up with such cool pic and a post in their pic. You can see that how cool it is. and Virat Kohli has posted it on his Facebook page, and you can see that it's written it's paid partnership, and it has received a lot of engagement. As you can see, there is 221k like and love for this particular post, and 5k comments and 918 shares. So it's obvious that such cool and amazing post where you can easily target audience based on demographics gains lots of thumbs ups. Yes. And here another example where Taylor Swift, the singer, she is actually promoting Amazon Music, and she has also given the link here. So what are the benefits of influencer marketing? It is amplified brand awareness and precise targeting, as I have told you with the example of Virat Kohli, where you can actually target very precisely, and enhance credibility and trust, because people are trusting these public figures, so it is easy to gain trust through them. Okay, so these public figures or these social figures, they act as a channel in order for us to create a credibility and trust among the people. And increased audience engagement, that's obvious, because we are more likely to comment on a public figures post promoting their not promoting, but still we would love to, like, and everyone loves to, so that comes there. And another point is the improved search engine rankings, and then comes the increased conversions. Now comes the Facebook ads. It's obvious that anybody using Facebook has seen the sponsored ads in their feeds or in their corner of the desktop wall, or everywhere you can see it a lot of the times. So how can you create one if you are a starting or a budding entrepreneur? So just like we created a page for us, click on the menu, you can create or you can click on the ad, and your ad dashboard or campaign dashboard looks like this, where you can create any kind of ads and you can do the testing, you can get the reports. There are so many features like bid strategy, budget, attribution settings, and how much you have to invest and how it is delivered. And you can also get the various insights, and you can analyze each and every post, like how many people took action on the page, how many people viewed the page, how many people reviewed it, and how many people liked it, and what is the reach of the post. Everything can be analyzed from these ad pages or ad feature, which you can explore of your own. And it is very important that you take informed decisions based on the information or the insights that you get from these things, like the post engagement. So you can promote a particular post or ad based on the number of engagements and based on the recommendations or anything. Like you should be able to take informed decisions based on these results. So should you invest in a Facebook ad? That's the question that comes up to your mind. Yes, you should, if you are having a yes to these questions. Like, if do you want more engagement on your Facebook page, or you want more likes on your brand page, or you want more social shares for your post, and do you want more traffic to your website, or do you need to generate more leads, and then do you want more even signups, or do you want more app downloads? If your answer is yes to any of these questions, then you should probably invest some money or allocate some budget to your Facebook ad campaign. So here I have some tips for you to increase or to get maximum return of interest from your Facebook ad campaigns. Number 1, focus on building marketing funnels inside the Facebook, because the people viewing your content on your Facebook can belong to different classes of funnel, because some people are just viewers, some people are already aware of the brand and they just want to know about your product, or some people are already your customers and they want to have a good connection with your brand. So you can create different marketing funnels and categorize people and create ads according to different categories. Okay, so people don't come to Facebook to buy. So instead of creating campaigns that focus on purchasing right off the bat, it's better to create additional experience for your website visitors. Like, you can launch several campaigns with different objectives. Your purpose can vary. You can create your own Facebook ad funnel. And second one, review the ad frequency to manage exposure. See, audiences are more likely to recall an ad if they see it more than once. But If it is too much, it can backfire as well. And the third point is scale up your ad budget based on the ad performance. As I have already told you about the performance analysis which you can conduct on Facebook ads, keep monitoring your ad performance whenever possible. Retaining the best performing ads and pausing the remaining ads will do a lot good for you in the long run. And so for winning ad, you should increase the budget by 15% to 20% and repeat this every 24 hours as long as the performance keeps going up. This will help you a lot in the long run. And use audience insight to ensure delivery to the right audience. An ideal audience size for a small conversion campaign test is around 1 million active people. So once you believe you have found the right audience, save it for the future use. So I hope all these tips will help you in your long run. Now let's conclude this video by reminding you some of the general points that has to be kept in mind. Don't follow any account to simply follow, and avoid fake followers in order to create a good image in front of the people. Always rely on native organic followers. Ensure the consistency of the post. Don't let your followers completely forget about your brand due to your inconsistency in content delivery. So you can schedule your post in advance and you can ensure the consistency. And always tag your location in your post to improve native targeting. That is, you can target people according to the demography. And run contests and polls and stories to ensure maximum engagement. We have already talked about the engagement, so I hope you keep that point in mind. And yeah, avoid fake followers, because these days you can buy followers, you can invest some money to get fake followers, but in the long run that's not going to help you, so avoid that. Link your Facebook account to other platforms and websites so that people can come and enjoy and engage with your content. And schedule your post as we have already mentioned, and post it at the right time. This point is very important. Let me tell you an example. Okay, so if you are focusing on people, on working people, okay, on the working class people. So working class people will be free on Saturdays and Sundays. So if you are posting a new content or an update or about a discount sale on your Facebook on a Monday, it's very difficult for that to reach your audience because they are not on Facebook. They'll be busy doing their work. So it is very important that you post your content on the right time. So that's all about how to increase or how to improve the number of followers on your Facebook account.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp, B. LinkedIn, C. Facebook, D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
This video is completely from the perspective of a business trying to gain followers on Instagram. So let's see how it is done. So the first one will be optimize your Instagram profile. When I say optimize your Instagram profile, the first thing that you have to be careful about is giving a proper name to your business account. So give a complete business name to your business account on Instagram. Use a general term that represents your business in your bio. For example, if you are a fitness coach and you're trying to gain clients through Instagram, then you have to mention fitness coach over there. If you are a digital marketer trying to gain clients through Instagram, then you have to mention digital marketer. Why I'm telling is this, because if somebody is searching, so if in case if you are a fitness coach, so if somebody is searching for fitness, then automatically your profile will be on the top, or there is a probability that they can find you or they can reach you. So that is why we are saying that we need to use a general term to represent the business in the bio, and also add a link or the link of the website, or it can be the link of the app in the bio, because only then the viewers can take action to your website. So in short, what I was trying to tell here is that you have to communicate about your identity and your business through delightful actionable info. So the viewer has to get a complete picture about your business. That is what optimizing your Instagram profile means. Now let us move on to some examples. Here it's the Instagram profile of Oreo. So here we can see that they have 3.1 million followers. See, they have mentioned their name and also they have given a delightful caption, playful moments from your favorite cookie. So they have mentioned the term cookie so that there is a possibility for this Oreo to come on the top when somebody is searching cookie. It need not be Oreo, but even if somebody searches for a cookie, Oreo can come at the top. Then comes the another example of Starbucks. Starbucks have 17.8 million followers. Here also you can see that Starbucks have mentioned the coffee in their names, and also they have given a caption that is to inspire and nurture the human spirit. One person, one cup and one neighborhood at a time. And they have also given the website. You can see that all the famous brands have given their website so that the viewers can take action in their website. Now comes the second topic, that is research your target audience. This is a forecast from Statista where it says that by 2023 there will be around 1,120 million users for Instagram. So just imagine the amount of exposure that you are getting while being on Instagram. But when I say research your target audience, these numbers are pretty impressive. But when I say research, see, if you are focusing or if your brand is selling a product that is focusing on senior citizens, there is a very less chance for senior citizens to be on Instagram. That's not the trend. Instagram is for the youngsters as well as the youths as well as the young generation. So then there is no point in spending a lot of time and money and effort for marketing in Instagram. So that is what I meant when I say you have to research your target audience. Make sure that your customers are using Instagram. And then comes the most important thing about gaining followers on Instagram, that is content. Content is the king. So through Instagram, what are the 4 types of contents that you can exhibit before your viewers? That will be image post, reels, IGTV videos or Instagram TV videos and stories. So let's move on to one by one. When I say image post, these are the examples. As we have already seen the account of Oreo, the picture shown on the left side is the Oreo's wall, where you can see that they have given a lot of colorful, delightful images where it's very tempting, right? These images are very tempting. And on the right side, we have a image post of Snickers, where it's a really funny picture where the wife is thinking that he's probably looking at other girls, and the husband or maybe the boyfriend, he's looking at the Snickers. So, and look at their caption, sorry if they like all our pics. So that's how these types of images are kind of contents that attract a lot of attention from people. Similar that Nike has got a huge amount of followers and their wall looks like this, and on the right side we have a post of Kit Kat where it says we were on a break. This is a sentence or this is a dialogue from the most famous sitcom known as Friends. If you are a Friends fan, you'll understand the importance of that. So the break is over at Friends. Could we be any more excited? So that's what the caption they have given. So what I'm trying to tell here is that the image post of these popular brands shows that these posts has to be colorful and there should be some aesthetic value given to that, and also more than that, it has to impart some kind of emotional value to the viewer. Either it can be a funny, delightful experience or a motivational experience or anything apart from a simple picture. And here on the left side, I have a picture of Zomato's image post which they have uploaded on Teachers Day, where it says that polite attitude and minimal calling, dal makhni was too spicy, had to order sweet dishes afterwards. To every single foodie whose marks and remarks have helped us get better every day. That is, the company Zomato is trying to value their customers through in a very funny as well as kind of in an emotional way, which is actually crossing the emotional side of the viewers. So this is always winning hearts. And as I have already said, visually appealing and entertaining image posts can attract a lot of organic followers. And then comes the second type of content, that is reels. As you all know, reels are short videos which last for only 1 minute. So reels are permanent and reels are easy to create. And why you should go for reels is because early reels content adopters enjoy favorable exposure. That is, if you're far before or before your competitor, then your success is kind of assured, right? And reels are very easy to share also. And reels offer more visibility potential via multiple hashtag feeds. As there is always a possibility to add hashtags, they offer visibility potential. So you have to work on your reels if you're looking for more followers on Instagram. Then comes IGTV videos. IGTV videos allows a larger video, that is compared to reels. IGTV videos are a bit lengthier. So these videos boost the visibility of the products and services. Since the duration of the video is pretty high, you can actually communicate effectively and educate the viewers and entertain the audiences. So that is what the speciality of Instagram IGTV videos or Instagram videos. And it provides more opportunity for community building, engaging and conversion. Then comes the story. Story is the most important because it's a great way to interact and engage the users. There is an option to create polls and quizzes and other interactive features so that the viewers or the followers can be entertained as well as engaged. So it's very important that we keep them engaged rather than keeping them as viewers. So this can also help us know what are the likes, dislikes and the recent trends among the followers. So this will give us a lots of data and lots of information, so which will help us to take more decisions and to more change our content or modify our content according to what the viewers or what our followers want. So let us get to know more some of the points. Okay, so the contents capture the initial attention of the viewers. So it is always important to have some kind of emotions attached to it. It can be fun and it can be a cool post where the post or the brand can appear as a friend. But it can also add value or touch the emotional side of the people. And generally, if a post or a image post is fun and cool and entertaining, people tend to like it more and people tend to follow that brand more. So always make them laugh so that you stay in their minds. And always give importance to the presentability of the post. It should look better because Instagram is a place for visual senses to activate the visual aspects of an individual. So you should always edit the post to increase the aesthetic pleasure that it gives to the viewers. Rely on user generated contents to create more engagements. That is, whenever you're selling a product to one of your clients through Instagram, just ask them to make a short video of unboxing or maybe an appreciation post for your product. All these kinds of contents can give more credibility to your brand, as well as it can create a word of mouth. And always hold on to the values of the brand in each post. All the posts must convey the idea and the mission and the vision of our brand. Only then these brands can attract a lot of people. And whenever you are using fonts in the image post, make sure that these fonts are similar to that of the fonts in your website so that the people can find it familiar. And embrace all the different types of content rather than sticking on to one type of content. As we have already seen, there are 4 different kinds of content in Instagram, like Instagram videos or IGTV videos, reels, Instagram stories and image post. So use all these types of different contents and then make use of it. So what are the best content strategy to deliver meaningful content to connect with the people? Let us take a look into that. First of all, you should choose a simple promise and you should be able to deliver a sophisticated message. So when you are posting an image on Instagram, it should deliver more than something that the picture can deliver. What I mean is that it should try to impart some kind of value and provide some kind of emotional connectivity through the brand experience. That is what I meant when I say that it should deliver a sophisticated message. Create a unique visual narrative. As you already know, the internet is crowded with a lot and lots of contents. So it's always important to be unique and different when you are trying to create a visual image in the minds of people. Build your story on the 4 pillars of the visual storytelling. So if you would notice that all the successful brands tries to tell a story, and they try to give an image or construct an image in the minds of the viewers. So what are the four pillars of storytelling that these types of brands rely on? Let us check that and then understand this point clearly. The four pillars of storytelling are authenticity, sensory, archetypes, and relevancy. Authenticity is that your content or your image or the story that you are trying to tell should be authentic. And then comes the sensory. That is, when you're telling a story or when you're conveying an idea, all the different types of senses are involved. That is, your senses, that is your eyes are involved, your visual aspects of an individual are involved, and then the memory of an individual is involved, and the emotions associated with that memory is also involved. So you are invoking all these senses together. So make sure that you are handling all the emotions of an individual properly through your brand and or through your stories, so that they tend to retain you or retain the brand in their minds. And then comes the archetypes. Archetypes are the examples that we try to convey through our posts or our content. And then comes the relevancy. People should be able to relate it to it, or the content should be relevant. These are the four pillars of visual storytelling. So whenever you make a content, you should be able to build your content on these four pillars of storytelling. Then you should take or choose your storytelling route. When I say route, every story is based on some kind of a route. Let's say it can be a desire for justice, or a desire for love, or a desire for order, pleasure, or desire for validation. Or it can be based on any story. It can be based on either desires or it can be based on fears. When I say fear, it's a fear of unknown or fear of death. Or it can also be based on the challenge of the morality, that when the choices have to be made. So these are the different routes. So either one of these route has to be chosen when you pick or when you try to post some content. And whenever you choose this, I'm pretty sure that your brand can reach the customer's emotional side, and thereby you can get a good place or get a good position in the minds of our people. And then associate your message with the right occasions. This is very important because the brand's visual storytelling will be driven by the occasions. So whenever you tell a story, people will be able to relate to these occasions, and it is very important that brands are retained in their minds when they can connect it with the occasions or different occasions in their lives. And then comes the caption. Caption is the heart of any content. So captions are the means to communicate and open up. It's an emotional space. As I've already told you, see, if you are a business owner and you have a brand and you're posting a content, your content can capture the attention, can convey emotional values and all. But where this communication takes place, where can you directly communicate with the viewer or the reader or the follower? That is the place. That place is the captions. So captions are the heart of the any kind of content when it comes to attracting or gaining followers on Instagram. Captions should be long and good enough so that whenever somebody reads it, they can relate to it, they can connect with you, and they should be able to give a direct message to you. Only that is considered to be as a good caption. So always work on your captions, and go for vulnerable and deep captions so that you can connect with your customers. And whenever you are able to make a caption through which you can attract direct messages from different people, these are the warm leads or these are your future clients. So always take care of these kinds of clients, and I'm pretty sure that your business or your brand will gain a lot of followers if you are working on your captions. And make sure that you have captions that will follow the know, like, trust pattern. That is, whenever you write a caption, make sure that somebody who is new should be able to know about your brand, and they should be able to like you through your caption, and they should be able to trust you through your caption. So whenever you are writing a caption, make sure to choose those particular words or particular sentences, particular tone of your caption, so that they can know you, they can like you, and they can trust you. And then comes our next hero, that is the hashtag. Hashtags are the game changers. Let us see more about hashtags. Instagram permits a maximum of 30 hashtags. So if you want to attract more followers and more attention, use all the 30 hashtags and use relevant hashtags, and always avoid this general hashtags like business or success, because these are too vague and it doesn't specify, or it's not able to convey the image of your business. So avoid these kind of too general hashtags. Use relevant hashtags, use unique hashtags, use simple to medium or small to medium kind of hashtags, and change your hashtags. This is an important point, because if you keep using the same hashtags for all the posts, Instagram or the algorithm of the Instagram sometimes believe that you or your account is a spam, or your post is a spam. So always mix up your hashtags or change your hashtags and use less popular hashtags. As I already said, don't use too general, too vague kind of hashtags. And also use hashtags in your Instagram stories. So if you don't want your hashtag to be seen on the stories, what you can do is you can change the font color of the hashtags into those background colors, so that it doesn't seem visible, but still you can attract a lot of people. And as I've already said, don't go for too generic hashtags, and use small to medium hashtags, and use proper hashtags to promote community engagement. So if you use a hashtag, okay, let us say if you are a fitness coach and your name is maybe John, but nobody's going to search John over there, but people will search for fitness coach. So if you use the hashtag fitness coach or hashtag fitness, there is a higher probability for you to appear in their searches, so that you can gain attention from that particular viewer, and there is a probability that that viewer can be converted to your follower and maybe a client of yours in the future if he is impressed by your contents. So hashtags are really important, and here is an example of hashtags where you can see that they have used around 28 to 30 hashtags. Please don't use more than 30 hashtags, because that might make your post irrelevant, and that might reduce your chance of getting in the top positions when somebody searches for a hashtag. As you can see here that they have used a lot of hashtags related as well as less popular hashtags like women supporting women in business, female preneur, like so many inbound marketing, online marketing coach, so many hashtags are used. It's just an example here. And then comes the analysis. In the analysis part, if you're having a business account, you can always get insights like this. When you click on insights, you can see your content, and there is activity and there is audiences. From these data, there is a lot of information, or there is a lot of insights that we can actually, the heading or the name that Instagram has given, the insights, is actually very self-explanatory, because we can get a lot of insights, we can get a lot of ideas, like what are the age range of the people who have viewed viewed the particular post, or what is the gender, what is the age range, what is the location. So from all these insights, we can take so many important decisions. And that's how the activity, like how many visits, how many clicks, how many emails, how many people discovered, and the website clicks and everything, these kinds of the impressions and the reach. So these kind of information can help you get a lot of data. Yes, that will give you truckloads of data about your customers and your brand's online presence. How well you have presented yourself online can be understood from these data, and this will also help you to take informed decisions and improve your marketing efforts as well as the content based on the insight. So here comes the role of influencers in gaining a lot of Instagram followers. When you actually depend on an influencer for promoting a particular product, you can gain access to their fan base. So when that public figure is creating content, the focus is given to the good quality content. Here in this example, you can see that the Kylie Jenner, she is actually promoting hair product as well as body product in Instagram. And there are other added advantages, like influencer promotions helps in targeting audience based on demographics. See, this is a great example for that. Puma is an international brand where Puma India is actually targeting the customers from India, right? So what they have did is that they have collaborated with Indian Bollywood actress known as Kareena Kapoor Khan for promoting their product, and this has attained, or this has got a lot of attention. So it is easy for them to target Indian clients or Indian fans through Kareena Kapoor's fan base. So it is easy for Puma or it is easy for that particular brand to target based on the demographics, and this example shows that. And here is another example where you can see that the famous football player Cristiano Ronaldo is actually promoting some kind of brands of some watches. So whenever we depend on influencers for promotions, we have so many advantages like amplified brand awareness. Yes, actually when Cristiano Ronaldo is using a watch, the brand awareness is literally amplified, so the word is self-explanatory. And then comes the precise targeting. So let's take another example of a brand which is actually selling sports related accessories. So if Cristiano Ronaldo is being chosen as an influencer to introduce the product, Cristiano Ronaldo's fans are already people who are interested in sports and athletics, and these accessories are actually necessary for such people, for those people who are interested in these. So actually there is a precise targeting of people who are really interested in the sports or athletics when Cristiano Ronaldo is promoting these sports accessories, right? So that is what precise targeting means. And then there is an enhanced credibility and the trust. Okay, so let's take the example of Ronaldo itself. When Ronaldo is using it, then the product will be good. There is this kind of notion in the minds of people. So that is why I said, or that's why the point is like enhanced credibility and trust. And then comes the increased audience engagement, where people know it, like it through these influencers. So there is a better engagement and awareness. And then there is an improved search engine rankings, because actually for your website, so influencer is promoting your product and there's a lot of people trying to see what kind of products you have in your website. So if there is a lot of organic traffic, then obviously your search engine optimization improves, and then your rankings improves, and it's a great opportunity for you or for this particular brand to get a better position in the search engine results pages. And this can also lead to better conversions. So this is the role of influencers that they play in promoting products and in attracting customers, as well as conversions, and also in getting you a lot of Instagram followers. So now let us move on to the general points that has to be kept in mind whenever you are a brand, or whenever a brand page is being published on Instagram. Don't follow any account to simply follow or to gain followers. Just follow anybody with the intention of giving a good image, that okay, people will see that which all are the pages that this particular brand has been following, and this will actually shape the image that you have in front of your viewers or the customers or the followers. So don't follow any account to simply follow. Ensure the consistency of the post. Don't let the followers completely forget about your brand due to your inconsistency in content delivery. You have to be very consistent and schedule it before. And always tag the location in your post, because it is easy to target on the basis of demographic features or demographic aspects. So don't forget to tag your location. And make use of stories. Run contests or polls in the stories, and this ensures maximum engagement. So don't forget that. Avoid fake Instagram followers. You might be already knowing that you can buy fake followers with some money, but organic traffic or organic followers are far better. And avoid Instagram fake followers, because this will affect the credibility of your product and your brand. And always link your Instagram account to other platforms and websites, and schedule your Instagram post in advance and post it at the right time. See, when I say right time, let me tell you an example. You are selling a product for corporate people. So these corporate people are like, they might be working during weekdays like Monday to Friday, and they'll be free on weekends, that is Saturday and Sunday. So you have to release your new product or any new kind of discount or any new feature of your product has to be released on a particular time, that it can reach your relevant customers at a really good time. See, when you are selling a product to corporate people and you are releasing your post or your Instagram reels or your new content on a Monday morning, nobody is going to see because everybody will be working. But at the same time, if you release it on a Friday evening or during weekends or during Sunday, there's a great probability to reach the right customer. So take care of the time that you release your contents, and then try to design a gorgeous grid for your profile if possible. If you can see that the grids give us an overall look, so when people are scrolling through it, if it's really good, it can capture a lot of attention and there is a great possibility of conversions. So take care of the design of the grid.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So basically, affiliate marketing is nothing but, it's incentivizing, someone for getting a sales, right? Now it can happen through multiple ways. So let's say if, uh, let's say you are selling t-shirts, okay, and you tell me that, like, Nijish, you get me a customer and, I'll give you 10% of the sale, right? Or maybe 10% of the order value, right? Or it could be like a fixed cost that you would say that I'll give you 50 rupees irrespective of the sale amount, right? Now here, in that case, I'm an affiliate. Now this can happen through multiple ways, right? Maybe you will give me a link, which is a unique link, and you will say that, take this link, promote it. And you can also put in restrictions that, don't promote it on Google, or maybe just promote it on Next Inventory. Or maybe, you might also give me a free hand that, you just promote it wherever you want. Just get me sales, and probably you might even give some targets that by the end of a month, you're expecting like X number of sales from me, right? So that's what, in a nutshell, affiliate marketing is all about. So yeah, technically it's a kind of performance marketing. So if you look at traditionally, if you look at most of the companies in India, uh, it's typically done through Facebook marketing. Then you have Google, and then you have affiliate, right? So here is the typical flow that they have shown of affiliate marketing. Like, a visitor comes and clicks on an affiliate link, and it's passed to the affiliate network. I mean, the data goes to affiliate network, and from there it gets passed on to the merchant, right? And then the sale data is again passed back, so that the affiliate also come to know from where the sale happened, right? So that's the typical flow of affiliate marketing. I think over here we have a better, like a diagram which explains in a better way, like how this entire cycle works. So customers click on the ad on the link. Customers is sent to, like, they come to a specific place, right? And then over there, the data is being captured. And then once it is captured, the transaction is again passed back to the system, and from there is a call. Let's say this is the system, and then there is a call back to the network to let them know that the sale has happened, right? And that's when the affiliate gets paid. I think this diagram is a bit complicated. I'll probably show it in the panel itself once we uh, discuss over there. So this is a typical process. The way it works is you sign up on some affiliate network. Now, when I say network, there are a bunch of networks out there in the US. To name few of them: Share a Sale, Commission Junction. You can take Max Bounty. These are a bunch of affiliate networks that exist globally. So let's say if you have a blog, and let's say you got, I don't know, like 100 visitors a day. Let's say if it's a fashion website, chances are high that if you promote any products related to fashion, you might get some sales, right? Because you're driving a relevant audience, right? So what do? Either you can reach out to individual web companies like Myntra, and you can tell them to give the link and you do it, or else you go to network, like an affiliate network, like a Commission Junction or something. Like, you sign up over there, and they have categories. So you go to fashion category, you select the relevant product, And you have to basically so again, I'll take a step back. So it's not as easy as you go and you sign up and you select a product. There is a method. So once you sign up, the biggest of networks, they generally do some due diligence. That is, they won't they won't allow everyone to just take the links, because they also have to maintain the quality, and they also have to do a due diligence on who the vendor is, right? So they would generally ask you basic questions like, how do you intend to drive the traffic? Which mode of inventory you will be using? What is the kind of sales that you have done in the past? And what are other networks that you're working with? So this generally doesn't happen with the generic one, but if you go with a slightly premium ones, then they generally ask.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online course mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
And as you keep progressing, you find more premium networks. So to name a premium network, Affiliate is a very premium network. You can't just get access into. They will generally ask you to show the screenshots of the sales you have generated for other networks, the traffic that you have. So like I said, there are different kinds of networks, right? Some are very easy to get in, some are like quite hard. Only the premium publishers can get in there. When I say publishers, I mean the affiliates, right? So again, the process is simple. Like I said, once you get accepted, you enter the panel, and then you can see all the campaigns there listed based on the category. And once you select a particular campaign, you get a unique link. So using that unique link, you can pretty much you can start promoting that. Now, most of the networks, they will have a set of rules that they will provide to you. We'll speak on that as we proceed further. So these are again different models in affiliate marketing. Paper sale is like, again, I mean, off lately, if you see, majority of the campaigns are on paper. Any e-commerce you take, they are on a paper sale model. So that's again a traditional way of, like you get a customer, like I mean, any customer that gets converted, you get paid. Now in paper sale also, you have multiple two types of models. So one is where you will get paid a fixed cost. That is, they would already defined it like, you will get a $50 or $100 or anything fixed. Now then the other one is you get a percentage, like a 8% of the sale or 10% of the sale, right? So that is a paper sale model. Then there is a pay per click model. Now this is again typically done in branding. So wherein, let's say, you have so let's take an example of Times of India. Now Times of India is like a premium website, right? They get millions of traffic. So then they will never work on a sale model. They will always work on a click model, because they got a very premium inventory, right? And there are multiple people who are willing to pay them money. So they would always try to stick with the pay per click, because that's where Times will make more money, right? So they would typically say that, my CPC is like 6 rupees or 7 rupees, like, or probably as high as 10 rupees or 12 rupees, right? Then there is a paper lead. So you take any banking campaigns, any credit card, debit card, it's all lead based, because there is no direct transaction, right? I'm sure you guys have also must have seen a lot of mails coming to your inbox which says, apply for a credit card, right? So those are paper lead campaigns. So you apply for it, and you get paid. Now in paper lead is just like one step. Today there are multiple types of leads. So there is a qualified lead, there's a contactable lead. So some of them they pay you paper contactable lead. Someone will pay you paper qualified lead. The way it works is, I'll give you an example. So let's say you got a mail which is, let's say, for an SBI credit card. Now you fill in the basic details, but then you get a call and you don't receive the call for some reason, right? So technically you filled in the detail, but for SBI it's not worth, because you haven't picked up the call, right? So if the campaign is on a cost per raw lead, then the affiliate will get paid. But if it's on a cost per contactable lead, then they won't get paid, because the customer is yet to be contacted, right? Then you have a paper performance, which is again quite rare these days, because paper performance is again, paper action. Now that could be anything. Let's say if you're saying, if yours is a blog and you want to increase your subscribers to your blog, people who could subscribe to newsletter. So that's the action item. So basically you will pay them for that, right? All right. So yeah, I think this is probably just English, the same thing that we discussed. Anyone can do it. So yeah, there's no restriction. Again, anyone can do it anywhere. That's technically not true, because most of the companies, they put in some restrictions that you cannot do Google AdWords or you cannot do Facebook ads because they themselves might be doing it, right? Startup and monthly costs are minimal. That's true. If you have good inventory, if you are a good influencer, there is definitely a lot of, you can literally mint money. So I know people who make like lakhs purely through influencer marketing. Now when I say influencer marketing, like they have got like some thousands of followers, and they charge money to just post about a product or put a product review or something, and they make a couple of lakhs a month. Yeah, so that's another model, big time. Like all you got to do is like build your personal brand. Fourth is it's a passive income. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I know a lot of affiliate marketers who do it as a side gig, and you don't have to like quit your job and get full time into it. And there is good amount of money if you do it in the right way, specifically in the US, I mean, in the Western side more than India. Affiliate marketing, yeah, this is true, and I think this is a bit outdated data. I think it's growing even by more than 10%, because see what's happening is, if you take country like India, more and more people are coming online, right? And more e-commerce sites are coming up, more and more products are eventually turning online. So that there, I think there is a massive scope for a lot of players for a lot of affiliates to leverage that, right? I think, yeah, it says it's worth $12 billion. Affiliate marketing is roughly around 15% of the digital main revenue. That's true. In fact, if you take countries like US and all, I think it's even more than that. Now, the other thing that you got to keep in mind while doing affiliate marketing is, you always have to look at products that are slightly less competitive, and at the same time the margins are high for you, right? Because end of the day, you're doing affiliate marketing to make money, right? So one of the reasons why fashion is so high is because fashion has significant margins, right? You take any t-shirt or you take any product in fashion, the margins are typically 60%, 70%. So the affiliate, the advertiser can pass on good margins to you because they themselves are making heavy margins, right? So yeah, guys, these are the verticals. Again, I would say don't go by the percentage, because it's you should always the most important thing in affiliate is you always got to be innovative, and more than the percentage, like I said, you should be the first mover in that. So let's say, and I'll give you one very interesting example. When COVID started last year, I'm sure initially you must have seen the mask ads everywhere, right? People were like literally bombarding it over WhatsApp and Facebook, right? That we take buy bulk masks from us, right? Masks, sanitizers, and all that. So that's again 2 years before, nobody would have even thought of that, right? But now all of a sudden there was a crazy demand for that, right? And almost every other guy had become a affiliate guy, right? But I could literally see my WhatsApp like bombarded with people saying that they have got bulk quantity for masks, for a lot of things, right? So I think that way the market, like I said, you have to be a first mover for any unique product that comes in, right? So that was one good example with respect to affiliate marketing. This is again a typical dashboard. This is a screenshot, although we'll be looking into a real one as well later. So once you pick up a campaign, just like how we discussed Google Analytics, most of the affiliate networks, they have their own analytics. Of course, it's not as complicated as GA because you see very less number of data, right? Now this, I'm assuming, is for a e-commerce or something, because they have shown the entire journey, right? X number of visitors, X number of signups, and X number of revenue, and X number of customers. So customers is the conversion here, right? So, and they have also shown the ratio between sign up to customer, and this is the revenue that you have made. So the other thing is, the payments doesn't happen on a daily basis. It most of the time it happens in 30 days or 60 days. Like every network will have their own terms and conditions. So basically, yeah, this is a typical network, right? So let's say Mintra is a brand, who is tied up with a network, with an affiliate network, and let's say I am supposed to promote it, right? So I'll take the campaign from Mintra, and I'll get a unique link. I'll promote that, and customers will come on that. They will make the purchase on Mintra, and I get a commission. So these are the key stakeholders in the overall cycle. This is again English. Affiliate can be anyone, like a person can also be an affiliate, and there are a bunch of big organizations also who do it aggressively, right? Affiliates, yeah, like I said earlier, they are typically known as publishers. So in the marketing ecosystem, there are advertisers and there are publishers, right? So let's say if Mintra is looking for affiliates. So Mintra is an advertiser. So generally, when you have conversations with a network, you would ask them, which is the best. Do you have any new advertisers out there? Right? You will never ask, do you have any new websites? Right? So these are the basic jargons that's used in the marketing ecosystem. So yeah, the brand is called advertiser, like I said. Now this could be anyone. This could be an individual guy also. This could be a company also. They are the ones again who will be paying the networks. Affiliate networks again, just like we saw in the graph earlier, they are technically brokers in a layman's language, and they do exactly the same thing that what a broker does, right? So if you want to sell something, what do? If you want to sell your flat, you go to a broker, and the broker will say that I'll sell it on your behalf, but I'll take 2%, right? It's the same thing that happens here. So these guys, networks are technically brokers out there. Customers are again customers, like the end users who will be eventually leveraging that. Then we can skip this. So again, what this speaking is, I mean, this is again more of different types of marketing channels and affiliates. So like I said, either you can do it through, if the client doesn't have any issue, then you can do it through Facebook, or you can do it through Google Ads if they allow. But majority of them, how they do it is they build their own websites, they drive traffic, and they do through that. And at the same time, you will also find some people who have built their own inventory, right, through multiple ways, and then they do campaigns on that as well. So I'm sure a lot of you guys must be getting random emails in your Gmail, right? Which most of the times it's either related to a loan or it's related to a debit card or credit card, right? So these are all affiliate campaigns that's done by individual vendors out there. So yeah, types of, I think that again the content websites, like I said, I think this is the most white hat, I would say, the most easiest way to do it and very long term thing. But having said that, you need a lot of patience and you should be good at SEO. So the way it works is you got to pick up a good niche. You need to do good research there and build a website, which will take eventually 6 to 9 months. Then once traffic start coming in, then you can put in affiliate links, and then you will slowly start monetizing out of that. Email and newsletters, just like what we spoke a minute before, right? A lot of people, they build their own databases and they send it out. This is also done, by the way, in a legal way, also in a legit way also. So let's say if you are subscribed to some X person's newsletter, and he puts it in a mail and says that, hey, you know what, this is a good product, you should try. Right now, there is absolutely nothing wrong in that, because you subscribe to his newsletter and this is a part of his newsletter. But typically that doesn't happen in India. In India, 90% of the mails that you come, it's all like it's not something you subscribe. It's all something that's coming in through random channels, right? Coupon sites pretty much dead right now, but back then it used to be pretty big channel. So I mean, just for the information, I used to run a coupon site for 5 years before, when I was running an agency, and we used to rank all the a lot of websites through SEO. So the way it works is, back then we had a lot of e-commerce sites and everyone used to give offer, right? So it was a normal human behavior to look for a offer. So let's say if you are on Flipkart, you're buying a smartphone, you add it to the cart, and then the next thing you will do is you open Google and you search for Flipkart coupon code. And then whichever site comes on top, you click on that, you go to that site and you take the coupon, which is of course a unique coupon, and a cookie is also dropped on you. And if a sale happens, then the sale is attributed to that coupon site, right? So again, this used to be quite big 3-4 years before, but now it's quite dead because a lot of players are not really providing coupons, right? And the other good thing is a lot of apps, they will pretty much show you the coupon within the app itself, right? So something like, I'm sure you must have observed in Swiggy, right? You don't have to go out. Swiggy themselves will show you all the coupons that's available based on the restaurant that you're adding, right? So yeah, this is pretty much a declining trend right now. So would prefer that none of you guys try this. Social media again, so let's say if you have built a social media channel on any topic, and if you want to promote a link, you can pretty much do that. But the way it works is, again, Facebook is not that great when it comes to doing this, because if you if you put in a third party link, then the reach kind of goes down. So it's only good for people who have like millions of followers on their page. By the way, this is again influencer marketing only. So you guys also must have observed, right? Like on Insta, or like a lot of people, they keep promoting some Nutra products or some, I mean, any cosmetic product out there, right? So that's all. Again, those guys, by the way, they don't get paid on sale, they get paid on per promotion. So for each post, they might get paid some X amount. Then you also have an incentive based. So a good example of incentive based is like a cash cow or something, right? Wherein they will tell you that you purchase through our site and we'll give you a cash back. So that is again incentive based campaign. This is again not. This is also quite declining trend, because a lot of good affiliate, a lot of good advertisers, they ban such kind of campaigns, because you don't get good quality of users, because people are coming in just for the offer, not for the product, right? So again, used to be a big thing in the past, but now it's declining big time. This is again the example that we spoke about earlier, right? Aggregators, review portals, and also if you take a Car Dekho or a Paisa Bazaar or a Bank Bazaar, these are all technically affiliate channels, right? Although they say they are aggregators, because they show all the data together in one page, but the moment you click there, you're taken to a different website, right? So technically, they are they are affiliates who are driving sales for other players. And again, over there are a bunch of models. A car deco might charge fixed cost for a dealer by saying that, I might get you X number of leads. Now, that is something they know based on the historical data. Or they might even run it like a just dial, wherein they say that I'll give this lead to 10 people out there, right? And you pay me fixed cost every month. So there are multiple models out there based on the vertical in which you operate. So yeah, like we discussed earlier, I think the most important thing here is, to choose the right, to figure out the right niche. So always, always keep looking for new innovative verticals, right? So just like how mask came up, and mask and sanitizers came up because of COVID, there will always be some other new trends happening out in the market, right? So always keep looking out for it. Always take a data oriented approach. I mean, today you have a lot of tools in AdWords and all, wherein you can look out the number of people who are looking out for it, the number of ads people are running. You can spy on ads. You can always look at the trend, the keyword trends, for those keywords, whether they're going up or not, right? And based on this, you take a call. And generally, you got to A/B test a lot, because choosing the niche is one aspect of it, but it's not as easy as, you take a link and you start spending like $100 a day, right? You spend little bit of amount, you you tweak different landing pages, different creatives. So this is again, guys, pretty much running like your Facebook and Google ads. I'm sure someone might have covered this, right, on how you are supposed to optimize your ads. Similarly, you're supposed to optimize your campaigns here as well. Yeah, like I said, choosing the right niche. In SEMrush, you can look at the volume, you can look at the trends. So yeah, the beauty of this tool is it will give you the breakup of everything. You can see the trends also, you can see the country level breakup also, and the keyword difficulty is basically it shows whether it's how competitive it is right now, right? Like how many people are behind this keyword, right? So yeah, pretty much a bit. I mean, it pretty much reduces a lot of your work that which you're supposed to do manually otherwise. Yeah, this is very interesting. So this is a good method. So don't go after, I mean, don't just go after the greatest trends, but also ensure that this is something that you have personal interest also. So although I knew that, the mask and sanitizers demand will be there, but I was personally never interested in doing that, because for multiple reasons, right? I would rather prefer, selling some t-shirts or selling some, some health products, because I personally like those products, right? So if you pick up a niche in which you are interested in, you eventually evolve a lot, because you keep reading a lot about that niche, and you eventually evolve with this along with the campaigns also, right? And at the same time, in the long term it really helps. Otherwise what happens is you pick up some random niche based on the competition, and you might run it for some time because somebody might have told you that that is profitable, and after some time you realize it's not really working. That's because you didn't do any research, you just decided you're going with it because someone else is doing it. And the other guy would be like 10 steps ahead. He would have tried like 10 different things which you wouldn't have tried, and hence he might be making money, but you won't be making money out of it. Second is search volumes. Like I said, SEMrush, even Google. Forget about these tools. Google AdWords will itself will tell you the high level search volume, right? And based on that, you can take a call. And you also have the other thing is always look at competitors. So if let's say if you decide to sell T-shirts, just one simple Google search will give you 10 competitors list, right? And you look at the way the pattern that they're doing it, look at the data in SEMrush. So these things help you in taking a better call. This is again the same breakup of the earlier data. Like I said, one of the reasons why fashion is on top, because one, there is no sky is the limit, right? Unlike other verticals. So travel, again, you won't travel every other day, right? You might travel like once or twice a year, but fashion is not. Fashion is, there's no restriction, right? And there is a lot of impulse purchase in fashion. So to give you an example, you might buy a t-shirt today and you might buy a t-shirt next month also, right? Because there is no restriction there, right? You can have like 10 t-shirts, right? That's the reason travel is like pretty much always there on top, right? Health, at the same time, it's like I said, it's catching up off lately a lot. And a lot of these things, guys, again, it's also quite seasonal. So if you look at today, it won't make sense to promote anything outdoors, right? I mean, nobody will buy a cricket bat today or a volleyball today, right? Because it's locked down, right? So even if you might have the best of the product, but the current environment is not good for that, right? But at the same time, it's a great time to sell any health related product, right? So let's say if you sell a immunity booster or a Carda or something, that's going to sell like anything because the market pretty much, there's a demand for that now, right? So everything is, again, you have to look everything from a supply demand standpoint, right? You have to see whether there is enough supply out there and there is enough demand there for the same thing. So yeah, once you've picked up your niche, you need to decide what channel you're going to use. Again, like I said, 3 or 4 different ways. One is blogging. You build your website, you start driving traffic, you do through that. The other one is through email marketing. Once you grow a subscriber list through multiple ways, you start sending them offers, right? Third is like creating a niche website. I think that's pretty much same as blogging. There's no difference. Fourth is like you can also do it through performance marketing. So you have a lot of sites like Taboola, MGID and all, like programmatic ads basically. Uh, there also you can always give it a shot. Yeah, like I said, running paid ads, YouTube, so if you're like good with videos, you can always start creating YouTube channels, putting in different videos of yourselves. And once you grow good amount of subscribers and, you start getting views, you can always promote third party products, right? I'm sure you must have seen a lot of product reviews, right? So let's say if you want to buy, or if you want to buy a new laptop, let's say you want to buy a new MacBook Air, if you just put in YouTube and see MacBook Air, you'll find so many people promoting it, right? So when I say promoting, they'll be speaking a lot about it, and most of them they put in a link below, right? Saying that you can purchase it from here, right? Here is where you get the most cheapest or something, stuff like that. Last one is Instagram, like we spoke earlier, influencer marketing, wherein if you have good amount of followers, a lot of people will start reaching, brands will start reaching out to you by default. You don't have to do anything, right? These are pretty much about the platforms. Join relevant affiliate programs. Again, the same thing that I told you guys in the beginning. You have different types of affiliate networks out there. So the most premium ones are not that easy to get in because they would always want the best of players. They would have some minimum criteria like, like you should be doing X number of sales a day. So this is again, consider it like a college admission, right? So if you go to the best college, not everyone aspire to be there, but only the ones with the best of marks or the percentage can get in, right? Similarly, we are for affiliates also, there are like different types of affiliates. There are very few affiliates that will simply get you on board, just by signing up, and that will give you the link. Now, there are different benefits, there are different merits and demerits with both one with each of them. So if you go to a bigger player over there, they will have a lot of exclusive offers that no one else has, right? So that gives you an upper hand. But if you go to a generic one like a ClickBank or something, those offers are pretty much there across all the networks and it's accessible to everyone, right? So just like you, 1,000 other people might be promoting that product, right? Again, the same thing, high paying, high volume affiliate, high paying, low volume, low paying, high volume programs. I'll show you one example once I get to the panel. This is one of the networks. Won't recommend you guys this one. I think quite an old one. So yeah, I think if at all any of you guys plan to get into affiliates, so the basic step is start creating content, right? And like I said, that's the most safest way to do. But the only downside of that is you require a lot of patience, because now let's say you decide to sell, let's say electronic gadgets is your niche, right? Now that's the most competitive thing out there. So even if you start to build a website, you might probably take 1 year to rank for some keywords, because you are going to compete with the biggest of players out there, right? You're going to compete with the Envato gadget, and that's like there are like multiple big players sitting out there, right? But rather than doing that, you can always go for a niche within a niche, right? So within electronics, let's say if you figure out you just want to go after, let's say only pen drives, okay, or maybe you want to even go with just for hair dryer or something like that. So just build a niche on that. Just build a website on that and start building content across, right? I mean, build a YouTube channel. Start putting content there. Start creating a blog. Start putting content there, and eventually, once it ranks, you will also start getting your. You will also start building a subscriber list, right? That also you can start eventually monetize by upselling or cross selling multiple products. YouTuber, yeah, again, optimize your video for SEO. Use the end screen to promote other videos. Again, my personal recommendation would be for the initial 5-6 months, don't go after affiliate campaign. Just try building your audience, because affiliate campaigns are big turnoff for the end users, right? I mean, imagine a user is coming to see a review on your product, and you're directly telling them that okay, here is the link and buy it, right? So that might sound very biased, that you're just doing this for sale, right? So if you see a lot of big YouTubers, they generally don't do that, right? They do it once in a while, and they do that in a very subtle way. Guest blogging is another way. Guest blogging is nothing but a sponsored way, right? So probably if you have a decent YouTube channel, decent number of followers, so big channels will start reaching out to you, right? So today, if you look at a lot of this, those YouTubers who discuss about smartphone, every time there is a new smartphone, the company reaches out to these guys basically for promoting it, right? They pay them some X amount so that they could put a video on them, right? So yeah, that's how the ecosystem works. Now comes the technical part of affiliate marketing. The most important thing in affiliate marketing is tracking, right? So if your tracking is broken, then everything is gone, right? So just like how analytics is crucial for a website, tracking is extremely important in affiliate marketing, right? So typically the way it works is majority of the networks today, they have well inbuilt system, wherein the trackers are created by default. So you don't have to worry much. It's pretty much a solved problem. All you got to ensure is you are not breaking the link while adding it anywhere, right? Otherwise, you get a by default tracker from the network itself, wherein you can track pretty much everything on the dashboard, right? So there are two types of tracking. This is again a bit technical. I would say again don't try to absorb this completely now, but yeah, I'll just cover it for the sake of it, because if you look at today, majority of the campaigns over across the network, you will find it two types. They will provide you two types of tracking. One is like through cookies and conversion. This is again as simple as adding a UTM source to a campaign. You promote that link, and every time that the sale comes, it reflects in your dashboard, and you get paid for that, right?
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp, B. LinkedIn, C. Facebook, D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So this is a typical flow, right? Merchant provides the affiliate URL with a unique ID, which is again the UTM parameter. That affiliate will break that into multiple links, right? And they will again, technically here it's a network, not an affiliate. The network will break that into and give into an affiliate unique links. Affiliate will give that link to, they will promote that, right? And a buyer will see that, they will click on it, and the basically that cookie is passed on to that buyer, right? The buyer goes to the merchant site, and that affiliate ID reflects at the merchant end. So the say, and then if the transaction happens, then that affiliate ID is still with the merchant. That merchant will pass it back to the network, right? And the one sale then gets counted at the network's end or at the affiliate's end. This is one way of doing it. Second is a post back tracking. This is again a bit technical. This the way it works is it's basically server to server. So basically both the servers will communicate with each other technically. So when I say both the servers, one is the server at the publisher side, and the other one is the server at the advertiser side, right? So it works is each landing page will have a unique click ID, right? And then it's again the landing page. Once you click on the landing page, it will take you to the affiliate sales page, right? Wherein it will also capture the couple of other unique IDs of that user, right? And once the sale happens, there is an interaction between the advertiser side and the publisher side. So basically, there is a match happens of that unique IDs at both the levels. So this is more accurate compared to the previous one, because the previous one is based on cookie. Now, what happens with cookies? Sometimes the cookies doesn't get dropped, right? Or sometimes it's overwritten by some other vendor. But in this case, it doesn't happen. So hence, people generally say that post-back tracking is more accurate method of tracking. Now, to do post-back tracking, if you intend to do it for your campaign, then you also need to get in a third-party tool for this, because networks won't provide that, because you have to create post-back links, basically the unique codes for both the sites for them to communicate, right? So there are a bunch of websites like RedTrack. RedTrack is the one that I could recollect, which will help you in creating the postbacks, which you can use it for, for creating links. So again, like I said, it's a bit technical. Don't try to, if you guys are probably learning the basics of affiliate, then probably not the right time to learn about postback tracking. Now, this is again a very big problem in the entire ecosystem, that a lot of fraud happens in affiliate marketing. Frauds can be in multiple ways, right? So a lead fraud is basically nothing. Let me give you my example itself. Okay? Let's say I work for SBI Bank and I want to run a credit card campaign, right? Now, let's say I pass that campaign to one of you guys over there, right? Now, what you can do is either you can run a genuine campaign out there through Facebook, Google, or through your leveraging your own database. Or the other thing, what you can do is you can probably tell 10 of your friends to just fill the form, right? And you can just tell them that whenever you get a call from us from SBI, just pick up the call and speak with them, right? So that's technically fraud, right? Because you're not really getting a genuine user in that case. So that's the lead fraud. Click fraud is again, sometimes what people do is they like a lot of, like some publishers, I would say, they generate bots basically that will keep auto clicking itself, like all the links. Now this only is true if you're running a cost per click, or like you're paying them on clicks, not on leads or sales, right? Third is the sales one. The sales fraud is typically nothing but you incentivizing the user to buy it, right? So to give you an example, let's say Amazon gives you an affiliate link and you are purchasing that yourself, right, for a product, and you're taking a commission. So technically that's a sales fraud, right? Because Amazon is giving that link to promote it to a third party, not for you to do it. By the way, if you try that, you 90% of the chance you get banned, because Amazon pretty much knows, right? You're already an existing user and you're pretty much doing it for yourself, right? Fourth is the app install fraud, which is again nothing but a lot of people, and this specifically happens in China, wherein a lot of this Chinese technorats, what they do, they build farms. So I'm not sure whether you guys have seen it, but they will have like probably 1,000 mobiles connected with each other, and they will install like one app in across all the 1,000 mobiles in one shot, and they will do all the basic process of sign up and all. So technically, for a advertiser, he will see that 1,000 people are downloaded and they're using it, but in reality, it is just one guy who is getting it done across, right? So the numbers will look good, but in the backend, it's not really a genuine user. Moving on, how can brands prevent affiliate marketing fraud, right? So one is like through IP address. Basically, when they say IP address, what happens is when it's a click or something, you will see that the traffic coming in only from one particular IP, right? Or let's say if the fraud is on the sales front or the leads front, let's say if I decide to give 100 leads and I will just sit and fill in the form from my system, right? So that is one way of doing it. Second is, you look at the sub affiliates data. So sub affiliates is basically, let's say you gave the campaign to network and network passed into 10 people. Now you can look data at an individual level, like who is performing better, right? And you optimize that. You basically filter out the bad ones. The last and the most important is the metrics, because irrespective of what you do on the top, frauds will always happen because the technology is so advanced that you can always bypass a lot of things, right? So to track the IP address, the easiest solution is to use a VPN, right? I mean, every time I'll refresh it and my IP will keep bouncing. So for the system, for the advertiser, they will always feel like every time a new user is coming in and filling a lead, right? But technically, it would be just me sitting and filling the form, right? So, like I said, the most important is to look at the metrics, right? So probably when you start the campaign today, in a week you won't come to know who is good, who is bad. But after a month's data, you can always take a call, right? I mean, you can see where the, like, let's say you run through 10 different affiliates, you can see the data, right? Who converted and who is still engaging, right? So you have to look at the lifetime value of the user, right? So if it's a lead campaign, then it's very simple, right? In the end of the month, you have 10 vendors and all 10 give 100 leads each. All you have to see is out of 100 leads, which how many of them actually bought the credit card, right? So there might be data wherein 100 out of 150 converted. There might be someone who gave 100 leads and only one converted, right? So then that 100 to 1 is a big flag, right? Because you might have probably paid him 100 rupees per lead or something, and ultimately you got one conversion out of it. So you might give him a warning or you might just ban him off, right? So I'll do one thing. I'll just quickly sign up on. So yeah, this is how the dashboard looks, So I just signed up into Ad Combo. So this is your affiliate manager. Generally, you can reach. Unlike in India, you don't get phone numbers. So either you can write to them, or you can add them on Skype and chat over there, right, or through Telegram. Now I don't have. I mean, it's probably a dead account, so there's no campaign live. So let's say you go to new campaign, and so these are the different offers that's available out there, right? And you can promote. So you can basically search in different ways, right? So let's say you're looking for, say, India for that fact. I mean, India, again, you won't find a lot of campaigns out there with these guys. But again, for the sake of it, I've just added India. And let's say it's app installs that you're looking at, right? And you hit on apply. So you just have one campaign going on, that is what Virus Hunter. This is an app download. So CPI means cost per install. And 243 countries means this is valid across 243 countries. Now the sad part is the payout is like $0.01, which is terrible, right? Now if you want to go for this campaign, you click on it. It tells you the detail about the campaign, right? About what the product is and how the payouts work. And if I click on it, it says request approval. So then it's asking, right, describe your traffic. So I'm saying that I have a blog related to the same, right? Send request. So the request is sent. It will go to George, and probably they might respond back in 24 hours or something. So that is how you pick up an offer on through networks, right? Again, like I said, bunch of offers, not one. Like India is again probably not the right place, but if you take uh, just take Australia for the sake of it, and if you go to e-commerce and if you hit apply, you'll find multiple offers, right? This is again for Australia, that's why. Let's see. Let's take New Zealand also, and let's add a bunch of other countries. Let's add UK in e-commerce, right? So you could see like a bunch of offers, right, for in different verticals. But you can also, by the way, do it by vertical, right? Whatever you want to sell, you can select it by. So once you run the offers, you can see the data here. And right now there is nothing. I'll just try to go to the. So since there is no campaign, I'm not able to show you any data, but I am assuming you guys understood pretty much how it works, right? So every network you sign up, there will be offers tab. So you go there and you pick up the right offer, you get a link, you start promoting that, and then in the dashboard, you will start seeing the data, just like how we saw it in the screenshot earlier, right? So this is the dashboard. So you will see every data. You will see the clicks, the conversion, the revenue you made, and there will be a bunch of options for filtration also. Right now, you're not seeing anything because we don't have anything, right? It's zero. But once you start getting sales, you can look at the data. You can filter it just like how in analytics you can filter it. Here also you can filter it based on a weekly basis, monthly basis. You can compare data, right? So once the payouts happen, you can see the data over here. Like. So this is an old one, right? I mean, long back, I think bunch of payments happened. So you could see that $6,000, $2,000, 400, $200. So this is like in 2018-17 when the payment had happened, right? Quite an old account, like I said.
What is search engine marketing? Now, interestingly, one word that was used even more commonly in the past was PPC advertising. Okay. And I will tell you why that term PPC came, right? Because when Google introduced search engine and they started advertising on search, right? Think of this period, which was 10, 12, 14 years ago, right? Think of any company who's, probably has a very traditional business, has conventional channels like marketing channels like TV, print. Now imagine this, Google going to this advertiser and telling them that, hey man, why don't you come and advertise on my search engine, right? Or Yahoo going and telling them, hey, why don't you come in and advertise on search? And they would be like, why should I? I mean, what is the return? How do I know that I have put an ad there, but how do I know that it's bringing me value, right? So the way a Google or a Yahoo would articulate this for that audience is by saying that, hey, you don't worry. You have to pay me only when somebody clicks on your ad. The click is intent. At that point of time, it wasn't very evolved, but ecosystem, but it's only when a click happens that you need to pay me, right? And a number of factors will decide how much you have to pay me per click. But the short and important point is that you pay somebody on it. Only when somebody has interest, you need to pay. Right? And this is very different from all other forms of advertising that used to be there. Think of television, think of print, right? The cost is paid upfront. It's not like, I pay a Sony or a Sun TV based on how many people see it, right? Or how many people buy my product. It's always an upfront payment, right? Whereas search had a very different system of making that pitch to brands and, designing an advertising world for itself. And that is why it is incredibly exciting, because it's one of those first things that happened in the advertising tech world, in the digital advertising tech world, and probably one of the most oldest practices. Therefore, it has evolved over the years and has become something very nuanced. Now, how do they work, right? Very, very simple concept to understand, right? So somebody goes in and there is a search engine. It could be Yahoo, Google, etc. And I have a query in my mind, right? I need answers to something. It might be, let's say I did not sleep well yesterday night. I wake up and I wonder, hey, what happened? Why am I not getting sleep, right? Or it can be sometimes, I realize that, okay, I want to buy a motorcycle or I want to buy a car. I will start researching on search to understand what are the reviews like, which are the top performing car models. Do I have dealer network nearby, right? And when somebody starts typing in, there are brands, there are advertisers who want to reach these consumers, correct? And there are so many people who are entering keywords which are similar. So for example, if you are trying to search for top hatchback cars or top SUV cars to buy, obviously think of automotive. How many brands are there? They all want to show their ads, correct? And not only does, let's say, a Tata, Toyota want to show their ads, they also want to pitch specific models to you, correct? So then, since there are so many people who are trying to win over that bid and show that ad to the customer, Google had to put together a very algorithm-based bidding system, right? So therefore, they introduced this bidding system. And when you are actually doing search engine marketing, at the most basic level, all you are doing is bidding. Understood? You are bidding for that keyword. You are going and, Google has set out a certain algorithm. It has given people a dashboard to interact with that algorithm, call out what is the keyword that you want to bid for. You're setting certain prices. Now, how does that happen? We'll get into the details of it soon. But this is all that search engine marketing is. If somebody were to ask you, hey, what is search engine marketing? You can start by saying that, okay, it is kind of a bidding in the digital world in a search engine for a keyword. You can kind of like articulate like that. So I made it like very super simple in chunks. But ultimately, when somebody says search engine marketing, it's nothing but it's kind of a bidding.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online course mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So what are those search engine marketing channels or platforms? So obviously, we spoke about Google search, Yahoo search, Bing search, etc. But when you are an advertiser, you are a brand you're a brand or a business trying to reach consumers, you will need certain platforms where, let's say, if you're the digital marketing manager in your company, you have to get onto certain platforms to put your ad out there, right? So those platforms are these. Very simple, very easy to remember, right? It's just Google Ads, Bing Ads, Yahoo Ads. Google Ads used to be called something else in the past. Do you guys know what it was called? AdSense is also a very relatable, very similar product, but right now I'll just not discuss that too much. It used to be called Google AdWords. What you know as Google Ads today, largely, most features of it was there in something called Google AdWords in the past. Okay, so if you hear some of the old marketers who still say Google AdWords, for example, even today, sometimes it slips out of my mouth, right? Because when I started having exposure to it, it was called Google AdWords. And it was also because it was about keywords. Got it? So it's like a combination of keywords and ads, right? Obviously, Google dominates this world. And I know that most of you will by default have Google search engines, right? Now, what is the implication of this? This means that if you have to crack search, if you have to learn search, you will have to learn Google Ads, correct? Because the other ones have only teeny tiny percentages. And even here, if you notice, some of this is, also because certain restrictions in certain countries, or somebody's computer by default comes with a certain application and people may not change it to a Google, right? So very often, if you have cracked Google, you have cracked search. Understood? This is why whenever it comes to search engine marketing, people largely start discussing Google as a platform. So this is Google Ads. And this is fundamentally what Google Ads does, right? It just helps you create ads, display those ads, and make sure that your bidding happens there properly, right? But one more important word to know, fundamentally, what Google Ads help you do is all of these things, right? So not only do you serve advertising, but when you're a marketer, when you're a business owner, you also want to see how the advertisement is performing. So Google Ads itself will give you suggestions. So don't worry. So when you actually start learning Google Ads, you only need some direction and guidance from a class or an expert, just like what's happening right now. A lot of those micro details, the platform itself will teach you. Got it? So now I want you guys to take a step back, because we are going to discuss something a little bit more than search. Okay, so like I said, there is Google Ads, which facilitates search, but searches have bid for that keywords, and somehow they have managed to hit rank 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this page where the search engine results come, do you know what this page is called? The first page where you get the various pages where you get search engine results. What are they called? So they are called search engine result pages. That's simple. It's literally called search engine results pages. And why that is important is some people will call it SERP also, SERP, right? So they will just say SERP, SERP. So don't get confused if you hear that term from some of the folks in the industry. Google Ads also lets you do display ads. So display ads are those which comes with an image, and very often there will be some text which will be part of the image. There will be like a call to action button. For example, in this particular ad, the call to action button is a shop now button, right? And there are even elements like at one corner, there is an option to close the ad. If you go to the left hand top corner, you can see this little tag called ads by Google, right? So all of this shows that acha, this is an ad which is served by Google. So not only are you able to show search ads, but you can also show display ads via Google Ads. Now, the most interesting thing is this display ads can also be done based on somebody's search behavior and the keywords on a particular website. Got it? So that is where that interlink is. You can do display ads without any kind of relationship to the search keywords or the keywords on a website also. But there is an option to kind of like, make display ads work based on certain keywords as well. Okay, but don't worry about it right now. Let's think of more search, more text-centric ads. Soon you will understand how display ads work. One more kind of ad that you will see within search, within the search engine result page, is called product listing ads. You will see some people call this shopping ads as well. So here what happens is Google figures out that you are trying to buy something. So you are typing in sports shoes, and already some advertisers know that people are going to find shoes via typing in these and these keywords. So they have placed bids, and as I expect, if you notice, these brands like Adidas and Amazon that are kind of like trending, right? There are options to run pure play video ads as well. This includes, placements like YouTube. There can be video that comes in content on other sites as well, right? So there are video ads also that Google Ads will let you run. The last kind of ads that I want to discuss are called UAC ads. Now, we purposely kept this term universal app campaigns here just to avoid confusion, because these days, Google has just renamed it as app campaigns. So it might be very difficult for you guys to remember that term. Hence, we have purposely used the old term. It is called UAC ads. This is nothing but those ads that prompt you to install. Okay. So now one more thing about UAC ads is it can be on the search network, website network. Can be present on search network, on websites, on Play Store. It can be anywhere and everywhere. So you might know that Google owns a lot of properties on the web, correct? And a lot of other websites are also part of the Google network, where they sign up and partner with Google to show Google's ads, right? So universal app campaigns are nothing but these are campaigns that typically drive a lot of installs. For example, think of Ola, Swiggy, Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra. These apps, not only do they go after people for purchases, but sometimes they just run these ads just to drive some installs. Yeah. So Google has built a very simple product called Universal App Campaigns, where Google will show ads across all of Google's networks, trying to get people to do installs, or in some cases engagement, which is opening of an app. So these are exclusively for mobile app. Okay. So this is not for, suppose, let's say a company which operates entirely on a website, you may not need universal app campaign ads at all. Okay. Google had a killer product in search, right? So in 90s, Google came up with search, and something that really did it for them was their algorithm were amazing, right? And their page was very clean. Just Google, even today, Google follows that principle, right? You go to google.com and it is just one clean page with just, prompts you to search, right? And search started doing exceptionally well. It had the best algorithm. It could crawl any page on the web and come to you. I'll explain what crawling is. But eventually they found this wonderful algorithm and it started working better than anything. So some of you guys may have done search on platforms like AOL, Yahoo, etc. in the past. 15, 20 years back, if you were to do a search on them, those were messy. It was very difficult. You go to search, instead of just giving you search result, it will show you some banner ads and display ads, everything on the same page, which was very confusing experience for the user. So what did Google do? Google made sure that they built a very good quality search platform and said that, hey, we stand for search. So even today, when people say Google, the first thing that they come to their mind is search. Obviously, they have now diversified to so many products, but they made sure that if people think search, they're going to Google. At that point of time, Yahoo had Yahoo Finance, Yahoo Cricket, too many things they were doing, right? But Google stood for one single thing for almost 10 years, from late 1990 to early 2010. And interestingly, those days, even Yahoo was biggest. Yahoo even tried to buy Google, or there was some conversation and it fell through. But Yahoo was big. So when I was in my engineering days, to ask people, which is your dream company, everyone will say Yahoo. Nobody wanted Google at that point of time, right? Then Google realized that, and what helped Google succeed? Customer centricity. Google did not try to sell everything to people at the same time. It tried to become good at one thing, helping people find answers. And why did I tell you the story? Because whenever you solve for search engine marketing at your work, you have to think about the consumer and the consumer persona and what do they have in their mind when they search. And I will also give you tools that will help you understand this. But that is the most important thing. A lot of people think that, okay, search is about understanding those algorithm, keyword, too much technicalities. That is true. Yes, those are important. But even those algorithms, Google is trying to just mirror human behavior. Correct? It is trying to learn from how people are searching. So it's self-learning.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So if you want to beat that self-learning algorithm and get the best value out of advertising, you have to think like humans. Understood? So that is why when you go on Google search, the terms are like how normal people speak. It's not anything complicated because it is trying to solve in a very human-centric manner. So the entire point of the story is this, right? So that's what made Google search successful. Same way, when you do your search engine marketing campaigns, thinking in a very consumer-centric manner is how you can solve search strategically. So for example, let's say I am talking about first example of buying a car or buying an SUV. Imagine somebody is searching to find her favorite car. Obviously, there will be a certain nature of search, right? There will be certain keywords that are typed in. So if somebody is looking for the best mileage, probably that person will start searching on best mileage. What if BMW or Mercedes starts bidding on that keywords? It will burn their cash, right? Because nobody who's worried too much about mileage is probably going to buy a BMW or Mercedes, right? Or people who are searching for car EMI schemes. When somebody searches car EMI, very clearly he's trying to look for finance options. He's not trying to look for a car. Maybe he decided his car, or he's maybe thinking about his car later, but what is in his mind is EMI, right? So if you start just thinking that, acha, whenever I see car or somebody trying to buy anything related to a car, I should show my ad, you will just burn your cash. Okay. So the important thing is that you have to get to the mindset of the consumer and decide your strategy from there. Got it? I'm going to repeat that point again. What Google is trying to do is just trying to learn from people algorithmically, right? All the machine learning that we speak about, Google is just trying to figure out how humans search and what is the best result to show them. Okay. Therefore, Google's algorithms are also extremely dependent on how people respond to those ads. Okay. A lot of other advertising may not necessarily be that. For example, television, right? They cannot customize every ad that is shown to you based on what you like, not like. Are you looking at the TV? Are you muting the TV? There is no way television can do that, right? But even if you think of video of ads coming on a Hotstar, for example, although it is digital, it still has some limitations. But search is extremely people centric. And of all the advertising channels in the world, search is the most human centric, people centric, consumer centric. And that is one thing that you need to understand. All Google is trying to do is come closer to humans. So if you understand the people in your category, naturally you will start performing well in those advertisements. So it's not about understanding technicalities. It's more about understanding people, right? So if you are, let's say, in sales, you can be an exceptionally successful search engine marketer, for example, or you can give amazing inputs to your digital marketing team because you are close to the consumer. You're seeing the sale process, you know what his worries are, and you can use that skill to translate into great advertising, correct? So even if you know nothing in Google search till now, trust me, if you have worked in other functions, you are already in a good space. So you just have to use your knowledge in an effective manner and you will be successful in search. So this is the overall strategy or roadmap that you have to follow to run Google ad campaigns, right? So you start with figuring out what are the keywords. Now, if you know the keywords, right? For example, when I speak about car loan EMI, it's very clear. Let's say if somebody starts searching something like car loan EMI at low interest rate, very clearly what that customer is trying to find is financing options, but at the lowest EMI. So when you build a landing page to be shown to that particular keyword or that set of keywords, you want to make sure that you build a landing page that answers that query. So suppose I am searching for car loan EMIs at low finance rates. And when I land on the landing page, let's say it is not talking anything about the interest rate, but just talking about, let's say, documentation required for a car loan, or not even talking about car loan. Let's say I'm talking about, the best car models, the car models which have the best sales. When we go slightly tangential like that, even if the topic is relatable, unless the answer that the customer searching is there in that page and it's right there in front of him, the advertising is not going to work. So whenever you think of creating keywords, so you're not just creating the keyword or the ad, you're also creating the relevant pages in the backend. So make sure that you go to your website developer, or if you're managing your own website, create the relevant landing pages for those keywords. Now, not only do you need those landing pages, but you need to show the advertisement to the customer, right? So the text that you see in an ad is called ad copy. So this is a word that is used by marketers, designers, copywriters, etc. So if you hear a word copy everywhere, it is nothing but the text within an ad. Okay. So when you have all of these things, you can create an ad. And obviously within Google Ads, once that ad starts going live, you can start seeing the results, you can optimize performance, you can manage those ads, etc. So obviously we will come to those steps later. So how does a Google Ads dashboard look like? How do we create ads? All of that is coming. So don't start worrying about it right now. At this point of time, let's start worrying only about the keyword strategy. So we will take it in small chunks so that you're able to understand how the whole thing works. Okay. So these are the keyword types. So, and I will tell you why we have to have different keyword types, but to have that strategy of saying that, okay, what are the keywords that I should bid for? Or what are the keywords that I should not bid for? Or what kind of ad should I show on each kind of keywords? You need to have a strategy, correct? There is this in the entire world of keywords that consumers may search for. How do I identify the right ones to bid for? That is your bidding strategy. Got it? So to define that strategy, we need to identify and understand few keyword types. Yeah. So I'm going to keep this on the screen for some time. You can just go through this. You can read each of these lines and I'm going to explain as well. Yeah, so if you notice, this just seems to be like you can see some common search categories. So some of them are related to shoes, some of them are related to computers, phones, travel, etc. Very easy, relatable category. So there are mixture of examples from various categories, but things that you can easily relate to. Okay, let's get into explaining this with the first example, which is the laptop wala situation. Now there can be three, largely three keyword types. So let's say I am a fan of Dell laptops. I have maybe I've used 2-3 computers in the past, but I over a period realized that Dell is the best laptop. So I'm very clear that I probably want Dell as my computer. I'm going to go just search Dell laptops. So very clearly, it is an indication to Dell that, hey, somebody is searching for me. So Dell can come in and put their ads there definitely, right? Or it can be even a case where, let's say Toshiba, think of Toshiba. So Toshiba, let's say, is number 2 in India market. And they have figured that I should try my best to put my ad there if Dell is showing, if somebody is searching for Dell. So maybe it could be the same brand, it could be a competition, but so the strategy is planned very specifically to the brand keyword. So if you notice, Dell is the brand present. So this keyword type, the moment there is a brand involved in that entire sentence, in that keyword group, right? It is called a brand keyword type, right? And why do you have to split your keywords into these set? Also, I will tell you, but for now, just identify that these are called brand keywords. The moment there is a brand mention, it's very clear that somebody has not only an interest in a category or a service, but they have interest from a particular brand. So these are called branded keywords. Okay. Next are called core keywords. So core represents a category. So if you notice laptop, so let's say I'm a consumer, I'm just starting out. I don't have, let's say, any brand particularly in mind. I'm just entering something like laptops, right? Or let's say if I'm traveling, I want to just check out some holiday packages. I just enter holiday packages. Those are called core keyword types. Okay. Now, there could be, I would not only mention a category, but I will also give a descriptor of the category. Best laptops, or best looking smartphones, or attractive smartphones, comfortable shoes. So not only is there a category mentioned, but there is something specific about that category that customer is looking for. For example, when he searches comfortable shoes, he is definitely looking for shoes that index highly on comfort. Most probably that person is not looking for a high-heeled shoe, for example, right? It's very clear that it is being searched with a particular intent within the category. Now, this is called lateral keyword. So there is an adjective or a description or an appreciation about the search result. So what happens is, when you think of, now, why do we have to structure keywords into various types? So whenever you are an advertiser working for a certain category, you cannot just write down all the keywords possible in the world. And if you write down, there could be millions of keyword combinations, correct? You cannot strategize for each potential keyword. You will have to obviously come up with a framework, group them, correct? And let's say you are a marketing manager and you are building an ad strategy. Now, if you have to explain your ad strategy to your boss, or if you have to even discuss your strategy with your boss, you will have to go there and start discussing boss. Branded keywords are these and these are this. Core keywords, some of them are these and these are this. Lateral keywords, some of examples are these and this. And my strategy is going to be like this. I'm going to focus heavily on brand keywords or core keywords or lateral keywords. So there are no generalizations. 1 or 2 generalizations are here just to help you understand. But remember that they're still generalizations and not absolute truth. Okay. So this is what a keyword planner will look like. So here, when you open up the keyword planner, the idea of the keyword planner is to give you all the information that you want. And that is something very specific about most advertising platforms. You don't have to by heart anything. You just have to know, acha, I have to go to keyword planner. Everything else, the system itself will tell you. This is not a closed book examination. So that is where, like I said, in digital marketing, only understand the concepts and practice it. You don't have to by heart anything. So here, when you start searching your keyword ideas, immediately Google showed you some relatable keywords. So all the keywords that you entered, it is shown, and if you scroll down, you will get even more keyword ideas. It will also show you across the year, across various months of the year, what are the volumes, how many people are searching, 2 million people, 3 million people. See, if you see on the left, it says 0 million, 2 million, 4 million. It shows the volume of searches in the location that you have chosen, right? And it also shows you the trend line. What time of the month is it high? What time of the month is it low? It shows you mobile as well as total. So total is basically mobile search plus desktop search, and mobile only search is indicated by the red button. Okay. And if you come to the lower side of the screen, the over half of the screen, you will notice that it is showing a trend line even at a monthly level, and it is showing how many people exactly typed in that keyword. So 170 people typed in the word called domestic travel. 12,100 people typed the word called holiday packages. 720 people typed international travel. It also shows, is competition low or high? Can you guys take a guess what is competition? When Google says competition is low or high, there are sometimes it will also show medium. What does that mean? So it actually shows that what is the competition. So if you remember, Google search ads is nothing but a bid. So basically, it will show you how much is the share of competition. And there is something called ad impression share. Okay. So typically, if you are running ads, it shows that what percentage of impressions did your brand feature in, right? So right now, it'll when you get into the Google Ads window, I'll show this in detail. It also shows what is the top of the page bid, low range and high range, which means that, hey, in this period, some advertiser, the cheapest an advertiser had to pay in the bid is 1 rupee, 35 paise. But there were other advertisers who had to even pay 19 rupees. Now, why did this happen? Why did it vary between 1 rupee to 19 rupee? It is because it's also a bidding war, right? Every time a search happens, it's getting, so many people are placing automated bids. So in some cases, it may go cheap. In some cases, it may go high. But this is just the range that it shows. So for every keyword, it also shows you the range. It will cost you 5 rupees to 31 rupees or 3 rupees to 107 rupees. Now, why is this important for an advertiser? Suppose you are a diamond manufacturer, yeah, or in jewelry business. Think of a Bluestone or a Carrot Lane or a Tanishq. Your product has very high value. So you will happily go and bid, even if that bid is, let's say, per click is, let's say, 200 rupees or 500 rupees or whatever, right? Because you're clear that if you convert that customer, you get a lot of money back. But imagine, let's say you are a low value product. You sell a low value item. You may not want to go bid very high on a keyword, right? Because it's possible that, you bid, later the conversions are not low and you don't get the money back. So a number of factors can determine what is the range in which you can play. But the larger idea is that, this can actually give you confidence as to, should you go high, should you go keep low, how do you bid on it, right? Now, there are different bidding strategies. We will discuss that in detail. So don't worry about how it is done. Just think of this as still, the first few steps of this, right? Google also gives you an option to download keyword ideas. So whenever you are searching for any category, Google itself will give you some keyword ideas. It's not a case where you have to do all the hard working or write down all permutations, combinations of what people search. Okay. So you can get keyword ideas. Now, one more thing, to get more keyword ideas, there is not just Google, there are other tools also in the market. The most commonly used tool is called SEMrush. Okay. You can just type semrush.com. Can you just type it in your, if you're on a desktop, just go to another window, open SEMrush and type it and check what you see. And why and there's a reason why I made you guys type it in your Google search. Why do you think I made you guys type this in your Google search? So let's say Shubhanga goes and types SEMrush and searches for it. Now what has happened? Google has already mapped in its algorithm that, hey, there is this user called Shubhanga, and Shubhanga is searching for queries which are related to advertising. So Google has now understood that Acha, Shubhankar is someone who is either a practitioner of digital or a student of digital. So trust me, wherever you go, most probably if you keep searching for a few of these keywords, you will keep getting ads. So don't worry. SEMrush, other competition, everything in the market, all those ads will follow you everywhere. So here it's technically not necessarily retargeting. SEMrush will do retargeting. If you go to the website and that website starts and SEMrush starts following you around, it can be retargeting. In some cases, there are a lot of aspects that sometimes can be through third-party cookies, sometimes it can be through a number of things, but Google already now knows your search behavior. So what Google has is Google also has some audience list that it keep. And whenever you do a certain kind of behavior, Google just adds you to that audience list so that Google advertisers can search, can basically market to that audience list. So you don't even have to put an effort. All these platforms are going to show you ads over the next 1 week. So all revisions apne aap ho jayega. Okay, and you will discover more platforms. SEMrush ka competition might have already shown you the ad, right? So all the tools that you ever want to learn is already going to come after you. That's the magic of digital. And next, I'm going to show you something very interesting. I want you guys to look for this, search for answerthepublic.com. You're able to see my screen? Just go to answerthepublic.com. So do you notice a screen like this? So here, let's say you start typing in Bollywood and search. I'm going to search and I'm waiting for the answers. Did you go to answerthepublic.com? After a while, it starts showing all the search queries in a cluster, right? And it has clustered answers, typical search queries by people, so for example, which, are, will, all Bollywood related things you can see here. So same way, whenever you are trying to work out any keyword, any category, just go use these tools and they will itself give you so many ideas. What are people searching? What should be your keyword strategy, right? So very data-driven decisions you can make, and there is so much transparency, right? And this is the magic of digital. So let's say you are never going to do Google ads in your life, hypothetically. Let's say you're not a digital marketer. You are in sales, or you are in marketing, or you are in content writing. This can still help you with so many insights about the market. Right? Suppose you are, let's say, an engineer for air condition. So you are not even a business manager. You are just an engineer for air condition. But you want to understand what are the issues that people are facing with air conditions. People would have already gone online and would have searched for that. So when you just type air condition repair, you will see all keywords related to it. So you will know, acha, what are the technical problems that are there. So suppose you work for Samsung air conditioners and you want to understand what are the problems with Samsung air conditioners. Just go search Samsung air conditioners and see what are the common questions that people are having. Understood? It's that magical. That is how much information search can give you, even if you are not even in marketing or digital. Coming back to the keyword planner. So it looks like this when you open it up and start looking at all the keyword ideas, and it'll give you all these inputs like, is our competition bidding on it? How much should you pay maximum? What is the cheapest you might have to pay to get it? And these are all indicative figures. These keep changing. Next comes the next element. So this is done. Keyword is done. We have gotten into the mind of the consumer. We know what he's thinking. What is he worried about? What is he searching for? Everything is clear. Next comes the element of creating a landing page for the customer, right? So if it's an e-commerce item that consumer is searching for, very often it might be the catalog or the listing of that product, in your website. Or if it is a specific information that the consumer is searching, what you might have to give him is information. For example, let's say going back to the problem of not having enough sleep. Let's say somebody wakes up in the morning and starts searching, hey, why am I not getting enough sleep? Or he starts searching sleep disorders. Definitely what he would want to see is an opinion from a medical expert, right? Or a researcher on that, or a research article on that topic. You have to make sure that your landing page for that particular consumer, for that particular keyword, is built in a manner where it will be useful to that customer, right? Then only he will click on that ad. Then only will he come to your website. And something that's important is also that Google also tries to read how good a landing page is. Okay, so Google will use a lot of mechanisms to figure out how good a landing page is. We will get to that, but obviously I will first walk you through how a landing page is created. So, whenever you go to any website, very often that website is actually created in, based on what is the kind of website it or what kind of business it is. There are so many different ways in which, people create websites. For example, if it's an Amazon or a Swiggy, large companies that I work for, I don't have access to edit that website because it's so important. It's so technical, thousands, lakhs of pages, right? It's operated by a separate tech team. So there might be dozens of web developers and IT teams who work on it. Very complicated. So if you are working for a large company, don't think that you can go edit your website. So let's assume you guys work for ICICI. And if you are going to say, hey, I'm going to go create a web page on ICICI, not going to happen. Why? Because there are so many safety features in ICICI website, correct? It's so nuanced, so technical. They will not open up the permission to anybody. So even if you are a digital marketer, you will not have access to the landing page. So you will have to go speak to the web developer. So in it called IT web admins. In some companies, it might just be clubbed under IT team. In some teams, it will be different. IT team would just take care of your, IT infrastructure and stuff. Whereas there will be separate tech team, especially in technology companies, to handle all of this. Now, there are other options in the market, right? So there are some options like landing key, unbounds. Suppose you are a business owner or you're a smaller company where, there is an option to create those pages. Now, these are platforms that can help you do that. So don't worry about this. You can search and learn about them whenever there is a need. So at this point of time, you need not worry too much about this. One common platform that a lot of people use to create landing pages is WordPress. Yeah. So, WordPress was also one of the pioneers in this field. So over a period, multiple other platforms came and took over. But even today, a lot of content writers, so especially if you are in content writing, blogging, they tend to use WordPress, when there is a lot of content, a lot of keywords. So hence, I'm just giving you WordPress as an example. So very often for your website, there will be a WordPress account, which you can get from the team. So let's say you're a content writer, naturally, you'll be given access to this. You just have to log in. There itself, all your pages you don't have to sit down and code. Yeah, it will already give you all options. How does your page look like? What are the menus, widgets? All the aspects of creating a page are already available. You can just create it just through the user interface. Very simple. And any WordPress website that you see usually is created through very simple tasks like this. Again, no need to by heart any of this. When you are on a WordPress page, you will see it. The purpose of showing these two slides is just to help you understand how simple it is. Just think of some of the content writers or copywriters, they are not very technical people. They don't understand how to run ads or they don't know how to code, right? But they still create web pages without anybody kind of helping them. Right? Why do? Because it's so simplified. It's that easy, right? I know content writers who don't have any large technical skills, but they're able to do this. It's that simple. So the idea is to demonstrate how easy it is. Now let's get into the specifics of the ad. So you already discussed landing page. Now the advertisement that is shown to the customer has a particular structure. So I already discussed in an earlier slide, ad copy is nothing but the text, correct? The text that shows up in the ad, which prompts the user to click. So this is how every ad version looks like. So, every ad has these sets of headlines, right? So there are headline fields. There are 30 characters that is allowed. Character is basically every alphabet, every digit, every space, right? There are expanded description field. If you notice, every ad also shows the display URL, which shows what is the domain, what is the address in which you will be taken. All of these are part of the ad. And don't worry about this right now. We will get into specifics soon. Now, obviously, when you have to write ad copyright, it has to be very direct and simple. First point is that it should exactly show what is the benefit or what is the unique selling proposition. So let's say, somebody is searching for BMW 1 Series, right? Or somebody is searching for BMW 3 Series or BMW 5 Series. When somebody searches for that particular model, there is something specific that they want about that model, correct? So make sure that your ad has all those, whatever is that unique selling proposition. USP is nothing but unique selling proposition, just a marketing jargon or terminology. So whatever is unique about your product, what is the core about your product, make sure that you put it out there. Okay. And along with every ad, there will be a call to action. A call to action could be about calling a number or going to a website, right? Make sure that you are clearly putting it out there. I already discussed the keyword strategy. It's important that you create brand, core, lateral keyword strategy. And within each of those keyword strategy, making sure that your ads are also written accordingly. So for example, when somebody searches best laptops versus somebody searching Dell laptops, the kind of keywords that you want to show to the customer is also, so the kind of advertising text that you want to show to the customer has to be also different, correct? Someone searching for Dell laptop, make sure that your ad strongly shows that it is about Dell, and it shows the propositions of Dell so that somebody clicks on it. But let's say you forget to put Dell in your advertisement, that's a complete miss. So customer will search, but your ad has nowhere Dell written on it. Maybe on the website domain name or something Dell is there, but it's not visible very clearly. You did all of that bidding, but you are not very visible in the search engine result page. And of course, you do a lot of keyword planning, research, using the keyword planner. It'll help you understand the volume. So if there are keywords that have a lot of volume, make sure that you put a lot of effort into writing ads as well. That's why you'll have to write so many ads. And I'll show you how that gets structured within the dashboard, but you have to write hundreds of ads. Trust me, some of the big brands will actually have almost 1 lakh ad copies. So one more thing to also keep in mind is remove all kind of grammatical errors, keep it short, sweet, all the basics of English. Just make sure that you have written it very carefully, because think of it, you see an ad and there is a grammar mistake in that ad, or it's written in bad English. You look at it and you will think, probably a fake website, right? Or something is wrong, because all good advertising will be done by proper professionals who will make sure that it is done in a good way, right? So whenever you see anything which has errors, bad grammar, etc., you will start doubting it.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp. B. LinkedIn. C. Facebook. D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
I'll just get into the next aspect. Now, this is called Google Ads policy. Okay. Now, because you're an advertiser and multiple advertisers are bidding for keywords, they keep the audience safe, right? In terms of showing right kind of results, not showing results which are potentially risky, and maintaining that consumer experience when he searches, finds something, and the content reaches him, etc. Also, it shouldn't be a case where you start using somebody else's IP, intellectual property, right? So therefore, there are a few things that Google has set in its overall policies. Now, if you don't obey a policy, most probably you could get banned or blocked, right? Or in some cases, it can affect the price that you pay for ad. It can shoot up. So there are various ways in which there can be some very black and white consequences or some negative consequences based on how much you violate. If you violate any of the policies. So one of them is, of course, having quality content. So Google also tries to use its algorithm to figure out whether a website has quality content or not. Okay. So for example, if your website is full of images that you have copied from somewhere in the internet, not original content, not given credit, or it is written in poor code, the structure of the website is bad, it's very clear that, okay, someone who's not a strong professional made that website. Okay. So in such a case, what happens is Google will figure that out and make sure that they don't show ads which correspond to that particular landing page. Okay. So Google will figure out that, acha, if I show people this ad, and they click on that ad and they come to that web page, it's giving them very bad experience. So let me not show that ad, or let me put very high price on that ad to be shown. You cannot use any brand name without permission from that brand. So for example, let's say I am Swiggy. I cannot use KFC or McDonald's or any brand without having permission from them and backlisting in the and the whitelisting in the background. Okay. So so one common example for this, suppose let's say you are a dealer. Let's say you are a dealer for Tata Motors. You cannot put Tata in your ad. Okay. You can put Tata in your ad after you do the whitelisting in the back end, which is a process that you can get done through, just by submitting a small snippet on Google and then getting that whitelist, and then you can show your ads. Your ad should not have anything malicious, like if you're linking people into a virus or anything that could potentially affect the health of the device from which somebody is logging in, or the security. Google can block you, right? So a lot of these things Google will try to track. And if you try to, instead of focusing on the user, if you start taking any shortcut, very soon Google will figure out. You try to cheat, you will be caught, right? So one example is that, for example, let's say I am Tata Motors and I'm advertising for Tata Motors, and I want to capture Google people searching for Maruti cars.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online course mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So let's say I cannot write Brezza in my ad because, then it will be usage of a competition brand name, right? So I'm Tata Motors, but I cannot use Brezza because Brezza is actually a Maruti's brand, right? So suppose, and I want to bypass this, and I am an evil person. I might say that, hey, instead of writing BREZZA, I will just write BRESSA or BREZA. Now that looks very similar to the competition brand car name, and I might even actually get people to click on it thinking that it's a Brezza ad. But eventually, if Google gets hold of you or your competition actually finds it and reports, it can get you penalized. Okay. So all of these are there in the ad policies, and I've added a link also into the deck, which you can read. Okay. Now this is how you can do the account creation. Now, if you guys have a fast internet and you are not someone who's detracted, you can even do this in parallel as we discuss. But I would say these are two easy things where literally everything is just like creating how a Gmail account is. You don't need to parallelly create a Gmail account to learn it, right? It's so intuitive. Same way, it's as simple as that. So all you have to do is just type in Google Ads and search, and Google itself, will help you in this landing page. And there, if you notice, once you reach that Google Ads page, it even gives you an option. It will immediately give you an option to start right away, right? There's even a phone support. If you need any help, you can even call them up and Google might be able to help you, right? Now, the moment you click on it and you sign up, your Google Ads account creation is done. So now this is the structure that you need to keep in mind. Okay, I spoke about Google Ads account. I spoke about campaigns. I spoke about ad groups. Now, how is this all structured in the Google world? So what happens is within every ad account, there will be campaigns. And within campaigns, there will be ad groups which involve keywords and ad copy. So when you start creating any ad, how do you start? You first open your ads account. Within ads account, you set up a campaign. Within campaign, you set up ad groups. And within ad groups, you have keywords and ad copy. So when I spoke about how the structure can have thousands of ads or 100, this is what I meant. All of this is organized in a tree-like structure. So what happens is, let's say your Tata Motors or ICICI, you will have one ad account. So you will start with an ad account which is mapped to Tata or ICICI. Or let's say if you are a small business, let's say you run a cake shop or a bakery, you can just create an ad account very easily. In the case of big brands, you have to do some backend mapping, etc., to claim that the website is mine or the store is mine, etc. Those are slightly more nuanced things, but don't worry about it. Those are fairly easy things to do, and very often not even done by you. You will take the help of your agency, etc., to do this. So how many of you are aware of digital marketing agencies managing advertising account? The reality is almost 90% of the advertising is actually managed by agencies. Got it? So if I am taking the example of Swiggy, it's not like Umesh or Umesh's junior, or by that I mean not a manager or the executive that reports into manager. They don't sit down and make all the ads. Got it? Only a very thin share, only people, generally folks who are on the agency side do most of this operational work, because this takes hours and hours. So one misconception that people have is, okay, if I have to become a search engine marketer, I have to know every element of ad creation, how it is done operationally, etc. No, you just have to understand the concept. Got it? Unless and otherwise you want to get into an agency. But if you are and even within an agency, when you are at a very junior level is when you are hands-on things. You will have more senior resources, but they will typically set strategy or come and do a quality check. Understood? So you don't have to do hands-on things. You may have to do hands-on if, let's say, you are a small business owner. Okay, you run a bakery, you run a gym, you run a small apparel store, you want to advertise to people, you can set up your own ads, but usually it is very simple. So what happens is small businesses usually have very simple structure where you don't need an agency to manage it. You can go just watch there's so much information already in the course. Sometimes just follow the course, just start your ad account. You can almost do it by yourself. There itself, you will, any digital marketer, trust me, nobody just goes, learns a course and start doing it right then and there. Whenever you're doing any activity, you will parallelly do all the research too. Just make sure that the concepts have landed when somebody teaches you this. But in reality, when you actually get into action, you can research and follow how somebody else have explained it on the internet. Or Google, Facebook itself would have written down all of this in serious, in well-documented format. And I'll tell you why. So when Google launches Google Ads as a product, or its multiple solutions in analytics or data management or measurement or anything, what is the primary thing that determines how successful that platform is? So one is the performance of the product. Yeah, is it converting? Is it giving business value? Is it good for the end audience? Is it good for the advertiser? That is one element. So that's about the product aspect of it, correct? But the success of any platform depends on how easy is it for the people to use. And I will explain that without even taking an example of any technology product, any ad tech product, any advertising technology product. Just think of Paytm or Google Pay as an app. UPI is so simple that anybody can just use it, right? There were people who will struggle with internet banking. So you might know some of your relatives who have never done internet banking, but they can easily do payment wallet or UPI, right? The simpler the product is for somebody to use, more people will adopt it. So the very reason why Google Ads and Facebook are so successful is not just because they are large advertisers, they have a lot of properties, they have a lot of technology, etc. But they made it super simple for people to learn it. But it's not like anybody can just started they might need some direction. So they may come to a course like the one that you are in. Somebody's going to give them practical examples, give them the conceptual flow, give them that confidence to make that step, telling them that this is not rocket science, right? And that is the most important thing. That's why, do you know how much it costs to do a Google Ads certification? Like, let's say if it is search ad certification on Google, going through Google's materials and taking that. So if you notice, those platform level things are free. They're, why? Because they just want maximum people to learn it. So what happens is when you work on the dashboard, right? Everything is literally there. You will have link button, click button, which will detail everything that you want to do. Got it? But what makes you a successful digital marketer is not by hearting those steps. That is there. It is there for everybody to do it. But it's in understanding important concepts. For example, search. The most important concept is understanding, hey, what is the keyword strategy? What is my category? What is it that generally people search for? If I have to make my search engine work, it's not just I have to do correct keyword strategy. I have to build a landing page, right? That holistic understanding, that top view understanding is what is necessary for a digital marketer. For 95% of the roles, that is what is necessary. Got it? So this Google Ads product, it's ridiculously simple. When you start first, wo thoda friction hoga, but once you start using it, or just going through material, you will realize how easy it is. It takes its time. So this is the structure, right? And this one, some people would call it a campaign tree or an ad account tree. People use various words for it, but it's just when someone mentions in a certain context, you will understand. So here there are 3 levels. So one is your ad account. This is just like, going into your banking account or Demat account, etc. Obviously, at an account setting level, you will have your password, billing information. You have to link your credit card, billing cycles, etc. All the details would come there. Now, within that, to organize your marketing activations, one would typically create campaigns. So what happens is usually a campaign will have a theme or a sub-theme, because it addresses one common goal. And there might be there's a similar bidding strategy applied on it. So you break down your campaigns into multiple campaigns, right? So campaign A, B, C, D, etc. Right? So a campaign is just to unify the bidding strategy, the targeting, and the overall budget that you assign is also specific to a campaign. So let's say you're working for Amazon, and Amazon decides to launch a new phone in the market exclusively on Amazon. And let's say Amazon is doing a pre-bus in the sense that, okay, prior to the launch of the product, let's say 5 days in advance, they want to run some pre-bus. So here it's very clear. There is one, particular objective. There is one specific bidding strategy they can follow. It's only for a certain period of time. They may decide on a certain budget saying that, okay, I'm going to put this 5 crore into this promotion, right? A lot of things can be unified there, and all of it can be clubbed under campaign. So it's very simple. Anything that can be clubbed under similar goal, same bidding strategy, targeting, all of this we will get into also in detail. So don't worry, you club it under campaigns. Now comes the next layer, which is ad groups, which involve keywords and ad copy. That is nothing but the keywords and the corresponding ad copy. So if you notice, for every keyword that is entered by the customer, you have to show a corresponding ad copy, correct? The grouping of that is done in a structure called ad groups. So once again, I am clarifying, 99% of you, unless you want to categorically become a search engine marketing analyst or an SEM marketer, you need not understand too many details of this. All you need to understand is within an ad group, keywords and ad copies are paired. How do you operationally do it, optimize it, etc. Very deep level, you don't have to worry about it. Only when you are working in that particular domain, you need to group these two together and think about it. Okay. And so within the ad account, this is how the page will look like. I'm going to show you my ad account as well. Can you see this personal ad account of mine? If you notice, there is a certain structure to this, right? You can just navigate around. It's very simple. See, if you notice, there are things. See, did you notice how slow it is? Because Google Ads actually has a lot of data in the backend. Got it? So when you guys start working on any campaign, it's going to take its time to load. Here, some of these things already loaded because I was in this page before. Other than that, think of the amount of data it may have to show. It could take a lot of time. Got it? So also these are various types of campaigns. Some are some are video, some are install. Got it? There's a mix of all kinds of campaigns. So if I open up anything, that may not help you. It might just confuse you. Got it? So here we are talking particularly about the search kind of campaign. How do I do a search ads creation? Now, one more thing I want you guys to understand is search ads are slightly difficult to structure and operationalize, right? We are learning it first because it's very fundamental to building that understanding of, what do consumers search? How do I show it? So the right order to learn is probably like search before you get into video marketing at a very high level. You can do some minimal amount of it, but the reality is that once you start doing much more a little bit of display, a little bit of video, etc., when you come back, then search ad structure looks easier. Got it? So you might learn it in a different order. That doesn't matter. In reality, very often when you start learning those formats and you start doing X number of things, search ad ka structure will also start looking easier. So here it's very simple. Within your ad account, you click on campaigns. It'll list all the campaigns that are running. Here you can start a new campaign. So all you have to do is click on a new campaign. Now what happens is when you click on a new campaign, if you remember when we started, we spoke about how there are 5 types of ad on Google, right? So this is also the reason when you saw my ad account, it actually had various ad types. Got it? I actually have different accounts for search. Interestingly, search accounts are the ones which are usually takes more time to load as well because of the nuances, right? So what happens here is you set campaigns, you're going to click new ad, new campaign, and you will see these 5 types of campaigns, whatever we saw in the beginning. Obviously, you start selecting search. So here also it's very intuitive. If you notice, the moment you came here, the dashboard has everything. It says select a campaign type, and it shows what each of this campaign type is about. So trust me, even if somebody doesn't come with a lot of understanding of what are the kind of ads there, it will exactly lead you there where you want to be, right? And here, if you see this little question mark button, so whenever you see any window or button and you're surprised about what you're not sure about what it is, all you have to do is just tap that question mark and it will give you all the details. It will start listing on the left. You can go into those specifics and you will get all the information you will need. And once you select search, it will show you various goal types. So every campaign has to have a goal. Goal is ultimately what you want to do for that, business with running that particular campaign. So let's think of it. Let's say your campaign is about getting people to your website. You're very clear that, okay, for example, you are selling automotive insurance. Somebody comes to the website, fills in all the, reads about the product, then only you are clear that the product concept will be clear to the customer, right? So here it is optimized for traffic. Or in some cases, you are not looking for an immediate sale. In some cases, it's just about, let's say the best example to understand website traffic is if you have a content site, there is no sales, nothing to be done there. You're just getting people to the website, giving them the information they need, and probably that is where you can optimize and get the best value out of it, right? Then you choose website traffic. You have an option for sales, leads, etc. So based on your business type, a lot of people incorrectly assume that, any campaign I will just optimize for sales and it will work. That's not correct, because in some cases, there's no sales that happens online. If you are, let's say, an automotive dealer running an ad, you want to show leads, right? You will probably optimize most of your campaigns for lead generation, so that somebody gives their email ID, phone number, their preferred time for a test drive, which model are they interested in, etc. So you want to do lead generation. So when you're working with a digital marketing team, right? Let's say you are asking them to or requesting them to run an ad. Very often you just have to say that I think I need a search campaign, and the search campaign should optimize to get me leads or sales or website traffic. That is all you have to tell, right? Or if you're working with your agency and asking them to come up with a plan and execute, very often they will ask you very basic questions like, okay, hey, what kind of search campaign do you want? What is the kind of objective that you're driving? And they will be like, okay, oh, this looks like, do you want to optimize for sales, or do you want to go after the goal type of leads? Where do you want to go? And they will pick a goal accordingly, right? So one more reason why you should not buy hard this is because, trust me, when you actually get into digital marketing, unless you are working only on one platform, you will have to work on Google ads. You will have to work on Facebook ads, LinkedIn ads, programmatic, native ads. There might be so many platforms that you have to do. So in such case, there's not even any value in by hearting all of this. One, if you have in a certain business and one channel is important to you, based on your business type, you will naturally remember all of this or learn all of this, because once or so you will easily deploy. Got it? So nobody has to by heart in its mind that acha, Google may search has these 3, display has these 5. Okay, in an exam also, in your test, it might be asked just to test your knowledge, but that doesn't break the deal for you. Got it? So even when tomorrow you have a use case in your career where you have to use search ads, all you have to do is either just open up your Google Ads account, which is again free, and just check what are the things that come listed. Or you can even do a Google search and see what are the goal types within search ads. And it will just tell you what are the 3 goal types. Okay. So we started with saying that, hey, I want a new campaign. So you're telling the dashboard that you want to create a new campaign. Then in the next step within the Google Ads platform, you have chosen that I want to do a search campaign. Within search, 3 very simple objectives: sales, leads, website traffic. Each of them are almost self-explanatory, but if you want to know what that is, when you click there, it will show you what exactly that is, right? Now, when you type, after you select the ad type, you will come to this particular page where you are going to create more, you give more details to that campaign, right? So you give the name of a campaign. Typically, people name it with a date, objective, something for people to understand, because in large ad accounts, there could be thousands of campaigns. So you put everything in your campaign name so that you can understand what that your campaign is. Now, the most interesting thing is, even within search ads, there is an option to expand it to some display network. Got it? So not only will your ad show up on search partners, but it can also show ads to display network. By that, what I mean is, let's say, again, going back to the car example. So I'm going to take one of you as example. Let's say Komal. Komal started searching for her car, right? Komal would have already typed in certain keywords in Google, right, as a customer. So Google is keeping a watch on all of its customers. So Google knows that, hey, Komal is someone who is interested in automotive. Now, within that, let's say Komal started searching for certain brands, Tata, Tiago, or Maruti Baleno. Google also knows that these are keywords that Komal, as a Google search user, is interested in. So what can Google do is that even when Komal is not searching, so let's say there might be certain times when Komal is not searching, but just browsing other content. So let's say she's on Car Dekho or Bike Dekho. But you may have noticed there also Google has its own display network, right? Google can show banner ads on any website which is affiliated with Google. So it's possible that Car Dekho, Bike Dekho has affiliated with Google. And Google knows that acha, Komal is visiting Car Dekho, Bike Dekho. And Google, and without, even if you have not searched recently, Google might still show you an ad on display. Only thing is, if you have within that display network also, you will have to probably like optimize your ad, the text a little bit. But I mean, right now, do not worry too much about it. This is actually a little nuanced. Even my explanation is not 100% correct. I kind of like optimized it so that the confusion is less. So right now, do not worry about it but it's just to let you know that there is this option also, right? And obviously you can get into determining your location. So all of this are things that you do on this particular window. One more interesting aspect of Google search is that the text ads that we spoke about not only come on Google ka search window, but YouTube also has its own search engine, right? On your YouTube, when you go up, open up the home page, you have an option to search things. So in some cases, you might put the same keywords in your Google search tab and even on your YouTube search, correct? So you might look for car reviews again on YouTube search. So Google, it's the same platform. Backend may Google knows how to like link the two, right? So it can even show those ads there. That is why you might be familiar with this. When you search for something, you will start getting those ads, which are, you might see some text ads also before you see the search results. So this is also done through Google Ads only, Google search only. So in the backend, you're doing the same thing to show ads on a Google search page and on a YouTube search engine result.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
See, why is email marketing? Well, I am sure you knew this, but if you didn't, there's 300 billion emails that get sent every single day. 300 billion. Yes. When you think about the world population, we are sending a lot more emails to people, right? So when you think about email marketing, there's two ways you can go about doing it. One is the paid approach and one is the free approach. But when you talk to expert marketers, everyone believes that setting up a good pipeline for email marketing will involve a little bit of costs, because you'll be shooting back and forth emails to your customers, you'll be acquiring lists and so much more, right? So it is very important that when you think about this strategy, you have to keep the prices a little low. See, for example, you'll have to start with the purchase of email marketing tools. There's so many tools which will give you a plethora of analytics, right? So to do all of these tasks, to perform some in-depth analysis, you do have to invest in tools. And then you simply do not have to buy all the tools, but then make sure that you plan out your campaign in a way where you understand what the requirement is and then spend the budget. So planning is a very good part here as well. And then there are one very important thing we have to talk about is how good content will drive your email marketing campaign, right? Well, all the 5 strategies that we are discussing about, let me just put it out there. For all the 5 strategies, creation of good content, catchy content and attractive content is gonna be the prime thing, guys. So no matter how good your marketing skills are, if your content is not up to the mark, then of course it will not hit. To generate good content, you either have to find an expert who creates good content and then work with it, or you have to find other methodologies, and of course this has a bit of cost to it as well. And then there's something called as email contacts and email lists that you might tend to invest in, which is basically a list of all the people who might be looking for the product that you're pretty much offering, or the service that you're offering as well. I mean, you can get all these details if you have an established website where you ask the people coming onto your website via a form or something to give you their email IDs, such that you can leave them mails, give them discounts, offers and whatnot. But then if that is not the case, if you're starting out, then you will have to invest in an email list and then work with that as well. And of course that costs a little bit of time and money. And then when we have to talk about setting up a standard pipeline to sending out your mails, see, mails are either viewed as very useful or generic or spam. You have to make sure that your mails go to the very good section and not the spam. So it is very vital that you understand how you can send out very attractive mails and not spam everyone on your list, because once you enter that spam box, right, then there is a good chance no one even checks out the spam box in all seriousness. So you'll be wasting a lot of time and effort, and you won't be driving a lot of things. So it's very vital that you set up a good pipeline as well. The next thing I'm always asked when talking about email marketing is, okay, so if I'm investing something, what is my return on investment? You know what? Let me give you a very elegant example, a very practical example. Let's say you or your business, be it a startup or a multinational company, are investing $5 in each of the departments that I've put up on the screen there. Let's say you're investing $5 in banner advertisements, $5 in mobile marketing, $5 in keyword advertisement, and so on. So think about the return on investment right now. So for every $5 spent, what can you gain back, right? So with banner advertisements, for every 5 you can make 10. With mobile marketing, for every 5 you can make 55. For keyword advertisements, it's 90. For SEM or search engine marketing, it's 115, which is again very, very good numbers for $5 that you invest. And check out email marketing, it is leagues above anything else, right? So it's $200 on an investment of just $5 if you do it right, if you're trained to do it, and if your campaign is going on well. Think about that for a second, guys. I thought I'm going to save the best for the last, but then this was very attractive to keep you guys waiting, so I had to put it in the first as well. So, after checking this out, what is a good email marketing campaign? What is a good structured way to approach an email marketing campaign, right? See, the first step, let me just walk you through all the steps that you see on your screen right now. Firstly, you always have to identify your goals. Make sure your goals are reachable. First, make sure you walk one step, then walk quarter mile, then walk a mile. Just don't set a goal which is very meaningless, or a goal which you cannot achieve at this point of time. So make sure your goals are very important. Identify it, see what customers that you have to cater to and whatnot, and that will bring us straight into step 2, which will discuss about how you should build your contact list. See, building your contact list and understanding the email list is very important, because let's say if you're a local business, who's offering groceries or something, you will require the contact of the people around you, probably in your neighborhood or in your city, right? It wouldn't make sense if you're selling groceries in one part of, let's say, America, and all of your contacts are sitting in Europe. I mean, of course, you can export your groceries, but at the end of the day, the market that you're tapping for, right, that is very important. And then writing attractive email titles and creating high quality content, well, this is something you're going to see a lot on this session, because high quality content is something I always stand by, be it digital marketing, be it programming, or be it in any other field as well. Keep the content to the highest standard as much as possible, and that itself is enough to drive people at the end of the day. And then when you're talking about sending emails at the right time, this is very key, guys. So you can choose to send emails early in the morning, say at 8 a.m. or probably at 7 p.m. as well, or a little late, at 9 p.m. where people are in a point of relaxation. They're not working at their day job maybe. So your email should be reachable to them, where they're probably relaxing on their phone or checking their emails, checking their social media and whatnot. But then to understand how you can send your emails right, there is a trick here. Let me tell you. First, you begin with experimentation. For a couple of days, you can send your emails at a variety of times and then see how the response is like. Because there you will understand what your customer base, is checking their phones, checking their emails and whatnot, and at what time are they doing it. With that, of course, you have a win-win. So this covers the right time and the testing part. Now, if you have to talk about an unsubscription part, guys, this is very important. You might be thinking, why are we even talking about unsubscription, right? So our campaign is to make sure we get subscriptions. Yes, if they're already in your email list, that means that they're already subscribed to you guys. But then you have to give them an unsubscription option, because if they have to choose out of it, or if they want to opt out of your campaign, then you must give them an option there to make sure that you seem trustworthy. Then of course, after they unsubscribe, you can leave them a mail saying you miss them, you'd want them back, give them an exclusive offer to see them come back and whatnot. But then it is very vital that you give them the option, guys. So the unsubscription option, putting it out there, is very, very important. Now, after email marketing comes another very, very big form of marketing, which is social media marketing. This has taken this particular decade and the last decade, right? The 21st century has been taken and swept across its knees because of social media, in my opinion. Why do I say this? Well, I am sure I really do not have to explain social media marketing a lot, because you already know that there's billions of people online even as we speak right now. So it's the biggest pool of people, or let's say the biggest pool of customers you will find anywhere in the world. You can walk in and sell your product to the entire city, but then now with social media marketing, you have an entire globe that you can cater to if you do things right, correct? So people come online for a variety of things, be it entertainment, be it a little session of online watching TV shows, movies and whatnot for entertainment. They come for shopping, and they come for, let's say, training videos as well. I mean, everyone is working from home right now, studying from home, upskilling from home, so of course everyone's into fitness and whatnot, so even they'll be looking at that, right? So if you're a company who sells any fitness products or fitness services, well, this is a very, very good time for you guys to jump on it, because everyone wants to get fit in this particular work from home cycle, and working on that as well. So it's not just that, it's a variety of things. With just entertainment, shopping and training on your screen, I'm sure you can open up a lot of doors. So one very important thing we have to talk about social marketing, if you have to talk about numbers, because guys, I'm a numbers person. To me, analytics drives everything. So think about this. Almost 90% of the professional marketers say that their social media campaigns have completely revolutionized and increased the exposure for their products, brands, services and whatnot. 90%. So if we have, let's say, 1,000 people watching this live session right now, it means 900 of you guys say yes, social media marketing has done wonders for my brand. If there are 10 people, it means 9 of them agree, guys. So think about that particular thing for a second, correct? Now, you will have a question saying, what is a good social media marketing strategy? What can I work with? Well, let me tell you this. We begin with, again, another section of setting your campaign goals, seeing what customer base you have to tap into, seeing what social medias you can use to get there as well. And then community engagement and target audience. See, if you are a startup, then you would be hunting for people to actually understand, find your brand, and then make some sort of communication with you. So this part of it is very important, and it is vital that you reply back to your learner base, users, customers, prospects even, or let's say someone who's interested in your brand as well. This will give you a very keen idea on what your target audience are, how you should work with them, and how you can take your brand further as well. Coming to business analytics and competitive analytics, of course, guys, this marketing cycle, what we call as social media marketing, is trackable. Everything has powerful analytics, be it Facebook, be it YouTube, Twitter. You can perform amazing amount of analytics, and you can just use your analytics to drive entire campaigns. That's how powerful it is. And with the world of competition that we live in today, you can find out from your competitors what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong, and of course you can make use of that as well to your advantage. That's a win, right, guys? So when you think about creation of good content, again, so I don't think I have to stress on this, because you already know the value of good content by now, correct? And then it's not only just creation of good content, it's about delivering this good content. You can bake, let's say, a very, very good pizza or some biscuit or something, but then if this doesn't reach your customers in time, if this doesn't reach your customer at all, then it just goes to waste, right? So it is very important that you deliver this to your customers. So that again is very important too. What's more important is to understand where you're going wrong, what you're doing right, and how you can better your campaign. And that can be done with campaign evaluation. So these are some of the very good points that you can use to create a very good social media marketing strategy, guys. With that, we have to check out some of the social media out there, right? So there's so many popular social media, there's billions of users for each of these, and when you think about it, these are the top that are out there, guys. Think about Twitter for a second. If you're willing to have your brand trending very quickly and bring about an awareness among people where they want to talk about your brand, they want to see you exist and probably take you from 0 to 100 really quick, well, Twitter should be your goal. But then if you have a product which you think is going to impress a lot of people and it's going to be a little attractive, catchy, and into the millennial kind of a marketing exposure that we're talking about, then Pinterest is what you should be looking at. Then Instagram, do I even have to talk about Instagram, guys? Your content is going to reach people very rapidly if you run advertisements there, or even if you just put up good content generally as well. If you keep it attractive and catchy, it generally is going to work for all of these social media. But then for Instagram, keeping it catchy is the bare requirement to make sure people get your attention. And then of course, if we talk about LinkedIn has a very formal user base which is very different from the other social media, right? So here, to formally launch your brand, to garner attention from competitors, from your users, from people who want to invest in your company as well. So this is another place where you have to tap into and understand that it is quite different from everything else too. And then do I have to talk about YouTube? Guys, Facebook, YouTube, all of these will drive your business to success. If you know how to work with analytics, if you can understand data, if you can understand numbers, then of course you can drive your entire marketing campaign, as I just mentioned a couple of slides ago, with just numbers and detailed analytics with this, guys. So be it Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, whatever it is, all of these social media have driven billions of dollars worth of business in just 1 or 2 years in the past, and that number is exponentially growing and going up. So I would suggest you guys work on your social media marketing strategies as well. Now with that, we come to the third strategy, which is search engine optimization. This is a very, very important thing, and if I am not wrong, I'm sure you guys will agree here, this is probably the most used digital marketing term, right? So whenever you talk to a person who's an expert in digital marketing, whenever you talk to a friend who's into digital marketing, they're going to be using this term very often: SEO, search engine marketing, search engine optimization, and whatnot. So these couple of acronyms in this world, right? So it's PPC, SEO, SEM, all of these are fancy terms, and not just fancy terms, they have very fancy goals, and they will drive your performance to the next level too. Now anyway, coming back to search engine optimization, whenever we talk about SEO, it's all about optimizing your content delivery. See, once you create good content, you have to make sure that this content is delivered to the people who search for it. See, for example, if you go to Google and if you type your favorite phone brand or whatever it is, if you want to buy a Samsung phone, an iPhone, or whatever it is, as soon as you type that, you're going to get a couple of listings there, right? So let's say you want to read a review on those phones. So you can choose to go to the e-commerce sites, or you can read very good blogs where people review that as well. Now, how many of you will actually go to the Google's second page, third page, fourth page, fifth page to actually read any of these, right? I don't think so, even if it's news also. So you want everything at least in the top 5 or the top 10, or let's say worst case in the first page of your Google search result. And SEO is used just for this. It's going to make sure that if your content is good, if you follow all the protocols, and if you have a very nice trustable brand, it brings your website up into the first page organically. So you do not have to pay in the world of SEO as well. I mean, of course, there are tools which you can pay for analytics and whatnot, but then you can do a lot for organic, guys. So whenever we talk about this term organic or organic traffic, it means we are not paying to actually drive any of these. So these are coming on their own just because of the efforts that you have put in and the optimizations that you have done. Now, talking about everything that is related to SEO and what makes the biggest impact on your SEO campaign, it's of course the design of your website, the design of your products, services, and everything, and how your marketing campaign is as well. If you're spamming your marketing campaigns throughout, be it on Google, be it on social media, or whatever there is, then you will not shine through, guys. So be very careful when you're marketing. Then of course, good content, I don't have to talk about that. The usage of links, keywords, very good HTML optimization, the usage of blogs is very important, because these terms are everything that drive your SEO marketing, guys. Be it backlinks, be it the use of long tail keywords, short tail keywords, catering to a lot of people. A short tail keyword is when people go on Google and search for something like running shoes. Now, a long tail keyword is something like what people would search for: women's Nike running shoes, all weather, waterproof. Right? So you understand that. So that's the quick difference between the short and the long tail keywords. And if you're a person who's selling women's shoes, running shoes for that matter, you have to work on making sure your content ranks for both as well, because there's a good chance that the person is looking for a very detailed item, and if you can provide it for that person, you'll make a sale. But then if someone is looking for something generic and you can still cater to them, well, you've just driven another sale. That's good for you, right? Correct. So now with this, we can check out a question which we get a lot: is it very difficult? Is it very complicated to work with SEO? Well, the answer is yes and no. If you are a beginner, if you are coming from a non-IT background, if you're coming from a very different background which has nothing to do with digital marketing, let me tell you this. Do not be overwhelmed by any of these strategies. With a good certification program, or in fact with good knowledge base, if you put in good amount of time, effort and learning, you can all become experts in digital marketing. Make sure to stick till the end of this video. I'll be guiding you on the quickest way that you guys can become experts in digital marketing and begin your career. Okay, coming back. See, there's three very important things that you have to work with whenever you think about SEO. It's about how you can create a website, optimize it, and cater it to a bigger audience. Firstly, any SEO campaign will begin with you already having a website, or if you do not have a website, create a base website, create a very attractive UI, create a catchy UX and whatnot. After your good content is put up on your website, then optimize it. See, once you understand what pages rank on Google, that is what pages show up, what on the first page of the Google search engine, what pages don't show up, what doesn't show up and what does not. So what does show up and what does not show up, you will get to know. So now you have an idea to work on these web pages that do not rank. So optimize it using all of the SEO strategies. And then the third most important thing is you have to cater to a bigger client base. See, if you started out with the goal of, let's say, I want to cater to 100 clients right now, but then now you're realizing that let's say 1,000 people are interested in what you're doing, then you have to have the ability to scale up to that extent, and then to make sure that you have the ability, the manpower, the strength and the capability to actually cater to these big guys, right? You started out with 100, but now you're extremely popular. 1,000 people are interested, 10,000 people are interested. So you have to understand on how you can scale up in this strategy, and in fact in all of the other strategies as well. Now with that, if we have to talk about some of the top tools that you should consider learning, well guys, we already have a blog on this. It's called Top SEO Tools. Make sure to read that after this particular video to understand what are the top SEO tools that you can make use of. The top tools that come into my mind is Google Analytics, SEMrush and Mozbar.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online course mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
These three will get you started very quick. You can of course choose free versions, you can pay for it, but either way, to get you started with SEO, most of them are free, and in fact you can work with them right after this video as well, guys. Okay, after search engine optimization, one very important thing you have to check out is search engine marketing. So that's SEO, that's done. Now we're coming to SEM. Well, what is SEM? Guys, you might have heard of terms such as PPC, PSA, paid search advertisements, pay-per-click and all of these, right? So all of these actually are the same thing to search engine marketing. As we spoke about, the biggest user base is online that we discussed previously. But then with this comes the highest amount of competition that the world has ever seen as well. So how can you work on strategies? How can you work on your campaign if you have the highest amount of competition in the world in the online space? This is where SEM comes into the picture. See, search engine organization, SEO, is all about organically bringing up your websites to rank on Google. Now, SEM is about paying a small amount of money to rank on a keyword. So whenever someone search for women's running shoe, let's say, you can pay Google a small amount to make sure your website comes on the first first one or two slots that's meant for advertisements, and people can click on it. So paying to make sure in a certain term that your website will come on the first will rapidly take you from 0 to 100 in terms of customer exposure, in terms of sales, and a lot of other things as well. But since this is a paid form of marketing, the first thing you have to do is you have to avoid overbidding on these keywords. See, every keyword and the duration that your ad is going to stay up there is going to have an amount, and you have to make sure that you just don't spend all your money on one particular keyword. Spread it out, put a good campaign, work on it. And then focusing on the right keywords and then putting money on it is the good way to go. And of course, we have something called as the Google's quality score that's given to your website in general, your brand in general, your products in general. So this is very important to get your website to rank organically as well. So the Google's quality score is something that you have to check out. And then researching and planning for your customer base will ensure that your campaign will work well, because you're catering to the right people. If a person wants an apple, you're giving them an apple. You're not trying to sell them an orange, correct? So this is where research and planning comes into the picture. Then working on a good campaign management, working on optimizing the user experience is everything, guys. You might be providing an amazing product or a service, but then if you have issues with the user experience that you provide, then it's not going to make a lot of sense, right? So your product is amazing, but the experience where the user comes and buys your product, if it's subpar, then that person might move away, because someone else, your competitor, might be giving them a better user experience, keeping them happy through their purchase. So you want your customers to be happy as soon as they make their purchase, rather than sad that they had to put money down for this, right? Of course, SEM is again something that's going to help you here, alongside good content, alongside good user experience, and giving your users a guarantee chance that they're going to click on your particular website or web page, because it's ranking number one on the Google spot, right? So what are the factors that influence your ranking? So what are the things that are very important? Believe it or not, good content is number one, of course. I have stopped listing that because I know you guys understand it by now. Second thing is something a little bit into technical SEO, what we call as the page load time. If your website takes a lot of time to load, one thing is for sure, your customers are not going to be interested to wait and then use a slow website in general. Secondly, Google is very intelligent to see that your website takes a lot of time to load, and it will work against you. And then analyzing based on the users clicking on the website, of course you will have a lot of things to track. You have something called as the click-through rate and many other terms which will guide the metrics on what the customers are doing on your website. Did they just visit your website and leave? How long did they stay? Did they interact with your website? Where are they even stopping? Are they adding the products to the cart and then not buying them? Why are they doing that? Or are they finding it a little bit of trouble to add it to the cart or getting details on the product as well? A lot of that is in this particular step, guys. And then when you think about the interaction of customers and how long people stay on your website as well, all of these are metrics that you can track. All of these are metrics, of course, the search engine crawlers and bots can track as well. One very important thing is, are you completely catering to the search, guys? If a person is searching for a woman's running shoes, if you're showing men's casual shoes out there, or let's say a formal shoe, do you think it's going to make sense? Well, yeah, exactly my point. If someone's searching for a particular keyword, make sure you're catering exactly to that keyword. You can of course keep it a little bit generic, you can suggest other things, but then your main focus should be that. So guys, it is very important that you do that. And then Google is a very brilliant, very intelligent search engine. It's not just Google, all the search engines are very brilliant out there. They have ways to even check if you are trustable or not, even before your customers make a payment to you. So Make sure that your trust ratings are high, your quality ranking numbers are high, and generally guys, be trustable. That's very important, because if you're doing something shady out there, your search engine is going to find out about it even before your customers find out, probably, and then start deranking, down ranking, and then probably even blacklisting you from ever ranking on Google as well. So it's very important that you work on a campaign which works towards your goal and not against your goal. Now, with this, you'll be wondering, okay, so if I'm putting down money on search engine marketing, what are the benefits that I'm getting, right? If you're ranking on the number one spot always, people will know you exist. If you are a person who has not been on the map before, and now there's billions of people online, they're searching for something, and you're put up in the number one spot there, people will want to check you out. So immediate brand awareness is everything there. And then with brand awareness, if 100 people click on the link that is ranking, even if 10 people make a purchase, right, just 10%, then you have instant revenue that got generated than you working for months together, working on SEO, getting your page to rank organically. You just spent a little amount of money, and then you have a guaranteed revenue generation, considering of course your product or service is good enough as well. So that is very important. And then good reachability, and not just good reachability, it's good reachability quick in caps, guys, because you can choose to run ads and make sure that you have a good SEM campaign for a certain amount of time, without overspending, and then if you can see it, if it works or not. Experimentation has a lot to do with SEM, and with reachability, of course, as I spoke about in brand awareness, your reachability is gonna skyrocket. One thing, you must have a trustable campaign. Second thing, you must have the campaign to make sure you're capable to handle this kind of a surge. As I told you, if you're willing to sell for 10 users and now you have 10,000 users at your doorstep who want to buy your product, well, you need to have the ability to scale. So make sure you plan your campaigns correct, and in fact your overall architecture as well, guys. So SEM does wonders to your business or your marketing goals, as you just saw. Now, here is one of my favorite marketing campaigns or marketing strategies that has been taking over the world, guys. It's influencer marketing. I'm sure you've heard of this. You've made a product purchase because someone, an influencer online told you to buy it, a reviewer of sorts or whatever, right? Now, here is a metric that all the other four strategies could not beat. 95% of expert professional marketers say that they had huge benefits whenever they made use of influencer marketing campaign. See, an influencer marketing campaign is something like you paying a popular person to showcase your products on their social media pipeline. And then they will go to their social media, they're going to post something about your product and talk about it in general, which will catch the attention of their customer base. All the celebrities usually tend to do this. If it's fashion, then influencer marketing is number one, and then it's not just fashion anymore. It's trickled down to the world of electronics, personal items and whatnot as well. So if you find a popular person and make sure that you can get your product across to them, and if they are willing to actually put it up on their social media either for free or of course this involves a bit of money as well, but then when you do that, if it hits, the money that you pay to these influencers will be negligible considering the amount of profits you will drive, because even small scale influence marketers will have somewhere around 10,000 to 25,000 followers, and the big guns, the big guys that we're talking about, they'll have millions of followers, guys. Yes, millions. And you might have seen a lot of celebrities with millions of followers, right? So now if they say, hey, I can vouch for this brand is trustable, I like it, then that's good enough. So why should you even consider influencer marketing apart from all the general reasons of it being the best marketing strategy out there? Let me tell you this. People are tired of regular marketing. This is me being very honest with you guys as a marketer, guys, because people are immune to traditional marketing when you think about it. For example, just think about your own situation. How many times have you seen an advertisement and you're like, you know what, I'm not interested, it's an advertisement? But do you think about it that way, or do you say, hey, here's an advertisement, I want to click on it? Yes, right? You're coming on to the train of thought that I am in right now. So to move people away even from modern marketing methodologies, influencer marketing is something that's gaining a lot of traction and taking its place. So it's very important. Customer engagement, of course. If you have an influencer who posted something about your brand and you've got 3,000 comments on that social media handle, then you have 3,000 people who are very interested into it. And most of the time, it's thousands of comments, hundreds of comments that I've always seen on whenever someone promoting a product as well. And it's pretty easy to implement. All you have to do is have a good product, have a good service, or have a good brand name in general. And then it's either free or paid, where you pay a person, an influencer, to be very precise, and that person is going to take it from there. That person is going to put their honest review, unbiased review about your product and tell their customer base about it, right? So it's not, you are not putting a lot of time and effort into this marketing campaign, but then it is still driving a lot of sales. So that's one thing. And then the last thing we have to talk about is word of mouth, because even though we are in the world of digital marketing right now, sometimes a traditional word of mouth where one person talks about your product to another person is something that's gonna hit, right? So if you impressed...
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp. B. LinkedIn. C. Facebook. D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
In fact, you know what, let me just step back and tell you this amazing quote that I read a couple of years ago. If you do a good job, a person will tell it to, let's say, 10 other customers. But if you do a bad job, that same person can tell it to 100 different customers as well. So think about that. If you do good, it's going to go to 10 people. If you do bad, then it's going to go to 100 different people and they'll know about it. So it's very vital, that you build this trust rating, be a good, be a good provider, and make sure to use your marketing skills for your brands very well, guys. So that is very important. Now, if you talk about the popular social media out there, again, I do not have to stress on any of these. You would know these already. Think about this. There are 40% of daily US Instagram users that have bought something because an influencer recommended it. Think they might either need the product, not need the product. Is it their immediate requirement? Is it a necessary? All of that will take a backstage when their favorite people come online and say, hey, you know what? I checked this out. It's beautiful. I think you should check it out as well. And they'll be like, you know what? I'm going to check it out. That's how it happens. And if you are talking about numbers, 40% is very attractive. If you're thinking about 4 out of 10 people, then of course, if 4 out of 10 people buy something off of you, then that's gonna start impacting your business, right? Now think about the billions of active users on Instagram, not millions, billions. Now think about 40% of that number, correct? Even though it sounds like it's all too far-fetched, if you do your campaign right, you can start a huge inflow of cash with this, guys. Instagram, you have to keep it very catchy. Facebook is where community engagement means a lot. If there are groups for your brand, or let's say if there are discussion groups where people are talking about your brand, you can understand the sentiment from it. You can understand either are they talking good about your brand, bad, are they suggesting something, or are they, are they talking about your brand in general, or are they comparing it? With this, you'll get a lot of insight. They'll even talk about your competitors and tell how they're doing something better, through which of course you can learn and implement that as well. So you're not paying people to tell you a lot on Facebook. I mean, of course, if you're talking about the influencer marketing thing, you will be paying people. Now I'm talking a little bit about social media marketing. You do not have to pay for someone to comment on your product, on how it is and what they think about it, right? So reviews are 99% free, and using this, then you know it, guys. You've already understood. You might have been a person who went on Facebook, commented about a product, good or bad. Either you liked it or you didn't. So you've already been there. You've already done this, but you're on the other side of the bridge right now. Now you're the provider and someone else is the customer, right? Think about that. And then Twitter is going to take your brand from 0 to 100 real quick, because Twitter is for trends. That's one thing that's been working for the last couple of years. If anything is trendy, there's a very good chance it's going to hit Twitter first, Instagram next, Facebook, and every other social media thereafter. So getting your brand up and going, well, with Twitter, I really don't think how you can go wrong, guys. Now, what are some of the very important factors that you have to put in to understand a good, successful social influencer campaign as well? When you think about it, the number one aspect is relevance. You have to keep it very relevant. You can be a fashion brand. You can be a person who's selling all custom designed clothes and whatnot. But then if you approach an electronics reviewer and pay that person to influence their audience based on this, it will not work, right? Because his audience are watching his or her channel because they want electronic items. So if that person has started promoting clothes, then there's a good chance it might not hit. So relevance is very important. And then outreach is a very important factor, because you might be paying an influencer a lot of money, but then if that is not working out for you, you should pull out of that campaign. You can be paying a huge sum of money, and of course you'll be driving a lot of profits if it's working well. But then if you are paying a lot of money and if it's not driving it, then it means that the user base of your influencers might not be in line, or in the same frequency as what you're providing. So that's very important, and you have to think about this. And resonance is all about you understanding what's going on with people regarding your brand. Are they genuinely happy? Are they spreading good about your brand? Are they talking bad things about your brand? And everything you can check out in the comment section of any social media where you have influencers work for you as well.
So now there are various types of digital marketing. So there is search engine optimization, there is content marketing, social media, pay-per-click, affiliate marketing. So there are so many different types of marketing. So I'm just going to concentrate on 5 of these, and I'm going to just tell you how you can start earning from it and how much you can earn from it. Let's start from it. Okay, so first and the most popular one is a content writer, because any website you take, whatever you want to do on Google, it is a content. So let's say in Wikipedia, you're going to Wikipedia because it's written, even though Wikipedia is a non-profit organization. For example, not just Wikipedia, there are so many other websites. There is medium.com, there is Quora. So basically in Quora, you don't get paid for writing an answer, but if you're in Medium or if you're in any other website, you're writing content. So basically what you do is you create content for the product or service which you're trying to sell, or it can be just a content which is on your website, so that content should rank on Google. Once it ranks on Google, you get more traffic to your website or to your blog or to your content. And once you get more traffic to your blog, basically you can run ads over there, or you can sell your product via that particular blog. So it's basically creating and promotion of content assets built specifically around the product at hand. For example, let's say you want to sell a mobile phone and it's a new product. So for your company, or as an individual freelancer who is working for that company, who has taken a contract, you basically create promotional content to run on their website. For example, I want to know more about that mobile phone before buying it. So I cannot directly go and assume this phone is very good and just buy it, because I want to know more about it. So when I search for that, your content should show up. Once it shows up, I get into your website, I start reading it, and obviously the content is basically trying to convert me as a customer. So the content helps in generating brand awareness. That is, your new product has arrived. It helps to get your brand across the internet. Then if that content is really good, you get more traffic. Through the traffic, you can generate leads, and those leads become your customers. So it can involve various types. It can be blogs, it can be electronic books, it can be white papers you write for a certain technology or anything or a product, infographics, videos via YouTube or social media platforms. It can be anything, but this is basically content marketing. As a content writer, it would be mostly writing blogs and writing white papers or ebooks. But if it is content marketing, in this case, the channels will include all of the below channels which I've mentioned. Okay, so now as a content writer, you can earn, but how much do you earn? So according to payscale.com, on average, you can earn 205 INR per hour. Yeah, so that's what you can earn, 205 INR per hour as a content writer. But this varies because it basically varies on the niche you are writing it. For example, you are writing on sports, or you are writing on kitchen accessories, or anything, cosmetics or whatever it is. So it depends on the niche you are writing and how much traffic does that niche generate. Now, what are your skills? First, you should have writing skills. Obviously, your English should be good. Like, it should be simple and informative. Second, keyword research. That is, only if the keyword which people are searching for is in your content, only then your content will be ranked on Google, only then they can see it. So only if it ranks, they will read it and you will generate revenue or sell your product through it. So your keyword research skills should be up to the mark. And SEO skills, you should have SEO skills. You don't need to be a master in SEO, but you should have SEO skills. So you should optimize your content in such a way that it will surely be in the first page of Google. And then analytical skills. So as a content writer, you should know what to put first, because the first 30 seconds, let's say, or first 20 seconds, when somebody reads your content, they should read it and stay on the page to read much more, because they should not skip. That would be bad for your website. Next comes an SEO expert. So the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in search engine results pages. So here we saw content writer and a content marketer. So in this case, it's a particular part of that, but it's not just content. It's not just content which an SEO expert concentrates on or an SEO specialist concentrates on. So basically, the process is to optimize your website, whichever website you have. So they optimize it to rank higher in the search engine results. So let's say you're promoting a course or you're promoting any product. So basically, the search engine expert, the SEO expert, will tweak your website with keywords and with content which basically lets it rank in the first page of Google. Only if it is in the first page of Google, people will get into your website. Also, it should be in the top 3 or top 4 links. That is even better. So this basically increases the organic traffic your website receives. Organic traffic in the sense, basically the free traffic or whoever comes into your website, they can be new or old customers, but it should increase only if a lot of your content or a lot of your pages are on the first page of Google. Only then you will get more customers. So the channel that benefits from SEO includes websites, blogs, and infographics. So using search engine optimization, if you're having a website or if you're working for a company who's having multiple websites, in that case, you can basically use SEO to make them rank on Google, or it can be blogs or it can be infographics, doesn't matter. Again, there are various ways to approach SEO, on-page SEO and off-page SEO. So if you want to learn more about SEO, go ahead, check our website. You can check our YouTube channel for SEO content. Just type in SEO Intellipaat and you will get a lot of content from it. Okay, so as an SEO expert, your skills should be link building, content marketing, obviously content marketing, which we first saw, meta descriptions, user experience. So first, link building, basically your website or your content. Let's take the example as your website. So now your website should get a lot of traffic. So that is the main objective. So the link which you create for your website, which you will paste across multiple social media platforms or multiple websites, or basically link it through YouTube channels. So whatever you do, your link should basically contain something which attracts the customers or attracts the users of that particular social media site, which makes them click on it and get into your website. Then content marketing skills, which we already saw in the first part, which is over here. So as a content marketer, you should basically be able to make your content rank, and an SEO does that. They basically analyze your content and basically provide keywords to make it rank even further at the top. Then meta descriptions. So meta descriptions basically don't affect the website or your content directly, but they have an indirect effect. So you may ask how. The thing is, if you open Google, so you'll get a link, and under that you'll get a small description, right? So just search for something, let's say cars. Once you search for cars, there will be multiple links, and the links will have a certain title, and under that there will be a description. So the first thing you do is you read that link, and then you read the description. So once you read it, you'll understand whether it is it is what you're searching for or not. So that particular meta description and meta title should be unique, and it should be up to the point so that the customers who are searching for it should know this will basically solve my query and click on it. Only if they click on it, you can proceed with the other processes. And once they click on it, the user experience is a must. So they should not be popped up with multiple ads across your website. So if that happens, they will immediately get out of the website. It should be neat, it should be clean. They should be able to navigate through your website easily, and the content which you have or whatever you have should be easy to read or easy to see. It should be visually appealing. Only then it'll get popular. So these are the skills for an SEO expert. And according to PayScale, an SEO specialist can earn up to 307 rupees INR per hour. Okay, now the third way is to sell ads. So now let's say you're having a website and you write blogs, or you do whatever you want, whatever it is your niche. So the process of monetizing your website's traffic by running by running advertisements on it. So let's say you have a website which you basically use for writing blogs or for your personal purposes. So now what you can do, once you start getting a traffic of, let's say, 500 to 1000 people every day, in that case you can start running ads. Once you start running ads, you can start earning money through it. So there are some platforms which you can take up to do this exact task, which is, let's say, Google AdSense. There is Easyhawk, Media.net, and Adversal as well. But Google AdSense is the most popular one because obviously most of you would use the search engine Google, and when you use the search engine Google, they obviously suggest Google AdSense because it's their own basically ad selling platform, and they will basically promote it. So now once you take up Google AdSense, it'll run ads on your website. Once you start allowing ads to run on your website, it'll allow ads on your website, and through those ads you can start earning money. So basically per 1000 views, for each 1000 views in your website, you can earn up to $0.5 to $2 depending on the niche you are writing for. For example, if it is sports, or if it is cosmetics, if it is fashion. So depending on that niche, you will start earning money. Also, you will get more money if the customer click on the ad. If they just view it, you will get only this much, that's 0.5 to 2. But if they click on it and get into the website, you'll get more money. Next comes affiliate marketing. So I've already shown you 3 different ways. And finally, I will show you the websites where you can start applying for these kinds of jobs. So first, let's understand what are the jobs available. Then affiliate marketing. This is one of the most direct way of marketing or direct way of earning in digital marketing. So performance-based advertising, where you receive a commission for promoting someone else's products, services, or on your website or on your YouTube channel, which is the second point. So other methods is also social media accounts. So for this, your social media account should be a bigger network, or if you have a YouTube channel, it should at least have thousands of users, thousands of subscribers. So what exactly happens is you promote a product or a service through your social media platform. You do it via Facebook, or you do it via Instagram or YouTube. So once you do it, and once they buy using your link which you have provided, once they go in and select the product and buy via that, once that is done, you will get a commission for the product which was sold through your advertisement. So this is how a lot of YouTubers earn. So you would have seen a lot of ads running on YouTube videos. Like for example, if you go into the video, not the ads which are running on top of the YouTube video, those are Google AdSense. So that most of the money goes to Google. The ads which are running inside the video, so paid promotions, so they are basically affiliate marketing. So you can also do that by building your network. So if you are a marketer, your main asset would be a larger network. So build your network every single day on any social media. Build your network. You can basically start off with affiliate marketing as well. So basically you work for a company when it comes to affiliate marketing, that I'll talk about in the next slide. So now the main objective is to receive a commission via promoting someone else's product. So now basically how it works. First, let me tell you this point, that is, most affiliates are companies who can invest on a lot of ads. That is, basically you work with a company So now what that company does is it gets that product's information and they run ads to sell that product. So once that product is sold, basically that company which is selling the product will give a commission to this affiliate company. So most probably it is run as a company, but if you're an individual who can use your medium, for example your social media or your blog, to sell their product, in that case you can also become an affiliate marketer. So now how it works, you show an ad or a link to a particular store via your social network or your blog. Once the customer clicks on the ad, they get sent to that website. Once they are in the website, they buy something from that website. Once they buy something from the website, the affiliate network records the purchase and details of the transaction. That is, the company which they bought from will record the transaction information. Once the purchase is confirmed, then what happens is it is a valid sale. So once it is valid, the transaction is credited, and then for the amount sold, for example, let's say it is 1,000 rupees, the product's cost, and your commission is let's say 10%, and you get 100 rupees for selling their product online. So this is how affiliate marketing works. For example, if you watch popular YouTube channels like let's say Mr. Beast or PewDiePie or Jacksepticeye, in that case you would see a lot of them promoting their own product or their like paid promotion. So they provide a URL in which their name or their YouTube channel's name is available. For example, they provide joinhoney.com/MrBeast. So basically when you click on that link and buy that particular product via that link, they get paid a commission. So that is exactly how affiliate marketing works, and you can earn via that. Finally comes social media manager, which is one of the most popular job trends right now, because there are a lot of influencers on social media. It may be TikTok, but there's no TikTok in India, but there is TikTok in other countries. So TikTok, Instagram, there is a YouTube channel, and there is Facebook pages. So there are so many different social media right now that is a particular person can handle or manage one particular another person's who's really popular. They can manage all of their social media. It can be Facebook, it can be Instagram, it can be it can be YouTube. So they manage all of their social media, and that is their task. So social media marketing is done to promote the brand and the content on social media channels. So if you have a product, or if you have a company, or if you're a person who's popular and basically wants to do affiliate marketing via social media, you can use the social media manager to do that for you. So they basically manage your profile, they post images, they basically understand what your audiences need and post that accordingly. So due to increase brand awareness, drive traffic, and generate leads for the business. So let's say you're selling something. The social media manager's main task would be to make sure that this particular product reaches to a lot of customers and the traffic or the follower count increases for your page, and also that basically generates more leads for your company. So these channels basically include all of the social media sites: Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, Snapchat, Pinterest, Reddit. So there are so many social media sites which you can go ahead and manage their sites for. So now these four are the main skills for a social media manager: copywriting, graphics design, behavioral psychology, and analytics. So as a copywriter, you should be able to write an ad which basically attracts the customer. So only if your ad writing skills or copywriting skills is very good, the customers will be attracted, or the users will be attracted to buy your product. Next is graphic design, because you want to post images which are basically attracts the user, because image is the, let's say if you are posting text, most of the users won't read. If it is a video and if it is long, or if it is an ad, most of them won't view. But if it is an image, you get a lot of attraction. So once when the image is attractive and it basically compels the user to wait and see and check what is in that image, for that you need graphics design. So as a social media manager, you can have that skill, or you can still hire someone as a graphic designer and do that. Then behavioral psychology is understanding what your followers need and posting content accordingly. are posting products accordingly. So that is basically behavioral psychology and also analytics. So to understand when to post what. So for example, if the traffic is maximum at 9 p.m. every day, in that case, why would you post something at 9 a.m. when there is literally no traffic? So you'll have to understand the social media manager knows when to post something and drive traffic accordingly. And according to pay scale, the average salary for an hour for a social media manager is 330 INR. Okay, so since we've seen these 5, there are still a lot of topics and a lot of ways to earn money online. But as this is just digital marketing, so these are the ways. There is also pay-per-click. That is, for example, you're running ads on your website and you will get paid money for if someone clicks on those ads. So as I told you, it happens with Google AdSense. If they view, you'll get less money. If they click, you'll get more money. Okay, so we've seen this. So I just discussed the top 5 ways you can earn money online. I did not talk about different job roles which you can get, which can help you get into companies. So these can get into companies, but you should have multiple skills to get into a company, not just a particular niche skill. So now coming to the websites for freelancing. So there is Upwork, Freelancer, Fiverr, and People Per Hour. A freelance job is one who works for themselves rather than a company. But whatever it is, even if you work for yourself, most probably you will get contracts from companies or you will get contracts from individuals and you work for them and you get paid in return, but it is your wish to choose which product or which project you're going to work on. So some of the popular ones are Upwork, Freelancer, Fiverr, and People Per Hour. So I would suggest you, if you have any of these skills, digital marketing skills, go ahead to one of the websites or go ahead to all of the websites, create a profile, put in your skills, and basically you can go and check the available jobs and you can bid for it, or you can basically wait for it if someone will ask. So basically someone can ask you to do their work, or you can basically bid on a job which has been put up. That is, you can basically tell, I can work for these many hours for this much of money, and if they like that, they'll give that job to you, and you finish that job within that hours and give it back to them, and they'll pay for you. They'll basically pay for that particular hours which you have worked on. So these are the top 4 companies, guys. If you have any of these digital marketing skills or even any other skills, for example, website designing or like full stack development or anything, you can go ahead and use these sites.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So coming to Twitter, how many of you use Twitter here? So if you would marry back to the numbers that Twitter has, it has only like 1 crore daily active users. But very often Twitter pe jo bhi dala hai, it's like this 100 crore Indians will get to know. How does that happen? So here's the interesting bit. What happens with Twitter is that when you release something on Twitter, although Twitter has only this 1 crore daily active users, these are mostly folks who are professionals who work in the content space, campaigning space, very active folks who are very active on other social platforms, etc. Correct? So what they will do is they could start putting this up on blogs. So you may have noticed that the Twitter may something interesting goes up, and let's say a social samosa or mad over marketing, yeah, or an RVCJ picks them up and puts it on their Facebook page. So a lot of things that start on Twitter start propagating on other channels as well, and that's something very important about social channels. So even if and very often it's not even like a direct share or a share from a plugin. People may even take a screenshot and put it, or might just re-articulate, write it like a content and share. Correct? So that's also one factor. So sometimes a social media platform's impact need not be measured by what their active users are. Facebook has about 40 crore active users. Twitter has only 1 crore. Does that mean Twitter is only 1/40th as powerful as Facebook? No. It could almost be as powerful as Facebook based on the context. So those are very interesting things that we should all remember when it comes to social marketing. Sometimes it's great to understand numbers. Like I said, you have to understand that number with respect to India's population, digital population, and if it's the case of world, you look at world population, world digital population, etc. And cut it at a DAU, MAU, VAU level, WAU level when required. I said when required because it's about when do you use those metrics. And still, we should have the oversight to remember that any of these platforms can actually be way bigger than what is the actual reach on that platform, in terms of daily active users or weekly active users. Mentions, retweets, direct messaging, all of that are things that you have already familiar with, right? And again, it's just a bit like Instagram in the sense that you follow somebody, that doesn't mean they will follow you back immediately, right? Next is the concept of hashtags. We discussed this a little bit while discussing Facebook. Someone had a question on hashtag and we discussed this. So hashtags are actually ways to index. So what does the word index mean in digital? Indexing in digital basically means where you use some identifier to tag one activity to another, right? So a hashtag works as an index. And the first person to use, this is an interesting point, is Chris Messina. You know this actor. You've seen this in across movies, but he may not be he's not an A-list actor, but he's the guy who kind of started using this hashtag. I mean, he's known to be like the first person to use hashtag. Cool. So hashtags, I think you guys know it, right? Very often, and I'll give you a bit of an insider point of view again, as in terms of how brands use hashtag. Like for example, if Swiggy were to do a social media campaign, right? We would want that to one, trend. Two, we should have some common thread to measure, right? I have put some money into a campaign and there are people talking about it on social and I should get some amount of volumetrics about it in terms of how big it is. For all of that to happen, I would require a method, and that method is hashtagging. And I will also try to come up with a hashtag that's unique. For example, let's say Swiggy decides to have a Mother's Day campaign. Okay. Will Swiggy use a hashtag like #Mother's-Day?
Yes.
So if I have a particular campaign, will I use #Mother's-Day? I would find out some way where it can be related to my campaign, right? For example, it could be about something that is known to Swiggy, right? I mean, that is closely associated with Swiggy. So one could say that Asha, mother's food is the best, tastes the best, or that's the best form of food anyone can have, right? It could be something related to that. I could build a hashtag around it so that hashtag is something unique and that only Swiggy has used. Then only I will be able to segregate the various other noise and help and actually get an understanding of how much my talkability the campaign has created. But it doesn't stop me from using other hashtags. It will slightly act as a dilution, slightly act as an amplification also, but I could use a generic hashtag also along with it, right? But again, it could, based on context, it could dilute or amplify. So one has to be very wise about using it, right? So when you make those hashtags, a lot of people make a lot of hashtags which do not mean for anything, right? If it's too generic, it doesn't mean anything. So if your hashtag is something like Monday Blues, doesn't mean anything because any people in any category could be using that and it may not mean anything, correct? So one more thing is that, Instagram mein hame pata hai, when we start using a hashtag, we'll put 40-30, correct? There was even a time when you could actually copy paste hashtags. Uske baad kya hua? Swiggy, and now Instagram doesn't let you copy paste hashtags. I mean, since a few years, and you have to like individually type it in, right? So, so all these things are there, and each platforms have specific behavior. In Twitter, it is important that you only have limited hashtags. It's also a function of how short the content space is for you to post something, right? One more thing is to latch on to the trends. Like for example, if today there is an IPL match between SRH and between Sunrisers Hyderabad and Kolkata.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online course mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
If you talk about this match and you share a point of view on your cricket, there is a greater chance that your tweet may reach more people than, let's say, you're talking about a match that happened on Friday, right? So all of this relevance factors, trend lines about what people are going to talk about will really help you kind of get more mileage. And trends is a terminology that is common on Twitter. So if you fire up your Twitter app, and I request all of you to install Twitter on your phone, and when you scroll, you would see something called trends. And one more thing to notice in trends here is that is trends dependent entirely on volume of people talking about it? Now, one more aspect here is that now imagine a world where trending is entirely dependent on volume. What could happen is that the topics from more populous countries like the United States, India, could just always trend. And is that a good thing? Or, or what could happen is very international topics could trend, right? And things which are regional, local will get suppressed. So what has Twitter done is also that Twitter has also mapped out various regions, right? So it tries to give you a regional flavor as well. So in your trends, you would also kind of see things that are trending more in your local digital population or regional or national digital population and not just international. So that's how you would see. That's why, like, for example, if Amazon Prime Video launches a regional show, right, let's say for Karnataka or Kerala, they would really work hard to make sure that it trends regionally also. Sure. So that's another aspect. And we discussed this while discussing other platforms as well. Localization is important. So it's not like, what is locally a hit in Mizoram, India will be shared with Kabul, Pakistan. No, but they have figured out where it is relevant and all of that comes into the mix. And this is also very important from a marketing point of view or from even organic social growth point of view, right? Because otherwise it would sideline a lot of these regional local brands or conversations. Something that I always look forward to is how updated this person is, how close to pop culture means popular culture is this person. Now, this doesn't mean that this person has to be a social media bee and has to be super active on all platforms and be an opinion leader. No, but it always helps to be updated. When you are a marketing manager, when you are in business, if you're updated. So I spoke, for example, Simran yesterday spoke about how she observes something very specific to Instagram and how it was important to her business. Now, this is very important. It shows that she's competitive and she's someone whom you can bang on to do the right decision, make the right decision based on trend lines in her line of work. So this is very important that you are active on all of these platforms because it's just part of our profession and a part of our growth, right? You will see what's updated, what's popular trending, right? Let's say you latch onto a trend that already is outdated. You might actually look like a little bit of a jock also. If you are someone of position of power. So I'm not saying as an individual person, let's say you might remember, there was the ALS bucket challenge, a very noble initiative. You take the ice bucket challenge and you donate money to ALS. Trending, literally everybody is doing it. And that trend dies down. 6 months later, Hrithik Roshan decides to do the ALS bucket challenge. Now, is that a noble act, what he did? It definitely is, because he's donated money. He's done something really, really nice. There's no negative aspect of it. But people trolled him so much that he was actually a Twitter trending topic for that day. Because, you did something after it's out, it was really outdated. Now, brands also make this mistake. You could be working in the social media team or marketing team and you picked up something which is outdated, and that can happen if you are not active on social platforms. So we discussed a bit about profile. Now, some best practices to improve the engagement of your tweets, right? And Twitter is a very important part of content marketing strategy. So for example, when I spoke about even companies like Oracle, Salesforce, Adobe, they also not only like launch stuff on LinkedIn, but the same time you would see the same content released on Twitter as well, because from there also a lot of people pick up this content that they share. One more thing that has also happened across social media over the years is that nobody likes just text. Everyone wants more imagery, interactive imagery if possible, be interactive videos, and all of those general truths apply for Twitter as well. Having pictures, videos, all of that, gets you get much more and much higher engagement. We have also listed something called power words. These are things that helps you, compose better tweets and get more mileage behind it. And you can click and see when the deck is shared with you. And one more interesting part is tagging relevant brands. So you may have seen social media banter on Twitter, where let's say Netflix puts out a tweet and tags an all hours, and then all hours figure responds to it, right? So when these brand conversation happen, whether they are from different categories or they are competitors in the same category, that also helps increase mileage, right? So, I mean, Netflix may put out a funny tweet. Yeah, okay. I would just look at it and say, oh, wow, nice, funny. Swiggy may put out a funny tweet and I may say, okay, good. Swiggy's put out a funny tweet. But imagine these two brands becoming more like people and start having a chatter with each other, right? It is much more interesting for you to follow that conversation, correct? Think of IPL. How many of you have noticed Rajasthan Royals tweets? Yeah, so I'll just go with the IPL example. So IPL, you may have noticed each of these teams taking dig at each other, making fun of another team member getting injury, things like that. And that really adds a lot of spice to the conversation, right? And a lot of those social media marketing is also about smart copywriting or smart content writing, good design, and then making that content work for you. Now, the second one that Simran took, for example, is BMW versus Mercedes. Trust me, it's a marketing war that has been on for decades. You will see a lot of this advertising where there is Audi going against Jaguar, Jaguar going against BMW. Even in the social world, some of these fights that used to happen offline in traditional world would happen on Twitter these days. One more useful feature is polls. You will see polls in LinkedIn also. Facebook also has this feature, right? Now we discussed the content-led part, more organic part. Now the next comes advertising. So just like if you look at any brand, they have also picked and chosen the battles. So marry back to your goals, what you stand for, and you put finite number of effort. And each of them could do a different role also, right? So that's my short answer. I'll just skip over to, because we are slightly running late. Obviously the discussion quality was very high and a lot of you guys pitched in. Thanks for that. So, but we'll just make a time check and make a move. So one is, now we're getting into Twitter ads, which is basically advertising on Twitter. Okay. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this. There are a few case studies which you can go through, right? And here you can just go to their particular Twitter page to also see how they have done these executions. And there are some executions, for example, what Coca-Cola does is they kind of like come back with certain campaigns year on year, right? And you would also see that it also goes in sync with what they do on traditional channels, for example, what they do on TV. So it's a pure case of an IMC, integrated marketing. There is a Hootsuite case study as well that are linked, right? So this is more of a business case study, right? Because we will come to what Hootsuite is later in the presentation. So you will get to know what they stand for. So you can revisit the deck after getting to know what Hootsuite is. Now, coming to Twitter. So Twitter also gives you a lot of ways to promote. Not all of them are pure play advertisements as such. Okay? Not all of them will look like advertisements. There are promoted tweets, trends, etc. that you can use. So when you actually go to the your Twitter feed on your app, you would notice these little tickers. Notice it says promoted. right? And here I have already here we have already called out what each of these are. I would request you to open your account or start your account and following this and try to understand each of this. Sure, each of this is called out. Same way, you can also run pure play advertising on Twitter. So these are more like semi advertisements, you could say tweets or trends, but there are pure play advertisement setups also. So here, if you would see, if you remember, I spoke about various objectives on digital. Like for example, this page may have 9 or 12 different objectives on Facebook based on the kind of account that you have, right? A different number of objectives on YouTube. So each platform defines these objectives slightly differently, but you can start with your objective. So go to that ads.twitter.com account of yours, click what is the specific objective that you want. So this is how people create various campaigns. Got it? It's so easy. You start with your objective. Why? Because it's always your business objective that translates to advertising. It starts with your business objective. Then you get into the details of giving your campaigner name, setting certain budget. You could have a daily budget. You could have a total budget. So these are all things to, you could do a scheduling, right? And you can also tell them what to optimize the conversions for. Like, do you want to show it to people who may click more, convert more? All of those optimizations are possible. You can create certain bidding strategies also. You want to say that, Acha, for this particular task, I'm going to give 5 rupees per. Or you could say that, Acha, I would let the Twitter tool itself decide what is the bid. So all those typical features of advertising campaigns are possible. And trust me, if you have familiarity with a Google ads or a Facebook ads, familiarizing Twitter ad is very simple. Now, one more little, and all your demographics you can pick. The audience itself, it will show you certain recommendations while you set up your audience. So it's not like you will be completely lost in the dark. And you can always correlate the audience sizing that Twitter shows you. Like for example, I spoke about how much active users are there on Twitter, correct? So naturally, this audience size that it will show will be lesser than what a Facebook or YouTube could show. But you can correlate with the overall size of audience that you want to reach, etc., and start working on. Now, a bit of insider information that I want to give is typically Twitter is pricier than Facebook, okay, or Google Ads. So Facebook, Google Ads are more massive platforms, whereas when you come to Twitter, LinkedIn, they're usually much pricey because you usually kind of have a guarantee that any impression is served to a more quality audience or people who are in more serious modes of consuming content, right? Or are analyzing things which much more attention to detail while some content is pushed to them, right? So that's the reason why they are pricier. And you can always upload lists. So if you have like an audience list, yesterday we spoke about, building your first party list. You can upload that first party list, which is your consumers, etc., and run advertisements on them. But it has to be a minimum size. Most small businesses cannot run this because if you want to run this, that audiences have to be at least 2,000, 3,000 members in size. So usually it's these bigger brands who do these advertisements where they upload lists. Same way, another option that you also have is to target people who come to your website or come to your app. And that's usually made possible by certain integrations that you do with Twitter on your website or app. So this is remarketing. So the remarketing is basically following up a user who have already visited your website, etc., to kind of like either close that sale or ensure that conversion happens. And in retargeting also, there are certain best practices that you can do. Like for example, someone who has visited your website and they have landed to a specific landing page within your website. So there might be some people who came and looked at one particular category within your website. Like, think of yourself as Amazon. Somebody comes and test out, let's say check into automotive category, right? And let's say they go to riding gear or protective gear. So you want to show them ads which are relevant to where the page that they visited, correct? So that relevancy is very important. Second is exclude past conversion. So you may have also run, these are general principles that apply across platforms. Like for example, and it's even more important on Twitter because here people are even more selective about what they see, right? And if the user has already made the purchase, there's no purpose marketing him to him again, right? So all these general principles kind of apply on Twitter as well. And Twitter also has an analytics dashboard. When you go in, you will find all the inputs coming in from Twitter in terms of, working, helping you figure out your advertising in a much better manner. So we come to this platform called Quora, and Quora is the new Yahoo Answers. Can you guys tell me why Yahoo Answers was in the news recently? Yahoo Answers was in the news recently. So Yahoo Answers has been, obviously Yahoo used to be a technology giant, and over a period it has kind of died out, and they are shutting down Yahoo Answers. And Quora is kind of like taken the place. And why we have put Quora here is just to give you a slight overview about some of these niche platforms. Quora is more of a place for you to get answer to a question. You have a very specific question. For example, let's say you are thinking about migrating to Middle East. Let's say you want to go to Dubai. You want to understand something specific about Dubai, right? So if you just go to a YouTube video or Google search, you may not get a very specific answer. But here you can ask very specific questions with its nuances, and you can see who is answering your query, right? And there would be someone who would come in and give you a very specific answer. And Quora used to be a very high quality community in the past, guys. Like there used to be like engineering, academics, people would discuss theory of relativity there. But over a period, it has become slightly more massy, and now people put all kinds of shady questions over there. Unfortunate, but that has happened to Quora. And why Quora is slightly more niche. So it's not trying to do anything and everything that other platforms are trying to do, right? It is working in one little space, and it's quite big in that space. And there are even options to advertise on Quora as well. You can have a good personal profile, or if you're a small business, you could have, your business come in and, talk about, you could come and talk about your business on Quora. Like for example, here, there's a question, Snap Engage and Olag, which is better? Now that's a very specific question in the case of SaaS software. And you can see this person called Joel has come in and answered over here. Now he has a personal profile, and he's the CEO of another tech company. Now this brings in more validity to his profile, right? So again, Quora can be used for marketing. It has some analytics tools which will help you understand how your content and ads are performing. Now, closing on a few bits. So one of them is the need for social media management. So when we discuss, you may have realized it's a nuanced space. Well, making all of this work is a very daunting task. So very often, big brands have dedicated social media teams, who would work on figuring out how to navigate this maze. So a few platforms that you can always use to manage all of these platforms together. Like, one of the questions was, hey, I have only finite energy, finite time. How can I manage so many number of platforms? So one of the suites that can help you use is called HotSuite. So HotSuite lets you build content and handle multiple accounts at the same time. Right? So it can help you post on various platforms at the same time. It could be same content or variations of content, but it lets you handle all of that from one dashboard. And also it will have multiple access. So I don't know how many of you are familiar, but in companies, when you work for organizations, there will be various degrees of access, like admin, editor. In some cases, there would be some people who can view campaign analytics, but cannot edit posts, right? So various degrees of permissions, all of that is set. So that's where it is important. So for example, here it shows how Facebook, Twitter, feeds are all coming into the same spot. I would recommend you to go try Hootsuite for some time. There is a free plan available. You can link various pages and try. All of this is self-explanatory. And this is also one good way you can get yourself familiar to these dashboards. Start going to all of these platforms, take free trials, get yourself accustomed to it. Especially, I remember when we started, we spoke about how some of us could actually feel intimidated when we see so many of these dashboards, etc. But this is one very good way you can kind of like work out various things together. Very simple. It will help you manage hashtags, a lot of various pages, etc. There are certain tools that can help you understand what's going on in generally across platforms. Like for example, Twitter. What you see in your feed could have some amount of customization to you as a person, right? So if you want to understand, hey, what is the general noise that's going around, you may need a tool, and Nextology is something that can help you with this. Now, one more aspect here is that if you notice, when I, let's say, explain a Hootsuite to you today, I'm not trying to discuss 3, 4, 5 different competitors of Hootsuite. You know why? Can you take a guess why? Now, what happens is that the moment you start putting one of these website names and start searching, start going to their website, your activity is tracked on the net by Google and Facebooks of the world, correct? They will automatically start feeding you these advertisements. Trust me, when you try these apps today, spend some time on their websites, show that natural interest, internet itself will teach you the rest. So what I'm trying to do is also that make your LinkedIn, Google search feeds work in a particular manner by getting you to work on certain tools and topics. Naturally, all the competing tools, advanced tools will start coming in your feed. Got it? Very easy things these are. And within that also, what happens is various of these platforms will have sub-platforms under them, like audience. So audience with a different spelling under Hootsuite is an example. It'll help you with certain campaign management, monitoring, etc. So, like again, I said, you need not be a master of anything these days, as in the sense that it's not like, you don't know how to use Twitter and you will not be able to do Twitter advertising unless you spend like a month on it. No, sometimes you can just go start with step 1, step 2, step 3. There are so many platforms across the world that could help you, give you inputs, give you optimizations, and that need not come from the parent platform. It could be these third-party platforms, and that can help you sort out every single problem that you have, whether it's picking the right image, finding the right topics. There are so many different solutions. A lot of them are free. A lot of them have trial periods. You can use all of that to maximize the value. One more aspect that I want to teach is, you may have noticed that when you go complain about, let's say your cab came late and you go complain about Ola on their Facebook platform, it seems like one customer service executive is replying to you. Correct? They seem to track it. Some of them might call you and give you a resolution. So there are some platforms that helps do this. One example is Zendesk. So what Zendesk does is, let's say you have a business page and you integrate Zendesk with your business page. Any comment that a customer makes, the system will automatically classify it as a ticket. Got it? So just like any message, any email, any SMS that consumer send, or any phone call that they make is converted to a ticket. Same way, even your social media complaints get converted to a ticket and they are handled at the Zendesk. So basically it gets dispersed across various customer support executives and they work on your problems. They also see an overview of the customer. So it's sometimes sometimes they may be even able to tell, Acha, if you have communicated something on your email versus something you have communicated over Facebook Messenger, it might also give a combined point of view to the executive to understand your problem and so on. There are solutions like Buffer. This can help you in scheduling. So for example, let's say you want to take a social media campaign live as soon as New Year kicks in. It's not necessary that you wait till 11:55, log into Facebook and activate, log into Twitter and activate. It's not going to happen, right? It's going to be risky. It's going to be difficult. You can do scheduling, and you can do scheduling across various apps. Sometimes there might be, it's not about just going live simultaneously. It might be about going live one after the other. So for example, you might want to put a Twitter tweet out first with a concise description. Then after it starts getting some mileage, one day later, you may want to release something on LinkedIn with much more detailed write-up on something that, on that topic. you can do all of that with Buffer. Again, like I said, these are cross-platform applications. Once you start using it, all kinds of other tools will start coming your way. And just wrapping up this with online reputation management. So what is ORM fundamentally? Can you guys take a guess? We have already discussed that kind of in our discussion. So online reputation management is basically PR in a digital world. One could say that. It's public relations and it's customer complaint resolution. And very often, ORM team is a subset of the customer care team in most companies. In some companies, what happens is there are members of both the customer care team and social media team in the online reputation management team. So it is a combined actionable of multiple teams like customer care, social media team, public relations team, etc. And this is a great entry point for your career. Some of you guys may not be like, if you feel like, okay, you're not the best at, campaign management, or you feel like you're not the best at content writing, and let's say your English or your regional language isn't super strong for you to specifically work on those domains. ORM is a combination of this a little bit, right? It's an easy entry point for young professionals to get into digital. Slowly, once you are in ORM, you can understand social media. You will start getting a sense of how various platforms behave. And then slowly you can extend into social media marketing or content creation. It's a great starting point for career. And this is something, and thanks to Abhinaya, I don't think I have to explain this a lot again, but reflecting your trust, credibility, the speed of your response, correct? If let's say a customer is complaining that his refund did not happen, and if you respond after 1 week, in that 1 week delay that you have in terms of reaching back to the customer, he would have really lost his cool, correct? But if you sometimes just even reach out to someone immediately, it could really help in terms of your reputation. And there are a lot of tools. These are called social media listening tools. You can look for applications. I'll give you certain examples.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp, B. LinkedIn, C. Facebook, D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
There are tools like Sprinkler. You can just search for it. I'm sorry, I'm just finding some difficulties in the UI. You can use them to get an understanding of what are people talking about, how much is negative, positive, what is general sentiment, etc. And that process is called social listening. When a brand keeps an ear open as to what people are talking about them in social, it's called social listening. So social listening is a subset of ORM effectively, and there are these tools, like I said, Sprinkler is one example, which can help you track this on the internet. So this is what social listening entails. And one example I've given is Sprout Social. And when you go through this deck, the details will be here in terms of you will see how these are visualized in these platforms. So I may not have to tell you what video marketing is, right? We all see video either as content or as an advertisement. But the interesting part about video is that it can be used for so many different objectives. And we will get to all of those objectives one by one as well in the slide. And that is something very exciting. Like, for example, if it's a display banner or a blog post, you cannot use a blog post or a display banner to do anything and everything that you want to do. Correct? It has its limitations. But video is just so in such incredible a creative type that it can accomplish X number of things with. And video has its nature where either it can be pure play video streaming, there could be social elements to it, and it also gives you a lot of metrics as a marketer. So when you are, let's say, showing a display ad to a consumer, He may click or not click, he may view or not view, but you may not get a lot of metrics. But video shows you so many metrics that there are so many things for you to learn and implement. And these are some of the more researched out topics to substantiate my points in terms of like why video kind of like works best across various objectives that we have. A few terms that are important to video are listed here, right? And I will just go through this one by one for you to understand this quickly. So rich media is anything that is slightly more having a few more advanced features. So it's not just a video that just plays, but you could probably interact with that video, or it might just be a static routing changing into a video, right? So rich media ads also come to you very frequently, like while you are like playing a game, in between you get an advertisement, or you get a lot of rich media ads these days where these are interactive. And technically, one more thing is some of them may not even look like a video. They may just look like multiple static elements combined together. So some of those elements may look like just statics to us, but it might be an MP4 file that any form of video format file that actually plays. So it may look like a static in some cases, but it can be a video also. Then we have advertainment. So basically you have a short film. So it may look more like a short film, an entertaining short film, but there is some amount of advertising packed into it. Most of us would actually see that content because it's an entertaining short film, but actually it is a brand talking about its offers and features, right? Then we know streaming, right? Streaming is very often a word used for live broadcast. In some cases, and we are also familiar with OTTs, etc., which give us video on demand as well. But streaming very often is used in a live streaming sense of the word. Autoplay videos are videos that play automatically. So here, a user need not click on the ad to play. Very simple. Why do you need autoplay videos? For example, if it's YouTube, when an ad comes on YouTube, we know that it's naturally going to play. You don't have to go click and initiate a video. But when an ad is put on, let's say, a Cricinfo or a ClickBuzz, you're probably there on Cricinfo, ClickBuzz to watch, read through content, right? Read text content, read the blog that they have pasted there. So on a video, you may need a little bit of a user prompt to start. So there are autoplay videos and videos that need a click to play. Reach of any video is basically the number of people that video has reached. Now, in terms of advertising, we have two terminologies called bumper ads and in-stream ads. And I'll give you the best examples of this. Think of you firing up Hotstar to watch cricket. Before the cricket ka stream lands, very often they will show you a short ad, a 10-seconder or a 6-seconder. That's a bumper. So a bumper is usually something that comes before the stream begins. Whereas in-stream, it happens in between streams. So between overs, you could have an advertisement. That's called an in-stream ad. Or in the case of Facebook, or Facebook Watch or YouTube video, while you're watching at specific points during your content, they may interrupt you with an ad, and these are called in-stream ads. And these terminologies, various platforms use to differentiate between various placements that they have. They could call it pre-roll, mid-roll, post-roll, etc. And sometimes what happens, along with video, people may have to also give other links or quotations or citations. So they may make that possible through, let's say, overlays, right? And all of that you may have seen as a user. And I request all of you to, observe the advertising that comes to you. So whenever you get an ad, ask yourself, hey, was this the best way this particular product owner could have shown an ad to me? And I'll give you an example. Just let's think of Cricinfo ClickBuzz itself. Imagine you are just launching ClickBuzz. You are keen to just see the score. You're probably going there to quickly check out the score of the match. Imagine they just throw a video in front of you and that video doesn't have a skip option. You will get irritated. Correct? So skippability, unskippability, audio on, audio off, click to play versus autoplay. All of these are specific approaches that the product owner or the advertiser has to take to ensure that the advertising or the content is giving a good user experience, or at least not disrupting the user experience. And there are some advertisements which are called opt-in videos. So for example, the user explicitly states, hey, I want to watch a video. And one subset of this are called rewarded videos. So for example, while you're playing a game, it may say that Ashok, to go from level 1 to 2, or to get some coins, or to get additional points, watch this 30-second video. Now these are rewarded videos, opt-in videos, various names they are called under, but these are all formats that the important thing is, it's okay for you to get confused when you hear a format. But the important thing is, whenever there is an application of these formats in your work, you have to think through from a customer point of view, from a viewer point of view, and an advertiser point of view, and figure out what is the solution that works best for you. Yeah. Same way, when you even create a film that works really well on autoplay might work poorly on click to play. Yeah. A video that may work successfully on skippable can work poorly on unskippable. So you have to be willing to either ideate differently, create differently, or even adapt your creatives differently for your platform.
So coming to the first point on this top digital marketing interview questions and answers set, it states briefly explain digital marketing. Well, one thing before even we get into the answer of this, make sure you do not get carried away because the question specifically says briefly, right? So make sure you keep it as concise as possible while answering this. So digital marketing is one of the world's most important domains right now in the case of online space, because this is exactly where we're trying to, put all the methodologies, terms, techniques, where we're scaling brands, products, and we're bringing a closer interaction between the customers and the people who are providing these for us, right? There are many things that when it comes to digital marketing, there's SEO, email marketing, social media marketing, and many other domains, many strategies, and of course this is an ocean in itself. So this is something that you can use on understanding how you should answer this question. Coming to question number 2, it states, what are the types of digital marketing in the industry? Well, again, this is another question. Make sure you do not get carried away with the question. Understand that there are many types of digital marketing, and it is okay if you cannot state all the types, but at least 5 should help you out. We have email marketing, we have social media marketing, we have SEO, that is search engine marketing, then we have affiliate marketing, content marketing, search engine marketing, which is SEM, and of course PPC, which is pay per click advertising as well. So these are the mainframe, I'd like to call the foundational aspects of digital marketing types, and there are many others. And with every single day that we're trying to cater to a wider variety of audience, there are more methods that are being created as well. Coming to question number 3, it states, please define SEO in brief. Well, SEO actually stands for search engine optimization, as you might already know. So what this is, it is a structured approach. It's a technical approach that we take in helping us drive a higher quality and of course a higher quantity of traffic onto the website as well. So our website may be of a brand, it might be of a product, or it might be of a service that we are offering. So considering all of this, you want more people to land on your website, right? You want the traffic rate to be increased. So this number that we put in, what we call as the incoming traffic rate, to increase all of that and to make sure that the people coming in are actually genuine, they're not spam bots, and they're they're of high quality in a way that when they come on the website, there's a good chance they're going to make a purchase and leave. So to cater to all of these things and to make sure that we do it all organically, we use SEO. So organically means we do not have to pay any sort of money to the search engines to get the website up in the rank, but we do it organically as well. So that is how you can approach this question. Coming to question number 4, it states, what are the top 5 ways to increase traffic to any website? Well, as we mentioned, right, since digital marketing is not a one-time solution for all the problems out there, so each individual problem has its own solution. So whenever someone asks you saying what are the top 5 ways to increase traffic, it is very, very, very subjective, because it really isn't possible to tell you the top 5 and say, hey, this will work for you, because that is wrong. So how do you answer this question, right? So make sure you pick up the top 5 methodologies which are well oiled. It means that there's a good chance that no matter what domain you're in, these 5 methodologies have proven to work before, and it should work for you as well. So we have SEO interlinking, we have content marketing, we have paid advertising, volume based catering, and of course email marketing as well. So these are some of the top 5 ways you can actually go on to increase traffic to any website regardless of what they're doing as well. And of course you can mention any other top ways to increase the traffic as well, but at least in my opinion, mention 3 or 4, and if possible do talk about them as well. See, there's a lot of things when it comes to paid advertising that you can talk about. There's a lot of things when it comes to interlinking, content marketing, and more as well. Coming to question number 5, it states, what are keywords? Why are they considered important in this domain? Well, keywords, as the name suggests, literally are the thing that people search for. So these are the words that people type in to search for something on a search engine or anything, right? So if you are implementing SEO in your strategy and your website has to appear whenever someone searches for this, it means that this is the keyword that you're catering to. If someone searches in Google saying Nike women shoes, and if you are a person who's selling Nike women shoes, then you have to do everything you can to make sure you rank up higher on the Google search engine's first page, right? So if you do that, there's a good chance someone's going to come to your website, land on your website, make a purchase, and leave. So that's how this works. The most important thing about this is this. With keywords, you can actually analyze it into a good amount of depth. You can go into the details of it. Keywords are used. Keywords can be exploited if they're done correctly. And at the end of the day, if you do everything right, you will turn in more revenue if that is the base requirement of your digital marketing campaign. And of course, it makes sure that you're putting your brand out there as well. So coming to question number 6, it states, where all can keywords be used to drive more traffic to a website? See, keywords can be used in a lot of places, right? So you can answer probably this question in multiple different ways. And if you just pause the video right now to think of an answer, I'm sure you guys will come up with a lot of ways, right? But the most important ways where keywords have a lot of impact is, when you have content which cater to the keyword in terms of the web page title, the web page URL, the meta description, the content you actually put on the website, and of course all of the headings as well. So if you use the keywords in these 5 places, right, there's a higher probability of driving in more traffic, because all the algorithms that work in the search engines, they'll crawl through these, they'll understand that you're catering for the keyword, and they'll want your website to rank as well. So coming to question number 7, it states, what are the 2 main ways of categorizing digital marketing? The 2 most important ways that we talk about marketing and digital marketing is inbound marketing and outbound marketing. See, inbound marketing is completely based on the customer, right? So you have a customer, or you have a set of customers that you're catering to. So you'll write blogs for that, you'll create social media channels, you'll talk about your product there, and you will just keep the entire scope, the entire focus on your customer and work on what's required to get your product out there. Now, when we're talking about outbound marketing is a little different, because here what we're trying to do is that we're trying to find the need for product requirement and how we can actually go on to provide it. Now, inbound marketing might cater to a smaller set of audience, but outbound marketing is definitely a huge audience as well, right? So think about putting billboards up. In the case of conventional marketing, you have televised advertisements, you have magazines, and all of these conventional methods which can be considered as outbound marketing, right? Even though inbound marketing, there's 90% of chances that it can cater in a more bigger audience compared to outbound in today's online world. But at the end of the day, there are subtle differences that exist, and it's just in the subtleties that we have these main ways of how we can categorize the working and what sort of clients, what sort of prospects the methods bring in as well. Coming to question number 8, it states, what are some of the most used digital marketing tools today? Again, there are many tools out there in the world of digital marketing, but then there are these top tools which, of course, you as a person watching this video should know, right? So there's Google Analytics, we have Ahrefs, we have MailChimp, we have the GKP or the Google Keyword Planner, we have Kissmetrics, Keyword Dictionary, SEMrush, Mossbar, and we have many other tools that we make use of digital marketing as well. So at least pick up on, let's say, 3 or 4 tools or maybe 5 tools, and maybe give an introduction about one tool and talk about it to show that you actually know that as well. So if you're on this video, I'm sure you guys might have used one of these tools. So whatever tool that you know out here, make sure to mention about that. Coming to question number 9 next, it states, what is pay-per-click advertising? Well, one thing you really have to understand is that pay-per-click is something which is extremely popular in the world of digital marketing. It is one of these methodologies where we actually have to spend money and we have to pay the advertiser, to actually put up the website. And whenever there's an advertisement that gets put up, and there's a small amount of money that gets transacted every time there's a person who clicks on this advertisement that's shown on the website. So, for example, if you probably are reading a blog somewhere, or if you're just browsing around on the internet, you will see an advertisement panel, right? So someone has paid that website owner to put up that advertisement, and as soon as you click that, there's a small transaction that happens in between the website owner and of course the person who asked for the advertisement to be put up as well. So it literally, as the name suggests, it's pay per click. So every time there's a click, there's a payment that happens and money moves around in a very small amount, of course. So considering this is actually very popular because this brings in a lot of different prospects at the end of the day, and it works. This is one of the most important methodologies that's widely used in digital marketing.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online course mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Coming to question number 10, it says, what is black hat SEO? See, one thing you have to understand about black hat SEO or any other techniques that are used in SEO is that all of these techniques are aiming to get a higher ranking out of these search engines. So again, black hat SEO is one of these methods as well. It's this approach which says no matter what, let's get the rank. So there's a lot of unethical things that get done here because every search engine out there has its own guidelines that you have to follow. So if you're not complying with these guidelines, it means that it is unethical. You will be using a lot of methodologies which is not approved by the search engine people. And of course, when you keep doing this, right, think about link spamming, think about adding hidden links or fishy links and all of this. So when you're doing all of this, it will give you a huge surge in the ranking immediately. But of course, the surge that you get is short lasting. It is definitely not long lasting because all of these search engines have extremely intelligent algorithms working in the back, and they can pick it up, and of course they can start deranking or delisting the website as well. So you might be wondering, why would they even require that short surge in ranking, right? So that is actually done to make sure that they might be catering to a quick sell and a quick get out. So in that policy, they'll come in, they'll get the website to rank, probably have the product to rank, get the word out there and be done with it. So in that case, they're establishing their brand in a very rapid way. But to grow it, I would definitely suggest either using white hat or any other ethical method in digital marketing as well. And then there might be a follow-up question for after the black hat SEO question, which is, okay, so what is white hat SEO, right? See, white hat SEO on paper is one of the most used SEO techniques across the globe out there, because here you will be making use of a lot of techniques which is ethical, which is present in the guidelines of the search engine itself to make sure that you're not doing anything wrong in the perspective of the search engine. So there's a lot of things that is involved in white hat SEO. It's website optimization, it's creating good quality content, adding backlinks, a lot of things where you will be doing everything legally, you'll be doing everything ethically to make sure that you get a very good rank as well. Of course, you will not see a huge surge in rank, and of course the landing traffic as black hat SEO, but this is a slow and steady growth, and this anything slow and steady, it usually tends to outlast something which is very highly rapid paced, right? So in that particular case, that is white hat SEO. And then there's one more type, which is called as grey hat SEO. Grey hat SEO, as the name suggests, grey is a mixture in between white and black, literally, right? So in this case of SEO, that's the same as well. So it's basically a mixture of both white hat techniques and black hat techniques too. So the person, a grey hat SEO developer, what this person will do is he or she will make use of techniques from both the sides of the table. So one day you're working on something which is ethical, which is in the guidelines. The next day you might be working on spamming a little bit of internal links or doing something fishy there. Using the best of both cases to get your website to rank. Now you might be wondering, why shouldn't everyone try this, right? See, there's a huge hit or miss that happens in grey hat SEO. Half of the time the algorithms cannot pick up grey hat, and most of the times they do, of course. But if it hits, then you'll get a huge surge in rank, and the search engine thinks it's ethical. If you do not, it means that you'll start getting delisted and deranked. So it is a literally flip of a coin. But then if it works really great, or it doesn't work at all. Of course, considering all of this, it's really best to stick to white hat SEO. Coming to question number 13, it states, can you state some methodologies that can be used to improve conversion rates? See, whenever we're talking about conversion rates, right, it's the ability of you catering to your audience with beautiful content, an aesthetically pleasing website, and providing good functionality as well. Now, if I have to go through 10 pages to buy a product, I definitely will not do it. This is the common consensus from thousands of people. That's why the e-commerce sites that are very popular today are keeping it as simple as possible. With probably 2 or 3 clicks of a button, you can purchase something. So to keep that kind of a good user experience is definitely something that will help in improving conversion rate. When we talk about conversion rate, it's basically when a person lands on the website, they're a prospect, right? They're just looking around. When they start adding things to their cart, and once they actually make the purchase, they're a customer. So this entire goal of taking someone from a visitor and making them a customer is what we talk about when we think about conversion rates. And of course, it's always vital that there are new methodologies put in, but a good user experience definitely helps to drive the conversion rates. And then the 14th question states, what is Google AdWords? AdWords is actually, as the name suggests, it's advertising words. It's a short form. It's an advertising service that gets provided by Google, and it is one of the most widely used advertising service as well. Because here, what we're trying to do is it works very similar to PPC, and it's one of the world's most widely used PPC systems as well. Since it's Google, of course, everything is structured, everything is brilliantly made. It doesn't cost a lot, and you can have your budget set up. You can work on how you'll be working on payments, what sort of content that you have to display, how it has to be displayed, when, what, why. So you'll get a lot of flexibility for a small amount of money. It definitely isn't small if you're if it could be tough if you're a small time company, but at the end of the day, the returns that you get from AdWords is huge. So in that particular case, Google AdWords add a lot of value to the digital marketing campaign. Coming to question number 15, it states, what is the difference between SEM and SEO in brief? One thing you have to know about SEM is that the basic difference lies in how it works. SEM stands for search engine marketing, while SEO stands for search engine optimization. With search engine marketing, what we're trying to do is we are purchasing advertisements on various search engines, and we are forcing our website to rank. So we are paying the search engine and asking them to get us to rank. With SEO, that's not the case, right? With SEO, everything is organic. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get use of all. So what we're trying to do is we make use of all of the top of the methods that we have, all the tools, all the techniques, and we're organically trying to bring in traffic. That means that we literally are not paying anyone anything. Of course, I mean the search engine, and we're bringing in a lot of traffic that way as well. So considering that, SEM and SEO work very differently, but at the end of the day, they have a common goal of bringing in more visitors to the website, having more landing rates, and a higher rank on the search engines too. Coming to the 16th question, it states, what social media channels are popular today in terms of digital marketing? See, whenever we think about social media, there's many forms of social media, right? There's social media for everything, and there's one new social media probably coming out every month. So, considering all of these, there are a lot of big guys, right? See, you have LinkedIn, you have Facebook, you have Instagram, you have Snapchat. In today's world of especially influencer marketing, Instagram is showing a lot of potential, and influencer marketing is an ocean of its own. And I'm sure if you're here, you might have already watched an influencer marketer pitch an item for you, or in fact, you yourself could be influencers as well. So considering all of that, there are many types of social media. For example, LinkedIn is used for jobs. Facebook is a very good pipeline where you can actually learn a lot of things. You can market your products very subtly, bring in a lot of people, have a lot of discussion groups and all of that. And Instagram is where you can showcase your product and be trendy and all of that. So answer this question based on your knowledge about how much you use social media and how best do you think what each social media can cater to.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Coming to question number 17, it states, why has digital marketing grown to be this huge compared to offline marketing? See, whenever we think about digital marketing, right, it has shown nothing but exponential growth over the past few years, and there's many reasons, right? So again, do not get carried away with this question because you can probably talk about this for half an hour straight. So keep 4 or 5 points in mind and make sure to talk about that. One thing about digital marketing is that you can directly cater to the customer's need if the customer is 1 kilometer away or 1,000 kilometers away, no matter what, right? It gives you that extra outreach. And of course, when you have a good exposure to the product, what happens is that you will understand your audience better, you will get better feedback, you will know how to work with it with conventional marketing, right? So you'll probably put an advertisement on a newspaper and of course it will reach a lot of houses. But at the end of the day, you will not get a feedback from these people saying they just read a newspaper, they just see your advertisement and they're done. So they have no way to give you good amount of feedback immediately, and you cannot analyze as well, right? So if 10,000 newspapers got printed in one particular locality, doesn't mean that 10,000 people read your advertisement. So there's no way to track it. That advantage you have in digital marketing. And of course, you can be a person who's selling a product or having a brand in one part of India, and you have most of your clients in the USA as well. That's how it works with digital marketing. And most of the cases you are basically open to the entire globe. And consider the newspaper example. Same, once you have it printed, once it goes out, if there are any changes that needs to be done, change in pricing, change in discount, or change in anything minor as well, it cannot be immediately done, right? But if you have a website with digital marketing, this change can be done immediately to make sure that you're not putting across maybe a wrong message or an incorrect message to your audience as well. So considering a lot of these points, digital marketing, there's a reason why it's popular, and I'm sure if you guys are on this video, I think you will know why as well. So coming to question number 18, it says explain AMP in brief. See, AMP is actually a short form. It's an abbreviation for what we call as accelerated mobile pages. So how AMP came about is that it was actually a brainchild of the people at Google and another very important social media platform, that's Twitter. AMP is actually an open source library. What it does is that it helps users to come up with a very simple web page without having to put much efforts into it. So what this does is this gives you quicker loading, and once you make use of AMP, what you're trying to do is you're making sure that your website doesn't take a long time to load, and that it really does not have to go through multiple platforms to be optimized for, and you really don't have to optimize it for every single website. So at the end of the day, the goal is to keep it simple. The goal is to load it quicker and to make sure that no matter where you view it from, no matter what browser you view the website from, it has to work fine. So to do all of that, we make use of accelerated mobile pages. And then coming to the 19th question, it states, how can you assess the impact of social media marketing? See, one thing it's very important that you have to know about digital marketing is the amount of money that you spend. You can track everything with metrics in today's world. There is nowhere that you'll have a blind investment and you will not know what you're getting, right? So in the case of social media marketing, you can check the number of followers. It can be Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, the number of likes you get, and how many leads, how many people are interested in the comment section to buy your product. You can have direct engagement, again, same in the comment section, or they can DM you as well. In that particular case, you can talk about what they're happy about the product, why they're not happy, if they have issues that you would like to resolve. Content sharing with each others, of course, brand outreaching where you're trying to put yourself out there, subscription offers, and there's a lot of things in social media marketing. You can probably fill up the entire page, and maybe you don't even have to think about it, but you can give 20 different metrics on how you can track social media marketing, right? So this is a pretty straightforward question, but it's very important that you actually talk about them as well. Coming to the 20th question, is this: why is email marketing considered as the most effective way of digital marketing out there? See, with email marketing, there's millions of mails that get sent every single day, right? So it has the outreach, it has the potential, and it has a good way of bridging the gap that exists between customers and providers. So keeping this in mind, there's a lot of things that goes in on the back end that proves that email marketing is one of the most efficient way, one of the most effective way in which you can actually reach your customers and drive results out of it as well. So considering all of that, it actually is a very nice way to convert your customers pretty quick. Question number 21 states, what is click-through rate? Click-through rate, this question can be also reframed as what is CTR. CTR stands for click-through rate. So it's basically the number of times someone actually landed on your website by either clicking on a promotion, clicking on an event, or clicking on any sort of advertisement as well. So this click-through rate will tell you about if your advertisements are working, if your promotions are working, if people are actually clicking on it to get on your website or not, and if they do, how many people are doing it as well. There's a lot of other metrics that you can track about how long they're on your website, what's the scroll depth, and a lot of things as well. But the basic thing about click-through rate is that if you have an advertisement as a barrier, or if you have the advertisement as a gateway, how many people are crossing through those gates. Coming to question number 22, it says, how is return on investment calculated, or how is ROI calculated, right? Again, a very simple question, but return on investment you really have to know is that it is a literal difference between sales amount and the investment in marketing. So whenever we talk about ROI in the case of digital marketing, what is the amount of money that you put out? What is the amount of money that you took out of the company to hire digital marketing experts, to buy digital marketing tools, to pay for search engine marketing or any other kind of marketing channels, pipelines and tools, and what is the actual sales that you made, or what is the actual outreach that you're getting. So once you calculate this difference, you will understand that that this is the amount you spent, X amount you spent, and Y amount is the return that you're actually getting back as well. It's a pretty simple thing, but there's a lot of companies who are very keen on holding a good return on investment, and with digital marketing it doesn't take a lot of skill to actually get good return on investment, considering the person whoever is working on the pipeline is an expert, of course. Coming to question number 23, it states, what is the difference between page sessions and page views? So the simple differences between a page session and a page view is that whenever we talk about a page session, it's when a person actually lands on a website every single time. That's a session. If a person is on the website, a session is created and they're either viewing one or more pages that are present on the website. That's a view, because they're actually interacting with the website and they're not bouncing off, right? So to track all of those metrics, we make use of page sessions and page views. Coming to question number 24, it says, what is the difference between Google AdSense and AdWords? So AdSense basically help the companies create all the spaces that's required for AdWords on their website, where they should put it up, what they should do, and how they should do it right. And AdWords, of course, they're advertisements, right? So in the entire Google's ecosystem, AdWords is the most famous PPC out there, the way you can put out advertisements. But if you have to think about talking about AdSense and AdWords, make sure you talk about how they work together as well, because working with AdSense means you'll be using AdWords, and working with AdWords only adds advantage if you are making use of AdSense as well. So having this kind of relationship between AdSense and AdWords is definitely something that you should talk about. But the basic differences is that AdSense helps in creation of spaces, while AdWords helps in posting advertisements. Moving to the 25th question, it says, what is your interest towards the field of digital marketing? See, with this question, the interviewer here is trying to assess what is your level of understanding in digital marketing, what is your level of commitment, and of course, the way you should answer this is I cannot tell you one answer that's going to be right for you all, right? So you have to talk about your interests, your commitment to the field of digital marketing, and of course, your passion towards digital marketing as well. It can be something that has inspired you to pick up digital marketing, or that there's a problem that you are very good at solving. You have a knack for digital marketing, and people really like whenever you try to market a product, or you're very subtle with it, or whatever the reason is, right? So this question completely depends on you, but then you can use the foundational approach that I gave to go on to answer this question. Coming to question number 26, it says, what is the difference between do follow and no follow links in SEO? Do follow links, as the name suggests, will actually tell the search engine and its crawlers to follow through and come on the website and crawl around and find all the details that's required to provide indexability. Whenever we talk about no follow links is when you tell the search engine to not follow and to make sure that you will not use any of that to whatever links that you have put in your no follow part of the code, right? It means that you're telling the search engine to not actually consider all of that for ranking the website. That's the basic difference that exists in between do follow links and no follow links. There's another difference is that do follow links, yes, considering how they work, affects the ranking of the website. But if you have put in a no follow link, no matter what you put there, you're telling the crawler not to get into that, so it really will not hurt your rank or influence it in any way. Coming to question number 27, it says, how can a platform such as YouTube be effectively used for digital marketing? With YouTube, I don't think I really have to stress a lot, right? Because it is one of these amazing digital marketing pipelines where there's millions and millions of people every single month. So whenever you think about it, this is one of those places where you can cater through videos to the people out there. You're watching this yourself on YouTube as well, right? So you will understand that we have a direct relationship with you guys. You will have a goal to the campaign. So we, of course, will have a goal to our own campaigns, and we'll be meeting that as well. So to drive healthy traffic to your websites, to get your rank up, and at the end of the day you will need a lot of good content as well. So it doesn't mean that no matter how aesthetically pleasing your video is, if your content is not good, it doesn't mean you will rank, because at the end of the day, in YouTube especially, content is extremely important. Your website should be good, it should be elegant, your videos must be informative, and only then, when all of these three things come together, you will have a successful YouTube campaign too. So whenever you're asked about this, of course you can add on more points and then talk about how you think YouTube is very effective in today's world of digital marketing as well. So coming to the 28th question, it says, which platform is looked at when candidates want to post or refer to job related advertisements? Whenever we think about anything related to jobs, the first social media that comes into mind is LinkedIn, right? Because this is one of the most famous social media out there for active job seekers, professionals, and whatnot. So if you're wondering if LinkedIn is the only place, well, no, there's a lot of other websites. There's InstaHire, there's Naukri, there's Shine.com, there's many other places, including Indeed.com as well. So all of these guys have the same goal of bringing together recruiters and, of course, bringing together candidates and giving them a common platform to express what they want and what they're getting out of the jobs as well. So of course, whenever you ask this question, I think it's a pretty straightforward question, and the answer would be LinkedIn, Naukri, Indeed, Shine, and all of these other famous social media platforms as well. Coming to question number 29, it says, how can you measure the success of a social media marketing campaign? See, whenever we talk about success of a social media campaign, it means that we have something solid to prove it by, right? For example, analytics. So you'll be using multiple metrics in the case of digital marketing to actually showcase that, something worked or something doesn't work. So you have to be a numbers person, and you can prove a lot with numbers too. You can check the number of clients, the number of leads, what's the traffic that's coming in, number of sales, how many conversions from prospects to customers. And of course, once you have details in depth about your website, about your entire campaign, about what your image is on the social media marketing platforms, basically you will get this direct correlation of what's happening, what's required, what are you doing, is it working or is it not working. So with all of these, you will have one close idea of understanding whether you're either close to your goals or you're moving away from your goals, and what is keeping you there as well. That's the most important part of how you should measure success with social media campaigns. And of course, with today's innovations, there's multiple tools out there that will help you do so. Coming to the 30th question, it states, why is an anchor tag used as an SEO practice? See, an anchor tag basically is the text that we use whenever we have to hyperlink anything, right? So basically, a hyperlink is a link that's embedded in the text, and as soon as you click on it, it takes you to the link that you have hyperlinked. So an anchor text is very, very important here, because this is how the content actually gets ranked on multiple search engines, right? So whenever you put out a website, it doesn't mean that it will always rank on Google or it'll always work on other search engines as well. There's DuckDuckGo, there's Yahoo, and there's many search engines apart from Google too. So in that particular case, hyperlinking is this connection, is this anchoring that states, what you can actually have a way to assess of how your content ranks on multiple search engines, and it gives you the functionality of clicking on text and opening a new link as well. Coming to question number 31, it states, what are some of the disadvantages of digital marketing? See, one important thing whenever you're answering this question is that start by saying that there's multiple advantages, right? Because at the end of the day, with digital marketing, the advantages, no matter how small they are, they will outweigh all of the disadvantages out there, right? So, but then doesn't mean that it doesn't have any disadvantages at all. There are many disadvantages too. So, whenever you're talking about disadvantages, it is just that it will create a very high transparency in case of pricing and competition, because as soon as you put out a price out there, your competition already knows what you're selling it at, and they can drop their price and you can lose a client as well. And then when we're talking about globalization means you will be competing with the entire world out there. So that will bring in a lot more competition too. And of course, with digital marketing, there is always a threat of cybersecurity. There's always a threat of privacy issues that will have to be worked on too. And it's not only just this, it's just that, whenever you're working on digital marketing, it can get really, really expensive to hire experts. And of course, it can get definitely expensive to buy all the tools, buy all the, understand all the methodologies. And at the end of the day, setting up a marketing pipeline, especially at the starting stages of your company, or if you've never had a digital marketing platform before, is going to be expensive. So, you can talk about these 4 points. These 4 points are extremely important in understanding the disadvantages of digital marketing. Now, coming to question number 32, it states, what are the limitations with respect to the number of characters in Google AdWords advertisement? This is a very, very, very important question, and this gets asked a lot. See, the most important thing is that they have asked you for 2 things. One is the number of characters in Google AdWords basically, and what are the limitations that you can put in, right? So whenever we talk about headings and subheadings, understand that you can have a maximum of 30 characters. But whenever we're talking about descriptions and subline texting, there you can have about 90 characters in length. So 30 for the headings and the subheadings, and for the descriptions, it has to not exceed 90 in length. So 90 characters specifically. So whenever you ask this question, it's a straightforward question with an extremely straightforward answer, so put it out that way. Coming to question number 33, it says, can you name any 5 email marketing tools that are widely used? Of course, I'm pretty sure you guys can name at least 3 or 4, right? So this question should not be of a high difficulty to you guys. So there's multiple tools out there, multiple email marketing tools specifically. You have ConvertKit, Autopilot, HubSpot, MailChimp, ActiveCampaign, and many other tools that are used out there. And of course, if you have used any of these tools, make sure to talk about your experience with the tools, what you think about the tool, to what level of proficiency you have used it. All of that will always add a lot of advantage to your candidature in the company as well. Coming to question number 34, it says, can you define the life cycle of a shopper on a website? See, this is a very simple question. It can be considered as a sales funnel as well, so right. So whenever someone comes on your website, as soon as they land on your website, they become prospects. Prospects is when they are actually looking around on your website. It's not as soon as they click on your website, it's basically as soon as they start clicking inside your website. As soon as they click on the website, they can actually bounce without doing anything, so don't be confused. Now, once they start interacting with your websites, they're looking to see if they can buy something or there is something that's interesting to them. And once they're interested, they'll actually give you a little bit of details, maybe that you're giving a subscription out, you're giving a discount out or something, or they're adding it to the cart and they want to purchase it. So once they start giving you their details and once they start putting items into their cart, they go from prospect to become converted as a lead. Now, the entire conversion, right? Whenever we talk about conversions, as we have talked about multiple times in this video, it's basically talking about them going from prospects to lead. And of course, once they make a purchase, after the sale is done, they become customers. So taking this interest in converting prospects into customers is exactly what we're talking about when we talk about the life cycle of a shopper on the website. And then coming to question number 35, it states, what are some of the bidding options that are available out there right now whenever you have to consider about paying for marketing, right? But there's two main important things, two main important bidding options out there. One is the CPA, as we call as cost per action, and then of course, as we discussed before, we have CPC as well. So cost per action, again, as the name suggests, whenever an action is performed on that particular advertisement, it means that there's a transaction happening. And CPC is a pretty simple way of advertising, as you already discussed, because as soon as the person has clicked through, then there's a transaction that happens. Now, the next question states, what are the top 5 C's of digital marketing? Well, the top 5 C's, as we call it, is actually depending on very important factors that play a huge role in digital marketing, right? They are content, their creativity, that's consistency, good communication, and of course, customization as well. So whenever you talk about this, there's no order in answering to these, but do talk 1 or 2 lines about what each of them mean, right? For example, good quality content is essential. You have to be very creative in your digital marketing, because if you're doing everything that someone else is doing, you are not being creative. And then consistency, right? Of course, customers will love a consistent brand, and it will basically help you with your outreach. It will help you with your brand growth as well. And then when we talk about communication, yes, you need to have a good communication pipeline with your customers too. And direct communication is definitely preferred. And customization, right? Customization is very, very important. Now, so coming to question number 37, it states, can digital marketing completely replace traditional marketing in the future? Well, with this question, what the interviewer is trying to understand is that he or she wants to know how deep you know about the subject, or how well you have used digital marketing, right? So the best way to go on to answer this is to state real world examples and to say, hey, this is where people tried conventional marketing and people tried digital marketing, and this is where digital marketing worked. So real world examples are the way you're supposed to answer this question. And then, whenever we're talking about digital marketing too, so the most important thing that you have to understand here is that, digital marketing is very, very strong today. It has a lot of perspectives, and it's forever growing to be a good entity, right? So no matter how much traditional marketing is trying to make a comeback, there's no way, in my opinion, that it can overpower digital marketing too. But instead of fighting it against each other, digital marketing versus traditional marketing, so instead it'll add a lot of value if we can make use of both digital marketing and traditional marketing as well. Now, coming to question number 38, it says, can you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 depending on your proficiency in digital marketing? Again, if you are a good expert in digital marketing, make sure to rate yourself as honest as possible. That is very, very important, right? So if you are a beginner and if you say, I rate myself 9.5, you might be asked extremely technical questions, or you might be asked questions in depth that you might not be able to answer. So, but that doesn't mean that you have to rate yourself very low. That will hurt your confidence as well. So the interviewer itself, right, in this particular question, he or she is trying to see how spontaneous you are, what's your confidence level, and how well do you know the subject. So completely based on what you're trying to achieve in your digital marketing career at wherever you are. You might be a fresher, you might be a person, intermediate user, or an expert. Answer it as honestly as possible. That is important with question number 38. Now, moving to the next question, it says, why are you applying for the digital marketing role in our company? See, one important thing that you really have to know is that whenever you are answering this question, which says why digital marketing, you have to talk about, how you will fit into their company, right? They're specifically asking you, why are you applying for our company? So talk about their company, talk about what experiences you have or what education you have, and how best you can use those skills to drive that particular company to success. So doing all of this, you will require some basic stuff. You need to know what the company is, what they do, what is the audience they cater to, what's the job description, what's the compensation they're providing, of course, and every detail of the company is going to help you in a way where you can shape your answer perfectly for this this question as well. So I cannot give you one answer and say that this is how you are supposed to answer. This is a question where you can have a good amount of freedom while answering the question as well. Now, coming to question number 40, it says, has your prior education helped you with digital marketing in any way? Again, this is another important question that depends on you. If your prior education actually helped with digital marketing, talk about the latest courses or talk about the latest program that you finished in college. If you worked on something which is very different from digital marketing, do talk about how that helped you shape your digital marketing career in a way that you are right now. Of course, if you had a direct digital marketing career or learning in college or school or something, you can tell that directly. But if it doesn't, don't just say no, education hasn't helped me with digital marketing. That's not the right way to answer. The right way is to say, even though you never started out with digital marketing at the start, but there are a lot of other things that definitely put the thought in your mind about how you can work your way towards becoming a digital marketing expert as well. So talk about all of that, and it's very important too. Coming to the 41st question, it states, how can we create new leads for the marketing pipeline? Well, how do you create new leads, right? It's the most important question the interviewer can ask to you. There's a lot of ways you can answer this question, but the most important thing is that you have to understand and analyze the sales funnels and all the techniques that goes into building that tunnel and seeing it through. Apart from all of that, again, there's so many things that you can do. You can start with customizing the content, driving a better user experience, making sure your website is very responsive, or maybe you're driving a very good campaign on social media that you want to bring over for conversion of people. And of course, there's many different ways that you can create new leads, right? Most of the time, it is usually social media marketing or email marketing that brings in the most number of leads for marketing, but it depends on what the company is doing too, right? So there's a lot of ways you can answer this question, but you can use my approach as a foundational one and then work on that. Coming to question number 42, it states, what are the latest trends in digital marketing today? Well, what are the latest trends? Again, it's a very subjective question, right? Because what's today's trend is something that there's a good chance it's going to be outdated tomorrow. But as of now, what's trending is people putting out long form videos. People are actually concerned about the content that they put out for their product. People give you personalized content, and this is something which is extremely important, and I really like it. There's voice searching, there's Google Discover, there's virtual reality, there's augmented reality. So there's a lot of ways that companies are trying to get in touch and impress prospects into converting them into customers. And it's just not these 5 or 6 that I've mentioned on your screen, right? You can probably name 10 or 15 things that's trending right now, but you do not have to stress on anything. Just make sure that this is how people are doing it. If you can give a real world example, for example, IKEA is a store that gives you this virtual reality app where you can click videos in your room by placing furniture right there, even though you have not made a purchase, right? So that's something which is going to attract a lot of sales too, because someone who's on their phone can literally see what the sofa or the what the cushions look like in their house, even though it's not there. That kind of flexibility brings in a lot more customers. So talk about some real world examples of that, something that's trending right now, and that should help with your answer as well. So coming to question number 43, it states, what is viral marketing? Viral marketing, as the name suggests, is taking up an effective form of marketing in a way where it grows really quick. Whenever we say that the video went viral or that concept went viral, right, it means that it grew really quickly and that people really liked it. There was a lot of rapid expansion happening. There's a lot of rapid interaction happening between the customer, the product, the brand, or the people who are using it on the internet, right? Things go extremely viral on the internet every now and then. So every day there can be something that's viral. So in that particular case, there's a lot of competition here. It doesn't mean if you find one thing which goes viral that your entire marketing campaign will stay that way, but it is a very good way to put your brand out there really quickly to friends, to families, or anyone else too. Now that we're living in a pandemic, there's a situation where not many people were wearing masks before the pandemic, right? Because mostly we were wearing it for, let's say, pollution or something. Now masks went viral because it went viral for a very important reason, is that it's extremely effective. Everyone out there needs to wear a mask right now. Now, considering all of that, if you see the marketing that went into it, right, even though much marketing didn't go into it, the demand itself made it viral. So that is another way you can approach viral marketing too. And of course, telling that out should add value to your candidature too. Coming to question number 44, it states, what do on-page and off-page SEO optimization methods mean? Whenever we talk about off-page SEO, right, it literally states doing all the things and using all the methodologies and the processes which will bring in, it will basically add to your rank. Even on-page SEO adds to your rank, but on-page, as the name suggests, is everything that is on the page. So it literally talks about the structure of the website, the content that you have put in, the way your user experience is driven, how well your website loads, how quickly it loads, does it work really good on a mobile platform. So doing everything on your your page and of course away from it is the basic difference it lies in, as you can basically see from the name of off-page SEO and on-page SEO as well. So coming to question number 45, it states, can you explain some scenarios where bad links are used? See, this is a lot of unethical things sometimes whenever making use of bad links. There are many scenarios that lead to it, right? For example, you'll be using paid links, you'll be using links which are unrelated or very, very far away from the topic. That's not good. You'll be making use of links that are either spammy or they're flagged by the search engine saying this is not right, you're not supposed to use it. And of course, you can start spamming variety of link exchange sites. You can go on to media and you can have this kind of a shout out for a shout out kind of a concept and spam each other out. And of course, it's not just that, right? You can have one single anchor from multiple sites causing spam again. So using these kind of links in these kind of scenarios, it is definitely bad as per the ethics of search engines at least. Now, coming to the 46th question, it says, what are the necessary steps that are taken to avoid a rank penalty? See, a rank penalty is when a search engine has actually started deranking you or they're putting your rank down for a reason. So how can you avoid this? And doing this will give you a better rank, of course. So how can you do it? You should stop linking yourself to another website which might have a bad ranking. Doing that will definitely help you rank better. Avoid using poison words. Avoid using these kind of catchy clickbaity words whenever you're using hypertexting. Make sure that there is zero plagiarism on all levels of content creation and content optimization as well. And one important thing is that make sure you do not redirect through your refresh meta tags. And this is a very, very important point. Point number 3 and point number 4 are probably the most important things that you should do to avoid penalty. But yes, this is a very important question that will definitely be asked in my opinion. So have these 4 points as the foundation to approach this and answer it too. And now coming to the 47th question, it says, what is your plan after joining this digital marketing role? See, one important thing that you have to talk about is how you have the capability and the understanding to know about the company and how you can start working with them at the earliest, right? See, it's not that you just go there day one and by the end of day one, you have done a lot of things. You'll have to start with understanding how things are already there, how well you fit into the company, where you fit into the company, what kind of a structured plan that you have to either lead the team or to be a part of the team itself. And then you can work on implementing the plan that you have, verifying it, sitting with your board members or whatever it is. I have multiple iterations. That's the important thing. Iterating this and doing it in a loop where you'll find a new plan, you'll implement that plan, try to see if it worked or not, find a new plan, implement it again. So this looping thing that goes on is very important too. So again, use this as a foundation but answer it to the best of your ability too. Coming to question number 48, it states, do you have any previous experience in the digital marketing industry? Well, this question can be asked both for freshers and experienced professionals as well. For freshers, if you have any experience learning and making use of digital marketing in the industry, you can talk about that. You can talk about certification programs. But then if you are a person who has a work experience before, make sure you elaborate on that, talk about it. But if you're a fresher, guys, one important thing is don't say, no, I do not have any experience. Keep the important aspect of saying no as less as possible. It doesn't mean you have to say yes, even though you have not done it. What I'm trying to say is do not say no, but talk about, come to the point, but take an out of the box solution, right? So if you're a fresher who might have been a product of digital marketing or you've marketed something probably away from your career as well as a hobby or something, talk about that, because no matter what you say, anything apart from no, I haven't done it, will add some sort of value to your candidature. It's very important that you know that. And then coming to the 49th question, it says, do you possess any other skill that can add value to this digital marketing role? See, there are many skills that you might already have whenever you're thinking about digital marketing. So if you have any other skill that you think is going to add a lot of value apart from what you have mentioned on your resume or apart from the initial discussions that you might have had, talk about that. For example, you might be extremely good at tracking analytics. You might be very good at designing an entire end-to-end digital marketing campaign program, even though you might be applying for a very basic role. You might have the capability to lead a team. You might have extremely good communication skills, very good project management skills, skills and all of that, right? So whatever skills that you possess which you directly haven't mentioned on your resume or haven't conveyed to the interviewer, this is the chance to do that, because this will add a lot of value to you as an interviewee there, basically, because to convince recruiters is not easy in today's world, but you can make it very easy if you know how tactfully you should answer these questions as well. Now, coming to the final question, it states, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process? Well, certifications, you will know the numerous advantages that you will have, right? You will be open to jobs, you will be certified by top companies out there, you will be working with professionals across the globe who would have taught you the courses, the certification programs and whatnot. So you will know that you will have a plethora of advantages. But what should you do to convey this to the interviewer? Well, the interviewer will know that if you have had a certification program, that it means you're serious about this particular career, that you're putting your time, your dedication, your effort, your money into becoming an expert and having, making a change in the world out there. And let's say if you're a person who's coming from a background of electrical engineering and now you want to become an expert in digital marketing, you picked up a certification course and you completed it with all the good hands-on projects and the industry level exposure that it provides. It means that the interviewer will know that you have a strong aspiration, you have a passion towards this particular domain, and that you have the capability to learn really quick and learn in a structured way, of course. So this is what you should be conveying. Now, how do you do that? Well, to do that, if you have multiple certifications, of course, name the multiple certifications that you have done in the case of digital marketing. But instead of just talking about what all you've learned and what's the program all about, don't do that. Talk about how you have used it. Talk about the practical experience that you can drive out of these programs. Talk about how best that you have used the program. So talking about that, telling about how you have solved a practical problem is definitely going to add a lot of value to your candidature too.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online course mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below.